Chapter 241 Human Emperor's Imminence. The God of Light gasped for air, glad that he had escaped a cut. This time, if the Heavenly Emperor were to raise an accusation, how could the God of Light still have a chance to live? After all, the God of Light was also considered to be the murderer who indirectly destroyed the God of Darkness. The Heavenly Emperor let him off so easily. What was the reason for this? The God of Light was puzzled. Time passed. Only a moment passed. The God of Light understood. The whole person suddenly regretted not to have done it in the first place. If there were pills of regret to eat in the world, the God of Light would definitely not choose to steal his own God of Light egg. This thing, surprisingly, was a backhand. A resurrection backhand that the Heavenly Emperor had deliberately laid out. As the God of Light fused this Light God egg, he instantly understood everything. Within this Light God egg, what was conceived was a tender divine body, as well as a touch of intent that belonged uniquely to the Light God. If the God of Light were to die one day, he would be able to perfectly resurrect within this divine body without any hidden dangers. However, right now, he chose to fuse this divine body, although her strength had risen considerably, and the time before she could get out of the trap was getting shorter and shorter. She had lost a life that could be resurrected without loss. A bloody loss this time. This meant that in the future, when the Light God died, it could be a real death. And as the Heavenly Emperor wanted to take away the Darkness God egg, the Light God also understood the reason for this. Within the Darkness God egg, it was thought that the Darkness God's body, as well as a smattering of intent, must have been conceived as well. In just 3 or 2 years at most, the Darkness God would be perfectly resurrected. Within the dark abyss, the Heavenly Emperor's doppelganger appeared and threw the Darkness God egg within the fountain of darkness, beginning to nurture the Darkness God. Fortunately, the human race didn't know about this backhanded move of his. To be honest, not only the human race, even the God of Light and the God of Darkness were unaware of it. As the Heavenly Emperor watched the resurrection of the God of Darkness, within a maximum of 3 years, a brand new peak God of Darkness could be perfectly resurrected, compared to birthing a new God of Darkness. This time was completely tolerable. The Heavenly Emperor set up a layer of boundary to sort of guard the Darkness God. Coronation of the Heavenly Emperor? The weak God of Darkness sensed the aura of the Heavenly Emperor, and although it was within the egg, it was still restless, wanting to show its gratitude. How could the God of Darkness have never imagined that there would be a day when he would be resurrected? This must be the means of the Heavenly Emperor. Resurrect at ease and wait for you. The Heavenly Emperor said these words and left at once. The God of Darkness cried out in pain, ready to die for the Heavenly Emperor. How could he not be moved by this kind of heroic lord? Heaven's destiny continent. Human Emperor Palace. Your Human Emperor. The God of Pestilence has bullied people too much. Is it hard for us to tolerate this matter? Inside the Human Emperor's palace, a group of deities, who had been frightened by the God of Plague, began to approach the Human Emperor to cry. The current Human Emperor, the 16th generation, was monstrously powerful. After all, to be able to sit on the Human Emperor's throne, the first thing that needed to happen was that he needed to defeat all of the deities, so that he could convince the people. Right, Human Emperor. In this matter, it's obvious that the God of Plague is being unreasonable. So it's hard to believe that we're going to just tolerate it. Right. All this compensation is enough for us to raise several new gods. Is it hard to give it all to the withered old willow tree? This group of gods all had their own ideas, their own schemes. It was nothing more than a few. 1. To avoid compensation. 2. To make the new Human Emperor loathe the God of Plague. And 3. It would be best for the 2 Human Emperors to have a fight, so that they could reap the benefits. How could the Human Emperor not understand this kind of thought? So he silently responded. In this matter, the Human Emperor Palace respects the first Human Emperor's approach if the God of Plague is willing to return. I will step aside and give way. Compensation or something? It must be in full, and the attitude must be correct. This was the attitude of the new Human Emperor. You guys want me to be the center of the vortex. You want me to take the bullet for you guys. Sorry. I'm not stupid and naive either. Your Holiness the Human Emperor. This time, the compensation is going to come out of the Human Emperor's treasury. This group of deities saw that the Human Emperor was not easy to snub, and immediately changed their faces gloomily, with infinite resentment, intending to take away the money from the bottom of the cauldron. The Human Emperor's treasure trove. This was the Human Emperor's private treasure trove. If the compensation this time was to be compensated by the human emperor's treasure vault, the human emperor's treasure vault, at the very least, would have to be 2/3 empty. This group of deities are not afraid of boiling water. We are afraid of the god of plague, but not you all. This human emperor has always been known for being weak. Simply put, this is a soft persimmon. Can. The human emperor uttered these words and threw them a token. Go get it on your own. The group of deities' purpose was achieved, and a sardonic smile immediately spread across the corners of their mouths. This group of deities went to the human emperor's treasury in triumph and opened it, only to find that within the human emperor's treasury was cleaner than white flour. Empty, and even several rats had starved to death above the ground. Wasn't this a farce? This group of deities were instantly enraged, believing that the human emperor was teasing them and wanting justice. However, they were told that the human emperor was in seclusion, preparing to break through to the next realm, and were not allowed to be disturbed. Everyone. The human emperor left behind a sentence before he closed down. The god of plague won't kill the human emperor, but it can be said that he won't kill all of you. This was the puppet attendant of the human emperor. A sentence that instantly caused this group of gods to sit on pins and needles, as if they were stuck in their throats, their faces darkening. In the end, this batch of resources was raised by this group of deities and sent to Mount Xixia. The resources were certainly important, but compared to their lives, they were even more important. Have you heard? The god of darkness died. Some of this group of sealed ancient deities were already able to send out their doppelgangers to communicate with the gods of the past. This was a wild mountain in the middle of nowhere called the Flame God Ridge. It was because here, the ancient deity Flame God was sealed. At this moment, an ancient deity whose body was covered by flowing water was communicating with the Flame God's doppelganger, with endless fear in his eyes. I've also heard about this matter. It's so terrifying. The human race? Surprisingly, they were able to slaughter a god. Is it hard to believe that they have researched something to restrain the gods all these years? The two ancient deities, one water and one fire, were despondent. The human race? It seems that they can't see their limits. Right. Back then, it was just an ant race. Who knew that it would be able to develop into such a behemoth? You and I should be careful, lest we get killed. How can we be careful? None of you or I have ever gotten out of the trap. And once the gods of the human race kill us, we will only die. The gods of water and fire all sighed, with difficult expressions on their faces. It wasn't just the water and fire gods that felt threatened at the moment. The ancient gods, all of them, felt threatened. Let's keep a low profile lately, lest we get targeted by the human race's deities. Yeah, this old willow fellow. He's vindictive. He's not one to be messed with. It's over. I once had a grudge against old willow tree. Will he be the first to lay hands on me? Every ancient deity that had once laid a harsh hand on old willow tree was fearful. By order of the heavenly emperor, deities who wish to get out of the trap report to the heavenly emperor, and within 3 days, the heavenly emperor will help them get out of the trap. This was the figure of the god of death, who was active in all the major sealing lands, transmitting the heavenly emperor's intention. Upon hearing such a heavenly emperor's intention, blazing colors appeared in the eyes of all the ancient deities. Chapter 242, Heavenly Mandate Maintenance. Help us get out of the trap. Is it hard to believe that the heavenly emperor's strength has been restored? The heavenly emperor is truly strong. Fierce. Great fierce. The heavenly emperor is mighty. I vaguely remember that the tediousness of the formation that sealed the heavenly emperor was millions of times greater than ours. The deities sighed at the might of the heavenly emperor. I'm going to sign up. I'll sign up as well. After being sealed for millions of years, some ancient deities really couldn't help themselves. They wanted to get out of the trap. On weekdays, although the bilocation was able to leave and walk the world in their place. But then, this feeling was false after all. What's more, the current strength of the prophet god was strong, and it was possible that he would impact the place where his seal was located at some point. So if he found out, wouldn't it be a way to send him to his death? The god of darkness in a short while, that is, included a full 39 want to get out of the trap of the quota. Immediately returned, handed over to the heavenly emperor. With regards to getting out of the trap, a small number of deities showed mediocre interest. These deities still wanted to wait. Now is not the best time to get out of the trap. Once they get out of the trap, they might become a living target. The human race's group of deities Would they be able to watch them get out of the trap and cause trouble? Definitely not. Perhaps this group of deities that got out of the trap would be killed in the first place. Heaven's Destiny Continent. Ding. Congratulations to the Human Prophet God Association, God of Space, God of Speed, God Tinker Lulong, God Tinker, and the other 9 deities for beheading the God of Darkness. Special commendation. Heaven's Destiny congratulates them together. Ding. The Prophet God is hereby appointed to be the High Priest of the Human Palace. Ding. In the battle against the God of Darkness, the deity who died will have a statue erected in the Hall of Valor to bear the veneration of all the people. The 2 short system beeps allow the players of Heaven's Destiny to hear many unusual messages. Crap. What kind of organization is this Human Imperial Palace? How come I've never heard of it before? Human Emperor Palace? Is it hard to believe that it's the main camp of the human race? It's very shocking as soon as I hear it. Engling Palace? Where is this again? It sounds like it's sort of a mausoleum type of place. What? The 9 gods besieged the God of Darkness. And it's hard to believe that the gods were even killed. This? Phew. Just how terrifying is the strength of the God of Darkness? Players continue to let out their own exclamations based on the information announced by the system. Ding. Details of the battle will be announced soon. The Human Palace announced the details of the battle, preparing to compel the people to boycott the Prophet God. After all, the Prophet God had, this time, lost a full 4 deities. However, the reaction of the populace, the reaction of the players, was out of the control of this group of gods. So tragic? I simply can't imagine. The God of Darkness? It's all so hard to kill. What about the other gods? I've heard that my human race's deities have broken into the hundreds. So why is it that this time we don't see any other deities traveling to help? Right. If they go to help, maybe the dead deities can still have a chance of survival. I'm going to cultivate hard and become a god as soon as possible, striving to kill the ancient deities. Mard. Is this the ancient deity that has a blood feud with us? Go to hell. The deities saw and heard such a voice, and exclaimed that something was wrong. This was completely out of their script. No. No. It wasn't that things had gone off their script. But they had lived for too long, had too much power in their hands, and had eventually detached themselves from the masses. They become completely unaware of how the general populace thinks. The players were looking at such a thing simply as a profile film. You guys say? This first profile film, Revenge of the Gods? Will it be out of control? Yeah. The human side beheaded a dark god. The vengeance of the gods. Will it fight back? You guys, what would happen if I joined the ancient deity side? The players were more concerned about their own interests, speculating on the direction of the plot. On a rainy night, Lightning was currently inside a small tea house. It really was a small tea house. The simple atmosphere, coupled with the ordinary tables, chairs and benches, the awkward tea aroma wafting, and the noisy sounds of discussion, was enough to calm one's mind. Only these two were slightly out of place with the surroundings. After all, the tavern carried the youth of a generation. And this generation happened to be all old men in their 70s and 80s, discussing matters of family and country. The 2 young faces of Lightning, Rainy Night, sitting quietly here, did not match at all. Only, the surrounding old men seemed to have already seen this too. As if Rainy Night, Lightning Row too have been here for a long time. Brother, what do you think about this time? Lightning Row picked up a bowl of coarse tea, and with a touch of joy, sent it into her mouth. It was as if this cup was not coarse tea, but the sweetest manna in heaven and earth. This feeling, so enjoyable yet. Rainy Night also took a sip and savored it. It's nothing more than speeding up some as soon as possible and fixing some patches. Rainy Night drank the coarse tea in one go, and then left with Lightning. Tianyang Town. Hegemony Guild. Bastard Heavenly Guild was brushing an Essence Gold level boss. When they heard such a system beep, Bastard Heavenly's mind surfaced Qin Fong's figure for no reason. This matter? It couldn't have anything to do with him. Could it? No way. Batian glanced at his friend's list. I'm offline. Hidden Earth is offline. There was no room for Zong 2 not to be suspicious. However, he felt that he was too neurotic. Hidden Earth. How could I be involved in entering the Divine War? The other guilds within Tianyang Town were silent and didn't say a word. This matter? Even if it broke the sky, what did it have to do with him? The system announcement this time had perfectly hidden the information of Qin Fong and the others. Otherwise, the matter would have become a big deal. Qin Fong and the others might become famous in an instant. Real world. Sky City. Heaven's Destiny headquarters. All of Heaven's Destiny's servers were located in Sky City, and the level of secrecy was extremely high. At this moment, even though it was dark, the Heaven's Destiny headquarters was still brightly lit, with a tired look on everyone's face, concentrating on what they were busy with. Precise discussions and meticulous inferences. Each and every one of them scratched their ears, but they just couldn't find the problem. There was no other reason. There was a bug in the Heavenly Fate system. In the current planning of Heaven's Destiny, the Prophet God and the others' journey to decapitate the Dark God 100% would fail. Once the Prophet God and other deities died out, Heaven's Destiny could enter the next stage, announcing the deaths of the deities and proclaiming the power of the ancient deities. Let all the players of Divine Destiny know about this greatest enemy. Logically, the second stage of the God's vengeance was launched. But now, the God of Darkness was suddenly decimated. Then, is this ancient deity still tough? Just how tough? How to launch the next stage? Check. Make sure to find out. Ding. The system is preparing for maintenance. Please exit the game within 30 seconds. Ding. The system is preparing for maintenance. Please exit the game within. Ding. System. Such a system beep sounded in every player's head. Maintenance? This is the first time. Yeah. Does Heaven's Destiny even need maintenance? I wonder how long the maintenance will be this time. The players were all a bit incredulous. After all, in their perceptions, the term maintenance hadn't appeared for a long time. Chapter 243 Divine Fountain. Ding. You have been forced offline. Ding. You have been forced offline. Ding. You have been forced out of the game. The Heaven's Destiny players, one by one, were kicked out of Heaven's Destiny, and all the major towns suddenly went cold. Tianyang Town. In Qin Fong's private territory, Li Xie heard such a system-boosting tone, and his originally sleeping body was suddenly shaken, awakening from the state of slumber, and the whole person's eyes cleared, with a look of surprise and horror in his eyes. Surprisingly, he really killed the God of Darkness. To know? Throughout history, there were many people who had defeated the Darkness God, but there were none who were able to kill the Darkness God. The Prophet God and the others were considered the first of their kind to open up the heavens and the earth. This let the world know that ancient gods were not unkillable. Li Qi felt a fire burning in his chest, and the entire person was incomparably unrestrained. Painful. When it really hurts. Li Xie debauchedly took out a bottle of good wine that had been hidden for an unknown number of years from within his own backpack and drank it painfully. This bottle of wine was like a viscous solid, and the rich aroma of the wine emanated out and could not be dispersed at all. Today, do not get drunk. Li Xie honors the Prophet God, but for this group of dregs from the human imperial palace. Li Xie is scornful. The real world. Players are frantically discussing this maintenance event, wanting to know what is the reason. Some players, who boasted of having inside information, were the first to release different video screens, wanting to gain traffic. But in the end, they were all confirmed to be nothing more than claptrap, with no scientific basis whatsoever. This time, the maintenance was really a bit fishy, and the science of the real top players asked Heaven's Mandate, wanting an explanation. But in the end, what they got was no comment. Time passed, and not a single bit of news about this maintenance was leaked. In the Sky City, the Snow Clan was in a slight state of chaos, with large numbers of doctors constantly coming in and out before leaving with a shake of their heads. It is said that the Snow Clan's daughter has fallen into a coma for no reason, and the Snow Clan's patriarch has said that whoever is able to cure her will receive 5 million Chinese coins. If there is a heavy reward, there will be a reckless person. Countless physicians continue to enter the Snow Clan, and then continue to be driven out. The injury of the Snow Clan's daughter was very strange. The pulse was steady, but it was in a coma. The body was weak, yet the heartbeat was strong and powerful. In the end, the many physicians deduced that the Snow Clan Qianjin was an evil spirit entering her body. The Snow Clan patriarch nearly beat them to death by making them create a rumor. The quack doctors were appalling. Within the dilapidated room, Qin Fong was also in a coma. Only, no one noticed Qin Fong's state. After all, Qin Fong was too homely, Not going out for a few days was a trivial matter, and everyone was used to it. Thus, Qin Fang was in a coma, quietly waiting for this awakening. A black cat by the bedside curled up in Qin Fang's arms, accompanying him as he lazily fell into a deep sleep. To be honest, Hidden Earth, the Tree of Life, was very worried about Qin Fang and Shui Qinger's situation. After all, these two had been forced out of the game and were still in a coma. Who knew what would happen in reality? However, the Tree of Hidden Earth did not know Qin Fang's address either, so it could only wait. The Heaven's Destiny headquarters had raised all of its strength and explored for a full day, but it had not found any problems. The bug, as if it didn't exist at all, was business as usual. But the real situation was that he did exist. This is like throwing a stone towards an endless abyss and eventually sinking to the bottom of the ocean. The ocean? Still wandering and rippling. Open the service. We can't drag this on. A day's light. This was already the longest deadline. Even if something was really found to be wrong. At this moment, the service must be opened. Ding. Heaven's Destiny will open the service in a quarter of an hour. Countdown adverts surfaced in all corners of the real world, making sure that every player was aware of it. This was the terrifying financial power of Heaven's Destiny. Is the service finally going to open? I wonder what this update maintains. A day's worth of time off. Surprisingly, a day's worth of maintenance. That's too long. You guys? Will there be any rewards? There definitely is. Players logged into the game and were the first to check their own emails. Ding. Thank you for your strong support of Heaven's Destiny. Hereby rewarding you with an exclusive weapon of this profession *1. Please pay attention to checking. This system tone immediately made the players puzzled. But the moment they clicked open this email, the players instantly understood. This was suitable for this profession. A level 25 fine gold grade equipment with very high attributes. This was equivalent to the entire Heaven's Destiny's players had all been given an essence gold grade weapon. This gesture could be described as a great deal of wealth. This piece of exclusive equipment was probably nothing to the high-end players. After all, they had just spent a large sum of money on Qin Fang's equipment. But for the majority of civilian players, this was a huge bargain. Thank you, Father Heavenly Fate. Thank you, Grandpa Heavenly Fate. Thank you, Heavenly Fate. In an instant, the entire Heavenly Fate was eroded by such words. Countless players were thanking as much as they could. I'm not going to sleep for the next few days. I have to level up to level 25 as soon as possible and get this piece of weaponry as soon as possible. I feel the same way. Work together, brothers. The lure of this weapon was too great, so the players' enthusiasm for brushing monsters was once again mobilized. Within the Tianyang town, Hidden Earth, the Tree of Life logged into the game at the first opportunity and stood before the 10,000 Empty Alley auction house. The 10,000 Empty Alley auction house opened its doors on time. Hidden Earth, Tree of Life entered, but did not see Qin Fang. So he asked the administrator, Yuze. Yuze really didn't know anything about Qin Fang's news. If the boss comes online, I will definitely notify you guys first. After receiving Yuze's assurance, Hidden Earth and the others were then relieved. Shui Qinger, too, was not online. Hidden Earth, the Tree of Life waited in place for a while, and also did not receive the reward for this quest completion. Perhaps they needed to wait for Qin Fang and Shui Qinger to come online together and collect it together. The harvest this time, although it was a lot. Hidden Earth, Tree of Life didn't want to sit on its laurels and go to brush up on copies all of a sudden. As for the exclusive weapon rewarded by the system, to the duo, it was merely a piece of rubbish. This exclusive equipment, attributes are not high, and cannot be traded, can only be used by myself. Durability 10,000. To be durability used up. This equipment is also even scrapped. Hidden Earth, the Tree of Life into the copy of the instant. The system prompt sounded. Ding. The second stage of Divine Spirit Revenge is about to open. Please prepare yourselves. Ding. The Divine Spirit Fountain Eye is about to coalesce. Please be on guard. Divine Spirit Spring Eye? What is this thing? I guess it's a backlash from the deities. With the death of a dark god this time, the ancient deities will surely counterattack. I think I've heard of a Divine Spirit Fountain. Huh? I have records here. Divine Spirit Fountain Eye. The place where the power of ancient gods converges. It can condense countless divine servants. I have it here too. After the players, The NPCs spliced their knowledge. Everyone instantly had a brand new perception of the Divine Spirit Spring Eye. Chapter 244 Heavenly Sun appears Spring Eye. For the Divine Spirit Spring Eye, the player's first reaction was to inquire and obtain information. As for the towns and cities of the entire Heaven's Mandate, the big cities, the first thing they started to do was to be on alert under the orders of the city lord. This thing, it was too terrifying. Divine Spirit Springs, in the dark history of Heaven's Mandate, had once appeared up to 999. These 999 Divine Spirit Springs assisted the entire ancient gods and enslaved the 10,000 races of the Heaven's Destiny continent. After all, each spring was guarded by a demigod-level divine general, as well as 9 legend-level existences. And the other low-ranked divine soldiers? It was even more boundless. This force was terrifying. Not to mention the fact that it was difficult to fight against it in the previous moments, when the 10,000 races were godless. After all, there were far more ancient deities than there were present-day gods of the 10,000 races. Nowadays, every town city lord has started to check if there are any divine springs around their towns. Back then, in order to restrain the Divine Spirit Spring Eyes, in order to be able to send out troops in the first place. So almost all of the towns were built next to the Divine Spirit Spring Eyes. In the past, the Spirit Springs dried up and did not have any vitality. However, at this moment, the Divine Spring began to flow out non-stop, gurgling with spring liquid. In a short while, it filled up the pool, to the human race and even the 10,000 races. This spring liquid was a poison that pierced the intestines. But to the generals under the deity's command, it was the greatest tonic. And the soldiers were all nurtured from this place. Report. Outside the town of Tianshui, there is no change in the deity's spring. It is still closed. Report. Outside the town of Imoyang, there's no change in the spirit spring. It's still closed. Report. Outside of Heavenly Flame Town, the Divine Spirit Spring's eye is gurgling red light, like fiery red magma, and is converging. The Spirit Springs are reviving. The whole town is on alert. Report. Outside of Heavenly Star Town, the Divine Spirit Spring Eye is cooing out starlight spring water. It is about to be revived. Clear to get ready for battle. Endless news was being summarized and eventually reported to the Human Emperor Palace. Tianyang Town. Crap. I saw a good-sized spring eye in the southeastern corner of the town. There's a piercing essence light flickering within the spring. There's a possibility that a quest exists. Go quickly. It's a Divine Spirit Spring Eye. Something will happen. Players showed great enthusiasm for the Divine Spirit Spring Eye, approaching in droves to watch this spectacle. The spring in Tianyang Town had long been abandoned for many years, and the rain fell, making the place a large lake and a beautiful attraction. In the past, the lake was crystal clear, reflecting the beauty of the sky, mirroring each other, each becoming a beautiful sight, with fish and prawns frolicking beneath the bottom of the lake. A scene full of vigor. But nowadays, the bottom of the lake, as if around a big sun, is gradually rising. Golden liquid from the depths of the lake kept emerging. Gradually, the temperature at the bottom of the lake is getting higher and higher, like boiling water. Eventually, when the golden liquid covered the entire bottom of the lake, the originally clear lake water boiled in an instant, and the fish and shrimp in the lake water were cooked in a short period of time and floated above the water surface. Players see this scene. Greedy even used props. Will be cooked in the lake water food in the hands. Big mouthfuls of food. Called out really fragrant. The players scoffed at this. But when this player said, eat the cooked food, able to small increase in attributes outside, countless players suddenly joined in. After all, the bottom of the lake wasn't just all ordinary creatures. There were also stronger bosses. The blood and flesh of this group of BOSS was able to increase attributes. Crap. You guys look. Only to see a big fish at the bottom of the lake that was about 10 meters long, with a body the color of azure, letting out a wail, shaking at extreme speeds, leaping out of the surface every now and then, wanting to escape from the lake. But in the end, he ran out of strength, and still didn't manage to escape from the bottom of the lake. The golden liquid instantly covered it, making it the biggest roasted fish. Click. The piercing purple light flickered, causing countless players to leave their saliva behind. What? An epic weapon? Grass. Old man put up a fight. Spell it out and jump into the lake. Countless players saw this piece of epic level equipment that was being exploded. Where could they hold back? blinded by scarlet. They jumped into the lake at the first opportunity, wanting to get their hands on this epic-level weapon. For such players, the golden liquid melted them in an instant. Bastard cursed the fool, took out the lasso pole and fiercely lassoed it towards the front. But in the end, it was just a little bit short. Phoenix also put up a fight. Countless things to lasso, but still failed. In the end, the players around the lake could only watch as this piece of epic-level equipment crashed to the bottom of the lake. Poof! The surrounding lake water steamed up and transformed into an infinite amount of water vapor. And all around, it became a fairyland. In the center of the infinite water vapor, golden light flickered, a sign of a treasure coming out. The temperature, rapidly rising. The players could only keep retreating. The soldiers of Tianyang Town saw this scene and quickly returned to report. The Tianyang Town city lord, who had received this news, looked up at this side of the sky and sighed in a ghostly manner. This world is really going to be in chaos. This time, for Tianyang Town, it was a huge crisis. A dangerous test. The slightest carelessness, the entire Tianyang Town could be annihilated. Prepare the entire army for battle. The human race. It was also true that they had been peaceful for long enough and needed the baptism of blood and fire. Within the Tianyang Town, a batch of old city guards retired, and batch after batch of hardened city guards came on board. This time, it was the best opportunity to practice. Tianyang Town informed the human imperial palace about the matter of the Great Sun Divine Spirit Springs, and quietly waited for the instruction from the human imperial palace. Not long after, the human imperial palace's order was given. Do not let the Divine Spirit soldiers within the Divine Spirit Springs within the conception of the Divine Spirit Springs be out of control. Once they appear, kill them without amnesty. And do not allow civilians to be harmed. This kind of order with a strong killing aura caused the Tianyang Town city lord to freeze. This kind of order he had not received for a long time. Once he looked at the inscription below, the Heavenly Sun Town city lord was instantly enlightened. This order was not given by the human emperor, nor was it given by another deity, but by the new high priest, the prophet god himself. So that was how it was. Prophet god? The Tianyang Town city lord had once heard of, and even learned of, his entire exploits. This person could have always been a main war faction. Now, he was carrying the terrifying heavenly might, and had entered the human emperor palace. It looks like the situation is really going to change drastically. This report is the signal. All troops attack. The Tianyang Town city lord gave 2 orders in succession, representing his 2 attitudes. All troops on alert. This was the Tianyang Town city lord intending to rely on the town behind him, preparing for a protracted battle, preparing to use the town, just to hold back the divine soldiers within the divine springs. The whole army attacked. This is an iron-blooded order. We'll definitely see blood. We'll definitely let people know the terror of Tianyang. 3rd Army, 5th Army, 9th Army, march out. 10th Army, 23rd Army, prepare. The order was given. Countless soldiers were like a torrent of steel, charging out with the confidence of certain victory. The ground shook, and the players within Tianyang Town were all scared silly. This force, it was terrifying. Chapter 245, My Child's Bitterness. My older son had eaten it all long ago. Report. Honorable lords. A young man with red lips and white teeth claiming to be a prophet god has come to fulfill the position of high priest. This one legend-ranked soldier was also panicking. The teenager outside the door looked like he was at most 7 or 8 years old. But then, the terrifying traces of age contained in his eyes couldn't be faked. And the powerful aura emanating from his body, as boundless as the starry sky, couldn't be faked either. This was a top-notch powerhouse. And so this legend-ranked soldier chose to inform, giving the upper echelon of divine lords a headache. This group of deities furrowed their brows. A teenager? A high priest? Who could it be? With the human emperor in seclusion. Naturally the deities held the power, and immediately decided to meet the guest to see what this one's gourd was selling. Thus, the group of deities saw this bright-eyed teenager. Even if they didn't know who it was, they couldn't help but sigh, a beautiful young man. Who is your excellency? Why are you spying on the position of the high priest? A position that was specially prepared for a meritorious member of the human race, the prophet god. The position of high priest, just below the human emperor, was responsible for commanding the human palace when the human emperor was in seclusion. It was only for so many years that, as time passed and the years changed, people didn't want to have such a person riding over the heads of the people and shitting on them. So they dismissed the position. Now, because of the god of plague, this position has been brought forward once again. This group of deities originally promised this position with the idea that the prophet god had very little time left, and that it would be impossible for him to come and take the throne, and that this was merely a false title, and that no one would be able to shake their position. But who would have thought that now? There was really someone who came to ask for this position. But it was just a little kid who came from nowhere. This group of deities wanted to casually dismiss this deity and tell him to get lost. Oh, this position. It really is mine. I am the prophet god. The prophet god wore a smile on his face as he released his own aura. And behind him, a willow tree in the color of emerald green coalesced, covering the sky and making people's hearts tremble. Some of the gods in this group still wanted to refute the prophet god. After all, this willow tree was completely different from the old willow tree they remembered. But who would have thought that one of the deities would directly blurt out in shock, "You actually didn't die and lived out a second life." This one sentence made the face of the deity, who wanted to weasel his way out of the situation, redden. What else could be said? No. You are not a prophet god. Your aura is not right. There were still deities who wanted to speak blindly with their eyes open, not ready to recognize the prophet god's status. In response, the prophet god had anticipated this. He only saw him unhurriedly take out a high priest's token and quietly looked at the crowd. The token flashed out a faint light, and the surrounding gods immediately fell to their knees with darkened faces. A prophet god? Surprisingly, he had gotten his hands on the high priest's token as well. To know? Back then, in order to completely discard the position of high priest, the high priest's token was also destroyed. But now? Yet it appeared in the hands of the prophet god, without any other reason. This must be the plague god helping the prophet god. After all, the last high priest's token was also forged by the god of pestilence. The purpose, that is, was to suppress the gods, to avoid the gods from rebelling. Moreover, this current token oppression was even more terrifying than the one above it. I confess. High priest. Welcome, high priestess, to the throne. The high priestess has entered the human emperor palace. Congratulations. This group of deities gnashed their teeth in the bottom of their hearts, but their faces still wore a smile. The heart eyes of this group of deities added up to be able to fill the heavenly destiny lake. Heaven's destiny lake, the largest lake in heaven's destiny. At this point, the prophet god had successfully joined the human emperor palace, becoming the highest controller of power under the closure of the human emperor. Statistics. How many divine springs have appeared everywhere? Reporting to the high priestess, a total of 9 divine spirit springs have appeared in Tianong Town, Moya Town, Ice Ocean Town, and Chunghua Town. A deity who stood firmly for the human race informed earnestly. This was one of the few deities within the human emperor palace that didn't act for personal gain and truly considered the future of the human race. 9 divine spirit springs. This is not a large number. But we can't be careless. Notify them. The prophet god began a series of deployments. After all, over the years, the prophet god had been pondering over the human race's method of breaking the situation. And now that he was finally in a high position, he was able to show off his ambitions. And the ideas in his chest were all able to be utilized. Now that it is the first stage of the recovery of the divine spirit springs, and only essence gold level soldiers are able to appear, it is a great opportunity to practice. Divine spirit sons, all of them must go to the battlefield, and are not allowed to look for any excuses. This order instantly made the deities hate the prophet god to the bone. The situation of the divine spirit springs, no one could say for sure. This was something that would really kill people all. Maybe while talking, the divine spirit spring I would expand, allowing epic rank, legendary rank divine spirit soldiers to appear and slaughter everything around them. This was not just talk, but a real case for the prophet god to let their heirs go into battle. This was undoubtedly letting them go to their deaths. What the heck's old willow tree? You're pouting our roots. That's right. When I achieve godhood, I've long since eaten all the suffering of my descendants. Why should I let them go to war? My family has a single lineage. We can't afford to be extinct. The deities were crying and cursing again. But the order given by the high priest could not be changed and could only be carried out. In this instant, the voices cursing the prophet god were more numerous, wider, and more terrifying. But while cursing the prophet god on the one hand, on the other hand, they also had to start preparing protective items to avoid actually dying themselves. Tianyang Town. The Heavenly Sun soldiers continuously appeared from within the town and ran to the battlefield. Such an opportunity instantly made the players red-eyed. This was against the ancient deity soldiers. The first stage of divine spirit revenge was merely exuding the aura of a deity, causing the beasts to get amplified, i.e. causing the players excruciating pain. Although it was excruciatingly painful, the rewards, experience, etc., were quite a lot, especially since the quests were simply incomplete. However, this time against the divine spirit springs, the Heavenly Sun Town seemed to have forgotten about the players as a helping hand, and did not seem to release any quests that had anything to do with letting players strike out to help, as if they were going to rely on the Heavenly Sun soldiers themselves to annihilate everything. This is a kind of protection, but the players obviously didn't need this kind of protection. When humans were unable to die, everyone's favorite thing was undoubtedly to die, especially when it was in the middle of a game. This kind of death-defying act was elevated to the extreme. Thus, the players asked the question, "Do you need help?" In the face of the enthusiastic players' inquiries, the soldiers of Tianyang Town impatiently and indifferently responded with a sentence: "The strength is too low. Being cannon fodder is too much of a hindrance." These words immediately caused the players to disbelieve in the situation and express their disbelief. So the soldiers of Tianyang Town once again informed, "The lowest ranked soldiers that step out within the Divine Spirit Springs are also Essence Gold ranked. You guys? If you run into one, you'll have to die." Faced with such a reply, the players shut their mouths. At the very least, you have to be gold level, or level 40 as you call it, for you guys to be of some use. Chapter 246 Level 3 Damage. Level 40? Right now, the average level of the players was only 23. Wanting to reach level 40? It was simply hopeless. If I were level 40, would I still need to participate in this operation? That's it. It's simply a joke. The players expressed their dissatisfaction with a variety of emotions, but the soldiers of the city guards ignored this. "Please also do not approach our military formation, or you will be killed without pardon." The soldiers began their first warning. Seeing this, the players stopped making a fool of themselves and silently left to brush their wild monsters and level up. Batian habitually glanced at the player list, and player Jean's avatar was still black. For some reason, Batian always felt that there was something going on. Player me? What did he go and do? On the side of the Divine Spring, the soldiers of the city guard surrounded it. A fly could not fly out. The eye of the spring. The golden liquid has long covered the entire lake, becoming a golden gorgeous lake. Glorious. Hot. High temperature. But none of the soldiers retreated. "Master Lu, I'll leave the situation of this place to you." Master Lu, the richest and most renowned formation master within Tianyang Town. The old man with a face full of folds strolled to the Divine Spirit Spring's eye, opened his eyes, and transformed the breath of heaven and earth into thin threads, which kept reversing and rotating, forming a complex pattern, which ultimately, like a pot lid, hovered over the entire golden lake. The pattern gradually disappeared into the void, and all around, the wind and waves were calm. The soldiers began a long wait. The second day. The third day. There was no movement within the Divine Spirit Spring, but the aura brewing within was even more terrifying. These days, the hidden earth, the Tree of Life, had to look at Qin Fang's account from time to see if he was online. But in the end, they were all disappointed. For 3 full days of light, Qin Fang did not even layer log into the game. Shui Qinger did the same. Not awakening. I have a feeling that something has happened to the boss. Hidden Earth's face was ugly. During these times, in order to ensure that he could be the first to see Qin Fang who was online, Hidden Earth hardly slept in layers. He was bracing himself. The Tree of Life also rested offline from time to time, but it was also very worried these days in order to paralyze himself. Hidden Earth. The Tree of Life kept brushing the copies, and also got quite a few good things, all of which were thrown to Yuze for him to deal with. After all, these things had a statute of limitations. These days, Yuze was also very busy. Regarding the matter of the Villa of Grievances, it was Yuze who was busy these times. Qin Fang had given him the land deed and asked him to revitalize this place. As for the funds, figure it out on your own. Anyway, Qin Fang now was not having a single cent. Yuzhe had broken his legs in the past few days over this piece of land. And now, he had finally finished all the formalities completely. This piece of land completely and utterly belonged to the player, me. As for how to develop this piece of land, Yuzhe did not have too good an idea in his mind yet. After all, the villas in the rich area had already been constructed and sold out. So if he wanted to knock them down and rebuild them, he would need a large amount of compensation. In the past, the owner of the villa area did not live here because of the haunting of this place. But what about now? With the hidden dangers of this place removed, the owners of these villa districts might even pop up. This was also Yuzhe's worry. Regarding this matter, Qin Fang made his attitude clear that he would not care. Qin Fang had only one request for Yuzhe, for this land. To make a profit of over 100 million within a year. Yuzhe had once cried that he wasn't given autonomy. So now, all autonomy was given to him. With a private territory, an auction house for 10,000 people, and now such a large piece of land. Yuzhe's days were very fulfilling every day. Except that he felt that his hair was falling out more and more frequently lately. Divine artisan Lu Long was sent down to Tianyang town, ready to distribute the rewards of player me and the others. However, after waiting for so many years, the player Jin did not later show up at all. Lu Long was so anxious that he even let the divine artist deduce player Jin's trail. But the final conclusion was that it could not be deduced. There was no way around it. Divine artist Lu Long could only wait in silence. So hungry. It hurts. Within the narrow room, a muffled grunt suddenly came out before he weakly spat out these words. This was Qin Fang's home. Qin Fang had slept for 3 days, and without any nutritional supplement. Qin Fang's entire body had starved off like a skeleton with skin and bones, with only a layer of skin drooping on his body. Inside Qin Fang's body, there was not a lot of oil and water. And this time, it was all drained out of him. Between heaven's mandate and reality, there was an influence on each other. This matter, as an existence in his previous life. How could Qin Fang not know about it? This kind of influence could not be seen at low stages. But the higher the stage, the more serious it was seen, being decapitated by a deity. On the other hand, was 1/10 of what Qin Fang looked like as such. In his previous life, there were special studies on all of this. Death within the divine fate would have an impact on reality. This was an article that was suddenly written by a player in the 5th year of his previous life, with a reasoned argument and a beginning and end. And then it caused an uproar. And the entire real world was in an uproar, immediately followed by fear. What if you were playing the game and suddenly died? What about this? In his previous life, even Qin Fang thought that heaven's mandate was going to collapse. But the end result was, heaven's destiny was still alive and well, and its popularity had not diminished. Only, heaven's destiny officially released a set of data, a self-inspection table of the degree of death damage. Self-checking table. Level 1, more than 1,000 deaths in a short period of time feeling drowsy. Please go to the hospital as soon as possible. Note, depending on the strength, the number of deaths after being killed varies. For example, if you are killed by a black iron level divine spirit soldier, it is counted as 1 death. And if you are killed by a silver level divine spirit soldier, it is counted as 5 deaths. Level 2, more than 10,000 deaths in a short period of time feeling weak and unable to lift any spirits. Level 3. Level 4. In the previous life, there was only one player who was resurrected by the gods in a short period of time and decimated a full 100 times. And when he exited the game afterwards, he directly became a vegetable and could not be awakened. The number, 10 levels. This news, Qin Fang had also heard about it from hearsay, and did not know if it possessed any authenticity. Qin Fang compared himself to his current situation. He should be around level 3. Situation impairment table, level 3, feeling a vague pain in the bones, uncontrollable muscles, and a very painful brain. Please go to the hospital as soon as possible. All of these, Qin Fang occupied. Qin Fang wanted to forcefully stand up, but he was unable to do so. After all, right now, he could not control his muscles. Qin Fang forced himself to endure the pain and surveyed his surroundings. He was still within his own room. Under the door panel hand and under the window, there was still his mark, which meant that no one had entered this room. In this way, Qin Fang was reassured. Cough. Qin Fang coughed lightly, and immediately felt as if his throat was going to split open. Just like parched land. Not getting any moisture. His lips were even cracked and whitened. Not seeing any blood color. It was simply horrible. Water. The current Qin Fang desperately needed water. Otherwise, with his current state, he wouldn't be able to last long. Chapter 247 Zong Tu's Choice. Humph. It seemed that Qin Fang's awakening had disturbed the black cat that was slumbering. The black cat instantly exploded, emitting a low sound between its throat like a growl as it stared at Qin Fang. Not long after, this cat that suffered from waking up no longer cared about Qin Fang and left on its own, disappearing within the room. Qin Fang couldn't help but lose his smile. He had even imagined a wave of images of a black cat saving its master in his mind earlier. Animal. It really is an animal. During the period of unconsciousness, he was actually fine. He could not feel the intense pain. Bone pain. This kind of pain that erupted from the bone marrow was simply unbearable. Qin Fang gritted his teeth fiercely, and only then did he pull through. This pain, like a paroxysm, infested Qin Fang from time to time. In the previous life, for this kind of tertiary pain, there would be special medication, as long as the medication was taken in time. That is, it was not a big problem. Not for a few minutes, that is. It could be brought back to life. But what about now? Qin Fang can only be a choice of hard resistance. A full hour. Under the compulsion of death. Qin Fang forced to control their own body from the bed rolled down. Like maggots crawling to the black cat's water basin. This was the closest water point to Qin Fang. After moving for 10 minutes, Qin Fang arrived. Not minding the dirt in the slightest. Taking small sips, and wetting his lips as much as possible. Along with the life source, water entering his body. Qin Fang immediately felt a surge of power surging within his body. With a click, Qin Fang's head fell heavily on the ground, falling into unconsciousness once again. For 6 hours, when the great sun gradually set, only then did Qin Fang awaken from his coma for the second time. This time, he obviously felt much better, and with great difficulty, as if he were a puppet, he got up, walked to the water source, and began to drink in large gulps. Only after drinking painfully did Qin Fang feel himself alive again. Goo goo goo. As his intestines began to rebel, Qin Fang took out the high-quality protein that he had treasured for a long time, rat jerky, chewed it carefully, and paired it with a bit of black bread smeared with sugar. A big meal was completed. Qin Fang slowly ate, feeling that the power in his body was returning bit by bit, and the pain was gradually receding. Judging from the current situation, without the aid of medication, Qin Fang would need at least a month to return from this state. Qin Fang glanced at the calendar, and was instantly shocked. He had slept for 3 full days? This time, it was a big loss. Qin Fang forced himself to endure the discomfort and arrange the window openings and the doorway's organs once again, before lying down on the bed, changing to a comfortable position, and entering the heavenly fate. Ding. Welcome back to the heavenly fate. Ding. Your poor physical condition has been detected. Currently your daily game time is automatically shortened to 6 hours. Qin Fang sighed. This was also a means of system protection. Within Heaven's Destiny's holographic helmet, it possessed a physical health detection system that could not be dismantled, could not be damaged, and could not be dodged by anyone. Boss, you're finally online. The text was sent first, and the next second Hidden Earth's communication came. Boss, how are you? Hidden Earth was very anxious in his heart. I'm fine. Just sleeping a little longer. Boss, are you in some kind of danger? Send me the address. Hidden Earth is nothing, but this life is still able to fight. Hidden Earth only thought that Qin Fang had encountered something difficult in reality, but never thought that it was because of the game. Hearing such grandiose words from Zong Tu, Qin Fang immediately felt his heart warm. Hidden Earth. It's the things in the game that you don't understand. But I'll tell you to try to make the number of deaths as low as possible. Qin Fang explained to Zong Tu in easy-to-understand words. Hidden Earth sucked in a breath of cool air, feeling that all 5 of his senses had received a certain shock. So, you're doing this because of the game? Uh-huh. Yes. Hidden Earth no longer dwelled on this matter. And in the next second, he spoke once again. Boss, give me an address for you. I'm going to look for you. Don't talk me out of it. This matter? I've been thinking about it for a long time. Since the death of his parents. Zong Tu had lived as if he was a lonely soul. Muddled. And Qin Fong was like a regenerated parent to him. However, these days, Qin Fong had disappeared, making Zong Tu's heart very unhappy. Zong Tu wanted to repay his favor. But if Qin Fong died, how could he do so? No need. No need. Qin Fong instinctively wanted to refuse. After all, in reality, it wasn't a game so chaotic. Maybe Hidden Earth would die on the way. How could this be any good? Boss. In the end, Qin Fong couldn't argue with Zong Tu and informed him of his address. Be careful on the way. If you encounter something difficult, hide if you can. If you encounter robbers, endure if you can. And be sure to stay alive. Qin Fong exhorted Zong Tu a bit. His heart was very upset, as if he had done something wrong. Zong Tu, on the other hand, had a naive smile at the corner of his mouth, gave Qin Fong 2 words, and chose to exit the game. Qin Fong looked at the dissipating figure of Hidden Earth and sighed. Not long after, the Tree of Life came online, and the two of them exchanged pleasantries for a while. Only when Qin Fong waited for a long time, he still didn't see Shui Qinger come online. Sky City. The Snow Clan Patriarch was raging. So many doctors couldn't even see Shui Qinger's illness. Wasn't this a farce? Could it be that Shui Qinger was suffering from a terminal illness? Shui Binger was also very anxious in her heart, saying that whoever could save her sister would directly give her body to her. However, no one dared to visit the door. At night, the designer of the Heavenly Fates sent a bottle of green potion, full of the breath of life. The Snow Clan Patriarch looked at the bottle of potion and silently injected Shui Qinger. Qing? It seemed like it just came out of the Heaven's mandate. And that was why it didn't work. A bottle of green potion was injected into Shui Qinger's situation immediately improved. Her small face transformed into a reddish color. Her pulse gradually smoothed out. And in a short while, that is, she opened her eyes and saw the surrounding scene. Father! Shui Qinger shouted out these words, once again falling into unconsciousness. For such a situation, the Snow Clan's Patriarch, as if going crazy, dialed up the communication of Heaven's Destiny's senior management, asking for a second bottle of green potion at a high price. In response, the reply from the higher-ups of Heaven's mandate, the product is being researched. The side effects have not been ascertained. So please also be cautious. But Heaven's Destiny eventually sent the second bottle. Shui Qinger was once again injected and woke up leisurely, not falling into a coma again. As for the Snow Clan Patriarch's inquiry about why Shui Qinger had fallen into a coma, what exactly had happened in Heaven's mandate, Shui Qinger did not mention anything. After her father and sister left her room, Shui Qinger entered the nutritional pod at the first opportunity and entered the Heavenly Fate. Ding! Your extremely poor state has been detected. You can only be in the game for 2 hours. Looking at the situation, the damage that Shui Qinger had received should be level 4, or maybe level 5. If it wasn't for the green potion that Heaven's Destiny had sent in time, Shui Qinger wouldn't have been able to wake up. All of this was fate. When Shui Qinger saw that Qin Fong was in the game at the moment, she couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. In the next second, Qin Fong's communication also called in an instant. Between these two people, a different emotion was gradually spreading. Chapter 248 Ding. Mission failed. Qin Fong had just logged into the game, i.e. he heard countless system beeps. Ding. Mission failed. This god-level mission was for Qin Fong to forge the Dark Scepter. But in the end, what Qin Fong forged was the Dark Sword. And the moment he was about to succeed, he was forced to fail. This mission? How could it still be successful? The moment he heard the system beep, Qin Fong checked his backpack. And when he saw the items within the backpack, he was ecstatic and couldn't stop himself from laughing. And the whole person fell into a kind of crazy situation. Within Qin Fong's backpack, there was 100 pieces of divine weapons, Sword of Darkness. This, even if Qin Fong did not forge from now on, he would still be able to spend his life in style. In his previous life, there was once a tycoon from the Sky City who offered a place in the Sky City *1 in exchange for a divine artifact. Despite this, there was still no one to sell it. After all, which one of the existences that could get their hands on a divine artifact was a simple person trading the Sky City's quota? Only a fool would be willing to do it. Right now, Qin Fong was quite this fool. After all, He was too rich in divine artifacts. At this stage, wanting to trade the Sky City's quota was clearly impossible. After all, players could not use it even if they possessed a divine weapon now. Waiting. One could only wait now. Qin Fang checked the attributes of the divine artifact and silently put away his salivating mouth. The attributes of this divine weapon all gave Qin Fang the feeling of falling into darkness. It was no exaggeration to say that if Qin Fang deleted his number and retrained, he would definitely be able to arrive at the peak with so many divine weapons. Ding. It has been detected that 2 strands of the power of the 2 great divine artisans remain in your body, causing great damage to your torso. Thus your current attributes are Strength 10, Agility 10, Spirit 10, and Physique 10. Ding. It has been detected that you have been decapitated by a deity. Therefore all of your attributes are mandatorily reduced to 1. Qin Fang's attributes directly fell to a low point. Qin Fang looked at his own attribute panel. All of them were 1. Weaker than even the chicks at the entrance of the village. This weak Qin Fang seemed like a gust of wind was capable of blowing him away. Ding. A broken seal has been detected in your body. Therefore you are unable to wear any equipment, possess any skills, or swallow any potions. In a nutshell, Qin Fang is unable to utilize any external forces nowadays. Ding. The power of destruction has been detected in your body. Therefore you will not be able to forge equipment for at least 3 years. Qin Fang expected the result. Unable to forge within 3 years. And it was the golden 3 years when the game had just opened. This was undoubtedly a huge blow to Qin Fang. 3 years of light was enough for other forgers to advance to the fine gold level, or even the purple gold level. Qin Fang, on the other hand, was destined to stay put. This was a very terrifying thing. 3 years was enough for countless geniuses to emerge. Who would still be able to remember Qin Fang? Ding. The curse of the God of Darkness has been detected on you. After you die, you will suffer 300% pain. Ding. The mark of the Dark Eye has been detected on you. When the Dark God is resurrected, he will hunt you down and kill you without rest. Ding. You have been detected. Dozens of system beeps suddenly made Qin Fang feel that it wasn't enough to quit the game right now. This time and time again. The system beeps were like life-suppressing talismans. These were all system alert tones that Qin Fang had specially filtered out as harmful to himself. As for the favorable ones, Qin Fang had not heard any for the time being. No. There was still one. Ding. Thank you for your contribution to the beheading of the God of Darkness. It was over. The other rewards. Remuneration. Not a single word was mentioned. Qin Fang was just about to contact divine craftsman Lu Long when all of a sudden he saw that Shui Qinger was online. Naturally, Qin Fang dialed Shui Qinger's communication at the first opportunity. Are you alright? Qin Fang carried a trembling voice. And there was an indescribable feeling in his heart. There was always a feeling. Shui Qinger looked like she knew something. Mum. Apart from some pain. No harm done. Shui Qinger's voice was very cold. And a trace of weakness could also be heard. What about you? Is something wrong? With these words, on the other hand, it was possible to feel concern for Qin Fang. Concern from the bottom of her heart. I'm fine too. Waiting for you at the corner cafe. After Qin Fang finished speaking, that is, he forced himself to endure the discomfort in his body and ran towards the corner cafe. Hee. I so want to see Player Me. It's not as if. It's really Player Me. No. This person's attribute value is only 1. How could he be Player Me? It must have been tripped up by some quest. You guys, isn't it very easy to kill Player Jin once now? The players from the Annihilation Guild. Phoenix Guild immediately passed back the news that Qin Fang had been scrapped and prepared to kill Player Jin. Player Jin is cunning by nature. This time, it must still be his tactic. Don't bother with him. This was Phoenix's voice. Player Jin. There's no time to take care of him right now. Hurry up and think of a way to help the city guards decapitate the divine soldiers. President Annihilation didn't want to ignore Qin Fang either. Thus, the weakened Qin Fang was subtly untargeted. Ding. Player Bastard Sky requests for communication. Do you agree? Agreed. Qin Fang froze as he ran and chose to connect. Old brother. Old brother needs a batch of equipment recently. Do you have any? For Batian, things that could be solved with money were all no matter. Ordinary equipment? No. I don't know, old brother. Do you want artifacts? Qin Fang uttered these words. And Batian directly hung up his communication. You brat? Is it possible that you're not deliberately trying to amuse me? Still a divine weapon? Is a divine weapon something you can forge right now? Qin Fang silently shook his head. Divine artifact? Qin Fang really wanted to sell it to Batian. But unfortunately, Batian did not grasp this opportunity. Inside the corner cafe, Qin Fang wiped off his head full of sweat, adjusted his breathing a bit, and chose to enter. Xueqing, her face pale with a sickly redness, was shaking a cup of fine wine, quietly waiting for Qin Fang, her eyes looking into the distance, not knowing what she was thinking about. Qing, are you all right? Although he had confirmed it in the communication, but seeing it with his own eyes, Qin Fang still wanted to thoroughly confirm it. Xueqing threw Qin Fang a screenshot. Ding. Due to you overdrawing your body's power, within 5 years, you will not be able to properly harness this profession. Ding. The system has detected that you are seriously affecting the balance of the game. Hereby warning you. Ding. The system has detected a curse placed on you by the God of Darkness. Ding. The system has detected. When Qin Fang finished reading, he suddenly realized that the damage that Xueqing had suffered was even more severe than himself. Nowadays, both of them had their attributes reduced to 1. Both of them were unable to wear equipment, and both of them had become invalids. Qin Fang looked at Xueqing's eyes seriously. Qing, I feel that you know something. In his second life, Qin Fang's intuition was very accurate. As he looked into Xueqing's eyes, he was namely able to tell that Xueqing seemed to be hiding something from him. Qin Fang, I love you. Xueqing suddenly stood on her tiptoes and gently nodded above Qin Fang's lips. And then a drop of crystal tears fell, smashing onto the back of Qin Fang's hand. In the next second, Xueqing exited the game. Chapter 249 Abundant Rewards. At this moment, Xueqing's complicated expression was fixed. This kiss caused Qin Fang's brain to directly go down, preventing him from truly seeing Xueqing's expression. Qin Fang was caught up in his own world with a piggish smile at the corner of his mouth. Even in his previous life, Qin Fang had never lightly kissed Xueqing. And in this life, this was just how long he had known Xueqing. Ah, he had actually accomplished this goal. Qin Fang was like a little girl. He immediately felt a deer in the headlights where his chest was. This kind of feeling made him addicted. As for how complicated Xueqing's expression was, this was not something that Qin Fang was currently considering. Qin Fang would also not know that this retreat of Xueqing was a full 3 years. Ding. Divine Artisan Lu Long requests for communication. Do you agree? It seemed that because Qin Fang and Xueqing had taken the credit for killing the God of Darkness this time, the attitude of Divine Craftsman Lu Long towards Qin Fang had also changed slightly. Agreed. Qin Fang was slightly excited and chose to agree at the first opportunity. After all, the reward for assisting in the beheading of the God of Darkness this time could all depend on the Divine Craftsman Lu Long. In what form will the rewards for this beheading of the God of Darkness be sent to you? Mail? Or face-to-face? Hearing Godsmith Lu Long's slightly flirtatious voice, Qin Fang suddenly froze and turned his head. He saw Godsmith Lu Long, who was watching a good show. Qin Fang's intoxicated application earlier was all seen in the eyes of Divine Craftsman Lu Long. Qin Fang was not too shy to walk straight towards Divine Craftsman Lu Long. Senior. Qin Fang's face did not turn red, and his heart did not jump as he bowed respectfully. You brat. Come with me. Inside the corner cafe, Divine Craftsman Lu Long waved his hand, and the surrounding scene changed instantly, becoming within a forging room with excellent lighting. This is my forging room. In the future, you can also use it as you please. Royale. Here. Divine Craftsman Lu Long immediately threw Qin Fang a token. On top of this token, engraved with a faint pattern of a forging hammer, this was the divine position symbol of Divine Craftsman Lu Long, which was able to echo the forging room here. Senior, now that I am already a wasteful forger, is it possible that you are giving me this token to mock me? Qin Fang smiled to himself as he looked around. This forging room was definitely the topmost forging room in Heaven's Destiny. But with him, what did it have to do with him? The current Qin Fang, with a mere attribute of 1, not to mention forging, he was not necessarily able to pick up even slightly heavier objects. With his current state, how could he forge it? Do you know the story of the evil? That is, The story of your master? Qin Fang nodded. He still knew this story. Your master was able to use the most inferior materials and forge a divine weapon. Why can't you forge a divine weapon with the lowest strength? Forging? It's not even the realm that you're looking at. It's your heart. Even if you are an ordinary person, it may not be impossible to forge a divine weapon. Hearing such enlightenment, Qin Fang's heart once again burned with a ball of flame. Divine artisan Lu Long? It seemed that what he said made a little bit of sense. Ahem. Divine craftsman Lu Long himself blushed a little. This passage was something that the prophet God had specially asked him to recite to me. Although, Godsmith Lu Long thought that the words were nonsense. Being able to become a divine artisan, Lu Long possessed his own unique perception of forging. Wanting to rely on Attribute 1? It was a painstaking effort to forge a black iron level equipment, let alone a divine weapon. Divine Smith Lu Long felt that this should be the prophet God deliberately framing me, trying to get me to pull myself together. You? With Li Qi. Both are unique. I believe you can succeed. Divine artisan Lu Long patted Qin Fang's shoulder, signaling him to work hard. Since he had decided to lie to Qin Fang, he would lie to the end. You can use all the materials within this forging room. Next to it, that is, my epiphanies over the years. You can also watch them as much as you like. This reward? It wasn't bad at all. After finishing this matter, Divine Craftsman Lu Long began to formally present the reward to Qin Fang. Ding! Divine Craftsman Lu Long is presenting a reward to you. Please take it seriously. Ding! You have triggered a brand new scene. This time, when you killed the Dark God, your squad? The credit accounts for 70%. To be honest, the moment this figure was projected by the prophet God, Godless believed it. Qin Fang? Xueqinger? This group of mole crickets that weren't even gold level? Surprisingly, they accounted for between 1 and 70% of the credit. If it weren't for the prophet God's high moral standing, the divine craftsman Lu Long would probably point at his nose and ask, "Are you blind?" Even so, Deadless Lu Long was unwilling to believe it. However, the prophet God had made several projections, and they were all the same. Divine craftsman Lu Long and the others could only be convinced. Qin Fang was also shocked, but he could still accept it. After all, if he had not forged the divine weapon and extracted all the darkness chi, he really would not have been able to behead the God of Darkness. Thanking you for your contribution in beheading the God of Darkness, I hereby reward your squad with honor points, 50 billion, which you are free to distribute. 50 billion honor points. This was what Qin Fang deserved. Killing the Darkness God was roughly 100 billion honor points. And this time, just 50 billion was given to Qin Fang. So he thought that he would compensate in other areas. This was the kill. The first ever kill of the human race. So the amount of honor points was terrifying. Thanking you for your contribution in slaying the God of Darkness, hereby reward your squad with the honor title, the God Slayer Squad. Reward the individual with a separate title, God Slayer. Title, God Slayer Squad. Title level, Legendary. Title effect additional God Slayer aura. Can amplify 25% of a team member's attributes. And when the 4 are assembled, it can amplify 100% of their attributes. Title effect 2, inflicts an additional 50% damage to divine soldiers. Title effect 3, inflicts an additional 100% damage to dark divine soldiers. Title effect 4. Such a title was simply terrifying. Title, God Slayer. Title level, Legendary. Title effect, Human Race as well as the 10,000 Races Goodwill plus 500. This title would directly allow Qin Fang to become a friend of the 10,000 races. This thing called Goodwill? It seemed useless on a normal day. But once you were to receive a quest, this thing, it was invincible. Hidden quests and the like, all came from this. In appreciation of your contribution to the beheading of the God of Darkness, hereby reward you with the Team Exclusive Profession Skill Book * 99. Hidden Earth. The Tree of Life had long fretted about the skill books. This wave? It was directly settled for them. Of these 99 skill books, 88 were for the 2 of them. Only some of them needed to be above level 40 to be enough to learn. For example, the Tree of Life's multiple resurrection, Light of Shelter, and so on. For example, the Sword of Shadows of Hidden Earth. As a token of appreciation, hereby reward the team with the exclusive Growth God Slayer set. This set was currently what Qin Fang was most interested in. After all, Qin Fong would not be able to forge in the future. So where would Hidden Earth, the Tree of Life's high-end equipment, come from? Although the duo was able to go and brush the monsters to burst out the equipment, but the efficiency, it must be very low. Qin Fong watched some of this exclusive growth of the God-slaying set, and suddenly the big stone hanging in his heart fell. With the help of this equipment, players hide the earth. The strength of the Tree of Life will certainly be able to go to the next level, and before level 60, there is no need to worry about equipment. Chapter 250 Legendary Grade Skill Book. This set of equipment, the attributes are very powerful, and once the set attributes are activated, it is even more mouth-watering. This should be one of the most powerful level 60 sets that Qin Fong had seen so far. The level of the set could follow the players as they leveled up, and for every level, they were able to improve. As for the only drawback of this suit, it should be, once worn, one could only kill divine soldiers to be able to upgrade one's level, allowing the equipment to be gradually unsealed. I don't know. Hidden Earth, the Tree of Life seemed to want it. As for Qin Fong, Schwetzinger set, there was none. After all, the duo, nowadays, were both invalids. Ding. In order to thank your team for their contribution to the decapitation of the God of Darkness, hereby rewarding you with experience value, 1 billion. Please distribute it wisely, in order to avoid affecting the balance of the game too much. This experience value? It was given very little. Sparingly. These experience values should be enough to raise the level of the Hidden Earth Tree of Life to level 40. 40 levels? Enough to throw off normal players by nearly 15 levels. This was the equivalent of not sleeping or resting for a full 15 days to be able to catch up with the gap. The longer the service was open, the gap between players would become bigger and bigger. This was an unchanging truth. Experience, equipment, skills, and so on. The divine artisan Lu Long all think to, all reward to, is also considered to end a piece of Qin Fong's mind. These things, i.e. your team's rewards, below, I will give you an individual reward. Divine artisan Lu Long waved his hand once again, and the Tree of Life that was brushing the replica was summoned to this place. As for Hidden Earth, he was currently on his way to defect to Qin Fong and had no time to log into the game. Captain, what is it? The Tree of Life was a little worried. After all, the wild group she had formed was relying on her milk. And now that he had suddenly left, one could imagine the fate of this team. As expected, at this moment, in the middle of the difficulty level death copies, 6 players were doubting their lives before they were decapitated and thrown out of the copies. Tree of Life, in view of your outstanding contribution to the decapitation of the Dark God this time, hereby rewarded, Legendary Grade Skill Book *1. A legendary grade skill book that flashed out a deep purple light leisurely floated to the Tree of Life's eyes. Whoosh! The skill book turned into a stream of light and merged into the brow of the Tree of Life, becoming a brand new skill on top of the skill version. Ding! Congratulations on successfully acquiring the legendary ranked skill Great Destruction Technique. As soon as the Tree of Life heard this name, it had a feeling in its heart that this skill must be very impressive. As expected, skill name, Great Destruction. Skill description, within a range of 1,000 by 1,000 yards. Any target's magic value will be zeroed out, and cannot be recovered within 3 minutes. This? Simply terrifying. This meant that the Tree of Life became the nemesis of all mages, assassins, druids, and other heroes who needed blue bars. With this one skill, the blue bar was completely empty, and could not be recovered within 3 minutes. These players? How can they still play? It is difficult to let the mage waving the staff in his hand to melee? Is it difficult to let the priest with real milk? But give you milk? Nuke. This can be called a nuclear bomb level skills. If at the moment of a group battle between the two sides, the Tree of Life suddenly threw out this skill towards the enemy's back row, to a certain extent, it was able to decide the victory of this battle. Thank you, Senior. The Tree of Life was thrilled. This skill? It was definitely called a great killer. Captain. Thank you. The Tree of Life thanked Qin Fong some more. After all, if it wasn't for Qin Fong, how would he have such a chance? Qin Fong also saw this skill, and a few plans to pit the Phoenix and annihilate the guild came to mind. Alright. Your rewards are collected. This will send you away. Divine Artisan Lu Long was just about to wave his hand, but was interrupted by Qin Fong. At least, People helped us kill the Dark God? Just give such an ordinary reward? Qin Fang's eyes rolled, wanting to maximize the benefits for the Tree of Life. In that case, then I'll give you another small gift. Divine Artisan Lu Long blankly glanced at Qin Fang, and threw the Tree of Life an herb similar to a moon-like herb, with a smile, at the corner of his mouth. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the legendary Great Herb, Lunar Grass. Crescent Grass amplifies healing skills below level 80, including level 80, by 10%. The Tree of Life swallowed into its stomach at the first opportunity. Good stuff. This is really good stuff. Never dare to think that 10% is very little. Actually, 10% is already very much. Originally can only add 100 blood. Now, can amplify to 110. 9 skills? Equivalent to other priests' 10 skills. This is the advantage, as if he was afraid that Qin Fang would continue to ask for more. Divine Artisan Lu Long sent the Tree of Life away at the first opportunity. Stingy. With these words, Godsmith Lu Long treated it as if he couldn't hear them. Regarding the reward for the Hidden Earth. Why don't you claim it for him? Me? Can. Hidden Earth has performed well and excelled in this mission, and is hereby rewarded with the legendary grade skill book Darkness Double Instant Shadow. Skill name, Darkness Double Instantaneous Shadow. Skill description, in the infinite darkness. Create 2 dark shadows equal to one's own strength to aid in battle. This skill could be called the strongest under the divine level. Hidden Earth's attributes were already high, and with such a skill amplitude, wouldn't it be able to reach a state of invincibility? Skill duration, 3 minutes. Although it was only 3 minutes, these 3 minutes could become invincible. Qin Fang rubbed his hands together and signaled for Divine Artisan Lu Long not to be stingy. Divine Artisan Lu Long sighed, and once again handed Qin Fang a bottle of potion. Rage Potion. Swallowing effect, can permanently increase the strength attribute by 10%. This effect was even more amplifying than the previous healing effect. The stronger the power, the stronger the strength. Qin Fang still wanted it. But Divine Artisan Lu Long quietly replied, "Don't want it. Then I can take it back." Helpless, Qin Fang had no choice but to take it. "Senior, I'll take Qinger's reward on her behalf as well." Qin Fang had thought that this was a trivial matter. Yet Divine Craftsman Lu Long spoke seriously. "I sweat Qinger's reward. It's a matter of great importance. You can't claim it on behalf of me. You can only wait for her return and I will give it to her personally." Hearing such words, Qin Fang shut up, and then inquired, "This time, our team's merits account for 70%. Can you show me the list of merit distribution that is equipped?" Divine Artisan Lu Long pondered for a while, and ultimately chose to agree. Thus, Qin Fang saw the following list. Hidden Earth percentage, 0.01%. Tree of Life percentage, 0.01%. It made sense. After all, the two of them? It's true that they've been playing it safe during this operation. I am 20%. Shui Qinger's percentage, 49.98%. This value? Qin Fang had not thought about it. He had thought that he should be considered to have a higher percentage of credit. But who would have thought? It was surprisingly so low. Only 20%. Qin Fang continued to look down, only to see Divine Craftsman Lu Long quickly draw away. But Qin Fang still saw it. Divine Artisan Lu Long percentage, 1%. Qin Fang silently held himself back from laughing out loud. This percentage share was really low for a god. Chapter 251 Meditating and Reading. Divine Artisan Lu Long's old face was red. This percentage of merit. He always felt that it was false. I was able to account for 20% of this. At least 5% of the credit is his right. After all, it is he who has put his life on the line, which allows me to be promoted to Divine Artisan, which allows him to forge. Failed. Ahem. That said, but 1%. It still made Godsmith Lu Long feel false. It's not just me. Other people? Even lower. Godsmith Lu Long flipped to the bottom, allowing Qin Fang to glimpse a 0.89%. Is this hurting each other? How did Qin Fang feel that Godsmith Lu Long's embarrassment was suddenly much better? And there was even a hint of smugness. Big brother? Even if you're not the penultimate, you're still the penultimate, alright. Senior, where's my reward? Since Shui Qinger's reward, Qin Fang couldn't claim it on his behalf. Then, what about his reward? It was a 20% share. Could the reward be worse? Hidden Earth and the other's 0.1% was such a generous reward. His, surely, wouldn't be too little. The prophet God said that your reward will only be given to you when you are able to forge epic-level equipment with your crippled body. Coughing. The divine craftsman Lu Long was a little embarrassed. Beheading the god of darkness. The god of plague had given them a rightful name and allowed them to receive a massive amount of benefits. Not only did they recover from all of their injuries, but it even allowed Godsmith Lu Long and the others to go 100 feet further. These benefits? It should have been distributed to me as well. Even if it wasn't a complete cure for my hidden problems, it would have been able to greatly alleviate them. Cutting my weakness from 3 years to 3 months, or even 1 month. Before he left, the divine craftsman Lu Long had everything ready, just waiting to give me a surprise. However, the prophet God stopped him and told him that he was not allowed to help Qin Fang recover. As for the reason, the prophet God did not say. Unable to do anything about it, divine artisan Lu Long could only obey the order. When Qin Fang heard such words, he directly froze in place. What kind of words were these? Must he put a protagonist template on himself? Had to let himself forge epic-level equipment with the body of a wastrel? Qin Fang forced himself to recover from his stormy state and began to chew on this passage from the prophet God. Did this mean? The prophet God thought that there was a chance that he would be able to succeed? That was why he had set up this task. The prophet God said that in order to motivate you to forge, he specially asked me to show you your reward. Ding. You have triggered a brand new scene. Ding. The prophet God has issued a quest to you, to forge epic equipment with the body of an invalid. Quest reward: 7-colored divine dragon egg. Seeing such a reward, Qin Fang was instantly energized. His kidneys didn't hurt anymore, and he was in high spirits. If it was said that Qin Fang was sickly in the beginning, now, he was in such good spirits that he was able to beat a cow to death. This was the healing effect of the 7-colored divine dragon egg. A 7-colored divine dragon. This could be even stronger than an ordinary divine dragon. If an ordinary divine dragon was compared to a 1, then a 7-colored divine dragon would be a 5. Yes. Please tell the prophet God that Qin Fang will certainly live up to his high expectations. Divine artisan Lu Long looked at Qin Fang, who had changed tremendously before and after, and was in a state of disbelief. Was this still Qin Fang? Mum. You concentrate on learning forging. Divine craftsman Lu Long left to report Qin Fang's changes to the prophet God. A 7-colored divine dragon egg? There was one within the human emperor palace. Only it seemed to be innately damaged. Qin Fang? Shouldn't care about that. Qin Fang looked round at the surrounding scene. This was a well-equipped forging room. What Qin Fang could think of. What he couldn't think of was available here. For example, this black spruce that can increase the success rate of forging by 30%. For example, this legendary obsidian forging furnace that could increase the quality of equipment. For example, everything here made Qin Fang feel the power of technology. Yuck. The power of money. If Qin Fang had learned to forge in such a forging room in his previous life, his chances of becoming a divine artisan would be able to increase by 30% at the very least. Qin Fang checked out all the forging vessels and was in a shocked mood. However, at the moment, Qin Fang didn't want to forge yet, as he pushed open the door to look into another room. Next to the forging room was the storage room. Here, there was a pile of all of divine artist Lu Long's forging senses, from black iron rank blacksmith to divine artist, as well as the senses of other divine artisans, other forges that he had collected over the years. This stuff was the greatest wealth. Qin Fang quieted his mind and started reading from the most basic forging books. In a short while of light, a piercing golden light flashed above Qin Fang's head, and a system beep sounded. Ding. Congratulations. You have successfully realized the bronze level insight sense, and have gained forging experience value of 100. The system prompt sounded, and immediately, a flash of darkness emerged. This was the curse of the god of darkness. Ding. Because of the hero of darkness curse, you are unable to gain experience value. Qin Fang was unmoved, his face unperturbed. This current situation was something he had expected. Qin Fang was not reading these insights and perceptions for the experience value either, but for the perceptions within them. Knowledge was priceless. Qin Fang was reading, immersed within the world of books and unable to extricate himself. But the outside world had set off an uproar. Holy shit. You guys see the rank of the hidden earth? A player clicked on the rank list out of boredom. And then, he saw a shocking scene. Hidden Earth's level had unexpectedly reached level 40. What is this? This player rubbed his eyes, and went to look again. And it really was level 40? What the hell? I see that Hidden Earth is still offline. It's hard to be a ghost. Who upgraded him? Needless to say, this is definitely a bug. Report? I want to report. It's too fake. Isn't it? Is this level 40? I can understand if Hidden Earth's level is high. But this is too high. It's not normal. It's very abnormal. The players were not fools. This boost. It was too terrifying. Hee hee. That's not right. Look at the second-ranked player. How come he's also level 40? Tree of Life. This is even a priest player? A priest? Level 40. I feel as if my warrior profession has been greatly insulted. The warrior profession had always taken the fastest upgrade as the benchmark. But now, surprisingly, it was still no match for a priest. Why do I have an impression of this priest? I have an impression too. I remember. This is the priest who was with Playergen. This? So fake. Reported. Above the rank list. Hidden Earth. Tree of Life were each at level 40. While the third place was a pitiful level 28. The creator of this level 28 was already the most apathic person in the current Heaven's Destiny. He had once set a record of not quitting the game for more than 20 days. This just like looking at Heaven's Destiny as his home. But even with this kind of liver, the level still can't keep up with the level of Hidden Earth and Tree of Life. Reporting. This day, countless players reported. But the final feedback was, everything is normal. Never hanged. Players expressed their disbelief and wanted to re-second the motion. But the result of the seconding was that there was still no problem. Please also ask Heaven's Destiny to give an explanation. It's definitely not normal for Hidden Earth's level to suddenly increase by 10 levels. Facing the players' questions, Heaven's Destiny sought the Tree of Life's consent before informing the crowd of the results, aiding in the completion of a God-tier quest. Heaven's Destiny's response was short. But what it set off in Heaven's Destiny was a 12-level earthquake. Chapter 252 Honorary Vanguard. Assisting in completing a God-level mission? This response? It was no less than dropping a meteorite the size of the blue star into the entire Heaven's Destiny. And the ripples set off were too great. This topic instantly topped the entire Heaven's Destiny and began to grow by exponential multiples. This is a horse? I don't believe it. A God-level mission? Surprisingly, it's a God-level mission? That's not right. Assisting in completing a God-level mission? Then who completed a God-level mission? Right. If this is a God-level mission, how could there be a God-level quest? The players kept discussing. Is it hard to believe that it's the player I have completed a God-tier quest? The Hidden Earth, the Tree of Life are all under him. It's possible. Where's the news about Player Me? The players immediately checked for news of me. But Qin Fang, for his part, fell through his eyes. After Player Me's name? How come it's docketed as weak? Right. The players discovered this. Weak. Can it be that it's the aftermath of completing a divine quest? It's possible. Some of the more refined players had already begun to ask inquiring about Qin Fang and how he had received the God-level quest. In the Fate of Heaven game, there were no secrets. Between the clues, one would be able to surmise all the information. After all, there were quite a few capable people in Heaven's Destiny, and it was impossible for Qin Fang to hide all the traces. For such news, Qin Fang always chose to block it, and no one could contact him. After all, Qin Fang was still learning. Hidden Earth's legend ranked pet died? Is it related to the auxiliary god level quest? Yeah, it's possible. After all, it's an auxiliary god tier quest. Can this not be costly? The players understood everything. Assisting in completing a divine level quest. It should be more than that much of a boost for them. The players became curious again, wanting to know the exact enhancement of Hidden Earth. Nowadays, the equipment on Hidden Earth, the Tree of Life, wasn't growable. Otherwise, it would definitely be even more shocking. Hidden Earth had withdrawn from the game, and there was simply no way to contact and know the specific enhancements of Hidden Earth. This caused the guilds that wanted to pull in Hidden Earth to all sigh. Thus, everyone focused all their attention on the Tree of Life. All at once, the messages to add friends and the emails that all reached the Tree of Life. The Tree of Life looked at the 99 add friend messages, and for the first time, she felt Qin Fang's distress. And after seeing the countless emails, the Tree of Life curiously clicked on one of them. Tree of Life. The Magic Eye Guild is recruiting and looking forward to you joining. Once you join our Magic Eye Guild, all treatment is heavily favored. Vice President. 1 million copper coins per month. Equipment. Skills you'll be able to pick first. With such an email, honestly, the Tree of Life was truly moved. The Tree of Life, however, was very clear-headed, and she was well aware of who had brought everything to her now. Right now, everything she had was brought to her by Qin Feng. Leaving Qin Feng, he was actually nothing. Equipment? Skills? Hidden professions? Which of these was not given to her by Qin Feng? If she hadn't met Qin Feng, the Tree of Life would still be brushing the field at the moment. Although she might have enough to eat, she wasn't sure that she was worth that much. At this moment, although Qin Feng had fallen to a low ebb, and it seemed like the best opportunity to leave him. However, the Tree of Life knew clearly that leaving Qin Feng would be the most foolish decision. As a result, the huge amount of messages to add friends were all deleted by the Tree of Life. As for the emails, the Tree of Life read a few more, and with each one, it made her heart flutter, especially Beishan's invitation. Between the lines can be heard. Feel his sincerity. But in the end, he still bear the pain through the deletion. I wonder if the captain would be touched if he knew. Ding. The 6th Army's 1000th leader has sent you a message. Do you agree? The Tree of Life froze when he heard such a system tone ring out, but still chose to answer it. Hello. May I ask what's up? May I ask if you are Your Excellency, the Tree of Life, and if you are helping the divine artisan Lu Long to behead the God of Darkness? Does? Upon hearing this series of titles, the Tree of Life immediately blushed and exclaimed, I don't dare to be. I really don't dare to be. According to your honor points, you have directly become the honorary wannabe commander of the 3rd Army. May I ask if you accept such an appointment? An honorary Wanfu chief was one who had no real power, but was still considered a Wanfu chief, with all the honors of a Wanfu chief. To be honest, with the honor points Qin Feng had allocated, the Tree of Life shouldn't be at such a low rank. But alas, she was young after all, and hadn't yet established an inch of attack after all. So she was given honorary centurion first. Hidden Earth took a long time before joining the city guard. The Tree of Life, on the other hand, was so simple, and once she entered, she was a 10,000 husbandman. As for Hidden Earth, even though he was not online, his rank was changed, and he also became a 10,000 husbandman. Accepted. Ding. You have become the honorary wannabe captain of the 6th Army of Tianyang Town. Can you give me an overview of the duties that a Wanfu needs to fulfill, and the allowances he can receive? The duties that a Wanfu commander needs to fulfill. Once the war starts, you must return to your team and must participate. As for the allowances, 50,000 copper coins per month, 30,000 honor points, the ability to freely enter and exit the city lord's mansion, the ability to see the internal information of the Tianyang towns, the ability to. The Tree of Life listened. This was really reliable. Other than that, just these honor points. The copper coins were worth it. Since you have accepted the appointment, please arrive at the Divine Fountain in 10 minutes to participate in this battle. This was the duty to fulfill. The Tree of Life glanced at the death copy, and ultimately chose to head over to the Divine Spirit Spring Eye, choosing to participate in this battle. In this kind of great battle, the role of a priest manifested itself. The greater the battle, the greater the need for priests. Ding. Congratulations on joining this battle. Ding. You have received a special allowance. Ding. Every day you receive 1,000 honor points. 1,000 copper coins. This was the special extra allowance. That little soldier. Come here. The Tree of Life had just joined the battle queue. I.e. there were veteran soldiers, wanting to give the Tree of Life a little color. After all, this is the rule. The unwritten rule. This thing. For the Tree of Life? Familiar. After all, the Tree of Life is not an unseasoned little girl, but an old girl who has experienced the poisonous beatings of the years. This kind of thing. She had seen a lot. For this kind of small soldier, the Tree of Life directly lit up its own title. The golden title of 10,000 masters instantly silenced the surrounding small soldiers, not daring to say a word. And some of the veteran soldiers, even some of their legs and stomachs were soft. To know that although these soldiers were powerful, although at the very least they were all at the essence gold level, But then, it wasn't strength that was looked at in the barracks. It was status. The position of a 10,000 captain? Within the military camp. It was already considered very high. For a subordinate within the barracks to impinge on a superior. It was a very deep sin. Tell us yourselves what kind of chastisement you should receive. The Tree of Life's words were ice cold. And it put up a stand. Looking at these people indifferently. This group of veterans immediately headed to the sin camp to receive their punishment. There was no way around it. It had to be carried out. Otherwise, the entire military camp would be in chaos. Chapter 253 The Path of the Hidden Earth. The matter of the Tree of Life was nothing more than a small episode. The Tree of Life did not put it to heart. This kind of thing happened a lot within the military camp. At the side, the old military master looked towards the Tree of Life and nodded in his heart. He had originally thought that the Tree of Life would be bullied, and he had wanted to make a move. But now, he knew that the Tree of Life wasn't simple either. After all, to be able to be chosen by divine craftsman Lu Long to participate in the battle of God slaying. How could it be an ordinary person? Holy crap. How can the Tree of Life join the divine Fountainhead team? Yeah. People are already level 40. 40 levels. The lowest standard. But it's still considered to be up to par. Beside the divine spirit Spring Eye, a considerable number of players were gathered. And these players were all prepared to speculate to see if they could join the city guards. However, the end result was impossible. The Tree of Life originally did not understand why so many players wanted to join the city guards. Once they joined in, the Tree of Life instantly understood. This mission? It was also too much. Delivering documents, 100,000 experience values, and 1,000 honor points. Shredding documents, 500,000 experience points, 5,000 honor points. Heal the wounded soldiers, 100,000 experience value, 1,000 honor points. This quest? Each one was very simple. But then again, the experience value of each one was very large. The Tree of Life took on 7 or 8 quests in one breath, and then began to complete them along the way. In just 10 minutes, the Tree of Life received a massive amount of experience value, a massive amount of honor points. He then began to happily accept quests. Although sleepy, although tired, the rewards were really big. The Tree of Life was in pain and happy. Qin Fong was so engrossed in his studies that he couldn't help himself. As for Hidden Earth, he left his town and was on his way. The town where Hidden Earth was located was not too big, but not too small. And it was also very chaotic, being ruled by 3 powerful organizations. Hidden Earth is a civilian who endures. The 3 parties have not joined. So he has to suffer the 3 parties, who can come to bully them. Hidden Earth's parents, that is, because of a small thing was killed. After all, this kind of place, you have no backing. Want to live? Really hard. This world really is not reasonable. Not law. Everything is very difficult. Hidden Earth family, a sinew, or a clear stream, do not want to be with this world. Do not want to join any side of the force. You puritanical? The price is death. Tibetan soil buried father. Is the money to buy a cemetery? Obviously not. This kind of town. Just dig a hole can be buried. Tibetan soil kneeling on the ground to ask for. Is his father's body. The body of 100,000 copper coins. If you cannot afford to give, then, sorry. Your father's body we are going to feed the dog. Hidden Earth has begged many people on his knees in reality. But the most? People only gave 3,000 copper coins. And the price was still for Zong Tu to become a permanent slave. There was no way out. That's when Hidden Earth thought of going to the game. Maybe he could seek for a chance to live? It had to be said that Hidden Earth had really gambled right. He ran into Qin Fong. Qin Fong gave him hope and made him feel the warmth of the earth. For 100,000 copper coins, Zong Tu got his father's body, cremated it at the first time, and let him return to this earth. And then, Zong Tu became a ghost. People do not offend me. I do not offend. If you provoke me, you better be glad that you can open your eyes 24 hours. Originally, this group of people within the town still wanted to bully Tibetan soil. But then, with the disappearance of several lives, no one dared to provoke Tibetan soil. Hidden Earth chose to leave the town without anyone noticing him. But he was still discovered when he traveled around 30 kilometers. In this day and age, you dare to walk alone? Then what awaits you is to become a slave. Or die. or be sold down the river. This was the sadness of the times. At this moment, the ones who were trailing Hidden Earth were three skinny black-robed men, each of whose eyes flashed with a wolf-like green light, and the daggers in their hands reflected a cold, silvery white light, creeping people out at a glance. Hidden Earth's eyes were completely different from before, carrying the glint of a knife over a man. These three little kalamis, ahem, seemed to be a little too big for their britches. The battle is over. Zong Tu gritted his teeth and silently began to deal with the wounds between his chest and abdomen. It was a brutal battle, although Zong Tu had killed the three of them. But then again, he had also suffered a very serious injury. Zong Tu treated his wounds. That is, he quickly left this place. Can't stay longer. Otherwise, he might die. Other hyenas? They will come when they smell it. Just 30 minutes after Hidden Earth left, the 8-member team appeared and saw the body on the ground. What's this? Who was able to kill the 3 kills coyote? 3 kills the wild wolf. Is considered to be nearby more powerful bounty hunter. Hand at least 70 to 80 lives. Is considered to be a ruthless character. But now, is here planted. Who is it? Who killed these 3 people? Ruthless role. This is definitely a ruthless role. Be careful on guard. Looking at the wounds of the wild wolf, these 3 people were all decapitated by one person. Hidden Earth disappeared into thin air. The team of 7 searched for a long time without finding it. This section of the road seemed to be more difficult than Hidden Earth had imagined. It was night when Hidden Earth appeared from a gap amongst 2 boulders, like a cautious old cheetah, Crystal looking at the surroundings. Only when he was sure that there was no danger in the surroundings did Zong Tu take out his hand-drawn map to determine his location. To determine Qin Fang's location. This map was given to him by Qin Fang. Having lived a new life, he still knew about the location of Hidden Earth. After all, in his previous life, Qin Fang had regretted more than once how he had not been so lucky. This map was a little rough, and the distance was a little far. However, Hidden Earth was confident that he would definitely be able to successfully reach it. Ding. It has been detected that your body in reality has reached its limit. Ding. You are about to be forced out of the game. Ding. You have been kicked out of Heaven's Destiny. The system beeps kept ringing. Qin Fang was surprised. This learning up? Did time pass so quickly? When Qin Fang opened his eyes, he had already appeared within his room. Pain swept over him once again. But Qin Fang was already able to endure it. Qin Fang silently stood up and began to collate the recent news. In the end, Qin Fang made receiving the arrival of Hidden Earth his #1 priority. After all, in his previous life, Zong Tu had also once stood alone and succeeded in his revenge, uprooting the 3 major organizations and making them a thing of the past before becoming an overlord himself. This was a great general. The only problem Qin Fang was thinking about right now was that the journey was too far for Zong Tu to be able to arrive unharmed. After Zong Tu arrived, what should he do about it? Should he do something before Zong Tu arrived again? Just as Qin Fang was having such thoughts, something happened that disrupted his entire plan. Within the town that Qin Fang was in, the official forces declared forcefully to the outside world that all of Yang City's thug groups surrender within 1 day. Otherwise, kill without pardon. This news? All of the thugs were enraged. The official power of Yang City? Seems to be a bit arrogant. This place? It's not like the official power has the final say. Chapter 254 Storm Clouds in Yang City. Yang City. This was the town where Qin Fang lived. This place was a mixture of fish and dragons, with various groups of thugs occupying nearly 80% of the territory and committing crimes, while the so-called official forces were coyly occupying 20% of the territory, maintaining the last piece of pure land in Yang City. Qin Fang happened to be living in the Pure Land area of Yangcheng. This area was still a place that Qin's father had fought tooth and nail to secure for Qin Fang. Compared to the environment in the countryside, it was obvious to Qin's father that the Pure Land area of Yangcheng was safer in his simple perception. This Pure Land was maintained by every single official JC who had struggled to maintain it to be where it was today. Every year, the deaths of JCs from the official forces, at the very least, broke into the hundreds. To be honest, to be able to maintain such a pure land here was already a remarkable thing. Over the years, the official force has gradually declined. After all, supplies have not been delivered for a long time. And the stock of bullets? Not much. These hot weapons are, to a certain extent, deterrents, not human lives. The mob groups have long had their eyes on the official forces, wanting to eradicate them in one fell swoop. However, the thugs each have their own agenda, and no one wants to be the head of the pack. So for so many years, it's been peaceful. Now, the thugs haven't even made a move yet? The official force even jumped out and declared for the thugs to surrender? This was undoubtedly a provocation to the thug corps. This kind of anger, the thug corps could not endure. Thus, the top 10 ranked thug corps in Yang City were forced to gather together. This was the largest square in Yang City, which seemed to be known as Hope Square in the past. But at this moment, it had long since fallen into disrepair, with the marble floors all shattered, and the surrounding buildings in ruins, making it a temporary gathering place for vagabonds. The tenacious grass, drilled out from the depths of the ground, proudly raised its head, bathing in the sun. However, at this moment, these small grasses lowered their heads one after another, seemingly intimidated by some force. The top 10 leaders of the thug corps, as well as 100 of their followers, all appeared at this place, and a solemn and murderous aura was formed all of a sudden. This group of people's ferocious expressions and hideous wounds made people feel fear in their hearts just by looking at them. The large swords carried on their waists, the pistols and rifles held in their hands, all flashed with an oozing cold light. This group of quails in Yangcheng who are shrinking their eggs. Going to bite? Everyone say what to do. The one speaking at this moment was the second largest mob group within Yang City. The Tyrannosaurus Rex leader named Tyrannosaurus Rex. The number of people in this mob group reached 3,000. Elsewhere, it might not be anything, but within Yang City, it was definitely a behemoth. The Tyrannosaurus Rex leader, nearly 2 meters tall, with bronze-colored skin and bulging muscles, just like a giant bear. None of them could make one's heart tremble. It was no exaggeration to say that this giant bear was able to single-handedly take on 7 or 8 strong men. Dry. Since this group of trash wants to perish early, then we will fulfill them. This was the leader of the third-ranked thug group within Yang City. He was a shady person who looked unenthusiastic on a regular basis. But he had strangled his elder brother with his own hands and smoothly rose to the top. Over the years, there were no less than 1,000 human lives that had died in his hands. Fuck. Kill. This group of rough men. As if they were going to have a firefight. Their voices were extremely loud. But within just 30 seconds, the opinions of this group of people were unified. Dry. Must be dry. People's guns are on your head? Do you want to kneel down and beg them to let you go? This group of people? Why are they thugs? Isn't it to put a gun to someone's head? If you ask me, the work is definitely necessary. But the distribution of manpower? How? Speaking like this, it was the leader of the deservedly number 1 thug troop within Yang City, the Wild Wolves. The leader of the Wild Wolf Regiment was known as the Wild Wolf. His complexion took on a sickly white color. Half of his features were destroyed, but deduced through the other half. It was a flamboyant young man. At this moment, the Wild Wolf was sitting peacefully on the body of a real white giant wolf, with the aura of a king. Speaking of the Wild Wolf, it was considered a typical representative of a man who started from nothing. Rumor had it that Wild Wolf was abandoned in the dense forest of Yang City. No one knew who his parents were, and it was thought that it was impossible for Wild Wolf to survive. However, he survived with great difficulty, and for some unknown reason, he even blended within the Wild Wolf pack and became the Wolf King. He had a special ability to communicate with the wolves. So the moment a teenager entered Yang City alone, this life of his was destined to be brilliant. It only took the Wild Wolf 3 days to gain a firm foothold within Tianyang town. And with the help of the Wild Wolf pack, his power continued to grow. In the end, it became the number 1 ranked force within Tianyang town. The number of people in the Wild Wolf pack directly broke 8,000. But this is the value on the surface. Behind the scenes, there are still countless wolves. Everything is added. This is the real power of the Coyote Regiment. When the head of the Coyotes spoke, everyone suddenly muted their voices and silently listened. There was no way around it. He was really strong. There were once several mob groups that were enemies of the Coyote. But what was the end result? All of these mob groups became the rations of the wild wolves outside of Yang City. And none of them survived. We, the Devil Dragon Thugs, will do our best. And we also asked the wild wolf leader to take care of us in our distribution. The devil dragon mob, which had always been the little fan of the coyote mob, at this moment, was definitely the first to support it. Agreed. Give it all you've got. Agreed. Give it your all. Seeing the head of the demonic dragon mob speak, all the heads present spoke as quickly as they could, wanting to grab the most benefits. Of the 10 mob groups, the coyote mob group, will occupy 3 of them. And the rest, you will share equally. The heads of all the major mob groups all frowned, obviously not too satisfied with this proposal. But in the end, taking in the lustful authority of the huge wolf at the coyote's crotch, they could only agree. To disagree was to die. Although everyone was ranked in the top 10. But between the top 10, there was also a big gap. Right? As for the other small thug groups, no one cared about their deaths, waiting for the top 10 guilds to annihilate the official forces within Yang City, and then turn their heads to annihilate these small thug groups again. Tonight, launch a raid. Leader Coyote began to give orders and gather manpower. The officials gave a day, but the mob groups wanted to strike first. Southeast corner. This was the office area of the official forces of Yang City. The force gathering area. The 8-story office building was already the tallest building within Yang City. Inside the office building, it was unusually quiet, and it seemed that not a single person could be seen or heard. On weekdays, this place was full of people who didn't know where they had gone. The Black Widow thug smelled a hint of something unusual. Qin Fong silently listened to this official briefing, and then his mind quickly recalled memories about his past life. Past life. The official forces were defeated. Yang City was completely ruled by the mob group. Yang City became even more chaotic, and Qin Fong became a prisoner. Qin Fong was pondering what he should do to turn the tables and survive peacefully. The Coyote Thug Corps. This should be the better reputed thug corps in Yang City. Should he join one of them? I don't know. How about the Black Widow mob? Qin Fong decided to head to the Black Widow mob to take a look before making a decision. Chapter 255. A cold all over his body. This time, Qin Fong felt a hint of something wrong with the official action. Qin Fong thought all the way to the Black Widow mob. Finally, as he was about to arrive at the Black Widow mob, he thought of a loophole in the matter. A normal official force? Would it tell you before taking action? Is it hard to tell you that I'm going to arrest you tomorrow before arresting the bad guys? So you should hurry up and surrender today? Otherwise, I'm going to catch you tomorrow? How childish. The present situation, that is really so childish. Officials? What on earth are they thinking? Why? The official power of the past life will collapse? And it was in a very short period of time. With the momentum of a thunderbolt. Logically speaking, even if the official forces had collapsed, they shouldn't have collapsed so quickly. This matter, Qin Fong could not figure it out. He always felt that something was not right. Countless questions surfaced in his mind, as if they were entangled threads, making it impossible to make sense of them. This feeling was very difficult. Above the street, it was very chaotic. Quite a stormy atmosphere. The 10 major thug groups were all preparing to attack the official matter. The smaller mob groups, on the other hand, were in chaos. Burning, killing, looting, doing nothing wrong, and seemed to be enjoying their final revelry. In the face of this situation, no one cares. The official forces all fell into silence, while the powerful mob groups were busy with their own affairs. Those who suffered were the pedestrians on the streets and the beggars by the roadside. In the past, these people were the existence of being bullied. Now, can not just be bullied, but also to face this fate of being killed. Chaotic world. To kill people for fun. This is not a generalization of the history books. When the law could not restrict human nature, you would see the truest humanity. Qin Fong showed great indifference to the evil along the way, as if he did not possess human emotions. It was not Qin Fong's fault. After all, in his previous life, who had pitted him? It was a miserable time. Qin Fong originally did not want to cause trouble. Some targets, hidden in the shadows, stared at Qin Fong. Fiery, greedy eyes that made Qin Fong feel a wave of revulsion. With Qin Fong's fine skin and tender flesh, it should be very comfortable to play with it. The 7 or 8 local ruffians fell in love with Qin Fong, laughing, and approached him. Sacks, daggers, and incense were all ready. In their eyes, Qin Fong was like prey at the moment. Qin Fong had discovered their traces long ago. Granted, he was thinking about things. But then, the situation around him? Qin Fong was still able to sense it. Qin Fong touched the blue-colored pistol in his pocket. And when they came close, he quickly pulled out his gun and flung it. The figures of 7 or 8 big men fell to the ground at once, leaving blood all over the place. Because of the effect of the silencer, and because of the noisy sounds around, no one noticed Qin Fong's side. Qin Fong spat towards them in disgust before entering the Black Widow's mob. The woman in charge of guarding the Black Widow's thug group had seen Qin Fong, so she decisively let him through, quietly muttering a few words beside Qin Fong's ear, and incidentally groping Qin Fong's body, throwing him a wink. "Tonight, sister will wait for you." Qin Fong forced down the lust in his heart, his mouth dry as he looked at this woman's charming body. The front was convex and the back was curvy, with meat and an arse. I guess these days, the Black Widow thugs had a good little life. These women had come out of their endless grief. Good. Wait for me. Qin Fong laughed and gave a vicious pinch on top of the woman's arse. In the next second, the woman heck wanted to be in broad daylight. Luckily, the other elder sister coughed. Otherwise, there was a real possibility that heavenly thunder would stir up earthly fire. Qin Fong shifted his own eyes and looked towards the building not far away. Earlier, what the woman had told him was that the Magic Dragon Guild had sent someone high and mighty, naming the entire Black Widow Guild as wanting the entirety of the Black Widow Guild to be merged within the Magic Dragon Guild, and incidentally, letting the so-called Black Widow warm the bed of the Magic Dragon president. In their words, everything was so taken for granted. It was as if letting Black Widow merge into the Magic Dragon thugs was a huge reward for Black Widow. Qin Fong strolled to this low building and listened quietly outside the door. "Black Widow, don't do this with respect. Our Magic Dragon has good intentions. Do you know how many mob groups wanted to join us? All of which were rejected by us." This voice carried an uncountable amount of arrogance, as if joining the Magic Dragon was a huge reward. Black Widow should have hurriedly knelt on the ground and thanked her lord. Not joining. Black Widow was very hard-headed. Always with these 3 words. "Black Widow, you are not too proud of yourself. Such as if you hadn't gathered so many turret racks? Do you think that our Magic Dragon Guild would be able to look at you? That's right. These turret racks. If you take the initiative to send them to our Magic Dragon Guild, it's fine. Otherwise, we only have to come and get them in person. Only by then, we won't be so gentle. This is really want to tear the face." This had already caused a serious insult to Black Widow. "No. Please also leave. Otherwise, I might leave you all behind." Black Widow still held back her own anger, not wanting to move to kill. "Black Widow, are you sure you want to make an enemy of our demonic dragon? When this night, we eradicate the official forces of Yang City, and when we need a woman to celebrate, we will come to you at the first opportunity. So I hope that you are sensible, and don't find trouble for yourself." The words uttered by this group of Murong thugs group made Qin Fong's anger keep pounding his brain, itching to directly explode their heads. "Let's go!" The people from the Munglong mob swaggered and wanted to leave. "Leave an arm behind. You can leave anytime." The group of demon dragon mobsters had just pushed open the door of the room, when they saw the nymphets surrounding them. Not far away, there was a plain man, who was pulling out his ears, speaking slowly and leisurely, not looking at them, seemingly unworthy of a glance. These words, with an indifference to life, made their hearts tighten. "But? Dare to enter the enemy camp alone? This group of Magic Dragon mobsters? How could they not have something to fall back on? Your Excellency, you should be the man behind the legendary Black Widow." Among the demon dragon mob, there were still people with sharp eyes. After all, the Black Widow thug corps was able to rise quickly, and every time there was someone to help them. This kind of information could be found out with a single check. In the next second, this person tore open the clothes on his chest, and it was clearly a strong explosive. This explosive connected to my heart. "If I die, then we will die together." These words, very proud, seemed to not put Qin Fong in her eyes. "Even if you are the black hand behind the Black Widow thugs, when you see me, you can only admit your fate and let me go. Chop up the others for me." However, Qin Fong didn't care at all and gave such an order. The women around, as if they were killing machines, they firmly carried out Qin Fong's orders. "Ah, Miserable screams rang out, chilling people. Oh! You have high explosives. Other people? Do they have it too? This was obviously impossible. After all, in this era where bullets were precious, this level of potent explosives. They? And how many of them? This person's pride was immediately knocked to the ground by Qin Fong, feeling chills all over his body. Chapter 256 Black Widow's Strength. What is your name? Qin Fong still looked careless, as he wanted to completely destroy his mental defenses. But this person? How could he be a simple character who could be dispatched to complete a recruitment mission? Qin Fong was certainly ruthless. But he was even more ruthless than Qin Fong had ever been. This person fixed his mind, and once again, turned into a disdainful expression, as he silently looked at Qin Fong. If you have the ability, kill me. Otherwise, if you dare to insult my demonic dragon thugs regiment, your end is already doomed. Death. The man was somewhat colorful, his eyes red. However, Qin Fong chose not to ask him anymore. Instead, he let him quietly admire the chopped man. This man from the Devil Dragon Thugs regiment closed his eyes, which were forcibly broken open by Qin Fong so that he could watch. You devil. This man cursed. And then Qin Fong namely silently vocalized. Rest his arm. Black Widow watched coldly from the sidelines. Her hand rose up and a knife fell. An arm fell off and blood spurted out. My temper can't be this good every time. The man didn't dare to curse again, but his eyes were like vipers as he looked viciously at Qin Fong, as if he wanted to memorize his appearance fiercely in his heart. As long as he was able to live this time, he would definitely make Qin Fong look good. Little Loach sent you here? Repeat after me. What did he send you here for? The previous conversation between this man and the Black Widow had taken place within the room, and the group of widows in the outside world could not have heard it. However, Qin Fong felt that the people outside should also hear these words. After all, it was related to them. The Black Widow has merged into the demonic Dragon Thug Corps, and today's matter can be overlooked. Otherwise, no. I just heard something about a turret rack. Repeat it for me. Qin Fong directly interrupted him, and went straight to the superior part. As expected, upon hearing these 4 words, the expressions of the surrounding women, their faces all changed. Endless anger swept up, as if it was a volcano erupting, as they stared at the man dead on. A group of men's vassals? Still presuming to resist? Calling out you turret racks is already good enough. A bunch of cheap sets of men. The man spat, seemingly boneheaded. The man also seemed to understand that the Black Widow thugs probably didn't want him to leave. So he began a torrent of curses. The curses were very hard to hear. The words were simply unpleasant. And some of the thinner-skinned, uninitiated women even had reddened cheeks and wanted to flee. But more than that, the anger in their eyes rose even more. Are you guys really that bad? Qin Fong took advantage of the gap between the man's tired curses and couldn't help but inquire. No. The women were furious. It seems like since ancient times, women have been inferior to men? This kind of situation? What do we do? Qin Fong's voice was low, but it was like a vent, allowing the group of women to vent the anger in their hearts. In this world, why do men have to be in charge? Why should women? Can't be the master. Mard. When I master the power, I will definitely raise 7 or 8 male pets and torture them properly. Kill until they don't dare to be in charge. Seeing the cohesion of the Black Widow, the combat power rising, this person of the magic dragon knew that he was being used. He became the millstone of the Black Widow's thug group. So he decided to end his own life and ignite the explosives. Mard. All of you. Go to hell. Facing this kind of character, Qin Fong stepped forward as soon as he could, raising the drag gun in his hand and smashing it hard on his mouth. A large mouthful of fishy blood was spat out. And then Qin Fong used his hand to break this person's teeth raw and threw them aside. This was hiding this poison. A poison that was enough to kill. For this kind of tactic, Qin Fong had seen a lot in his previous life. I can kill you, but I'm not going to kill you. Go back and tell Little Loach that I'll wait for him to come. Qin Fong ordered his limbs to be broken and thrown out. You? Who are you? After having his limbs broken, this person's essence was dispersed. But now, he still inquired so much, wanting to know Qin Fong's name. Qin Fong. Qin Fong spat out these 2 words. That is, he no longer bothered with him. After waiting to throw him out, this person, with this extremely strong willpower, used his head as a support and moved with difficulty towards the location of the demonic dragon mob. After he had gone for a long time, Qin Fang mounted the city wall, took out the sniper rifle from the deal, and directly sent him to his death. Dang! A massive amount of potent explosives exploded at the entrance of the Yiming Thug Corps. The leader of the One Ning Thug Corps, who was just about to go out, was instantly blown up. On guard! On guard! The One Ning Thug Corps immediately put their entire army on alert to find the murderer. This was an elaborate plot. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence? The One Ning mob, although not big, had a size of 700 to 800 people. In the end, the One Ning mob laid down. They found out the reason. It was the Black Widow mob, declaring war on the Magic Dragon mob. Ahem. Their chairman was merely unintentionally killed. The Yiming mob? Dare to fight the Black Widow? I wouldn't dare. Last time? A larger mob than the Ikamoku mob tried to attack the Black Widow. But in a rush of raindrop-like explosions, none of the mob survived. And all of them died. The bodies, instead of being thrown out, were buried under the Black Widow. But the sticky blood and water flowed out. Shocking. In this way, everyone realized that the Black Widow mob didn't know when surprisingly possessed such a large batch of weapons. This batch of weapons was enough to make the Black Widow mob stand in the top 20. In fact, if we talk about ranking, the Black Widows are ranked 11th. At this meeting, some people also proposed whether to let Black Widow participate. But the presidents of the top 10 rankings, the first time to veto. A woman? What waves could she stir up? It looked like she was ranked 11th. But what use was that? In the middle of the Black Widow mob's quarters, Qin Fang was keenly aware that the land under his feet was a little weak, and it was quite a bit higher. So he must have buried quite a lot of fat underneath this ground again. This time, the Black Widow Thug Corps, have completely torn my face off from the demonic dragon. Are you guys afraid? Qin Fang looked at the group of women one by one. Among them, there were familiar faces and new faces. Some were afraid, some were worried, some were numb, and some were. Recently, Yang City has been in turmoil. Tonight's action, we are also taking part in it. Only that we are not participating in targeting the officials, but rather assisting the officials to pacify the mob group. We need to wash our hands of it. These words from Qin Fang were like a stone stirring up 10,000 waves. Was it possible? This question resounded in the hearts of every member within the Black Widow Thug Corps. Don't worry. I have a plan. Qin Fang silently looked at Black Widow before walking inside the room with him. The women in the outside world began to be on guard, apprehensive. Black Widow now? How many manpower does it have? This question was what Qin Fang was most concerned about. 4,000. Hearing this number, Qin Fang froze violently. What? How long has it been? Black Widow even had 4,000 men. What about the effective fighting force that can be formed? 5,000. Qin Fang frowned. Lousy isn't stupid. How come it's getting more and more? Chapter 257, Giving You a City. How did you calculate it? Qin Fang didn't have the good sense to open his mouth. Was your maths taught by a gym teacher? No. A cerebral palsy sufferer? This is too outrageous. There are a total of 4,382 people within the Black Widow's compound. There are 4,012 people with living combat power. And the rest, either severely injured or small children, are unable to fight. The guns and ammunition within the compound can still support a battle of about 10,000 people. This is the depletion of these days. Black Widow did not answer Qin Fang's question head on. Instead, she began to inform the Black Widow mob's true strength in detail. This is our Kurt list. Within the major Thug Corps, there are people who have been Kurt by us. Number of people last count: 3,132. There are some. The position is not considered firm, but there are more than 1,000 people that are firmly on our side. So the final result is 5,000 people. Qin Fang understood immediately after hearing Black Widow's introduction. But at the same time, he was secretly shocked in his heart. Black Widow? To be able to pull together such a large number of people in such a short period of time. It really impressed Qin Fang. Organize the men and wait for my news. Qin Fang said these words. That is, he disappeared. As Qin Fang returned, He wanted to go and look for Old Li Tu and ask how this matter should be handled. Where were their people? However, when Qin Fang returned, he found that Old Li Tu, the doorman, had long disappeared and was nowhere to be seen. The only contact? Disappeared. Where were the official forces? Where were the official forces within Yang City? Qin Fang was somewhat puzzled. Qin Fang searched through the small room where Old Li Tu lived without sparing any details. In the end, Qin Fang found a mark by the wall that it seemed to be a mark of retreat? Official. Just what the hell was going on again? Could it be that the official forces had all retreated? Click. 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 Qin Fang found a brand new piece of masonry. He seemed to be different from the masonry elsewhere. Qin Fang took out this piece of masonry, only to see that on top of this piece of masonry, 2 words were engraved with a carving knife: run away. Seeing these 2 words, Qin Fang felt a chill all over his body, as if he had entered a cold winter. The reason why Qin Fang dared to turn his back on the demonic dragon Thug Corps. His backbone was the official power. His original idea was that the official forces and the thugs would lose everything, and then the Black Widow thugs would come out to pick up the slack. But now, there seemed to be a mistake. The official forces? They all fled long ago. In other words, the current Yang City has become an empty city, a paradise for the thugs. No wonder. In his previous life, Qin Fang was captured in the middle of the game when he was having fun. If the official forces in reality were able to withstand some of them, Qin Fang might be able to awaken and be able to find a way to escape. Qin Fang once again stood still, silently looking at the official area. He thought that it would not be long before the group of people being sheltered by the officials, they would all become prisoners. No, prisoners were considered good, and would probably die outright. Faced with such a situation, Qin Fang did not know what to do at this moment. Qin Fang? Want to reverse the situation? It was simply impossible. After a long time, Qin Fang left this place. Qin Fang wanted to go within the Tianji Pavilion again to buy some musket ammunition, but was told that it would not arrive until tomorrow morning at the earliest. All of the muskets and ammunition were purchased away. In response, Qin Fang could only let out a sigh. Sure enough, he was able to think of it. Others? How could they not think of it? Tianji Pavilion. Clear the area. This ancient voice rang out, carrying an infinite mechanical quality. The members in the surroundings left at once, not daring to stay for even the slightest bit. To know? After the Tianji Pavilion uttered these words, those who did not leave within 3 minutes were considered rebels, and were to be beheaded. The moment Qin Fang was about to leave, suddenly a man wearing a white robe walked out from within the Heavenly Chance Pavilion. This was the first existence to walk out from within the Heavenly Chance Pavilion after so many years. This man? A white robe, ancient and light, filled with the aura of a scholar, and a white mask on top of his cheeks, adding a few more points of mystery to him. Qin Fang felt a gust of oppression. His hand gripped the azure-colored pistol tightly, ready to counterattack at the first opportunity. The man walked to Qin Fang's side and bowed silently before speaking flatly. In the name of the Lord, I am sending Qin Fang a territory. The white robe handed Qin Fang a token engraved with the heavens, bowed once more, and without the slightest delay, turned to leave. These headless words caused Qin Fang to be a bit of a monk in 10 feet, unable to figure out his mind. This person? What was he doing? Giving himself a territory properly? This thing? Can he want it? You think this is a game? Anyone can give it away. Qin Fang gave it some serious thought. This is something that can be claimed. But you also have to tell me where this territory is. Right. Where should I go to claim it? Seeing that the white robe was about to enter inside the Tianji Pavilion, Qin Fang quickly asked a few questions. Who sent you here? Is it a man or a woman? What are his intentions? In the face of these questions, the white robe did not say a single word and returned straight to the Heavenly Chi Pavilion. Qin Fang waved this token in his hand and strolled out of the Heavenly Chance Pavilion. The Heavenly Chance Pavilion was closed. During the period of closure, no one could strike the attention of the Heavenly Chance Pavilion. It was as if it was a neutral country. Playing with the token in his hand, Qin Fang returned to the Black Widow Thug Corps Guild. Since the official forces within Yang City had all left, then wouldn't it be Qin Fang's call now? And so, the first thing Qin Fang did when he returned to the Black Widow mob was to announce to the public, the Black Widow mob has been incorporated by the official forces of Yang City. into a proper city guard. The Black Widow mob was given a forced whitewash in this form. Since they were incorporated, the Black Widow mob naturally language moved into the building where the official forces were located. Qin Fang immediately led Black Widow and the others to the highest building in Yang City in a bright and open manner. Faced with such a situation, the other mob groups within Yang City felt angry and wanted to completely destroy the Black Widow mob, especially the Magic Dragon mob. At this moment, from top to bottom, all of them hated the Black Widow mob to the bone. This time, the Black Widow mob had gone too far, and the two armies were still not dead messengers. However, the Black Widow mob not only killed, but also let his body interests maximize and killed a leader. This is a strange shame, which is a serious provocation to the Magic Dragon mob group. But what? Want to destroy the Black Widow? It is still far from it. After all, the Black Widow thug corps no longer hides its strength. More than 4,000 people? Almost 5,000 plus. That's a very scary thing. This, already able to be called the existence of the 8th in the Heaven's Destiny rankings. Then look at this brand new batch of guns and ammunition. Even more so, the Black Widow mob is in the top 3 if you look at the true strength of the Black Widow mob. Recruitment. The more excited the better. The official forces had long since left, and at the moment, only Qin Fang was still there. So he was rather like a fox and tiger. The surrounding mob groups, they could only keep this matter in their hearts. As for resistance, it really wasn't possible. Laugh. The Black Widow thug corps returned completely. Chapter 258, The Tattered Hall of Government. The Black Widow thugs were very rampant as they walked through the streets of Yang City with smiles on their faces and a sense of contempt for everything and no one in sight. Welcome the women within Yang City to join the Black Widows. It is here that you can live with dignity. It is here that you can show your worth. Within the Black Widow thug corps, unceasingly, someone raised a horn and shouted so. The eyes of the women within the mob group possessed a hint of light. But with another glance at the burly man beside them, this group of women instantly caved in, burying some of the small thoughts in their hearts. Otherwise, it is going to die out. Black Widow hard doubt. He had thought that the oppressed women will be in the first time to resist. Inside and outside under the Black Widow mob are ready to fight. But then, none of them resisted, and the surroundings remained quiet. In response, Qin Fang acted quite frankly. This was normal. You can't dream like this. Can't you expect? Because of a word. Let others die. These were all living lives. Do you value your life? Don't you want people to be afraid of their lives? The Black Widow thugs are waving around. But the more they do, the more worried the other thugs are. The more they don't know what to do. And the more they don't dare to make a move. The Magic Dragon mob wanted to make a move. But then, it was stopped by the Magic Dragon. The Black Widow mob dares to be so wild. They must have something to rely on. Now, it would be unwise to clash with them. As for some small thugs, seeing the big thugs don't dare to make a move. They don't dare to make a move. Even more so, they don't dare to make a move. After all, the Black Widow, this group of shrew hands, move is the dark barrel of the gun ah. This who can top ah. Thus, the Black Widow thug group of more than 4,000 people, they hallowed into the highest building within the city of Yang, become the first whitewish thug group within the city of Yang. From today onwards, the Black Widow mob had completely left the title of mob and had become a regular army. The tallest building in Yang City was called the Political Affairs Center. In the past, before the great unrest occurred, this was the center of the entire Yang County. And even now, it was the center of official power. Entering the entire Political Affairs Center, Qin Fang, Black Widow, and the others were completely dumbfounded. Here, not a single person existed. And it was even a mess. It was as if they had retreated in great haste, taking away all that could be used, and destroying all that could not be used. Confetti, rubbish and so on were thrown randomly on the ground. No one cleaned up. There were fragments of computers, and burnt remains of notes. Clean it up, and see if there's anything of value left? Qin Fang gave such an order. So the crowd of Black Widow thugs got busy. The Black Widow's crowd. All of them were good at home. And within a very short period of time, they had put everything in order. Qin Fang. There are still quite a few weapons left. But the bullets, gunpowder, and so on have all been taken away. All the information stored in the political hall has been burned to the ground and cannot be recovered. The so-called computer? long ago years ago, that cannot be used, with the hand-recorded text, were all burned, leaving only part, as if recording the history of Yancheng, past glory. Lastly, the rations left behind within the Hall of Materials and Government can only allow us to last for 5 days. The huge warehouse. Countless rations. All destroyed. When saying this, Black Widow was simply furious. The supplies stocked within the Hall of Government were enough to support 4,000 people for 3 years. But then, this group of officials? Unable to take away so much. They could only destroy it. Countless supplies, not the least of which were tins of meat, were all opened and thrown on top of the rubbish. Even doused with fecal water. This group of goddamn people, without a trace of reverence for food. The woman in charge of counting the food had tears in her eyes. If she had known earlier about the huge amount of grain stored here, how could her son have died? Yes, her son had starved to death, and had even been robbed of his body by others. She bawled her eyes out, her whole body kneeling on the ground, frantically venting. She wanted to salvage this batch of rations, but was prevented from doing so. The food here, already contaminated, was inedible, and if you forced it to be consumed, you would surely die in this era of lack of medicine. It wasn't just her. This woman was merely a microcosm. Countless people were all grieving at this scene. The water source within the Hall of Government also seems to be contaminated and undrinkable. Qin Fang. These are all issues that need to be thought about. Qin Fang frowned. He was truly not thinking about this official force. Surprisingly, it had taken things to the extreme. Based on the degree of food decay, it was surmised that they had at the very least evacuated for more than 3 days. However, it was not until today that the party exploded. Luckily, Qin Fang and the others had brought their own water source and were able to last for 2 days. According to Qin Fang's deduction, this night, the mob groups would begin their onslaught, and they would be able to carry it off. All will be happy. But if they couldn't, they would die. This was all life. Where's the medicine? This is something that can save lives. No one would mind having more. There is still a little bit of medicine left. That is, it is able to treat ordinary headaches and fever. Enough. It took 3 hours. And with the gradual descent of night, Qin Fang had finally mapped out the situation within the Hall of Government. The recording that made the mob group surrender was recorded 3 days ago, only to break out today. Qin Fang simply ate the dry food in his hands and surveyed this token that he had obtained at the Heavenly Hall. Was it useful? Qin Fang didn't know, but he had to try it out in case it worked. To be honest, if it wasn't for this token, Qin Fang really wouldn't have dared to enter the Hall of Government, and he would have definitely taken advantage of the chaos to lead the Black Widow thugs and run as far away as he could. But now, Qin Fang wanted to put up a fight. This was the gambler's mentality. If you lost the gamble, it was just a life. But what if you won? It was a city. And the probability of success in Qin Fang's deduction was as high as 70%. On the one hand, it was the Tianji Pavilion that was endorsing it. And on the other hand, Qin Fang felt that there was Shui Qinger's shadow behind this. For some reason, Qin Fang always felt that Shui Qinger's body seemed to. There was an indefinable feeling. This feeling was as if it was unforeseen. Check if the curtain wall equipment can be used. Curtain wall equipment. This was the biggest purpose of Qin Fang's trip. This token in Qin Fang's hand assumed that he possessed a role. But Qin Fang couldn't just ask everyone, "Are you able to honor the promise of the token?" Wasn't this being a fool? Therefore, Qin Fang was prepared to project this token onto the curtain wall of the Political Affairs Hall. Waiting for. Able to use it. Sister Lu was in charge of this piece back then. Qin Fang threw Black Widow a token and asked her to project it. Although Black Widow did not understand, she still firmly carried out Qin Fang's order. When the projection was completed, Qin Fang silently gazed at the large token mold above the glass curtain wall and began to wait anxiously in his heart. To be honest, there was some apprehension in Qin Fang's heart. This token? Could it really succeed? What if it fails? Qin Fang stood at the very top of the building, the Hall of Government, and quietly looked into the distance. Wind. It was rising. Chapter 259. All major thug groups. Do not allow damage to civilians sheltered by the official authorities, or else you will be killed without amnesty. This kind of deterrence was already the limit of what Qin Fang could do. The civilians who were sheltered by the officials? They were all handless existences. In the previous life, almost all of them died. Every family, every household was a blood-soaked tragedy. Now, Qin Fang issued these words. Until they were not dead, the safety of this group of civilians should be unhindered. Being run amok? Just stay at home. The hall of government. No need for support. And let's see how to pacify the chaos in Yang City. This was Qin Fang's second voice. These two words were like a hardening pill, allowing the civilians who were sheltered by the officialdom to feel slightly more at ease. Tonight, the bright moon hung high. Today? Is it the 15th day? Qin Fang looked at the bright moon and asked the Black Widow beside him. It's 16. No wonder. Qin Fang muttered, before continuing to speak. You say? Humans from a few decades ago? Being able to ascend to the moon. Is that true? When there was a break in human history, all sorts of skeptical questions would ensue. Qin Fang, for example, was very skeptical at the moment. Humans? Even such a huge fortress in the sky was constructed? Why can't they land on the moon? Facing this question from Black Widow, Qin Fang was directly speechless. His old face flushed, and he even began to doubt his own intelligence. Right. How could he ask such a stupid question? Qin Fang, don't worry. You have me with you. Black Widow gently hugged Qin Fang from behind. This was the first hug for the two of them, but perhaps also the last. Qin Fang did not resist and let Black Widow hug him. Got a cigarette? Qin Fang inquired. At this time of the day, it always felt perfect to smoke a cigarette. Black Widow took out a box from her pocket. Slightly damp, but it did not affect it at all. Qin Fang took it in his mouth and began to gulp down the smoke. When a cigarette was finished, countless groups of thugs began to converge in front of the Political Affairs Hall. Before and after, surrounding it, this one token rotated 360 degrees, flashing with light. At this moment, as night fell, the entire Yang City was able to see it. A full 50,000 people surrounded the hall of government, and the number of people hidden behind it was even more. After all, what about some small groups of thugs that weren't prepared to participate in the battle, but were prepared to pick up a little advantage? This was quite normal. The scene at this moment was like the scene of the siege of the Phoenix Guild in Heaven's Destiny. As the wind and water turned, with the passage of time, Qin Fang became the character of the Phoenix Guild in the beginning. In the distance, Qin Fang was even able to see countless pairs of eyes that flashed with green light. These were the undercurrents of the Coyote Thug Corps, the true coyotes. In this night, they were the natural killers. Switch on the headlights. Click. Mechanical sounds rang out, and the two headlamps, which were large enough to shoot through the sky, emitted a blinding light. In an instant this place was as bright as day, and it also allowed Qin Fang to see the whimpering crowd below. More than 50,000 people. This value was already considered a lot. After all, these were all fresh lives. After all, these people died and could not be resurrected. Qin Fang? Come out to die? Such a loud voice was enough to shake the heavens and the earth. Just like a strong man from the Magic Dragon Guild. After a day of fumbling around, this group of people knew the information about the black man behind the Black Widow mob, Qin Fang. After all, it was no longer considered a secret. Earlier, Qin Fang could be a tall and powerful man, just like the manner of a leader, leading the Black Widow mob within the hall of government. Qin Fang? He's just a civilian who was sheltered by the government, and then got lucky with a rechargeable pistol, and coincidentally created the Black Widow thugs. The news of all this had reached the major mob groups. To be honest, some sighed at Qin Fang's luck, while others scoffed. Qin Fang, hurry up and come out to die. Otherwise, don't blame us for slaughtering the city. Haha. Slaughtering the city isn't so bad. After all, it's full of turret racks that we need. Right. I forgot. So let's get tired of playing before killing. The major mob groups began to tease the Black Widow mob, not putting them in their eyes in the slightest. Explosives have been planted within 100 meters radius of the Political Affairs Hall. You guys can try. Black Widow's cool voice rang out. As soon as the words fell, Black Widow saw the Real. Powerful cannons launched from within the Magic Dragon thugs. The demonic dragon mob, will fire the first cannon first, to give everyone a show. The president of the Magic Dragon Mob Corps personally lit it. Dang. The huge lead bullet turned into a dark light and impacted towards the political affairs hall. The political hall as a whole suddenly lit up with a light green-colored glow, which managed to block the shell. An energy stone defense shield? A product of Sky City? The demonic Dragon Thug Corps president's face was ugly. It was out of his expectation, and made him waste a cannonball for nothing. If he had known earlier, he would have just let himself be vanguard. I don't believe it. How much energy can you have? Although the energy stone defense shield had a terrifying defensive power. But then, the energy consumed was also huge. Attack. The demonic Dragon Thug Corps just became the one who gave the orders. And for a while, countless bullets were consumed on the energy stone defense shield. Ta. Ta. The rain of bullets rained down on the pale green-colored defensive shield, creating faint ripples. These attacks were all resisted. In the next second, Qin Fong and the others began to counterattack. This energy stone defense shield was external and not internal. Qin Fong stood at the top of the political hall, took out his sniper rifle, filled it with bullets, and aimed at the demonic dragon. This person? Quite a croak. Definitely not a choice for a token. Thud. With a single shot, the head of the demonic dragon immediately became a broken watermelon, scattering all over the place, splattering red and white things in all directions, causing the surrounding thugs to be scared silly. Sniper shot? Sniper? This era? There were still a number of sniper rifles, but there weren't really many snipers. After all, the cultivation of snipers would require a huge amount of bullets. No mob could afford it. But now, at a distance of 1,000 paces, the president of the Magic Dragon mob was killed by a single shot. This is the terror of a sniper. You know what? 1,000 paces is a relatively safe area. Other mob leaders have shrunk their heads, not daring to venture out, for fear of being killed in seconds. This is deterrence. In the next instant, bullets poured out like soybeans within the Black Widow Thug Corps. The vanguards of the Major Thug Corps died one after another. The Coyote Thug Corps should have been the leader all along. But at this moment, it was silent. His eyes were filled with complexity, and no one knew what he was thinking. Even the members of the Coyote Thug Corps, not later received orders from the Coyote, were not involved in the battle. Not only the Coyote Thug Corps, the second-ranked Tyrannosaurus Thug Corps also did not participate in the battle. Tyrannosaurus and Coyote looked at each other, and both saw the emotions in both of their eyes. Fuck. And so, the president of the Coyote Thug Corps shouted out, "Fight!" The president of the Tyrannosaurus Thug Corps also shouted out. The two strongest mob groups joined the battle in an instant. Only, their opponents, it seemed, were wrong. Chapter 260, the big picture is settled. The Coyote Thug Corps and the Tyrannosaurus Thug Corps, which added up to nearly 20,000 people, aimed their guns at the other Thug Corps, and began a frantic charge instead of the Black Widow Thug Corps. Coyote affiliation. Follow me to kill. Kill. Chaos. The scene was in complete chaos for a while. The subordinates of the Coyote mob and the Tyrannosaurus mob loyally carried out the orders of the two leaders. And no one hesitated. Even if this was a temporary order. Even if this order was not the same as the first order. This temporary reversal of the order caused the scene to become chaotic. For a time. That is, blood flowed like a sea, and the sounds of wailing and screaming were endless. "Coyote," cried Sniga, "what are you doing?" The second-in-command of the demonic dragon thugs regiment. At this moment, his face was red and sinewy as he raised the large sword in his hand and questioned Wild Wolf. "What the heck? Turning back on the battlefield? But it's really you." "Wild Wolf. Tyrannosaurus. Are you guys retarded?" The 7 or 8 leaders of the mob regiments all went crazy, retreating and cursing at the same time. This event was organized by him. Wild Wolf. But now, Wild Wolf had suddenly turned against him. What kind of situation was this? Traitor. Wild Wolf is a traitor. Grass. Put up a fight. If we don't put up a fight now, we can only die. Simply because of the countless real wild wolves running from afar. These guys with thick skin and flesh? For humans, they were the greatest threat, with the vicious tiger in front and the wild wolves. This battle? How to fight? The most critical thing is that the reason why the Coyote Tyrannosaurus Rex Thug Corps can become the first and second Thug Corps. This is not just a factor of more people. It is also well equipped and well trained. In the face of such opponents, The rest of the thugs grouped this group of rabble. How to fight. The last row of the thug group. See no cheap to pick up. Instantaneous departure. Frantic escape. This group of people. Not stupid, do not escape now? Cannot escape. Coyote rode on the white wolf. The machine gun in his hand kept spitting out fire snakes, turning into a bright light, harvesting the lives of the major thug groups. The wild wolf was at the forefront, charging at the front. It was quite the imposing force of 1,000,000 men. Such a terrifying might was like Lubu descending. Tyrannosaurus, the strong man, on the other hand, with a machete in his hand, kept harvesting the lives of this group of people, as if he was a real humanoid Tyrannosaurus. The scene was extremely bloody. Just 1 minute. The bloody odor of this place extremely broke through the sky. Countless corpses as if they were wheat that had been cut down, quietly lying on the ground. Miserable. Within the Political Affairs Hall, a smile appeared at the corner of Qin Fang's mouth. He had waited. Surprisingly, he had really waited. Only that Qin Fang did not think that in the end. Surprisingly, Coyote, Tyrannosaurus Rex was his backhand. Actually, thinking about it, it made sense. In that case, the matter was settled. This Yang city would belong to Qin Fang in the future. The crowd of Black Widow thugs looked at the scene in front of them with some confusion. What the hell was going on here? How could the raging mob suddenly be in civil unrest? Qin Fang? What's going on here? Qin Fang. Could it be a trap? This great opportunity. Are we going to kill our way out? In the face of these questions, a smile appeared at the corner of Qin Fang's mouth. Kill. Charge out. We can't let everyone underestimate my Black Widow mob. Qin Fang drank a few painkillers and incidentally gave himself a shot of adrenaline hormone, leading the Black Widow mob to rush out. For this battle, the Black Widow mob needed to see blood instead of waiting for others to deliver the city to their hands. With the entrance of the Black Widow mob, this battle, there was no more suspense. What the heck? In that case, let's die together. Go to hell. Don't let me live. Which of you? Don't live either. The members of the Thug Corps who were pushed to the brink of extinction ignited the explosives in their hands one after another. For a time, the sound of explosives that shook the sky was like the sound of muffled thunder, blossoming in many places. Since they were all going to die, what was the point of keeping these materials? Is it hard to wait to die to fund the enemy? Only so close to the distance. The explosive power of the explosives, not only to the wild wolf and other people, caused a lot of killing and wounding, but also to their own thugs within the members of the group caused a lot of killing and wounding. For a time, the scene was chaotic. Kill Coyote first. Break open a passageway. Stay in the green hills. Not afraid of not having material to burn. This was the wise man within this group of Thug Corps. So a group of people began to turn their snatch and prepare to break out. Faced with such a situation, the wild wolves suddenly whistled, emitting wolf-like syllables from their mouths. Hearing such an order, the distant pack of wild wolves became even more brazen, forming a thick pack of wild wolves. And the wild wolves? It seemed that they did not want to let these mob groups leave. Qin Fang was stunned. This kid? Was he actually able to communicate with the wild wolves? Kill. Don't leave a single one behind. Otherwise there will be endless troubles. This reasoning, the wild wolf still understood. Wildfires could not be eliminated, and spring winds blew again, if they were not killed today with a single stick. This group of people, once they were allowed to hibernate, they would be like poisonous snakes, ready to hide in the shadows and bite you from time to time. Qin Fang held the azure-colored energy pistol in his hand, reaping the lives of the mob group with every shot to his heart's content. In this battle, it didn't matter if it was right or wrong, only dead or alive. Qin Fang quickly ran up to the body of the wild wolf, wanting to communicate with him at close range. The wild wolf mounted on the white giant wolf looked at Qin Fang and stretched out a hand, seemingly asking for something. Qin Fang instantly understood what the wild wolf meant and pulled out a token from his pocket, throwing it to the wild wolf. At some point, Tyrannosaurus Rex also came to Qin Fang's side, seemingly asking for this token. After the wild wolf and the Tyrannosaurus Rex had all viewed this token, they immediately nodded their heads towards Qin Fang and fought with even more vigor and bravery. Qin Fang was a little perplexed, but he also accelerated the speed of his hands. These two? But neither of them were easy to deal with. Not long after, Tyrannosaurus Rex, Wild Wolf couldn't help but be impressed with Qin Fang. This kid's marksmanship? Surprisingly, it was bulletproof. And with each shot, he was able to kill one person. At this moment, the duo seemed to understand why the Black Widow Guild was able to rise. This Qin Fang was not an ordinary person. Black Widow, if I escape today, you guys won't be able to sleep peacefully in the future. The 7th ranked and 4th ranked thug groups managed to break out and kill a safe passage. In the face of such provocative voices, Qin Fang directly sought out a place and set up his sniper rifle. Thud. A shot rang out, and the leader of the 4th Thug Regiment died instantly. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the leader of the 7th Thug Regiment slipped away. You can't leave. Within the Tyrannosaurus Rex Thug Corps, a burly man appeared behind the 7th Thug Corps leader at an unknown time, lifting him up with one hand and dropping him to the ground, immediately vomiting blood. Black Widow. Qin Fang glanced at Black Widow and told her to activate her backhand. Black Widow was a bit reluctant, now that the situation was settled. Activating her backhand at this moment was a bit of a waste. Having said that, Black Widow still agreed to Qin Fang's request in the first place. Who says women are only worthy of becoming pigs and dogs? Black Widow spat out these words, not knowing what kind of magic power it possessed. In the next instant, the women who had been peaceful within the major mob groups instantly rose up. Chapter 261 The Only Plan, Unification. For a moment, the women within the entire Yang City all rioted and rose up. In the past, the women of Yang City? Why did they not dare to revolt? Because they couldn't see hope, couldn't see the future. Every time they revolted, every time they resisted, it just pushed them deeper into the abyss. Over time, who would still dare to resist? Who would still dare to die? But the situation was different now. The screams from the outside world all proclaimed that these Thug Corps members were rapidly dying. Moreover, within the top 10 ranked Thug Corps, there were only the remaining personnel left. Not many in number. They were enough to cut them down and escape. Coupled with the brainwashing propaganda of the Black Widow Thug Corps for so many days, it was more than enough for them to know a good place to go and see hope. Black Widow's words were like a signal for everyone to hear and see the future. The bottom line is that among this group of women, there had long been members of the Black Widow mixed in, igniting everything at crucial moments. Sometimes, you don't lack courage. You lack someone to push you. And when someone else pushes you, you're up. Within the major thug groups, unclothed but murderous women rushed out. These women, taking advantage of the anger in their hearts, they managed to slaughter this group of men. This world, what is there to be afraid of? Nothing more than a death. This killing lasted for a full 3 hours before it came to a complete end. Cleaning up the remnants, collecting supplies, and beheading other people with bad intentions. During this period, Qin Fang ordered a loudspeaker to be turned on and kept playing it on the streets of Yang City. Surrender without killing. Civilians don't open their doors and wait quietly. The major thug groups surrender before it's too late and wait for the regular army to take over. If you resist, kill without mercy. Such voices, constantly recalled, the civilians' trepidation gradually dissipated amid such voices, as if they saw a better tomorrow. Official power? Surprisingly, it had removed all the thug groups. So later on, what awaited everyone would be a good day. Some of the old men living within Yangcheng even left behind tears. They experienced the days before the cataclysm from their father's mouth, or themselves. They did not seek to return to the scene before the great catastrophe all at once. But at least it would be better than now? A little better. This was the plainest thought of the civilians. For the smaller mob groups, on the other hand, tonight was the end. They obviously hadn't gone to besiege the Black Widow mob group. But at this moment, they had also become the target of being liquidated. It couldn't be helped. It wasn't just the top 10 thug corps that needed to be liquidated. The entirety of the thug corps within Yang City, Qin Fang wanted to liquidate. These existences were all unsettling factors. In the future, they would all become the cause of riots and had to be dealt with. For the thug corps that surrendered voluntarily, Qin Fang declared to the outside world a lenient sentence. But the result? Everyone knew that Qin Fang was not one to be merciful. For the thug corps that did not open the gates of the thug corps and resisted, Qin Fang's order was only one: forcefully break through and end it all. The members of the 10 major mob groups that fled were being hunted down at the moment. And what awaited them? Death as well. After all, how fast can you be? Can you outrun a coyote? This is obviously impossible. Want to drive to escape? The coyote leader had already thought of it, and arranged thistles so that they can't move an inch, can't leave the area of Yangcheng. All of these were laid out by Chief Coyote when he saw this token. Inside the government hall, the big picture has been decided. The high-level meeting. As for the matter of cleaning up the battlefield, just leave it to the people below. This battle, to be honest, it allowed Qin Fang to grow quite a bit. It had also caused his role to have a subtle shift. Now, Qin Fang was no longer a loner, but the leader of a city. This shift in identity was something that Qin Fang needed to adapt to. Within the hall, the two leaders, Coyote and Tyrannosaurus, were all present, standing to the left and right, and Black Widow was reporting on the battle damage and harvest. After Qin Fang finished listening, he asked Black Widow to start implementing the registration policy. As long as there was a population within Yang City, regardless of gender, age, or young, they all needed to be registered. Qin Fang wanted to know how many people still existed within the city. After Black Widow finished reporting the overall situation, Qin Fang arranged everything. Only then did he step down from his high position, shaking the hands of both Coyote and Tyrannosaurus to express his gratitude. Thanks to the two of you for your generous help. Otherwise, this time, the Black Widow's thugs group will definitely be removed from the list. These two? Which one didn't know that the official forces had fled long ago? Which one was not a lord? These two? Even if they chose to help Qin Fang because of the token matter, they were still worthy of Qin Fang's respect. Qin Fang bowed 90 degrees to express his gratitude. Seeing this, Wild Wolf, Tyrannosaurus looked at each other, stepped forward 2 steps, and fiercely knelt on the ground. My lord, Wild Wolf, from today onwards, that is, I will bring my subordinates to sell my life for you. Please also take them in. Lord, Tyrannosaurus Rex, from today onwards, will bring my subordinates to sell their lives for you. Please also take them in. The sudden kneeling of the two men nearly flashed Qin Fang's waist. What about playing? This was a bit false. Qin Fang had an unreal feeling that these two, submitting to their kingly aura? Qin Fang? Hadn't been this narcissistic. Is it because of this token? Qin Fang inquired so. Coyote. Tyrannosaurus nodded his head at once. And in his eyes, he was filled with scorching heat. As if this token was some legendary item. Can you tell me the story about this token? Qin Fang's heart was filled with curiosity. But Coyote, Tyrannosaurus did not open his mouth, but inquired, My lord, where did you obtain this token? Tianji Pavilion. The white-robed man sent it to me. Qin Fang did not hide it, and told all the causes and consequences of the matter. After hearing this, Coyote, Tyrannosaurus Rex's head lowered even more, and his expression became even more pious. Lord, let me speak. Coyote had the look of a man who was as shy as gold and not good with words. So Tyrannosaurus began to tell. The Sky City's Celestial Pavilion once had a plan called Unification. And we are a part of the Unification plan, and are responsible for occupying Yang City at the right time to become the masters. This plan, from our teenage years, that is the beginning of the layout. Today, originally that is the time to close the net. But yesterday, the Upper Peak suddenly announced, Let us to assist the Heavenly Chance Order, to become the city lord of this place, and incidentally left behind to assist. By the way, the lord, you are in the hands of the Tianji Order, and is a very high level of Tianji Order. We searched for it for a day yesterday, but we didn't even layer to find it. Today, but found on top of the curtain wall of the Political Affairs Hall. So, after listening to Tyrannosaurus Rex's introduction, Qin Fang felt that a corner of this world was gradually opening up towards himself. Some deeply hidden secrets were surfacing. The only plan? Qin Fang muttered. Even in the 10 years of his previous life, Qin Fang had never heard of this plan. This plan? Could it be that it was to unify the entire surface? But this? And what was the need for it? Above the ground? It has long since lost its vitality. Tianji Pavilion? The Unification Plan? Sky City? These three? And what is the connection? Chapter 262 Changes in Yangcheng. These questions? It wasn't something that Qin Fang could think about at his current height. Are the two of you sure you want to follow me? Determined. Since this was the case, Qin Fang, that is. He was content to accept these two great generals. Although, Qin Fang's heart still felt a little unreliable. Because of a token? Just sell your entire life to you. How could Qin Fang feel that it was somewhat false? However, the earlier scenes of fighting together in a bloodbath were not fake. And the scenes of fighting together side by side were not fake. And again? Coyote. What did Tyrannosaurus Rex want from him? Since we are staying, we will all be brothers in the future. But there are some things that the two brothers need to follow, so as not to become a scourge in the future. I am going to let Yang Cheng return to the order before the great catastrophe. Please also restrain your men from going wild. At this point, Qin Fang had already made it very clear. The killing aura in his words was very thick. If you can't restrain yourselves, you will have to die. Wild Wolf and Tyrannosaurus bowed at once, stating that they would definitely restrain their men. These two, in a very short period of time. That is to correct their position. Recognize the reality. This night, Yang Cheng was destined to be sleepless. The second day, Qin Fang declared Yang City from today onwards to establish the position of City Master. Qin Fang as the first City Master set up 3 Deputy City Master to assist in the management of Yang City. The first one, Black Widow, renamed as Qin Linger, is responsible for managing the women's affairs in Yancheng, promoting the equal status of women and men. She is also responsible for managing the cultivation of newborn babies, so that the population of Yancheng can be increased as much as possible. The second one, Coyote, is responsible for the security of the city, and can control all the guards. At the same time, he is responsible for the order of the city, and those who violate the order can be killed. This reflected the great autonomy Qin Fang had given him. It was not an exaggeration to say that Qin Fang had handed over his life and body into the hands of Wild Wolf. Use a man without suspicion. Doubt a man without use. Third, Tyrannosaurus Rex responsible for education issues, livelihood issues, etc. within Yang City. So many years of fighting. Long ago let the school is deserted. Education must be brought up again. These 3. Management of the big aspects of the overall situation. As for what departments should be set up below, by their own planning. As for nepotism considerations, this is bound to occur. It's just that it has to be so now that 100 things are in the pipeline. In simple terms, these 3 people will Yang City's large and small aspects, all encompassed, while Qin Fang is responsible for overseeing the whole situation can, incidentally, paying for it. Now that Yancheng is in a state of disarray, it's the right time to invest a lot of money and rebuild. Money? From where? Nowadays, the savings from raiding the major thug groups can still buy you to love that maintenance. But with the passage of time? So the matter of money? It fell on Qin Fang's shoulders. After all, Qin Fang wasn't worried about money. This was the appointment that Qin Fang announced. On the second point, Qin Fang announced the order within Yang City. Effective immediately. The order within Yang City is modeled after the heavenly order, returning to the time before the great cataclysm, and it will begin to be enforced. Although we cannot do away with the roads, we definitely cannot kill people in passing, as we did in the past. These things, Qin Fang merely proposed an approximation. The rest? It was left to Coyote, Tyrannosaurus to perfect. All of Qin Fang's planning was in accordance with the heavenly mandate. After the meeting, Coyote, Tyrannosaurus came together. Old Wolf, do you think these moves of City Lord Qin Fang, can they be realized? Tyrannosaurus had some doubts in his heart. I don't know, but it should be about the same. Wild Wolf still possessed a certain amount of confidence. After all, Qin Fang didn't care about anything and left everything to them. If it could not be completed, it was also their incompetence. If it's really completed, I don't even dare to imagine what kind of paradise Yang City will become. The two conferred for a while, and each left to start getting busy. Who would have thought? The duo who were thugs yesterday? Today, they had become Vice City Lords. And they were Vice City Lords with bound hands and feet. Strict military discipline. No burning, killing, looting, raping good girls. No. Wild Wolf started a high standard/strict requirement for his subordinates. No one was allowed to make mistakes. Wild Wolf's men. This is also quite acceptable. After all, in the beginning, it is the Wild Wolf's rules more it. Coyote has always been in accordance with the militarized management. Yancheng began to be busy. In a good direction to start busy. All women in Yancheng can register and enjoy the same treatment as men. Don't be afraid. Sisters, a new era is coming. Such a broadcast was constantly ringing out on the marching steel behemoths. Some of the women who had last night sneakily came through the gap and looked at the steel behemoth. Above the steel beast, there was Black Widow, giving a colorful speech, while behind the steel beast, there were followers of at least 3,000 women, laughing and discussing parental matters. This, more than any propaganda, is useful. What you say, people might not believe. But what you do, people might just believe it. Like right now. For example, there are already bold women following behind this group of women, chatting with them, praising Qin Fang together, and fantasizing about a beautiful future life in Yang City. The women always liked to gossip. It was their nature. Let me tell you, the current city lord, he's treating us so well, just a bit colorful. You have to be careful. Often touching my buttocks. Nowadays, it's good enough. Let me tell you. Once, the more they rumored about Qin Fang, the more listeners there were, and the more motivated everyone was. Right. There's still a meal at noon. Hurry up and call out the 7 great aunts and 8 great aunts. We'll have a good meal. Big slices of meat. Sisters, how long has it been since everyone has eaten meat? This time, we will definitely eat enough. Good times. They're still ahead. And so, by evening, the ranks of this women had reached more than 10,000. The Black Widow's work. The first results. The women already believe in the Black Widow. But wary. Still there. Coyote, on the other hand, had the captives of the major thug groups begin to build the broken city walls. As much as possible to build out the first line of defense. Otherwise, other thug groups? Once they stormed Yang City, it would surely be broken. The wolves that survived in the wilderness were sent out by Coyote to a 1,000-meter area to guard and ensure security. The security issue was left to Wild Wolf, who was fully capable of handling it, and not to let Qin Fang rest on his laurels. As for Tyrannosaurus Rex, although he was as strong as an ox, he was as meticulous as silk, and no one knew more about the situation within Yang City than him. Losing a sock next door, stealing a man on the left. None of these things could be hidden from Tyrannosaurus. In addition to the information within the Political Affairs Hall, Tyrannosaurus Rex in a very short period of time to clear up the head. Recruitment for a teacher. 10,000 Chinese coins per month. In this era, 1,000 Huaxia coins were considered a high salary. But Tyrannosaurus offered a full 10,000. In just one day, there were 7 or 8 gentlemen who signed up. These people? All of them are on 50 in age. And all of them are wealthy. When the recruitment of gentlemen and others was completed, Tyrannosaurus issued a second order. All the people in Yangcheng. All need to learn words and knowledge. Anyone who misses class 3 times without reason will be punished by 50 in Zhou. This was a very serious punishment. Tyrannosaurus Rex had raised education to a very high level. Chapter 263 Divine Spirit Revival. There had been some opposition to Qin Fang within the Tyrannosaurus Rex Thug Corps, believing that it was his own Thug Corps that had been born and died to help Qin Fang fight for the world. So why should this world belong to him? Qin Fang, and not Tyrannosaurus Rex? The most crucial thing was, we fought for the world. Can't we still enjoy it? Under the heavens? There's no such thing. This group of people? They want to enjoy themselves. But under Tyrannosaurus orders, if they dare to enjoy themselves, they'll only die. In the face of such a situation, it seems that the only way is to mutiny. For such a change, Tyrannosaurus saw in the eyes, and then quickly cleaned up a large group of thugs. Tyrannosaurus, unlike Coyote, his control of the thugs within the group, the training of the thugs, etc., are more casual. And so, everyone's little thoughts were also more. But Tyrannosaurus was clear in his mind. This group of thugs might directly destroy Tyrannosaurus if they weren't cleaned up. And he didn't want to die. Qin Fang? To be able to be chosen by the Heavenly Hall of Opportunity and gifted with a token. Would he be a simple person? It was definitely impossible. Everyone thought that Qin Fang had no virtue or talent. But Qin Fang? To be able to go from nothing to something, with an azure-colored pistol, and end up with such a large town. Could it be by mere luck? Why? The one who got the town wasn't you guys? Qin Fang? This was a truly ruthless character. Earlier, Tyrannosaurus Rex had fought alongside Qin Fang and had long seen it. Qin Fang's body carries a touch of magic. Very upside down. Very crazy. As if there is no one in sight. As if everything is a wooden attitude. This kind of person? He could be called a lord. Tyrannosaurus himself has no great ambitions. Even if it is a wild wolf that gets the city. All he wants is just to assist. Never wanting to be the city lord himself. Yang City's reforms had begun. And there was still resistance. But as they killed, the voices of obstruction became smaller. Plus, Qin Fang was indeed doing it for their good. And the voices of reform gradually disappeared. Qin Fang laid out everything. And then that is, he felt both eyelids fighting. And eventually closed them, and fell into a deep sleep. Slumber, especially deep sleep, was the most relieving of fatigue and pain. Although Qin Fang was asleep, the train, Yangcheng, had already got on the tracks, and quietly started running. 100 miles away. This was the nearest official stronghold to Yangcheng. Here, hiding the entire official force that had retreated from within Yangcheng. Only Tu was clearly among them. Wearing standard clothes with a gun on his waist. Still very much like a JC. Only his status wasn't high, and he was still a patrolling doorman. Bureau Chief? Our scouting brothers saw the fire and light within Yangcheng. It should be the mob groups fighting. Bureau Chief. The Coyote Thug Corps. The Tyrannosaurus Rex Thug Corps. Together with the Black Widow Thug Corps are besieging the other Thug Corps. The battle is fierce. Bureau Chief. This was last night's report. Very detailed. Last night's battle situation in Yang City was all seen by the scouts of the official forces. After all, last night's Yang City was chaotic. How could it intercept the official scouts? What's more, you don't even know. Who were the scouts? Probe again and report again. The dark-faced, finely suited man was the supreme commander of all the official forces in Yang City. At this moment, he had a puzzled look on his face as he kept looking at the map in front of him and kept thinking. He was now, as also a little puzzled. 3 days ago, the order he received was to destroy all information and have the official forces evacuate Yang City as soon as possible. Faced with such a request, the bureau chief notified the top and bottom at the first opportunity, and began to retreat from the safe passage dug through by the official forces. Everything was carried out so quietly that no one noticed. Evacuating to this safe stronghold, the bureau chief began to ponder nonstop. The higher-ups? What exactly were they going to do? The plans for Yangcheng? And what was it? Is it hard to see a dog eat dog? And finally let the official forces settle the matter once and for all? Or do you want to drop a nuclear bomb and completely destroy Yangcheng? Or completely give up on Yangcheng? The bureau chief waited anxiously for 3 days. And the food within the security stronghold? Only the last 2 days were left to be needed. That night, the battle was fought in Yangcheng. And the next day, an order came from the higher-ups. The bureau chief quietly read it, and immediately had all the members evacuate to Beilu City, which was 300 miles away. The order from the higher-ups was simple: evacuate to Beilu City, assist the official forces of Beilu City, and clean up the mob. And so the official forces of Yang City completely left. Heaven's mandate. For a small city like Yang City to change ownership? No effect whatsoever on Heaven's mandate. On this day, as the Divine Spirit Fountain was completely opened, a system beep sounded. Ding. Because of the riot of Divine Spiritual Chi, the attributes of all of Heaven's Fate's monsters have been enhanced by 30%. Once again, Heaven's Destiny's monsters were enhanced by 30%, causing the players to scream in agony. Holy shit! Still coming? 30% ah. What should I do? I'd better abandon the game. Isn't this a joke? At the same time, several more system beeps rang out. Ding. Ancient Divine Race Flame God has awakened. Please hunt as soon as possible. Ding. Ancient God Clan God of Explosive Blazing Sun has awakened. Please hunt and kill as soon as possible. Ding. The Ancient God Clan God of the Golden Crow Great Sun has awakened. Please kill it as soon as possible. There were 6 system beeps, which meant that the deities? 6 have awakened. No, it wasn't 6 that had awakened, but 6 that had broken free. These 6 ancient deities, all of them are related to flames, are considered to be the acute of the acute. So the first batch of resurrection was chosen. The first batch of resurrected deities? There are good and bad. The good? Being able to take advantage of the opportunity to occupy a good area, encircle the land, and become one's own private territory. And the subsequent awakened deities? Unable to seize it. As for the bad side, it was the possibility of being surrounded and killed by the human race. This situation was unavoidable. Humble human race. Prepare for the tyrannical baptism of the gods. Humans, after all, are ants. Submit. The 10,000 races are nothing more than products of our games. How dare they resist? One by one, the deities were all furious, transforming into giants that enveloped the entire heaven's destiny and stared angrily at the earth. At this moment, heaven and earth trembled. Countless players raised their heads, meaning that they could see this terrifying scene. The human race? No. Some of the NPCs amongst the 10,000 races with weaker willpower directly knelt down on the ground, trembling. Deities? Surprisingly so powerful? When the red sun rose and set. This went on for 3 days, before Qin Fang leisurely awoke from his sleep. These 3 days? Qin Fang had almost spent them in the midst of nightmares. Hell? Games? Being chased? Qin Fang had experienced all of them. So tired. Qin Fang stood up from the bed, comfortably stretching his muscles and bones as he let out meaningless syllables from his mouth. All the pain in Qin Fang's body disappeared. His essence was mentioned at its best, and the after-effects of being killed by the gods disappeared. Qin Linger, Black Widow, had been taking care of Qin Fang these days, fearing that he would fall asleep and not be able to wake up. Good thing? Qin Fang managed to wake up. Reporting. Lord City Lord. Outside of Yang City, a person claiming to be Zong Tu is seeking Qin Fang. City Lord Qin. As soon as Qin Fang heard this, a brilliant light flashed in his eyes. Hidden Earth? It had finally come. Chapter 264 Returning to the Heavenly Mandate. Qin Fang's thoughts gradually returned. Hidden Earth had arrived? Then how many days had he slumbered? Qin Linger, Black Widow, could see Qin Fang's doubts and whispered to inform him again in his ear. Only then did Qin Fang realize that he had slept for a full 3 days. No wonder it felt like this dream was so long. On second thought, within such a short period of time, Zong Tu was able to arrive at Yangcheng from his town. So one could imagine how much hard work he had put in. Qin Fang washed up and went to welcome Zong Tu personally. In 3 days' time, the household registration system in Yangcheng was rearranged, and people who wanted to enter Yangcheng had to be registered. Hidden Earth, that is, by the Wild Wolf soldiers. No. The city guard stopped at the city gate. Hidden Earth was very apprehensive in his heart. To be honest, the smell of blood in the city was still pungent even though it had been washed away many times. Perhaps it was because of Zong Tu's sharp senses. Even if he was this far away, he was still able to smell it. In the picture he imagined of the city, there had been a very serious battle. I wonder if the boss, whether or not something is wrong, it should be fine. After all, when he had mentioned Qin Fang's name earlier, the guards on both sides of him had been astonished, and then tensed up, carefully checking their identities. Couldn't it be that the boss's identity was very high? Or perhaps, the boss has become a prisoner? Zong Tu's heart was very apprehensive, and his muscles tensed up, wanting to fight back. Zong Tu felt a pain in his muscles. These days, the injuries that Zong Tu had received were very serious, almost without a single piece of good skin on his body, and he had narrowly escaped death many times. After waiting for a long time, Qin Fang arrived at the city gates. Greetings, City Lord. A heaven-shaking voice rang out abruptly. Not to mention Zong Tu. Even Qin Fang himself was startled. This Coyote's training is good, although it was very formalistic. Qin Fang was still quite flattered in his heart. Zong Tu, you're finally here. Qin Fang's eyes were a little sore, and he patted Zong Tu's shoulder with great force. There was no other reason. At this moment, Zong Tu's appearance was really too miserable. The black night clothes had long been torn and tattered. The skin inside could be seen everywhere. The skin exposed outside, none of it was good. The worst were small inches of cuts. Even, some of the wounds were able to see rotting, pus flowing. A stench mixed with the smell of blood emanated from Zong Tu's body. With his pudgy face, if he wasn't familiar enough with Zong Tu, he really wouldn't be able to recognize him. These injuries, placed on a normal person's body, would have long since caused him to die in pain. But in Zong Tu's eyes, the only thing he saw was calmness. The city guards, Coyote, belonging to Yang City, who were responsible for the safety and security of Yang City, were all very impressed with Zong Tu. Zong Tu's eyes, with a dangerous aura, were filled with killing intent and coldness. But these, all of them disappeared the moment they saw Qin Fang. At this moment, Zong Tu's eyes were filled with joy. Amazement. It's true. The boss is the strongest. And other looks. Boss. Zong Tu hugged Qin Fang fiercely before his willpower gave way, and he fell into unconsciousness. With such a serious injury, he should have fallen into a coma a long time ago. Qin Fang instantly became nervous and hurriedly asked Black Widow to look for a doctor to save Zong Tu with all his might. Zong Tu. It was the most recognized heartthrob in Qin Fang's heart. So far away? Because of Qin Fang's words, he was able to come here on foot. This? What an obstinate person one must be. City Lord. No major injuries. Did not injure the 5 organs and 6 bowels. At most 7 days. But also a living and breathing Tibetan soil. Hearing such words, Qin Fang then put down his heart. Black Widow. It was really the first time she saw Qin Fang so nervous. Qin Fang personally checked on Zong Tu's injuries before leaving, returning to his room and logging into the game. The matters within the town were enough to be left to Coyote and the others. Ding. Welcome back to Heaven's Mandate. Ding. It has been detected that you have not logged into the game for 3 days. Hereby sending you a small gift pack for your return. Silver level forging drawings. As soon as Qin Fang came online, he heard such a system tone, and could not help but roar with laughter. Now, Divine Artisan Lu Long's forging room was open to Qin Fang. And this was something that he really didn't need. Just in the instant Qin Fang wanted to enter the forging room, countless communications came in. Qin Fang viewed them one by one, and finally chose the Tree of Life's communication. Ding. Communication is connected. Captain, what have you been doing for so many days? Neither you nor Hidden Earth are around, and Schwetzinger isn't online. So I'm suspecting that our squad is disbanding? The Tree of Life inquired jokingly. But Qin Fang could hear a hint of anxiety, of fear, in her words. Don't worry. I just took the opportunity to knock down a small city. Bragging. Qin Fang spoke truthfully. But the Tree of Life did not believe it at all. A city? Wasn't this a joke? As a member of the general public Hmong, the Tree of Life knew the terror of the mobs. Where's Hidden Earth? Captain, is there any news about him? The Tree of Life didn't want to listen to Qin Fang bragging, so it changed the topic. And when he said this, the Tree of Life had a different feeling in his heart, and his heartbeat accelerated vaguely. Hidden Earth has finally met up with me after so many days of running around. Only that his injuries are quite serious. It will take at least 7 or 8 days before he can log into the game. Qin Fang gave this reply, and the Tree of Life instantly tensed up. Is it alright him? It's fine. I have someone here to watch over this him. Qin Fang paused for a moment, and without waiting for the Tree of Life to open its mouth, he continued to inquire. By the way, these days, did Qinger not log into the game either? Mum. The 3 of you? None of them have logged into the game. Qin Fang carried a deep doubt. Schwetzinger? What would it go for? Right. Captain, are you going to assign me any tasks? I can't always eat for free. The Tree of Life was still a bit embarrassed. After all, for so many days, the Tree of Life had been brushing up on quests. And although the rewards were generous, it always felt like it was not contributing to the team. What are you brushing right now? Qin Fang was puzzled in his heart, and clicked on the rank list to look at it. The Tree of Life's level had unexpectedly climbed to 43 levels, firmly occupying the number 1 spot. This? A priest with such a high level? Who brought her up? Boss, I'm brushing up on my quests within the city guard's camp. The Tree of Life smiled cheekily, and sent a screenshot of the quest to Qin Fang, adhering to the idea of making a fortune by keeping her voice quiet. For so many days, the Tree of Life froze without revealing anything about what was going on within the military camp to the outside world. For a woman who loved to gossip, it could be considered. It's a bit stifling. As Qin Fang watched, he couldn't help but want to join in, no matter what. This reward was too generous, casually adding blood to the wounded. Even that can get 100,000 experience value. 3,000 honor points of reward. Isn't this a big mistake? You know, how much can everyone get if they work there, but's off to paint. Captain, if you need me, I'll leave now. The Tree of Life was still clear about what was more important than what was less important. No need. These days, you brush these quests properly. As for me, I don't need your help at the moment. When the Hidden Earth returns, the two of you, go and get busy. Qin Fang said these words. That is, he hung up the communication with a bad smile. Who couldn't see the little scheme between Hidden Earth and the Tree of Life? Chapter 265 2 Screenshots. Qin Fang hung up the communication and sighed a bit at the Tree of Life's good fortune. Such a good mission? Who wouldn't be eye-catching? But unfortunately, the requirements were too high. One had to be level 40 at the very least. For so many days, there were countless players who wanted to blend in. But in the end, they were all thrown out. In the end, the city guards were forced to post a notice that once they forced their way in, they would be killed without pardon, and their numbers would be blocked for 3 hours. As a result, the number of players who wanted to enter the city guards compound gradually decreased. Just after hanging up the Tree of Life's communication, Qin Fang picked up Beishan's communication. Ding! Beishan's communication has been connected. Older brother, you've disappeared for so many days. Did you run into something difficult? Tell me. Old brother. If I can help you, old brother will definitely help you. Batian was still as bold and genuine as ever, not hiding his thoughts in the slightest. These words warmed Qin Fang's heart. In his heart, he sighed why he had never joined the Batian Guild in his previous life. If he had joined Bastard Heaven, would the ending have been completely different? Perhaps it really would have been different. Unfortunately, in this world, there weren't that many ifs. Qin Fang silently organized his thoughts before speaking to Batian. I haven't encountered too many difficulties. If there is a need, I will definitely ask. Batian froze, as he sensed a change in Qin Fang. If it was before, Qin Fang would rather change the topic than trouble Batian. But now, surprisingly, he was able to say such words. Good. But old brother has to trouble you now. Recently, old brother needs a batch of level 30 Essence Gold grade equipment. You name the price. This price? If it were before, Qin Fang would definitely be the first to open the price. But now, Qin Fang could only have more than he could afford. President Batian. Lately I am not going to forge equipment. You might as well ask for someone else. Qin Fang did not explain the reason and silently informed Batian. Batian quickly pondered over the reason, but still couldn't figure out what it was. Surprisingly, Qin Fang did not even earn copper coins. Can't you continue to consider it? This batch of equipment. I really need it urgently. Bastard Heaven still wanted to continue fighting for a bit. After all, those who were able to eat such a large amount of orders nowadays were really no one else but Playershin. President Batian. Something is really wrong. Seeing that Batian was still pursuing, Qin Fang sent a partial screenshot of his own attribute panel to Batian. Aftermath of the last mission. Unable to forge for 3 years. Batian then stopped asking about this matter. Something that he could understand while being heartbroken. For a blacksmith? How many 3 years could there be? It was no exaggeration to say that after 3 years, no one should remember Qin Fang. But at the same time, Batian looked at Qin Fang with a shocked expression. Crap. Shen, can it be that you've really completed a god-tier mission? This was what Hegemony was most concerned about, alright. It's true that I took on a god-level mission by chance. But then, the mission failed. Qin Fang was afraid that Batian wouldn't believe him and threw him a screenshot of the failed mission. This one screenshot caused Batian to feel sorry for himself all of a sudden. But when he thought about it, it made sense. After all, a full count? How long had it been since the service had started? Was it hard to let Qin Fang complete a god-level mission? So heaven-defying? How could it be possible? Failure, perhaps, was the best outcome. AI. Batian let out a long sigh before hanging up the communication. He seemed to be lamenting Qin Fang's fate. And he also seemed to be lamenting the fact that fate was messing with people. It was really hard to say about this kind of thing. Third communication. Fourth communication. The fifth communication. Qin Fang picked them up one by one. And without exception, they were all for the purpose of requesting for equipment. After all, Qin Fang is the equipment benchmark of the entire heavenly fate. If a player produces a fine product, it will be a fine product, except for the opponents. Such was the case that Qin Fong was not tired of it. And so, Qin Fong posted the 2 screenshots that he had previously sent to Hegemony. For a while, the players who had dialed Qin Fong's communication immediately caved in, and even some couldn't help but hurl abuse. Grass, isn't this blindly delaying my time? This is? Surprisingly, it's really a god-level quest. Unfortunately, Qin Fong didn't complete it. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a flight to heaven? Crap. It's amazing that someone was able to receive a god-level quest. What a terrifying player we. Fortunately, it's half ruined nowadays. A god-level quest. Is it that easy to complete? Truly not self-important. With the posting of these 2 pictures, above the communication board of Heaven's Destiny, there were voices of mockery, abuse, and gloating. Especially Qin Fong's hostile forces were laughing out loud with joy. Haha. He player me. He even has today. This was the laughter of the phoenix. As if it had vented all the pent-up anger in its heart. Such a large chunk of the market for equipment. Isn't this left out? Inform down and train blacksmiths with all your might. This was President Annihilation's voice, carrying a strong sense of excitement. At times like this, it wasn't just Annihilation's family, but all the guilds within Tianyang Town were all rapidly training blacksmiths. In the past, Qin Fong was like a huge mountain that pressed down on the heads of all the blacksmiths, making them wonder what the point of training blacksmiths was. Now that Qin Fong was no more, everyone did naturally start cultivating their own blacksmiths. Some of the guilds that had secretly not fallen behind in their blacksmith training laughed. In the face of such mockery, Qin Fong turned a deaf ear and silently entered divine artisan Lu Long's forging room, watching forging books and gaining insights. Ding. Congratulations. You have successfully finished reading the gold level insights, gaining 100,000 forging experience value. Ding. The curse of the dark god has been activated. Forging experience value minus 100,000. Such system beeps were still ringing continuously. The divine smith Lu Long checked Qin Fong's status from time to time and silently let out a sigh of emotion. This kid is a good seedling for ironwork. If he doesn't take part in this god slaughtering operation, he will be able to be promoted to a divine artisan in the future. But now? God position prototype annihilation. Want to once again cohesion. Need to pay than one of the beginning of 1,000 times the effort. Licia was also silently paying attention to Qin Fong's situation, fidgeting for a while every now and then. Qin Fong's current state was just like him back then. It seemed like I wonder, would Qin Fong be able to walk out? Or perhaps, walk out on a completely new path? Yuze also saw Qin Fong's screenshot, and immediately opened the second phase of the 10,000 people auction house's operation. As of today, the 10,000 Empty Lanes auction house is renamed 10,000 Empty Lanes Supermarket, and enters a flat rate sales mode, with a wisp of 10% lower prices than the potions, equipment, and other items on the market. This strategy directly blindsided the other supermarkets. Older brother? What are you doing? Supermarket, this line of water is very deep. Can you grasp it? What? 10,000 Empty Lane auction house changed its name to 10,000 Empty Lane Supermarket. Haha. Isn't this a joke? The former 10,000 Empty Alleys auction house did cause a firestorm in 10,000 Empty Alleys. But? Changing the name to a supermarket. Why would I still want to go there? Fool. 10% lower price than other supermarkets. Think about it. You used to be able to buy 10 bottles of potions for 100 copper coins. Now, you're able to buy 10 bottles. This, I admit, I'm tempted. I'll go take a look first. Chapter 266 Embarrassed Yuze. The 10,000 Empty Alley auction house changed its name to 10,000 Empty Alley Supermarket. And this change caused an uproar within Tianyang Town. Everyone's attitude was both positive and negative. Haha. Player me is not okay. This 10,000 Empty Lane auction house is naturally not okay. Understand? Understand? From the high end directly dropped to the low end. This drop is a bit big. I do not know if player me can withstand. He. This can be regarded as a loss of a lady and a soldier. This was the mocking crowd. Not a few. Big brother. Can you let us away out? You sell your luxury goods well. Suddenly come to our bowl to grab food to do what? Ahem. This is no longer considered robbing food. This is going to smash our rice bowls. Grass. You're already eating from the pot and looking at the plate. Now, surprisingly, you still want to rob what's in my bowl? Tired. Destroy it. The bosses of the small shops. The players of the scattered stalls abhorred this move of the 10,000 empty alley supermarket to the extreme. For such a layout, this was something that had long been planned in Yuze's mind. After all, with such a large group being raised in the middle of a private territory, one couldn't let them eat for nothing. With the passage of time, this group of life department NPCs had already passed the initial input period and were already able to produce output. This part of the output cannot always pile up in the warehouse to eat dust. Always have to create more, better value, or form a virtuous cycle. Nowadays, all rely on the income of the boss to support it. But now, boss no income. How to do? They always have to feed themselves. In the past, Yuze was merely an auctioneer. This position, the core of the 10,000 alley auction house, is the boss. The equipment forged by the boss was like an infinite ocean. He only needed to sell it, and it did not reflect his value at all. Now, it was time for him to play his value. When signing the contract, the package that Yuze made with boss was a yearly income of 100 million copper coins. Ahem. Although this goal had been accomplished long ago and was overfulfilled, it was as if a thorn was still sticking in Yuze's heart. Copper coins. It has to be earned by him. Shucks. It has to be earned on the ground. Step by step. Yuze had always felt that something would happen to boss's forging technique. Now, as expected, something happened. This 10,000 people empty auction house still have to rely on him to hold it up. In this matter, Yuze had communicated with Qin Feng, and Qin Feng's attitude was to leave everything to you. I am relieved. Even if you lose, it won't matter. Such an attitude, but also let Yuze's confidence increased. Began to boldly reform. Rest assured, boldly dry. As for the questioning of this group of players, Yuze's attitude was also clear. No one is jealous of a mediocrity. In the countless players' crusade, the sound of anticipation. 10,000 people empty alley auction house. In 8 hours of shop upgrading and transformation completed. Successfully changed to 10,000 people empty alley supermarket. Ding. 10,000 empty alley supermarket brand new upgrade. Now open for business. Today into the shop consumption of 1,000 copper coins. Free gift 10 bottles of 30 level available primary recovery potion. Only today. Activities are many. Quickly come to buy it. Ding. 10,000 empty alley supermarket is newly upgraded. Charging 10,000 copper coins membership card. Can enjoy 10% discount for life. Limited quota. First come first served. Ding. 10,000 empty alley supermarket is newly upgraded. Today's single consumption of 100,000 copper coins can enjoy 20% discount. And you can get a pet bridle. Countless system beeps rang out, instantly causing the players and NPCs within Tianyang town to be moved. There was no other reason. This was too cost-effective and gave too much. Other supermarkets? Where would they dare to give so much? And so, only 3 minutes after opening the door, countless players and NPCs flooded into the supermarket and started purchasing. A large number of players said on their mouths that they weren't coming, but chanted about the real flavor on their way out. Ahem. I went to the 10,000 empty lane auction house with a critical nature. Nay, it really smells too good. I definitely won't buy it. Buy, I'm a puppy. Woof woof. Brothers, don't worry. I'm just going to take a look. Not a moment later. Brothers, I don't line up. I can't help it. With the added benefit of absolute discounts. The 10,000 person supermarket was emptied in a very short period of time. Especially the players who recharged their membership. It was directly broken as many as 100,000. Ding. The 10,000 empty alley auction house needs a quarter of an hour to replenish its goods. Please also wait patiently. The piles of goods in the warehouse were gradually decreasing, turning into cash flow and being recycled by Yuze. Time passes, and in the blink of an eye, the moon and stars are thinning. The crowds of the empty supermarkets gradually dispersed, and Yuze began to clear today's income. When the moon was hazy, Yuze only managed to clear all the accounts, and could not help but lean back in his chair with a sigh. This, after being busy for so long and using so much manpower and resources. The final net income? Surprisingly, it only managed to reach an income of 5 million. To know? Today's 10,000 people in the supermarket's flow of people is directly broken million. Turnover is broken billion. But the final net income? But the final net income? It's no wonder. After all, Yuze gave a really big discount. And a while ago. Only in and out. But also a real waste of copper coins. A net income of 5 million copper coins. If this was placed in the past, Yuze's heart must be very happy. But now? With Qin Fang Zhuyu in front of him. Could he still be happy? Before? The net profit would be more than 100 million. But now? It's still less than 1/20th of what it used to be. This. Yuze silently didn't want to speak. In the time that followed, the operating profit of 10,000 empty alley supermarkets stabilized at around 200,000 to 300,000 per day. This was pure profit, not gross profit. In that case, 1 year down the line, Yuze had just completed the goal with Boss, and was able to make the pure profit break 100 million. This kind of turnover was already not low. The fourth day, Zhang Tu finally woke up from his coma. These days, Zhang Tu's injuries had already recovered to a certain extent. And what about Qin Fang? When he learned of the news that Zhang Tu had awakened, he exited the game at the first opportunity. Boss. Zhang Tu's mood was still very excited. Since you're here, hurry up and get active for me. And grab the money to pay back the bills. Qin Fang kicked towards Hidden Earth's Rs. Zhang Tu didn't hide and laughed nervously. At this moment, which of him still had the cold temperament of a killing god? Alright. Boss. The first time, Zhang Tu wanted to log into the game. However, Zhang Tu's stomach was almost starving. For so many days, Hidden Earth was relying on the Nutrient Solution Party to stay alive, and was in dire need of food supplementation. Let's go. Go eat something first. Qin Fang smiled and led Hidden Earth out of the room, coming to an unfamiliar environment, even though the boss was the city lord. But then, Zhang Tu still didn't dare to take it lightly. With coldness hanging above his face, his eyes carrying killing intent, he stared at the surroundings vigilantly. Seeing Zhang Tu in such a state, Qin Fang did not discourage him. After all, Yang City had only settled down for so many days. The vigilance should still be there. Even for Qin Fang, the energy pistol had been kept in his pocket, looking around from time to time. This was all engraved in his bones. Good day, City Lord. Good day, City Lord. The women within the Black Widow Thug Corps greeted Qin Fang with different emotions. Some imploring, some bloodthirsty, some shy, and some cold. Chapter 267 Reaching an Agreement. Inside the Hall of Political Affairs, it was as if it was a country of daughters. Perhaps having settled down, the eyes of some females took on an aggressive character, wanting to eat Qin Fang alive. Qin Fang smiled awkwardly and promised to leave the Political Affairs Hall. Today, Qin Fang had purposely taken time out to see the changes in Yang City with Zhang Tu. As Qin Fang, Zhang Tu strolled through the streets of Yang City. They couldn't help but rejoice at the present-day changes. In the past, the streets were filled with idle street thugs. Thugs with knives, who would fight and see blood at every turn, making a mess of the streets. But now, the streets are clean. And the bold ones? Even dare to stall. Sell some food. But not more than a touch of fireworks. As for the street sneaks of the past, the thugs, at this moment are wearing chains, repairing the walls and mending the broken houses. This was what happened to the defeated. Qin Fang and Hidden Earth sat straight in front of the soup cake stall. Boss, 2 bowls of soup cakes, with more spices. Qin Fang was also not the least bit foreign, and opened his mouth with a smile on his face. Alright. You please be good. This is my unique craft. I guarantee that you will want to eat a second bowl after eating it. The boss also looked very enthusiastic. Very bold. Collected Qin Fang's money. That is, began to busy up. The taste of the soup cake was really good. Hidden soil. Qin Fang huffed and puffed and ate a big bowl, comfortably leaving. Boss, this city, it's very different from all the cities I've seen. Watching along the way, Zhang Tu's feelings were the strongest. Other cities were represented by killing and chaos, but order appeared in Yang City. Everything was traveling in a good direction. This city, before you came, he was still the same as other cities. This? It should be a gift from Qinger. These were words that Qin Fang had never said to anyone, but they were said to Zhang Tu. Shui Qinger? Zhang Tu was a little hesitant, a little disbelieving. However, looking at Qin Fang's certain eyes, Zhang Tu had to believe it again. Qin Fang informed Zhang Tu of the cause and effect of the matter. After listening, Zhang Tu felt like he was listening to a story. This kind of novel-like plot. In real life. Did it really exist? Don't look at me. I'm just guessing. Qin Fang looked at the sky city in the firmament and silently responded. When we ascend to the sky city one day, I'll personally ask her. The city in the sky? Zhang Tu looked at the lofty giant city in the sky in a daze. Would there be a chance to ascend to it as well? Zhang Tu. In this city. The one I trust the most is you and I. Brothers. We'll definitely fight our way out. Qin Fang? Not only wants such a city, the fire of ambition in his body was burning up. This world. The Jinnu do. Beggars do. Princes and nobles. Families do. Qin Fang? Can't take a seat? Boss. I support you. Zhang Tu was always full of fanatical confidence in Qin Fang, unconditionally standing on his side. Qin Fang had another important purpose for his trip. The Heavenly Opportunity Pavilion. After gifting Qin Fang with the token, the Heavenly Chance Pavilion had been in a closed stage, with no one being able to enter. Now that Qin Fang had arrived, the Heavenly Chance Pavilion was reopened to welcome Qin Fang. When Qin Fang stepped into the Heavenly Chance Pavilion, someone guided him and Zhang Tu into the third underground level. The Tianji Pavilion on the ground floor above ground was responsible for dealing with ordinary customers. And the further down the floor, the more honorable the customers were. Within Yang City, there were only 3 floors in total. This third floor was where the white-robed man who had gifted Qin Fang with the token resided. Hello. Qin Fang. We meet again. Riding down the lift, Qin Fang. Hidden Earth arrived in a luxuriously decorated room. Antique paintings and calligraphy, sandalwood mist, and a rockery with flowing water filled the place with an ancient and elegant aura. The white robe closed his eyes and played a piece of high water flowing water with great interest. Qin Fang could not understand a single note, so he began to watch the furnishings within the room. It had to be said that it was really extravagant. Zhang Tu, on the other hand, stood before the white robe and shook his head, seemingly immersed in the world of musical notes. Did you understand? For Qin Fang? The white robe directly gave up and turned his head to ask Hidden Earth. Can't understand. It just feels like I should talisman attach myself to you. Otherwise, wouldn't you be embarrassed? The white robe's face gradually darkened. Originally thought that he had encountered a soulmate, who had thought that it would still be to a cow. White robe calmed down a bit, prepared 2 cups of fragrant tea, pushed it to Qin Fang, and hid the earth. City Lord Qin Fang. What is the purpose of your trip? The white robe looked at Qin Fang with a smile on his face. The first reason for this trip is to give thanks. And the second is for cooperation. Qin Fang, still with a big grin, picked up his tea and drank it in one go. I wouldn't dare to take the matter of thanks. If you are competitive, you might even be able to thank me personally. As for cooperation, I can agree. Qin Fang, as long as you are able to come up with a sufficient price, Tianji Pavilion will be able to provide you with everything you want. The two were as quick to speak as they could be, reaching an agreement in a very short period of time. In that case, I need weapons. I need population. I need building materials. I need defense facilities. I need medicines. I need food. The white robe seemed to have expected Qin Fang to come, and immediately took out a list and handed it to him. 5.56 rifles. 10,000. Discounted price. 1,800 Chinese coins/copper coins per rifle. 5.56 bullets. Discounted price 30 copper coins per bullet. Minimum 10,000 to start. 7.62 rifles. 10,000 sniper rifles. Pistol shotguns. Tanks. Energy pistol. 1 million copper coins. Energy rifle. 1.3 million copper coins. Energy. Looking at the wide array of weapons, Qin Fang's saliva was almost left behind. These things, they were all what he was currently in dire need of. Ordinary wheat, 10 copper coins a caddy. High quality wheat, 20 copper coins a caddy. Ordinary rice, 10 copper coins a caddy. High quality rice, 20 copper coins a caddy. High quality protein, 20 copper coins a caddy. Ordinary pork, 30 copper coins a caddy. This was a list of food, from grains and cereals to vegetables and fruits, to high quality meat and so on. Only the prices were, well, inflated. Anti-inflammatory medicines, 500 copper coins a bottle. Pain-relieving medicines. 500 copper coins a bottle. Anesthetic medicines. 100 copper coins a dose. Medicines. This is something that must be purchased. This thing? It can be the soldiers' lives at critical moments. Slaves, male soldiers, 300 copper coins. Female soldiers, 100 copper coins. Qin Fang wanted to quickly expand the population of Yang City. Buying slaves was undoubtedly the fastest way. The materials needed to repair the buildings were relatively low in value. But the defense installations. This was expensive. Small city defense device. Can shelter 100 miles in a radius. Priced at 100 million copper coins. Comes with 3,000 energy stones. Can withstand an attack of around 10,000 people for 3 days. Medium-sized city defense facility. Can shelter a land of 1,000 miles in a radius. Priced at 1 billion copper coins. Comes with 10,000 energy stones. Can withstand an attack of around 100,000 people for 10 days. Large. Qin Fang didn't dare to look any further. The zeros behind this value made Qin Fang's eyes glaze over. This kind of defense facility, a device researched by Sky City, was very avant-garde and advanced. Chapter 268 The Trade of Divine Artifacts. Qin Fang immediately logged into the game and asked Yuzhe how many copper coins were left on top of his account. Boss, there are still 182 million copper coins on the account. Able to be used? Only 30,030,000 copper coins. Yuzhe gave Qin Fang such a value after a precise calculation. These copper coins were not all Qin Fang. After all, acquiring herbs, acquiring ores, acquiring animal hides and furs, and so on. Didn't all of them require money? These were all pending accounts. And every 7 days, they were settled. If there is no money in the accounts of the 10,000 people, it would be a nerve. Simply put, the money, it's all someone else's. If it is light, the contract will be cancelled, and the reputation will be ruined. And if it is heavy, the whole Wanwancong Lane supermarket will have to compensate. After all, everything in Heaven's mandate had to follow the red line of the law. 30 million? Qin Fang muttered. This was less than he thought. This couldn't even afford to purchase the most basic small-town defenses. Oh. How about following up with using this fund? As Qin Fang was thinking so, Yuzhe spoke again. The latest payment will be settled this night. Around 3 million copper coins. Boss, if you need the money urgently, this money can be used. But the money on the account absolutely cannot be used. This was Yuzhe's bottom line. Even if Qin Fang was his boss, he could not use it. Coughing, Qin Fang looked embarrassed at being dismantled and coughed twice. Don't worry. I definitely won't use it. Qin Fang directly withdrew 30 million copper coins and left. But this amount of money, it was still not enough. Within the Tianan town, Qin Fang was walking while looking through this address book. Who to look for? Borrow some money? Immediately, Qin Fang glanced at the divine artifacts within his backpack. Should I sell a divine artifact? Or should he look for someone to borrow it? Just then, an unfamiliar hand tapped Qin Fang's shoulder. Qin Fang was instantly alert. And in the next instant, when he turned around, surprise and doubt filled his mind. What met Qin Fang's eyes at the moment was clearly the time merchant. As always, the name in the color of pure gold, giving off the air of a thug. Behind it, carrying a tattered rucksack on his back. From time to time, he flashed a bejeweled aura, making people addicted at first sight. Qin Fang was pleasantly surprised that he had run into the time trader again. But the puzzling thing was, how could he possibly run into the time and space merchant here? According to the speculation of the probability problem, the probability of wanting to run into the time and space merchant twice at the same time within 10 days simply did not exist. In his previous life, no one had been able to meet the time and space merchant twice, let alone in a short period of time. I can sense the great wealth contained in you, and I want to trade with you. Not only was Qin Fang puzzled, the time merchant was also very puzzled. After trading with Qin Fang last time, the time merchant had chosen to leave, preparing to travel around the Heaven's Destiny continent to see if he could trade a few more times. However, before the time merchant had even left the continent, he felt a call. This kind of summoning feeling is so strong. This is a summoning signal that can only appear when there is a huge benefit. Thus, the time and space merchant once again tore through space. But unexpectedly, it was still the same teenager from a few days ago. This teenager's wealth that day? In the eyes of the time and space merchant, it was like a star millimeter flashing out of the sky. And the time and space merchant easily traded away his millimeters. Star millimeter, approximately equal to 1 billion copper coins. Looking again today, instead of star millimeters, there was already bright moonlight, which meant that Qin Fang's wealth had increased by another 1,000 times. This? How is it possible? This kid is robbing the silver line? It had to be the biggest central bank in heaven's mandate. This is the fundamental skills of the time and space businessman, able to see through the wealth of others. Although it is impossible to know exactly how much. But according to the degree of light, that can be roughly deduced. In this life, the most terrifying light that the time trader had ever seen was the light around the heavenly emperor, as if it was the only great sun in the heavens and earth. So bright that it was almost blinding to his eyes. Since he had come, he was at peace, since he knew that Qin Fang contained this great wealth. For the time and space merchant, he would definitely not return empty-handed. Trade? Qin Fang immediately brightened up. He was worried about how to deal with the aftermath after the sale of this divine artifact. Who would have thought that just when he wanted to doze off, someone would send him a pillow? This divine artifact, sold to players, will certainly be a series of sensation. Suspicion then, triggered by the earthquake, tsunami, Qin Fang cannot control. After all, Qin Fang is not only prepared to sell a divine artifact, but if he traded it to a time and space merchant, such hidden dangers would all disappear. A darkness god's equipment. Trading heaven's destiny for gold coins. I only want gold coins. This was Qin Fang's request. And in the face of such a request, even the time and space merchant could not help but stutter. Original? This kid's hands possessed a divine weapon. No wonder the light around this body was so bright. Kid? A divine artifact. You can trade for something else. I have divine-grade eggs, divine-grade talismans, divine-grade forging tables, divine-grade forging drawings. Measuring the value of a divine artifact in copper coins was a loss in the eyes of the time merchant. After all, he had earned his copper coins. No. Gold coins. One by one. No. I want gold coins. The price of a divine artifact is roughly 100 billion copper coins. Or 10 million gold coins. No. The price of a divine artifact is not determined like this. I need to inspect the goods first. The temporal merchant interrupted Qin Fang's words, wanting to grasp the rhythm. Otherwise, if he was led by Qin Fang's nose, could it be that he really had to give 100 billion copper coins? No. Here. Qin Fang threw one of the worst dark divine artifacts to the space-time merchant. The time and space merchant immediately looked it up and down and began to examine it. And before long, the time and space merchant namely began to pick faults non-stop. The body of this divine artifact is a long sword, but it has the precision skill of this bow attached to it. Price minus 10 billion copper coins. And here, surprisingly, there are cracks yet, causing the overall durability to be insufficient. So the price is at 10 billion copper coins for the sword. There's no need for me to say this. This is obviously the dark power rushing too hard, causing the inscription to break, which seriously affects the power bonus of this long sword. Minus another 10 billion. Under the time merchant's constant fault finding, this divine artifact was given a price of 6 million gold coins, or 60 billion copper coins by him. At this, Qin Fang was still able to accept it, and directly chose to agree. And the time and space merchant had already found a good attribution for this dark divine artifact. The human race? They definitely needed it. After all, they wanted to study the dark god. This was the best template. The dark aura within this dark divine artifact was so pure that it was almost scary. Just by virtue of the darkness chi within it. It was worth 80 billion copper coins at the very least. But as a time and space merchant, he definitely had to bid in his favor. Ding. Player Qin Fang agrees to trade. The time and space merchant had thought that Qin Fang would continue to think about it. After all, this was a divine artifact. And his bid was indeed a bit low. With these things, wasn't it just a case of asking for money while sitting on the ground? However, the space-time merchant did not wait for Qin Fang's bargaining, but directly agreed to the deal. It was not normal to make a deal. Chapter 269 Divine Favor, Life Spirit Butterfly Dark Knight Ink Dragon. Since this little brother was so forthcoming, then, one cannot be ambiguous either. The time merchant counted out 6 million gold coins, 60 billion copper coins, and handed them over to Qin Fang. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining 60 billion copper coins. Ding. The transaction is complete. Ding. Since the transaction amount is too large, please keep your belongings safe. Ding. Heavenly Fate has specially introduced an insurance program to you. Ding. Congratulations on your hidden title, 10 billionaire. Ding. The transaction of the artifact was completed in an instant, and both sides got what they wanted. This time, Qin Fang's bottom line was finally full. The time and space merchant's transaction was completed, and he was just about to leave when he realized that the light on Qin Fang's body hadn't diminished in the slightest. What was going on here? Could it be that the transaction was not successful? The time and space merchant even took a look at the dark divine artifact lying quietly in his backpack. The transaction was successful. But why? Even though the time and space merchant had lived for so long, he still couldn't figure it out. Seeing that the time-space merchant was puzzled, Qin Fang carefully inquired, "Senior, a divine artifact. Can it be exchanged for a divine egg? The price of a divine egg?" In Qin Fang's mind it was equal to a divine weapon. But specific? It was still necessary to ask the temporal merchant. "It can be." After receiving a definite reply, Qin Fang immediately took out 2 dark divine artifacts from his backpack and handed them to the time and space merchant, looking at him with a smile and speaking atmospherically. "In that case, I want 2 of them. It's best for one to be of the darkness attribute, and one to be of the life attribute." Qin Fang was prepared to arrange a divine pet for the hidden earth, and one for the tree of life. After all, instead of letting these dark divine artifacts blow dust in his backpack, it would be better to convert them into useful combat power. If possible, Qin Fang even wanted to give hidden earth an upgradable divine artifact. As for Qin Fang himself, at the moment, he really didn't have anything he wanted. What? At this moment, even the time and space merchant, who had seen a lot of big storms, couldn't help but freeze. When did divine artifacts become something rotten? And it was still a dark divine artifact. To know, the god of darkness was certainly able to easily refine legendary grade dark equipment, but he can't refine dark divine artifacts. The gods? There were only 2 ways to want a divine artifact. Firstly, a reward from the heavenly emperor. Secondly, forging by a divine artisan amongst the ancient deities. This thing? To be able to appear with 1 piece was already astounding. But now, surprisingly, 2 more pieces had appeared right in front of him. "Where did you get this?" The temporal merchant couldn't help but inquire. But just as soon as those words were uttered, the temporal merchant recognized that he had blundered. How could one ask such words? It involved the other party's privacy. "I'm sorry. I slipped up. This is my compensation." The temporal merchant recognized his mistake and gave Qin Fang compensation at the first opportunity. Qin Fang took a look and his entire being was startled. This was clearly a legendary grade forging drawing. Legendary grade drawings. This value, too, was incalculable. In the middle and late stages of the mandate of heaven, why did the prices of equipment continue to go up? That is because of the scarcity of high-grade drawings. Ding. If you receive this drawing, you will not be able to disclose anything about the time merchant's slip of the tongue. At this, Qin Fang had to sigh at the rigor of the time and space merchant. Ding. You have successfully claimed it. Ding. The oath agreement has been set. If you break your word, you will face a huge amount of compensation. Wait for me for a while. Faced with a patron's request, the time and space merchant definitely had to fulfill it all. In a short while, the time and space merchant took out 2 divine eggs from his backpack. An egg that was only the size of the palm of his hand, but shone with a greenish light, like a crystal clear emerald, was presented to Qin Fang's eyes. This egg exuded an endless breath of life, and being close to it made one feel comfortable. On the egg, there were countless tiny inscriptions engraved on it, as if it was naturally generated, and vague creatures could be seen swimming in it within the egg. Very cheerful. This egg, called the life spirit butterfly, by the world tree was conceived, born with infinite breath of life, and because of the same origin with the world tree. Grow up in the future? It may be able to help you find the trace of the world tree. This egg, but my treasure. Easily. I won't show it to anyone. Trading your dark divine artifact. No matter what. Hearing this, Qin Fang nodded in satisfaction, and handed the time trader a dark divine artifact. Ding. The transaction is complete. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the divine pet egg life spirit butterfly. Qin Fong cast his eyes towards another egg. This egg was pitch black, but it shone with a purple light that was very demonic, as if it was a purple-black colored gemstone. Inside, a creature like a swimming dragon could be vaguely seen, swimming happily, seemingly sensing the prying eyes of the outside world. The swimming dragon inside the egg suddenly became violent, as if it wanted to hammer through the egg shell with one fist and fight Qin Fong to the death. This was a belligerent little dragon. Belligerent? Was it appropriate with Hidden Earth? According to Qin Fong's arrangement, he was thinking of arranging a defensive pet for the Hidden Earth. In this way, the Hidden Earth would be able to attack fiercely without losing its thick defense. This one is also a fine product in my warehouse. I once stole it from amongst the lair of the Darkness Ink Dragon. With its pure bloodline and having been nurtured for so many years, it is estimated to reach the epic level as soon as it is born. After weighing the options for a long time, Qin Fong still chose this egg of darkness. In his previous life, Qin Fong had once watched a video of 1 million people decapitating a Darkness Ink Dragon, and the final result was without exception. The 1 million people were all decapitated. It was too terrifying. In the midst of the black mist that filled the sky, the Dark Knight Merlong incarnated as the god of death, constantly reaping the lives of the players. It was simply horrifying. This divine egg? No. The passive skill of the Dark Ink Dragon went well with the attributes of Hidden Earth. The endless inky black mist swept through. It was simply the heaven and earth of Zong 2, and no one was able to compete with it. Ding! Transaction completed. Congratulations on obtaining the Dark Ink Dragon. The time and space merchant's eyes widened as he looked at Qin Fong. His heart was suddenly at a loss. Having continuously traded 3 pieces of dark equipment to itself, the light emanating from Qin Fong's body was still as bright as the white moon, without decreasing. This meant that Qin Fong's body also possessed this other valuable thing. The time and space merchant's heart itched, but Qin Fong had a satisfied expression, as if he did not want to continue trading. Little friend, do you still want to continue trading? No, don't want to. With the 3 dark divine artifacts trade completed, Qin Fong had already obtained enough. Currently, Qin Fong did not want to trade anymore. Qin Fong did not want to trade. But the time and space merchant was anxious. He wanted to trade all. Looking at the radiant light on others, and not being able to transfer it to himself made him feel bad. Are you really not trading? Uh-huh. Look, I still have the divine grade forging hammer here. Want one? Look, I still have the god-ranked forging table here, which can assist you in forging with 100% success. Want it? Look, I have here. At this moment, the time and space merchant was like having 100 cats in his heart, constantly scratching him, making him impatient to make a deal. Chapter 270 Hidden God Tier Choice Quest. Qin Fong looked around at the special space around him, and could only listen to the time and space merchant start babbling. The place where the time and space merchant appeared would automatically form a special space, ensuring that the transaction would not be detected by a third party. As the time-space merchant continued to take out god-level items from his backpack, it had to be said that Qin Fong's heart was moved. Each item was impacting Qin Fong's values and refreshing his perceptions. For example, this God-grade summoning gate. Name, Divine Grade Summoning Gate. Description, the gate of summoning can be opened to summon a divine grade monster to assist in battle. Frequency, can be used once every 7 days. Restrictions on use, summoner. This thing? If it was traded, it would definitely be able to fetch a sky-high price. Then, there's this Heart of Thunder. Name, Heart of Thunder. Description, a core of terrifying thunder birthed from the midst of endless thunder, capable of nurturing divine-ranked Sons of Thunder. The Sons of Thunder, who used to have some impression in his previous life, had once fought one against 10,000, eradicating small divine springs. This battle had even been filmed as a documentary and circulated throughout Heaven's Mandate. These were nothing. What shocked Qin Fong the most was that the time merchant had taken out a badge of the Elf King, on which the 6 holy feathers were still flapping non-stop and lifelike. The badge of the Elf King? Surprisingly, it's in your hands? The Elf King, back then, was also one of the strong deities during the Celestial Emperor's time. The king of the Elf clan. He was the first existence to come forward and openly oppose the rule of the Heavenly Emperor. Yet what happened to him? Very miserable. Beheaded. Stripped of his soul. Stripped of his flesh and blood. annihilated of everything. The entire elf clan was also incinerated by the Heavenly Emperor's wrath. As if only 3 or 2 kittens escaped. I wonder whether the elf clan still existed. As for the badge of the Elf King, it is the Elf King's life's blood. In the past, it was rumored that whoever could get the Elf King's badge would definitely be able to lead the elf clan to rise again. But unfortunately, for so many years, the Elf King's badge had never appeared. And it was surprisingly in the hands of the time and space merchant. Exchange. The Elf King's badge. Qin Fang's mind moved at the first moment. And he looked at the time and space merchant with a resounding voice. In his previous life, the elf clan had once taken advantage of the chaos to show a powerful side to heaven's mandate. At the very least 8 deities, simultaneously attacking the feathered deity's residence, seemingly searching for something. Feathered deity. This was a being that the Heavenly Emperor had stripped away the Elf King's flesh and blood and reshaped it. And right out of the gate, it had the strength of a deity. The elf clan suspected that it was the feathered deity spirit that had gotten hold of the Elf King's insignia. So they took advantage of the divine chaos to attack the feathered deity spirit's residence. But in the end, returned disappointed. As if Qin Fang returned the Elf King badge, it might be possible to have one more firm ally. The value of this thing far exceeded that of a divine artifact. Your kid has a good eye. But this Elf King's badge, I spent a lot of money to get my hands on it at that time. A divine artifact? It might not be enough. 1.5. The temporal merchant shook his head. 2 pieces. The time and space merchant shook his head once again. This Elf King's insignia. He could see that this kid wanted it very much and wanted to hold it for a while. Qin Fang suddenly shut up. 2 divine artifacts. This was already the limit. Any more? It really wasn't worth it. 3 pieces. I'm selling. The temporal merchant gave a price. And when Qin Fang heard it, he directly blanked him. 2 pieces. Pull back if you don't sell. Let me go. Qin Fang had a strong attitude. Deal? The temporal merchant agreed. Ding. The transaction is successful. Ding. You have lost 2 dark divine artifact long swords. Qin Fang once again took out 2 dark divine artifacts with not so great attributes and handed them over to the time and space merchant. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the Elven King's badge. Ding. You have automatically triggered the Hidden God tier choice quest. 1. Send this Elf King's badge to the Elf 1 clan. Quest reward. Elf 1's goodwill plus 10 million. Ugh. Such a horrible reward? A direct goodwill plus 10 million. This couldn't possibly reach this level even for the king of the Elf 1 clan. Right? Qin Fang was tempted to accept this quest. But he couldn't help but look at the second choice quest. 2. Please give this badge of the Elf King to the feathered deity. Quest reward. Feathered divine spirits goodwill plus 1000. This? Even if Qin Fang thought with his toes. He knew what he should choose. Ding. You have chosen to accept the first choice quest to send this Elf King's insignia to the Elf First Clan. These 2 divine artifacts were not a bad deal. The only problem that lay ahead of Qin Fang now was how to find the Elf First Clan. Know this. Perhaps it was because they were almost exterminated by the Heavenly Emperor. Therefore, the Elf clan was hidden extremely deeply, and did not communicate with the human race, as well as the other 10,000 clans for so many years. So no one knew their location. Now, there were people who thought that the Elf clan might have been exterminated long ago and disappeared in the river of time. But Qin Fang, because of his previous life, knew that not only had the Elf clan not been exterminated, but on the contrary, it had become even more powerful. Kid? Do you still want to continue trading? The time merchant was truly numb, having traded 2 more divine artifacts. He had thought that on Qin Fang, there should be no more light present. However, the light on Qin Fang's body remained unchanged. The same as the white moon. This? Forget it. You and I are not destined for each other. The time and space merchant was about to persuade Qin Fang to continue the deal, when he suddenly seemed to have sensed something. Uttered these words, quickly threw Qin Fang a piece of rag, and urgently voiced, You kid? If you want to trade in the future, remember to light this piece of rag, and I will appear. The space-time merchant still did not want to give up on Qin Fang as a big customer, so he gave him his contact information. To know the existence of those who could contact the time and space merchant? There were only a handful of them. But how could Qin Fang look at it? He felt that the state of the time-space merchant was not right yet. A feeling like a mouse seeing a cat and wanting to quickly flee. In the next instant, the space-time merchant transformed into a phantom and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the special prop time and space merchant sleeve. Prop's description: burning can summon the space-time merchant. The special space shattered immediately, and Qin Fong was able to detach himself from this space. As soon as Qin Fong broke away from this special space, he saw the figure of Li Qi. Li Qi was still drunk, but his eyes lingered on the rags in Qin Fong's hands for a second, then shifted away as if no one was there. Teacher, is there something you want? Master Li Xia, it seemed, had come to look for him specifically. So Qin Fong inquired thus. Mom, come with me. Li Xia, in a rare moment of seriousness, led the way in front, slowly leading Qin Fong to somewhere else. Qin Fong looked at Li Xia's back, and combined with what he had seen earlier, he always felt that something was not right. It seemed the time merchant was seeing Li Xia. Only then did Fong choose to quickly flee. As a result, was it really like this? If that was really the case, then how terrifying should Li Qi be? In order to satisfy his curiosity, Qin Fong still couldn't help but inquire. Teacher, do you know the time merchant? I know him. I robbed him once, and was cynically hated by him for the rest of my life. Chapter 271, Spending Money Like Water 5. Li Qi's words made Qin Fong unable to believe it. But as he looked at Li Qi's back, he couldn't feel that his teacher was lying. For the time being, let's listen to it as a story. Player me. Die for me. Damn it. Whoever wants to steal it from me, I'll fight him to the death. Player me. It's mine. As Qin Fong strolled through the streets of Tianyang town, he suddenly encountered countless interceptions. Crazy players wanted to run into Qin Fong, wanting to cut him down. Qin Fong wanted to dodge, but he was unable to do so because his current attributes were too low. Qin Fong died under the coverage of countless attacks. Ahem. To be honest, when the first attack touched Qin Fong, he was already dead. After all, Qin Fong's four-dimensional attribute was only one. Haha. It's me who beheaded the player me. I'm going to collect the reward money. AI. Bad luck to let him get the jump on us. No matter. We still have a chance. It was a hunting mission secretly released by the Phoenix Guild's president. 100 copper coins for beheading Qin Fong once. This was a test. A test by the Phoenix Guild master. He always suspected that player Jin's attributes were reduced to 1. This was a trap. This was a deliberate attempt to attract him to make a move. Once he did make a move, player Jin would definitely give him a thunderstrike in an instant. So, in order to verify this idea, President Phoenix directly gave a pursuit and kill order. The order to hunt down and kill was nothing more than paying some copper coins. But it was able to ensure foolproof safety. Now, President Phoenix tried it out. Player May was really wasted. Because Player May was blocked in the resurrection point. Was killed 69 times. Directly to him to be broken out of the game. Can this still be fake? In order to make sure that nothing is wrong, President Phoenix still decided to hunt down Qin Fong for 7 days. Right? From the beginning to the end, Li Xia did not make a move to help Qin Fong, but gave him a time. Within 2 hours, come to the private territory to find me. For a major event. This was the first time Li Qi was so serious. As a result, Qin Fong could only forcefully exit the game, which if he was killed 100 times. Today, he wouldn't be able to log into the game. Yang City. Inside the Tianji Pavilion, Hidden Earth was guarding Qin Fong's side as if he was a loyal servant. Fearing that he would have an accident. Cough. Qin Fong awoke as pain swept over him, causing him to cough twice. Zhang Tu's first reaction was that Qin Fong had been killed and by the looks of things, he had been killed quite a few times. Zhang Tu just wanted to speak. That is, Qin Fong raised his hand to stop him. Qin Fong looked towards the white robe not far away and said in a domineering manner, I want all the items on this list. Qin Fong began to outline the quantities at the back. 30,000 pistols came first. 300,000 pistol bullets came first. All kinds of sniper rifles come 100 each. Sniper bullets are expensive? Then come with 100,000. All kinds of medicines, protective gear, etc. Purchased according to head count. Even White Robe was shocked by Qin Fong's large sum of money. According to what Qin Fong outlined, this order had exceeded 500 million copper coins. Finally, in the end, Give me a medium-sized defense facility. 300,000 energy stones. Right. As soon as I said energy stones, I remembered. There are also energy firearms. Qin Fong made a bunch of purchases, and the total value of the final goods exceeded 1.5 billion. This amount of money? It was already a huge amount of money. The white robe had clearly seen earlier that Qin Fong was worried before entering the game, not knowing where to raise money. How come the moment he exited the game, he directly became a large sum of money? This was a question that White Robe couldn't figure out. Is there a problem? Qin Fong looked at White Robe's face and asked thoughtfully. No, there is no problem. It's just that the amount you want is too large, and you need time to mobilize the goods. Within 3 days at most, all your goods will be in place. This must business negotiated. For the White Robe, is a huge credit. After all, not everyone was an earth tyrant like Qin Fong, buying things 1.5 billion at a time. Qin Fong, may I ask how you pay? Heavenly Destiny copper coins. Yes. Qin Fong directly transferred 1.5 billion copper coins. Received. Happy cooperation. Qin Fong. This is a specially ordered VIP card from our Heavenly Chance Pavilion for VIPs who spend an amount of 1 billion or more. With this card, you can credit any Tianji Pavilion item that does not exceed 10 million. And the next time you purchase it, you will receive a 10% discount. All in all, this card was not small. Suddenly, Qin Fong glanced at the holographic helmet he was wearing. This thing? It seems to be leaking a bit. Do you have a Heaven's Destiny exclusive nutritional pod here? Now that he had stabilized, he didn't need to worry about the precariousness of the dynasty and could purchase a nutritional pod. The top-tier nutrition pods 10 million can be specially ordered according to your body type. Strength will still be available. Just this one. Before the White Robe could finish his introduction, Qin Fong directly chose. Order me 2 top of the line. Ahem. The remaining 10, ordinary level will do. As for the holographic helmet, give me 100,000 first. The topmost ones, naturally, are for Qin Fong, the hidden earth. As for the 10 ordinary holographic nutrition pods, they are prepared by Coyote and the others. The last holographic helmets are prepared for the rest of the population. Yes, a total of 31,180,000. Send 1,000 nutrient solution. Nutrient fluid. This was the liquid that accompanied the nutritional pod. If there was no nutritional fluid, the nutritional pod was a waste. Only sending 1,000 sticks? The foreigner next door still thinks we can't afford to fight. Buy 1,000 each. Qin Fong directly used his VIP card to get a 10% discount. Qin Fong. The topmost nutritional pod. It takes 7 days to order. Please enter within the machine as soon as possible to test your various data. Another owner. Please enter as well. The topmost existence? Naturally. It was different. Qin Fong and Hidden Earth entered one after another, leaving behind their own data. The White Robe was in another small shock. This topmost equipment? Surprisingly, was it prepared for Zong too? This Hidden Earth looks as if it is Qin Fong's follower. Qin Fong put together some other objects and spent a full 1.6 billion copper coins. Boss? What are you? Leaving the Tianji Pavilion, Zong Tu namely worriedly inquired about Qin Fong's physical condition. When he learned that he was being chased, the violent temper of Zong Tu, he couldn't endure it. Boss, wait for me. Within the room, Qin Fong was waiting at ease. In the next instant, Hidden Earth appeared in Tianyang town and quickly traveled to the resurrection point. Next to the resurrection point, there were still squatting Qin Fongs, and there were quite a few of them. After all, the Phoenix gave too much. This Thomas player me is still online or not? Yeah. I'm getting impatient waiting. I must wait until the end. Hurry up to come. Let me kill. It's so cold. Hurry up and come. So many players were waiting for me to arrive, ready to kill him. At first, Zong Tu thought that it wasn't too good to kill all the people by the resurrection point. But after hearing these words, Zong Tu instantly felt that this group of people killing one over the other, there would definitely be a leak. Might as well kill them all. So Zong Tu entered the state of madness. Under the support of the terrifying equipment, Zong Tu began to slaughter non-stop. Basically, no one could stop him. For a while, the scene became a lot more brutal. Chapter 272 Battle Sequence. Zong Tu's equipment. combined with his operation, and the resentment in his heart, allowed him to kill very quickly. Hidden Earth. You motherfucker. What enmity and what grudge do we have with you? Cursed motherfucker. You dog. Go to hell. I still don't believe it. Even if each of us attacks you once, you have to die. Although the buried earth kept killing. But then, this place was a resurrection point after all, and the group was able to keep resurrecting. Hidden Earth's constant slaughter also aroused the group's killing heart, and surrounded Hidden Earth, wanting him to be buried with him. Are you strong? Grass. Eat a shot of my soul chain. Soul chains, reducing 10% of attributes. This skill, which was also considered a minor divine skill in the early stages, had a low probability of bursting out. But so many people? Could an existence that dared to hunt Qin Fang still not have a few small generations? Restrictive skills kept being thrown, and the attributes of the Hidden Earth kept decreasing. It couldn't be helped. This group of people was like a tidal wave. Even if they had just killed one wave, the next wave would keep appearing. It was simply impossible to kill them all. Faced with such a situation, Hidden Earth could only speed up the killing movements in his hands. But manpower is sometimes poor. 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. Hidden Earth gradually lost, watching the blood continuously reduced. Speed. Attack power is also under the weakening of countless players gradually towards the trough. 10 minutes. Hidden Earth's blood quantity 80 times to the bottom. Whoosh. This was a penetrating arrow, flashing with a terrifying damage light. This strike, if it fell on Hidden Earth's body, he would die without a doubt. There was nothing else. The timing was too good. Under the silent state, Hidden Earth couldn't do any actions. At the moment when Zong Tu was unable to avoid it, a pure white light flashed, just like the starlight of the 9 heavens, lightly landing on Zong Tu's body. Just in an instant, Zong Tu's blood volume was rapidly recovering. This was the Tree of Life's healing light. The Tree of Life had set a special concern for Zong Tu, and as long as Zong Tu logged into the game, she would be able to sense it first. Thus, the Tree of Life locked onto Hidden Earth's location and came. Grass. Tree of Life. What a terrifying amount of healing. Haha. This amount of milk. It's so sufficient. I wonder how it is in reality. You guys? All go to hell. On the road to the Yellow Springs. It's good to be a bitter couple. The players immediately turned their guns and aimed at the Tree of Life. But the Tree of Life didn't carry fear at all. This time, she didn't come out alone, but brought her personal guards with her. After all, the Tree of Life was an honorary vanguard. Ahem. This was also considered a small caprice of power. After all, strictly speaking, then, this group of people could not go out, following the Tree of Life's combat guards. Their faces were cold and indifferent. And in an instant, the players who attacked the Tree of Life were all beheaded. And incidentally, they were labeled as offenders. And all of them were locked up in the prison. For a while, the players who attacked the Tree of Life fled, not daring to return. This was too terrifying. If you fought with Hidden Earth, you could still hope to kill him. But if you fought with the Tree of Life, you would be sent to jail. Who would be able to withstand this? Whoosh. Another ray of light flashed, clearing away the negative effects on Hidden Earth. Hidden Earth instantly resurrected with full blood and began to hunt down the group. In 3 minutes, by the resurrection stone, there were no more players. The Tree of Life communicated with Hidden Earth, and only then did it realize that the captain was being hunted down and was unable to come online. Thus, the Tree of Life ordered its personal guards to guard the resurrection stone and quietly waited for Qin Fang to arrive. Hidden Earth exited the game and informed Qin Fang of what had happened. And only then did Qin Fang log into the game. Hidden Earth. Little tree. Thank you for your hard work. Qin Fang, escorted by the Tree of Life, walked to the private territory to meet with Li Qi. Here, this is a meeting gift for the two of you. This is a brand new contract. Whether you sign it or not, it all depends on your own choices. This thing, the divine pet, was of too much value. If you relied entirely on feelings to maintain it, Qin Fang was really afraid that he wouldn't be able to maintain it. It could only be a contract that could be signed, lest it would flip out in the future. What is this? Boss? Zong Tu patted the parcel in his hand. Why did it feel so heavy? You can open it and take a look. Hidden Earth just opened this backpack, and was immediately startled by what was within it. Within the backpack, there was an egg lying quietly, more than 40 skill books, and a set of growable equipment. What attracted him the most? It was still this one egg. After all, Hidden Earth was also in existence that had bound a legendary level pet. This egg, at a glance, was more advanced than a legendary level egg. Could it be that it was God level? A fine inspection. A legendary level skill book. A God level egg. Hidden Earth, the whole person suddenly shocked, speechless. Boss? You call this a gift? Who gives such a generous meet and greet gift? This? Even if it's the first time you go to meet your mother-in-law's house. It's enough. Where's the deed? Boss. I'll sign it. Please make sure I sign it. Qin Fong took out a contract and handed it to Zong Tu, who instantly signed his name with a dragon's flourish. On the other hand, the Tree of Life also opened its parcel. A divine-grade egg. This? The Tree of Life directly stood in place. This is a lifelong contract. As long as Heaven's destiny doesn't collapse. This contract restricts you. Always, my people. Be cautious. Brushing it off. The Tree of Life signed its name as well. Was there still a need for caution here? This heavenly benefit was in front of him. Ah! Isn't it a fool not to sign this? Since the signing is complete, hurry up and go upgrade and prepare to be my personal bodyguard. Qin Fong snickered and blasted the duo away. The Tree of Life brought Hidden Earth to the quarters next to the Divine Spirit Spring. Here, this was the paradise for players above level 40. Here, it was able to give Hidden Earth a huge boost. Grass. How is the Tree of Life able to control the sergeant? Right. I see that the level of these sergeants is, at the very least, level 60. You guys probably haven't realized that the Tree of Life's rank is Master of 10,000. That's a position that's not low. Throughout history, the people don't fight with the officials. Do you guys understand this? Grass. I'm also going to take the City Guard exam. For a while, the number of players applying for the City Guard skyrocketed. In Tianyang Town, the residence next to the God Spirit Spring Eye, Hidden Earth revealed his honor points. And he was also granted the title of Honorary 10,000 Captain, in addition to carrying the title of Centurion. When allocating the honor points, Qin Fong had not left any for himself, thus creating two 10,000 captains. Honorary 10,000 husbandmen did not have any real power, and only by constantly making achievements could they gradually grasp power. The Tree of Life, within so many days, was also considered to be thoroughly integrated into it, and had also made a certain amount of achievements. After all, rescuing the injured. This can be all credit. The Tree of Life continuously introduced the situation of this place to Hidden Earth. Hidden Earth. This place is stationed by the 3rd Army. The army commander is the 80 level Lu Tai. He is upright and upright. No one can bend the law under his watch. Hidden Earth. This place is a mechanical heavy ground. Heavy weapons and so on are all here. Idle people are exempted from entering. Even we can't enter rashly. Zong Tu. This is the region of superpowers. That is, the location of the 9th Army, which holds the power between heaven and earth. Their strength? Any one of them is stronger than us. Hidden Earth. This is the place to receive tasks. Daily life tasks, combat tasks, and so on. All are available. Zong Tu. You can choose either the logistics sequence or the combat sequence. But I recommend that you enter the logistics sequence to familiarize yourself with the situation first. Moreover, these days, the monsters that have been nourished within the Divine Spirit Springs are stronger than one another. So you might not be able to cope with them. The Tree of Life's introduction allowed Zong Tu to gain a preliminary understanding of this huge garrison in a very short period of time. However, Zong Tu still had his own thoughts. No. I choose to join the battle sequence. Chapter 273 Divine Beast Binding. Battle sequence? The Tree of Life hesitated in its heart and continued to speak to persuade. You probably don't understand the casualties of battle sequences. On average, every day, battle sequences kill thousands of people and severely injure tens of thousands of people. No. I'm going to join the battle sequence. Seeing that Hidden Earth was unable to change his mind, the Tree of Life led him to the temporary prison. This place holds the weakest batch of divine soldiers within the Divine Fountain. As long as you are able to cut them down, you will be qualified to join the battle sequence and become a soldier of the glorious 9th Army. This was the dialogue between an old man NPC with a broken arm and Zong Tu. Ding. You have successfully accepted the quest, beheading divine soldiers. Quest reward. You may join the 9th Army. Facing such a reward, Zong Tu was confident. The old man looked Zong Tu up and down and asked him to fill out the form before sending him into a separate temporary prison. Within this prison, there were level 40 divine spirit soldiers imprisoned. And because they were prisoners, they did not possess armor or weapons. As for Hidden Earth, the use of armor and weapons was allowed. There was no other reason. Even if the human race didn't want to believe it. The strength of divine spirit soldiers was much stronger than everyone thought. A divine soldier of the same rank was almost 2 times the strength of the human race. When Hidden Earth stepped into it, he immediately smelled a stench. Clicking, Hidden Earth finished putting on his growable equipment and learnt all the skills. Before looking at the not too far away place with a strict stance. In the darkness, Hidden Earth sensed a very strong aura. Humble human race, you will be the 8th griffin to die in my hands. In the midst of the darkness, such a sentence came out. And immediately, a silhouette stepped out from it, instantly causing Zong Tu to freeze. It wasn't another race. It was clearly a human race as well. Only that the brow? Burning a section of flame. This scene made Zong Tu's heart mutter. Can't it be that the so-called divine soldier? Is it also a human race? Go to hell. With a buzzing sound, the flame divine spirit soldier burst out. His body burning with flames that made people not dare to come close to him. Coalescing a long flaming sword and sparring with Zong Tu. With brand new equipment. Zong Tu also experienced the limit and did not dodge. Directly choosing to fight him hard. This collision, Zong Tu suffered a loss. After all, Hidden Earth's current equipment was still a low-rank black iron. And its attributes were greatly inferior. You are a soldier under the seat of the dark deity. Why are you aiding and abetting the evil? Hearing such words, Hidden Earth was surprised in his heart. What did this mean? Looking at the flame divine spirit soldier's bitter and hateful appearance, Hidden Earth felt a hint of something wrong. How did this feel like he was the villain? In my eyes, you are still a human. So why are you aiding and abetting the evil? This kind of scene that triggered a dialogue usually had a hidden quest. Hidden Earth didn't want to let it go. So he followed his words and communicated with him. Bullshit. We are noble soldiers of the divine race. We are inherently superior to ants like you. Oh, come on. This was brainwashed by the gods. Whoosh. The flaming longsword flew against Zong Tu's scalp, causing his blood level to drop slightly. Hidden Earth whirled around and counterattacked, landing a vicious blow just below his neck. And then taking advantage of his stun, he landed another slash at his heart. As time went on, Hidden Earth realized with a start, the flame soldier inflicted high damage on him. His attributes were almost twice as high as his. But then, the flame soldier's operation, awareness and so on were very weak. Merely at the level of an unimpressive expert. Such an existence? Zong Tu was completely capable of killing it. Thus, Zong Tu quickly switched his equipment and used the legendary skill he had just obtained, Shadow Double Instant Kill. Above the ground, Zong Tu's shadow began to tremble. And in a short while, it split into 2, carrying all of Zong Tu's attributes. And together they surrounded the flame spirit soldier. Now, Hidden Earth's might increased greatly. And the flame spirit soldier instantly fell into a disadvantage. The flame divine spirit soldier was even more disgusted by this scene. You? Surprisingly, you have acquired the skills of the darkness god. But you even dealt with us. You traitor. The darkness god will not let you go. The flame god will not let you go. In the midst of endless unwillingness, the flame god spirit soldier died into a ray of light that merged into Hidden Earth's growable equipment. Ding. Your set, dark spirit equipment, has grown to bronze level. The level 40 flame spirit soldier directly caused Hidden Earth's set of equipment to level up. When Zong Tu stepped out of it, the old man's eyes immediately flashed with a brilliant light. Junior, congratulations on successfully passing the 9th Army's examination. From now on you are considered the 9th Army's. The old man originally wanted to issue a soldier's token to Zong Tu. But looking at Zong Tu's rank of honorable 10,000 husbandman, he froze for a moment, not knowing whether he should issue it or not. Give it to me. Zong Tu took it and pinned it to his chest. Old-timer, the flame soldier inside had said. Before Zong Tu could finish, this old man with a broken arm then turned pale and hurriedly interrupted Zong Tu's words, urging him. I'm telling you, what these divine spirit soldiers are best at isn't fighting, but compelling people's hearts. So you mustn't unnecessarily be compelled by them all. You mustn't believe a word they say. Remember? You mustn't believe a word. Remember? Otherwise, when you go to the battlefield in the future, you might even have to collect your corpse. Eyeing the old man with broken arm with a face full of vicissitudes. Stories. Zong Tu still nodded his head. Hidden Earth was brought to the combat sequence by the 10 husbandmen, while the Tree of Life continued to return to the logistics sequence. A quarter of an hour. 2 rays of light that rose up to the sky flashed out firsthand within the quarters. One was green in color and filled with the breath of life. The other was black in color, filled with the aura of darkness. This inside contained the aura of a god, the leader of the 9th Army, who was responsible for the security of the compound, was the first to investigate the difference. And only after knowing the exact situation did he let out a sigh of relief. So it's a bound god beast. When the leader of the 9th Army reacted, he immediately cursed out, "Grass. It's actually a bound divine beast." At this moment, even the head of the 9th Army was not calm anymore. This thing, a divine beast? Once cultivated, it could be a deity. These 2 teenagers? What kind of background is it that they were able to obtain divine beasts? To know that the entire Tianyang town, there is only one deeply hidden legendary level pet guarding this. It's still the Tianyang town lord's treasure. Ding. The life spirit butterfly is bound. Ding. The darkness dragon is bound. Ding. Life spirit butterfly binding successful. Ding. The darkness ink dragon is bound successfully. The system beep sounded, immediately causing a small ripple within the compound. Countless soldiers' entire attitude was different when they looked at Hidden Earth. Tree of Life. These 2. In the future, their status and position would surely skyrocket. The commander of the 9th Army still wanted to block the news, but was told that it was completely unnecessary. Above Heaven's Destiny's pet list, the name of Hidden Earth, the Tree of Life, was already high up. Within Heaven's Destiny, it had already caused an uproar. Holy crap. It can't be. Am I blind? Still haven't woken up from sleep. I also doubt my eyes. What's going on here? Chapter 274 Great Gods frequently emerge. Divine beasts? Surprisingly, there are still 2 of them. Yeah. This is too fake. The players doubted their own eyes. But then the system beeps rang out throughout Heaven's Destiny. Ding. Congratulations to player Hidden Earth for successfully binding the divine beast, the Dark Knight Ink Dragon, and obtaining the title of Dragon Sentinel. Ding. Congratulations to player Tree of Life for successfully binding the divine beast, Life Spirit Butterfly, obtaining the title Butterfly Dancer. This system beep sounded, instantly causing the players of Heaven's Destiny to stare at the pet list with wide eyes. Hidden Earth's legendary rank pet. I had thought it was already the pinnacle. But who knows? It's only been how many days? And it's actually allowed him to obtain a divine beast pet. I'm starting to wonder now. Hidden Earth and the others' divine rank quest? Did it actually fail? Yeah. If they really failed, would they still be able to obtain this divine beast? It's Hidden Earth again. It's the Tree of Life again. Why do I feel that the recent events? It's all related to them. Yeah. It seems like all the big events that happened recently in Heaven's Destiny are really related to them. It really makes it feel false. Players questioned, and then once again demanded that Heaven's Destiny give a statement. Otherwise, how could this even be played? This thing wasn't right. It definitely wasn't right. In the face of the players' questioning, Heaven's Destiny's reply was as follows. Everything is as usual. Nothing is wrong. I don't fucking believe it. If there's nothing fishy here, I'll write my name Zhang Renmin upside down. The grumpy old brother. Online angry dislike. That's right. Fooling who? Once or twice is fine. But this? How many times has it been? Look at the Tree of Life's rank. Don't you guys feel false? As a fellow priest, this priest was very displeased with the Tree of Life. There was no other reason. In this era where a priest's level did not exceed 30, the Tree of Life's level was pushing 45. What was this doing? I'm going to pick the hidden soil. The Tree of Life's black material. Since the officials were not acting. Then, the players organized themselves, wanting to see what exactly the Hidden Earth Tree of Life was? What kind of tactics were used? Ding. Congratulations to player. The kitten at the village gate for successfully completing the legendary ranked quest, beheading the Ice Emperor's servant, and obtaining the legendary ranked weapon blade, the Broken Phoenix Bow. Such a system tone rang out, instantly silencing the fate of heaven, which was already boiling like a frying pan. This It seemed like the great gods were struggling. Kitten at the mouth of the village. This player I know all. Perennial in the Hall of Fame is the existence of the top 100. It is said that once the most powerful time killed to the top 30. This was from the memories of the old man who had once seen the kitten at the mouth of the village. This name. Why is it so festive? This is a great god. Before the players' voices of admiration could fall, another system beep sounded. Ding. Congratulations to player Rainy Knight for successfully upgrading the broken artifact equipment to legendary level. Ding. Congratulations to player Rain Lightning for successfully upgrading the broken artifact equipment to legendary level. Such a system tone silenced the players of Heaven's Destiny again. This? What else could they say? These two? But they were absolute gods. If the divine beast was Rainy Knight and Rain Lightning got it, then the players won't give a fart. After all, these two has been the existence of breaking through the limits. No matter what achievements are reached, can be accepted, but the unheard of hidden earth. The tree of life to get. This is a big problem, which is worthy of everyone's suspicion. Ding. Congratulations to player as Sword to the West for the great contribution he made in recreating the seven-colored goddess. Hereby rewarding the legendary level pet 9-headed divine eagle. Ding. Congratulations to player Reflection in a glass of water for successfully creating a brand new profession. Adventurer. Hereby rewarding the adventure badge. Adventure badge. For every player who transitions to become an adventurer. That means the owner's 4 dimensions are increased by 100 each. This? Countless system beeps. At this moment, were like a blowout. Constantly appearing and ringing non-stop. The players all froze in place. What is this? Is it possible that we've stirred up a hornet's nest? This? Adventure badges are so scary stuff. Even if 100 people switch to become adventurers, the reflection in a glass of water will be able to directly become a god. What is all this? Why do I feel so false? Yeah, it was naturally false for the lower ranked players. After all, these players, all of them were extremely knowledgeable about the veins of Heaven's mandate, and ultimately kept groping their way through, which led to their success. These were the ones who were truly playing the game, not the ones who were being toyed with by the game. In the face of such a system tone, Heaven's Destiny blandly sounded a system tone. Thank you all for your contributions to the human race, and please continue to work hard. These words, as if from the side, slammed the players who had been causing trouble earlier. If you are mediocre yourself, don't think others are so mediocre as well. Hidden Earth joined the battle sequence, and he was sent to the front line. As a player, Zong 2 directly spent 1,000,000 copper coins to purchase a resurrection pillar for himself, binding his own information and erecting it beside the divine fountain. Resurrection pillar can be resurrected 100 times a day. Each time you are resurrected, 300 copper coins are required. This was the cost of the resurrection pillar. For the average player, it was completely unnecessary. But for high-end players such as Buried Earth, it was very necessary. If they really let Hidden Earth keep running around the Tianyang Town Resurrection Stone, how much time would be wasted? Not long after, Hidden Earth, on the other hand, was glad that he had made this choice. The eye of the Divine Spirit Spring was like a boiling magma lake, golden bubbles constantly surging and gurgling. And within each broken bubble, a flame Divine Spirit soldier would step out, stepping out from the magma and indifferently fighting with the 9th Army. The main force against the Spirit Springs was the 9th Army, assisted by the other legions. The formation of the 9th Army was like a circle, encircling the Divine Spirit Spring Eye as a whole. Regardless of which side the Flame Spirit soldiers stepped out from, the 9th Army was able to intercept them. The 9th Army was able to intercept and kill them all. Hidden Earth was assigned to the 9th Squad of the 36th Brigade in the southeast corner, becoming the cannon fodder of the light. No, a member of the battle sequence. This squad all comprehended the power of darkness, able to hide their traces and cooperate with other squads to inflict high amounts of damage on the Flame Spirit soldiers in an invisible manner. To put it simply, they were specially responsible for sneak attacks and stabbing arseholes. Just stepped into the battlefield. Zong 2 that is. Felt the iron blood, military discipline and other flavors. Not long after, beside the robes let him feel what is called cruelty. What is called even though it must die. But still want to charge the faith. The impact of the Flame Spirit soldiers. Without any probability to speak of. Generally that is descending to which squad. Which squad is responsible for can. For example, Hidden Earth is currently in this squad. 8 control of the darkness of the thieves. Assassins. Each are more than 50 levels. These 8 thieves, in turn, formed a temporary combat sequence with other squads to maximize their strength. For example, the thieves cooperate with the warriors. The warriors' main attack. The thieves are responsible for the flanking support. The priest is in the rear to heal them. Chapter 275 The Evil Story. Hidden Earth had just arrived at this place when he was forced into a battle. The opponents of Hidden Earth and the others were 3-headed flame divine spirit soldiers, roughly between level 45 and 55. Having just emerged from the middle of a steaming lake, it was scorching hot. The warriors, thieves, and archers were perfectly coordinated. These squad sergeants were completely able to cope with it. Hidden Earth was nothing more than a soy sauce. But Hidden Earth's desperation, the squad leader, and the squad members were also in the eyes of the people, and they were all saying that it was good. The warriors were responsible for the main attack. The thieves were responsible for the sneak attack. And the cold archers were causing damage while cooling down the air around them, so that the generals could be comfortable. Otherwise, no one could hold out. The battle ended, and taking advantage of the gap, naturally someone took him to familiarize himself with the situation so that he could quickly integrate. Little brother, your rank is so low? Dare to come to the front line as well? How can you not dare? A good rascal is nothing but a cheap life. Hidden Earth did not act in the slightest and mingled with the crowd at a very fast pace. And so, Hidden Earth gained the friendship of the group. The time spent talking and laughing did not last long, and Hidden Earth soon saw the cruelty of war. For example, there could be more than just level 50 flame soldiers stepping out in the bubbles. Ah, the strongest? There was also the possibility of a level 70 existence, which, it far exceeded the level of this group of Heavenly Sun soldiers. Thus, what awaited them was a massacre. Only this massacre couldn't possibly last too long. The strongest members of the 9th Heavenly Sun Army would arrive at this place at an extremely fast speed and decimate their targets. Ding! Whether to take up the quest, decapitate 10 level 40 Flame Divine Spirit soldiers. Quest reward, 1 million experience points, 5,000 honor points. Ding! Whether to take up the quest, assist in decapitating 5 level 45 Flame God Spirit soldiers. Quest reward, 800,000 experience points, 4,000 honor points. Hidden Earth kept taking on quests and kept strengthening himself. Strictly speaking, the mission rewards of the combat sequence were indeed more generous than those of the logistic sequence. Hidden Earth's overall observation was that the Heavenly Sun soldiers held a certain advantage against the Battle Spirit Springs. Yet, it was unknown. How could they completely break the Divine Spirit Spring Eye? So both sides were in a stalemate. Within the private territory, Qin Fang inquired about Lixia's location and immediately went there. This time, what exactly was the teacher looking for him for? Qin Fang had already pondered all the way, but still had no clue. Regarding this private territory, Qin Fang had not really looked at it in detail. Today, he was finally able to get a glimpse of the whole picture. In the square area of the private territory, at some point, a rough forging platform stood up, with furnaces, forging hammers and other items. Lixia, on the other hand, quietly stood behind the forging platform, closed his eyes to recuperate, quietly waiting for Qin Fang's arrival. Around the square, there were usually quite a lot of NPCs, but today, there was no one, so it must have been removed by Yuze. Qin Fang took a step towards the front end, and a system beep sounded. Ding! You have successfully triggered a brand new scene. Please pay attention to your words and actions. They will determine the direction of the plot. Buzz! In an instant, Qin Fang felt the heavens spinning, and between his chest and abdomen, he wanted to vomit very badly, as if he wanted to vomit out yesterday's overnight meal. This feeling of vertigo continued on and on for a long time before Qin Fang slowed down and gradually saw everything around him. This place? Where was it? When Qin Fang stood still and was able to open his eyes, he suddenly realized that he was located in an unfamiliar place. This place was like a fairyland. The green-colored plants were all thriving and full of rich life, and the towering chic buildings, each containing the designer's heart and soul, made one never tire of looking at them. All around the valuable decorations, night pearls, carved dragons and painted floors, all show that this place is extraordinary. The design of the pavilion, The spread of paths, winding paths, auspicious clouds, as if around the general fluttering. This is definitely the most beautiful garden Qin Fang has ever seen. In the garden, quite noble woman is sitting in the pavilion, hands weaving the female red, and her eyes from time to time to look at not far away is catching butterflies of a little boy eyes full of love. The servants stayed quietly on both sides, quietly watching the little boy playing. Their hearts could not help but worry, and they had to be rescued at any time. At this scene, Qin Fang's heart had a guess. As if he was God, Qin Fang floated in the air, quietly watching the situation above the ground. Beside Qin Fang was the pale Li Xie, whose eyes carried a complex emotion. This kind of emotion, Qin Fang could not describe it. He only felt a sad mood. Gulp. Li Xie's face was bitter, as he drank a mouthful of old wine, and began to introduce Qin Fang. Kid, this is me as a child. With amazing forging talent, Li Xie began to fast forward through his experiences, jumping straight to the forging moment. Qin Fang watched quietly, as if he was a passerby. It was then that Qin Fang realized what it meant to be a true forging genius. As a child, Li Xie's understanding of forging had simply reached a point where there was no one before or after him. In his hands, even black iron-grade materials were able to be forged into gold-grade equipment. To know, he is still a child. When he becomes an adult, or what a horror he will be. This man? It's as if he was born to forge. Ever since he was a child, he's been someone else's child. There are many forging masters in the entire garden mansion, but all of them are suppressed by the light of this child, and no one is able to look at his back. This child's light shines through the ages. This? The teacher showed himself this? What does it mean? To show off? No, that's not right. If things were to go on according to this script, the teacher should have become the most dazzling blacksmith in the entire heaven's destiny. Why? Just as Qin Fang was ruminating, all of a sudden, the picture began to change. A sea of blue light as well as an aura that felt unfamiliar to Qin Fang began to emerge from the body of the childish Li Qi. Since the awakening of this power, the entire court was shocked, and Li Xie's parents were the first to arrive. Their eyes filled with shock and horror. Father Li even wanted to directly shoot Li Xie, but under the bitter pleas of Li Xie's mother, this was not done. For the problem of Li Qi, the clan held a special meeting to discuss how to deal with Li Qi. Of course, this meeting was not attended by Li Xie, so he did not know the specific content. However, after this meeting, Li Xie's treatment fell drastically, and the clan's eyes on him even brought with them disgust, as well as a hint of killing intent. Even some clansmen put into action, really assassinate Li Xie, want to wipe him out. If it wasn't for Li Qi's mother's timely intervention, Li Qi would have really died. In the face of such a situation, Li's father directly convened a meeting and personally sealed Li Xie's forging heart, so that in the future, he would never be able to forge again. Such a situation? For a child, it is really too cruel. Yesterday, still the jewel of the clan. But today? But has become the role of everyone shouting, which makes the young Li Xie hard to accept. Chapter 276, Unbreakable. Once the heart of forging was sealed, it meant that this Li Xie became a waste of time. And from then on, he could never forge again. This was equivalent to sealing Li Qi's most powerful talent in a raw manner. From heaven to hell. Such a huge loss. Even adults may not be able to hold on, let alone a child like Li Qi. Li Xie still wanted to raise the forging hammer, but no matter how he forged, he couldn't even succeed in tempering the material, let alone forging a finished product. You Li family's spoilsport. How could our Li family give birth to a freak like you? Go to hell. Don't plague our Li family. Facing such voices, and even the bullying of his peers, all Li Xie could do was cry on a daily basis. How dazzling Li Xie was in the past. Today, how cruel was the torture he was subjected to. The insults of his peers, the difficulties of his elders. All of these were like swords and soldiers that kept leaving their marks on Li Xie's body. As Qin Fang watched, he seemed to be touched, unconsciously leaving tears in the corners of his eyes. This was too miserable. How did teacher Li Xie persevere through such a miserable childhood? The scene shifted. Within the hall of the Li family, a meeting of the entire family was held, and all those above the age of 6 could participate. This meeting had a great impact on Li Xie, to the extent that when he replayed it now, Qin Fang was able to see teacher Li Xie's body trembling slightly. Within the hall, Li Xie was alone, kneeling down in the central area, his eyes looking around helplessly, as if he was wondering, "Clan? Why did they do this to themselves?" Looking towards their mother, father, wanting to explain, but all they got was indifference. Li Xie's mother was crying non-stop. Her eyes were filled with despair, as well as self-blame and remorse for herself. Li's father was able to see the face full of fatigue, as well as a strong sense of powerlessness. As if overnight, aged countless years, all around the hall, there are all the clansmen of the Li family. All of them are indifferent. Mocking, sneering, contempt, hatred, fear. Hate can't kill it. Quickly look at Li Qi. This feeling was as if Li Qi was not their clan member, but their greatest enemy. After the unanimous deliberation of the elders within the clan, as well as the patriarch, from now on, Li Xie will be expelled from the Li clan to abolish the heart of forging, and the genealogy of the clan will be removed. This was the voice of the Grand Elder, as well as the decision of the entire Li clan. When Li Xie's mother heard such a voice, she instantly wailed, "My son, ah!" and then fell into a coma. And a strong person like Li's father didn't hold back at this moment, leaving behind soybean-sized teardrops. Immediate execution. The Great Elder with white hair and pale face. His face was cold, and he approached Li Xie with supreme might. "Great-grandpa, what are you going to do?" Li Xie was still naively inquiring about the Great Elder at this moment. He still didn't know what was happening. "Little evil, you were never supposed to exist in the world." The Grand Elder's voice also carried a touch of sighing, as well as a strong resentment. Li Xie only felt a pain all over his body as countless mechanical claws pierced through the void and stabbed into his own body. And eventually, a bone that shimmered with this golden light was taken out from within his own spine bone. A bone that shimmered with this black luster was taken out from his wrist. A demonic purple bone was taken out from his mind. And a blue-colored bone was taken out from his leg. From his waist, he took out a pure red bone. And from his eyes, he took out a white bone. As these bones were taken out, it was as if all of Li Qi's essence was extracted, causing him to instantly wither and go limp on the ground, as if he would soon die. The clansmen present were stunned. Throughout the ages, there was only one forged heart for the human race. But on Li Xie's body? Yet there were a full 9 of them. What kind of concept is this? This meant that even if Li Xie closed his eyes, he would be able to achieve divine craftsmanship and give the Li clan another peak. But now, these forging hearts have been drawn out raw, as if the forging hearts possessed their own intelligence. They struggled and wanted to integrate into Li Qi's body again. But in the end, they were still sealed by the Grand Elder and taken away. Within the hall, Li Xie fell into endless darkness amidst the endless taunts of the clansmen. Before falling into unconsciousness, Li Xie seemed to perceive a handful of warmth. "See here?" Qin Fang's heart was flooded with endless doubts. Why? On what grounds was Li Xie being targeted so much? "Teacher? Why on earth is this all?" "Because of the sea of blue light emanating from my body. This is the aura of the first forger under the Heavenly Emperor, the Heavenly Forge. My clan? Thinking that I'm the reincarnation of Sky Forge. They want to remove me, going so far as to strip me of my entire forged heart." Li Qi's words were very plain, as if he was telling someone else's story, as if he had long forgotten about the events of that year. Heavenly forging? Qin Fang quickly recalled his memories of his previous life, and in a split second instantly determined that it was impossible for Li Xie to be a heaven forging, because at the end of the first year of his previous life, the first forger under the Heavenly Emperor, the Heavenly Forge that is, appeared and began to forge equipment for the gods in large quantities to assist them in getting out of the trap. And at that time, Li Qi was still a beggar. "Teacher, I believe in you." Qin Fang's words were loud and clear, carrying an incomparable trust in Li Qi. Continue watching. Li Xie's heart seemed to be touched in some way, but did not show it, allowing Qin Fang to continue to watch. Father is incompetent. In his stupor, Li Xie seemed to hear his father's confession. In the end, Li Xie was thrown to the rubbish heap amidst a mournful cry from his mother. Rubbish should lie within the rubbish heap. Li Xie was abandoned. But did Li Qi fall silent? Naturally not. Not only did Li Xie survive by virtue of his own tenacious willpower, he even restarted the forge. Who knows how Li Xie set foot on the road of forging again? But when he reappeared, has been a legendary level forging master. Also once again returned to the Li family. But waiting for him is not his father's appreciation, but a complete break between father and son. From then on, Li Xie never set foot on the Li family's door again. But now, this unknown hidden secret was presented to Qin Fang's eyes. Li Xie was in the rubbish pile, crawling with difficulty. No one could imagine how such a weak child's eyes could contain such a great hatred. This hatred, which rose up to the sky, seemed to pierce through the sky. Li Xie looked at the memories of the past, and suddenly his eyes widened. A hint of tears flared up in his pale eyes, only to see that within the body of the skinny Li Xie, there was a glow of the color of an ethereal orchid flowing, and the glow was so faint that it was close to nothing, so that if one did not look carefully, one could not see it at all. This is father's forging heart? At this moment, Li Qi all understood. Why was he able to forge even though he was clearly wasted? Why his injuries were enough to be fatal, and he could still live? The source of all this, not because his willpower is strong enough, not because his life is hard enough, but because there is someone in the dark silently pay, and this person is his father, Li Xie's father. Self-abandonment of their own forging heart, planted in Li Xie's body. Pity the world's parents, who can bear to see their own children die in front of them. No wonder, when he went to see his father, he would be so weak. Chapter 277 Ding. Ordinary quest. In the middle of the scene, Li Xie crawled out of the rubbish pile with great difficulty, and was taken in by a family. After simply nourishing his body, Li Xie namely gritted his teeth and started forging, regardless of the wind and rain. Li Xie never gave up and persisted every day. Li Xie's forging journey was very difficult. After all, the injuries he suffered were not lighter than Qin Fang. The first day, the second day, the third day, I don't know how long, Li Xie suddenly comprehended the power of hate and successfully forged his first piece of equipment. It was also unknown for how long. Li Xie's forge master rank did not increase, but he was already able to forge legendary grade equipment. Eventually, Li Xie successfully forged a divine weapon on a night of wind and thunder, and was promoted to divine artisan. It was only that this kind of divine artisan of Li Xie was completely different from a normal divine artisan. He did not have a divine position. If observed, Li Xie was as if he was a mortal. However, he possessed the power of this god, and was even stronger than a god. Ding. Congratulations on helping Li Xie open his heart, and completing the hidden quest. Ding. Reward iteration in progress. Please wait. Ding. Your words and actions will affect the direction of the plot. Please choose from your heart. Li Xie probed into the past, steamed the tears in her eyes, glanced at Qin Fang, and quickly hid her own emotions. Qin Fang, I once fell to a low point and still managed to rise. You can as well. Li Evil said these words with unprecedented seriousness. I'll give you two choices. Firstly, fulfill my requirements and inherit my mantle. Secondly, fulfill my requirements and step out on the path that belongs to you. Qin Fang, Yin, #Yin. What is this saying? Why does it feel like the teacher is a bit unhinged? The back and forth logic of this discourse isn't right. I choose to try. Qin Fang didn't know if his answer was correct or not. Ding. Divine Artisan Li Evil has issued an ordinary task to you, quenching 10,000 pieces of bronze silver. Do you accept? Quest reward none? With a click, the scene shattered. Qin Fang's figure appeared beside the forging table, and 10,000 pieces of bronze silver were neatly yards beside him, like a small mountain. Ding. You have successfully taken on this quest. Qin Fang's four-dimensional attributes, all of which were one, were very weak. Even such an easy action as lifting the forging hammer was very difficult for him. Not to mention quenching the bronze silver. Bronze silver. This was the most difficult material to quench amongst the materials of the bronze grade. There was none, even in Qin Fang's peak state. Each piece had to be quenched for as long as 30 minutes. Now, it took even more of a sea of time. With great difficulty, Qin Fang moved a piece, placed it on the forging table, raised the forging hammer, and began to hammer. Since the teacher could be reborn in Nirvana, then itself, why not? Li Xie looked at the sweating Qin Fang from the side, and inexplicably had some new pikes in his heart. Li Xie had always thought that his rise was by virtue of himself, but today, when he rewatched his own deceased, he realized that his rise was built on the foundation of his father's fall from grace. Because of his father's forging heart, he was able to rise again. When he was sleepy, The light of the color of the orchid would flicker, helping him to sleep smoothly. When he was in pain, the light of the color of the orchid would flicker, helping him to soothe his wounds. And when he was bitter, the light of the color of the orchid. Father? To be able to become the patriarch within the Lee family. This was naturally because his forging talent was number one among his peers. But after so many years, his father had not been promoted to divine artisan. Li Qi finally understood. At this moment, Li Xie also understood why his father would severely rebuke him back then, telling him to get lost quickly. It was because if Li Xie didn't get lost, the forging heart in his body would move differently, and even return to Li's father's body. With the help of his father, Li Qi had reascended to the top. However, there was no one to help Qin Fang. Qin Fang was able to recover again with his own strength? Li Xie carefully investigated the problem within Qin Fang's body, and he was unable to solve it. After all, this was the curse of the god of darkness before his death. Qin Fang could only rely on himself. Qin Fang forged with difficulty, each hammer without any strength, soft, but his eyes still staring at the materials on the forging table. The movements of his hands still unceasing. Forging a road can only be the use of forging hammer? Is it only possible to force out the impurities in the material by incessant pounding? Teacher Li Xie's emotional method? It is by giving the materials emotions, so that the materials have a certain life, so that they are more flexible, so that they are free to swim, so that their grades will be raised, and even evolve, and ultimately combine to become equipment. This method? Is it suitable for you? This method? Did he speculate correctly? Qin Fang fell into doubt about himself. Divine destiny? This game. What was the definition of forging? In his previous life, Qin Fang had a certain understanding of the art of forging. He also had a certain understanding of other forging masters. At the moment, he was constantly reminiscing and trying to blend his experience from others into his own. In the blink of an eye, 10 hours passed in a flash. Ding. You have been online for a long time. The system will force you to go offline. Snapping. Qin Fang, who had fallen into absolute contemplation, was kicked out of the game. Qin Fang returned to his senses, and he appeared in reality. He did not move, still pondering over the question. Blacksmith? What exactly was that? Forging? What exactly was it again? Qin Fang? What are you thinking about? It was the voice of Black Widow Qin Linger. Qin Fang informed him of his own problems. Black Widow pondered for a while, and still left. She couldn't give Qin Fang an answer. Hidden Earth exited the game, and looked at the boss who was fuming. He couldn't help but push his shoulder. Boss, what's wrong with you? Qin Fang informed him of his own problem. And Zong Tu immediately left scratching his head. He wanted to help his boss solve this problem, and tell him the answer. But then, limited abilities. Really limited abilities. Qin Fang organized his thoughts for a while, forcing himself to withdraw from the contemplation of this problem, and followed Zong Tu's pace to the restaurant for a meal. After finishing his meal, Qin Fang suddenly remembered this question. Why not ask the blacksmiths within Yang City? Thus, Qin Fang began to ask for advice one by one. Oh, you asked me why I want to make iron? Haha. Because to feed my family. How did I become a blacksmith? Because my father is a blacksmith. What is forging? Old man doesn't know. But I do know that the finished product that comes out of 100 hammers is definitely not good enough. These simple words, like a torrent, slowly merged into Qin Fang's mind. It was night. Qin Fang sat alone on top of the towering city wall, blowing a cold wind and looking into the silent distance. Yang City was the only place in the vicinity that was lit up, mirroring the Sky City like a large and a small gorgeous jewel. The wilderness? From time to time, fires erupted and gunshots were heard. These days, Coyote had been clearing the surrounding area of crises. After all, the wilderness was always unsafe, and there were always harassers and even ambitious people who wanted to annex Yang City. Qin Fang had left all these things to Wild Wolf. The latest batch of equipment had already been delivered, and Yang Cheng also needed to practice its troops. After all, where could one sleep soundly in this crisis-ridden blue star? Chapter 278 Abandoning the God-tier mission. This world ultimately belonged to the ambitious. In his previous life, Qin Fang did not have any ambition. Ahem. His miserable life, living like a pig or a dog, also prevented him from gathering ambition. After all, being able to live? It had already taken all of his chi. But in this life, a touch of ambition grew in Qin Fang's heart. The bright moon was high in the sky, and a cold wind lightly attacked. Slight footsteps ascended above the city wall, and Wild Wolf was also surprised. It was the first time he had seen Qin Fang above the city wall. Could it be that he had come to give himself some orders? Above the city wall, Wild Wolf also liked to stay here. The feeling of climbing high and seeing everything in the distance made him comfortable. Wild Wolf eventually sat beside Qin Fang, like a puppet, quietly waiting for orders. Wild Wolf had always been a member of the Tianji Pavilion. His life had long been used to receiving orders and carrying them out. It was not even too much to call him a machine. Qin Fang silently did not speak, took out a cigarette from among his pockets, handed one to Coyote, quietly lit it, and began to gulp down the smoke. This thing? Qin Fang didn't know what there was to smoke, but it was said that men before the Great Destruction needed to have one when they were depressed. I purchased a medium-sized town defense device, capable of covering an area of 1,000 miles. When one cigarette burned out, Qin Fang uttered such words. Wild Wolf instantly understood the meaning of Qin Fang's words. Yang City was too small. Boss, don't worry. When our equipment and a new batch of soldiers are trained, we will start encroaching on other towns right away. Wild Wolf stood up as if he was a great general under Qin Fang, bowing slightly and responding firmly. This was the wisdom of Wild Wolf. He had placed himself in the position of a subordinate in his mind, while Qin Fang, on the other hand, was the city lord. Qin Fang responded indifferently before leaving the place. The town defense device. There were still 3 more days to be delivered. After 3 days, Qin Fang's Yang City would be solid as gold before its energy was exhausted. Coyote's work was spot on. Tyrannosaurus Rex had not let Qin Fang down either. The entire Yang City had already shown a flourishing weather. Although every day, there were still heads rolling. It couldn't be helped. There were always some people who wanted to challenge Qin Fang's authority in a chaotic world. Wanted to challenge Qin Fang's authority. Qin Fang rested for a night. Quietly pondered for a night. And when he logged into the game the next day, Qin Fang figured out his path to forging. Forging was at his service. Forging was merely a path to his success, not his entirety. For Licia, born into a forging family, forging could be his life, something he pursued for the rest of his life. But for Qin Fang, forging was nothing more than a path to make him rich. Whether it was inside or outside of heaven's mandate, Qin Fang needed a large amount of coins at all times. And forging could help him accomplish that. No, forging was only part of it. Qin Fang's greatest wealth was still the memories of his previous life. The 10,000 people's auction house that Qin Fang had purchased in advance. Now, it had already become sky-high. All of Qin Fang's private territories, now, had also become sky-high. The attribute stones that Qin Fang had allowed Yuzhe to continuously collect had also become sky-high in the near future. With the vast amount of treasure chest locations, the various competitions organized by Heaven's Destiny, and the constantly updated datasheets, Qin Fang was able to take the lead. The extremely powerful Hidden Earth, the Tree of Life. These were what gave him Qin Fang's bottom line. These days, perhaps he was too deeply influenced by the prophet god, by the divine craftsman Lu Long, and by the divine craftsman Li Xie. So much so that it made Qin Fang lose himself, surprisingly allowing him to develop a mentality of not forging, not becoming alive. Beside the forging table, Qin Fang put down the forging hammer in his hand and the obsession in his heart. And at the same time, he cancelled the divine grade quest in his mind. Ding! Is it certain to give up the divine grade quest? Forge an epic grade equipment with a crippled body. Ding! Whether or not to give up the quest reward. 7-color divine dragon egg. 2 system beeps rang out. If it was before, Qin Fang would definitely not give up. After all, this was a divine beast. But now, it was nothing more than that. This quest? Qin Fang chose to give up. Ding! You have given up on this divine quest. Buzzing. A flash of golden light flashed out from Qin Fang's body, shooting straight into the firmament, first transforming into a scroll, and then disappearing into dots of light. At the same time, a system tone appeared in Qin Fang's ears. Ding! Due to your abandonment of the divine grade quest, you are hereby rewarded with the title No Desire. No Desire. Title name, No Desire. Title description. You can only obtain it if you give up your God-tier quests and God-tier equipment. Title ability, none. Ugh. This was a monumental title. And presumably a title that was absolutely unique to the entire Heaven's destiny. Qin Fong let out a bashful smile. And immediately felt the burden on his body. The boulder being removed in an instant. Ding. Player Zhen actively abandons the divine level mission. Hereby punished. Attributes forcibly reduced to 1 within 30 days. Such a system tone resounded throughout Heaven's destiny. And countless players were instantly dumbfounded. Qin Fong was also dumbfounded. This? He had given up on a God-tier quest? Surprisingly, it could also cause a punishment. What is this? It's not fair. Is there donkey hair stuffed in my ears? It's causing hallucinations. Giving up a God-level quest? Player me is not a fool. No. I think he's normal. But this? It seems like it's not something a normal person could pull off. God-level mission. This is a God-level mission, right? You don't want it. You can give it to me, ah. Why give it up? Countless players lamented, wishing they could just hack Qin Fong to death. This shit. It really was a waste of a heavenly chance. If I'm not retarded. I remember that a few days ago. Player me just failed in completing a God-tier quest, ah. And this is leading to another God-tier quest? The player sucked in a breath of cool air one after another. What kind of shit luck was Qin Fong having? This fuck. Picking up 2 quests in a row? Haha. I seem to get it. Player May didn't complete a God-tier quest last time and recognized his own shortcomings. So he took the initiative to give up on this God-tier quest this time. Player Zhen probably didn't think that taking the initiative to give up this mission also lowered his attributes to 1 bar. Laughing me to death. A God-level mission? That wouldn't be something a current player could complete. Yeah. Player me is too stupid. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't give up. I definitely want to succeed. Even if it takes a little bit of time. I want to succeed. The players had different thoughts. Batian directly called Qin Fong in communication, wanting to scold him. This loser. However, the communication could not get through, and could only sigh. Hidden Earth was also a bit puzzled. Why did the boss give up on this God-tier mission? He was a little puzzled. But he was definitely the first to agree with the boss's decision. The Tree of Life silently sighed. A captain who was able to give up a divine-level mission. What kind of awareness was this? What kind of thought was this? Boss? You've given up on the God-level mission? Player Zhen. You've given up on the God-tier mission? Qin Fong. You've given up on the God-level mission? Captain. You've given up on the God-level quest? Countless voices called Qin Fong. But Qin Fong replied to none of them. Chapter 279 rewarded Divine Artifact, Golden Dragon's Ring. To such communications, Qin Fong did not reply. In front of him, Li Qi also looked at Qin Fong with a touch of shock. A touch of surprise. In his thoughts, Qin Fong should not have given up on this mission. This mission? When it was said to be a mission, it was actually a restriction on Qin Fong. A protection for Qin Fong. And even a cultivation for him. As long as Qin Fong was able to break through this shackle and successfully forge epic-grade equipment, then Qin Fong would be able to leap through the Dragon Gate, and his future achievements would be unlimited. But now, Qin Fong had even taken the initiative to give up this protection. This cultivation. Qin Fong? What is he going to prepare for? Without the limitations of this mission, Qin Fong's strength would begin to slowly recover, eventually breaking the shackles and recovering from his injuries. However, this also meant that Qin Fong had missed out on this opportunity. Qin Fong, if you still want to go farther on the path of forging, I can still help you recover from this divine-level task. Li Qi was truly unwilling to watch Qin Fong gradually fall from grace. With Qin Fong's talent, he could go even further. All the trials and tribulations right now were all nurturing for Qin Fong. No need, teacher, for forging. I have my own understanding. I believe that I can go farther. The forging experience of a divine weapon, the divine level forging drawings, and the divine smith's perception. Qin Fong had experienced all of them. And his path to becoming a divine smith? There would be no problems whatsoever. However, there was a gap between divine craftsman and divine craftsman. And the gap between peak divine craftsman and divine craftsman was also large. The equipment forged by a peak divine craftsman and a divine craftsman? The gap between them was huge. To become a peak divine smith? Qin Fong still had to rely on himself. Divine Artisan Lu Long and Divine Artisan Li Xie, who were cultivating peak Divine Artisans, were cultivating Qin Fong as a good seedling of a peak Divine Artisan. And Qin Fong? Did he want to become a peak Divine Artisan? No. He didn't need to. He had the 10,000 times return system. He only needed to be promoted to Divine Craftsman. 10,000 times the odds? Couldn't a superb item still appear? Among the 95 divine artifacts lying quietly in Qin Fong's backpack at the moment, there were also several small extreme goods and several large extreme goods. This was something that Qin Fong had pressed the bottom of his box. And once it was traded out, it would surely cause a great sensation. The divine artifacts that Qin Fong had traded to the time and space merchant were all relatively poor. But they were still divine artifacts. Your path of forging? What is it? Li Xie was still worried about Qin Fong and asked so. He really didn't want such a good seedling to die out in the crowd. One step at a time. To reach the peak. Qin Fong gripped the forging hammer in his hand and looked towards Li Qi with firm eyes. Step by step? Eventually falling into mediocrity? Li Xie suddenly became furious. What kind of words were these? What words? Li Evil even wanted to slap Qin Fong to clear his head. Inside your body, there is a huge potential. You need to push yourself. How could one see a rainbow without experiencing the storm? Every divine artisan had come this way. Teacher, this is my path. Qin Fong bowed deeply and did not get up for a long time. Li Qi did not help him either, letting him bow. Only after a long time did Li Xie let out a sigh and threw Qin Fong a holy fruit. This fruit, with its body glittering with a white light and countless lines filling the air, carried an atmosphere that was pleasing to the heart, and exuded an aura of essence throughout its body. Take it and roll it for me. Li Xie threw this fruit to Qin Fong before taking out his treasured spirits and fiercely pouring a large mouthful of it. Qin Fong held this fruit and was surprised in his heart, shocked as he looked at Li Qi with tears in his eyes. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the Divine Grade Fruit Purification Fruit. Divine Grade Purification Fruit removes all negative effects from the body. This fruit was capable of removing all the curses of the Darkness God, injuries, and all the negative effects within Qin Fong's body, allowing him to achieve his peak and recover in an instant. This Divine Grade Purification Fruit was worth a lot. Ahem. Although Qin Fong did not know the exact value. Although Li Evil was angry, Li Evil still gave him the chance to recover. Although Li Evil was angry, Li Evil still agreed with Qin Fong's choice. Although Li Xie was angry, but in Li Xie's heart, there was still Qin Fong. Teacher, thank you. Qin Fong knelt down on the ground. Li Xie did not bother with Qin Fong and drank the fine wine by himself. For so many years, Qin Fong was the only person who had entered Li Qi's eyes. However, Qin Fong had chosen to degrade himself. This kind of feeling? It really made it hard for Li Xie. Ding! Does it swallow the Divine Grade Purification Fruit? Swallow. Qin Fong needed this fruit. Needed his attributes to recover quickly. Just as Qin Fong was about to swallow this Divine Grade Purification Fruit, Divine Craftsman Lu Long's figure also naturally appeared in front of Qin Fong through the barrier of Qin Fong's private territory. Godsmith Lu Long's face also wore a strong sense of regret. The Prophet God asked me to bring you a message. Qin Fong paused the movements in his hands and waited quietly. The Prophet God said that he respects all your choices, that he was a little too presumptuous, and he asked me to apologize to you. Every life was an independent individual. Who could arrange anyone's destiny? For such an idea, Qin Fong listened silently without making any indication. This is your reward for assisting in the beheading of the God of Darkness. Originally, I wanted to give you a Divine Grade Purification Fruit, but since you already possess it, then, this Divine Artifact Grade Storage Ring. Here you go. Divine Artisan Lu Long handed Qin Fong a brand new Divine Grade Storage Ring. This ring, like a very spiritual swimming dragon with its head and tail connected in a lifelike manner, was glittering with golden light all over. Very noble. And the eyes of the building? As if they were inlaid red gemstones, flashing with a magnificent light. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the Divine Storage Ring Golden Dragon's Ring. Before Qin Fong could be happy, Divine Artisan Lu Long spoke once again. All traces of the God of Light in your body will be removed. This is also considered to be a kind of protection for you, and a responsibility to the human race. As soon as the words fell, Divine Craftsman Lu Long offered a huge forging hammer. With a thud, The power of the light god centurion within Qin Fang's body was instantly removed, and the title, too, disappeared in an instant. As for the god of light storage ring that Qin Fang was carrying on his hand, it was destroyed in an instant. Whoosh! A smudge of the god of light's intent spilled out from the storage ring, trying to escape, and the divine craftsman Lu Long instantly pinched it in his hand and erased it. I'll be waiting for you in the divine craftsman domain. After finishing these words, godly craftsman Lu Long namely penetrated the barrier of Qin Fang's private territory once again. Qin Fang was not in a hurry to devour the purification fruit at the moment. Instead, he shifted all of his mind and heart to this god-rank storage ring. Name, Ring of the Golden Dragon. Description, a divine artifact refined from the body of a space golden dragon. A rare gem. Function 1, 500 million compartments. Function 2, can store any item. Function 3. Remarks, once bound, it will not be able to be discarded. Unbound, or, in a nutshell, once this golden dragon's ring was bound, it could never be lost again. This thing was too useful for Qin Fang, whether it was the returned equipment, or his own reserves of supplies. Chapter 280 title, Artifact Holder. Ding. You have successfully bound the artifact golden dragon's ring. Ding. This is a special item. It does not occupy the equipment bar. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining a brand new title, Artifact Holder. Artifact Holder, a symbol of status. As for attributes, it was none. Qin Fang looked at this divine artifact, and was very satisfied in his heart. Function 3, Illusion. Qin Fang clicked on Function 3, wanting to take a look at the exact function of this divine artifact, only to see that the golden dragon's ring seemed to actually come to life as it rose up into the air and wrapped around Qin Fang's hand, emitting devouring intentions. Qin Fang took out a black material from his own backpack, only to see the golden swimming dragon open its bloody mouth and devour the black bracelet stone. When the devouring was complete, the golden dragon swam again, transforming into a finger ring, lying quietly on top of Qin Fang's finger. It turns out to be so. I can't say how stunning it is. It's just a visual effect. Function 4, Change Heaven and Earth. Incidental effect, can be hidden as a ring of any of the styles of Heaven's mandate. Ahem. It was just a visual effect, but it could also have a certain camouflage effect. Qin Fang quietly wore this divine artifact and devoured the divine purification fruit. Ding. You have devoured the divine grade purification fruit. Ding. The dark curse in your body has been purified. Ding. The dark power within you has been purified. Ding. The power of the seer god in your body has been purified. Ding. In a moment, 7 or 8 system beeps rang out, and Qin Fang could feel the power in his body gradually returning. Ding. Your attribute value plus 10. Ding. Your attributes to plus 10. Ding. Due to your prolonged erosion, your recovery speed is slow. This speed, Qin Fang was able to accept it. Ding. Due to the effects of your physique, you are temporarily unable to wear equipment. Counting down to 30 minutes. Even if it was a god-grade purification fruit, it would still take some time before Qin Fang could completely recover. At this moment, the entire heaven's destiny was shaken again, as countless articles erupted like spring bamboo shoots, and as if they were rising from the ground, they grew infinitely and madly. These articles, completely centered around a single theme. Shocked. Heaven's Mandate's first divine artifact has appeared. Yes, Heaven's Mandate's first divine artifact has appeared. Whether it was the players in Tianyang Town, Tianshui Town, Tianbing Town, Tianhua Town, etc. At this moment, they all stopped what they were doing and clicked on the equipment list, only to see the pure purple color, noble and incomparable equipment list above. Hidden soil of the legendary level weapon no longer is the peak. Instead of a golden light shining divine weapon, the name of this divine weapon, named the Golden Dragon's Ring. The players who flocked to the ring wanted to check the attributes of the Golden Dragon's Ring, but were alerted. Ding. The player did not reveal the attributes of the equipment. Sorry. Undeterred, the players wanted to take a look at the holder of this divine weapon equipment. Ding. The player has set privacy permissions. Unable to look into it. Sorry. Thus, regarding who is the owner of this Golden Dragon's Ring, the players started another heated discussion. Who is this person, hiding so deeply? With my knowledge of the top 100 players in the Hall of Fame rankings, I think it should be a river of spring water flows east. This person is too low profile. But every time he appears, he does his best to brighten people's eyes. No. 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 I have a feeling it's rainy night. Softly. What awe. I have definitive proof that this golden dragon's ring belongs to Tianyang Town Batian. Don't believe me? Look at the picture. What a fake picture technique. You're insulting my eyes. No. Not insulting our eyes, but insulting our intelligence. The players' discussion was heated. And in just 3 minutes, it became the number 1 on the Heaven's Destiny hot list. And it was still going on. 5 minutes. Directly surpassing the number 1 spot on the Heaven's Destiny topic list. 10 minutes. Broken record. Question. Who is the owner of the Golden Dragon's ring? Selling price. 10 million copper coins. Crowdfunding. There were good people who launched crowdfunding articles and then rolled up the money and fled. Even released a statement. You guys? What a bunch of fools. In response, some of the players directly vomited blood in anger and reported it. Xin Fang, who had just stepped out of his private territory, saw such a hot topic and hurriedly changed the golden dragon's ring on his hand to disguise it. The majestic golden dragon instantly became a small gray snake, not to mention being a god-grade equipment. Even saying that he was a bronze-grade equipment felt shabby. So far, Xin Fang didn't want to be famous just yet. Didn't want to become a windy mission again. But in the next instant, hidden in the shadows, the eyewitness of the Phoenix Guild Stranger Sword saw all this. His breathing suddenly shortened. His eyes stared extremely wide, as if they were copper bells. And his entire body trembled slightly, as if he had probed into some deepest hidden secret. Stranger Sword. Originally, he had been ordered by the Phoenix to follow Xin Fang, preparing to give him a fatal blow to avenge the Phoenix being humiliated 100 times that day. But who would have thought that such a shocking secret would be discovered? Player me? Surprisingly, it was Player me. Just when all the people thought that it was impossible for him to rise again, Player me actually got a divine weapon. And the most crucial thing was that this divine weapon was even able to be worn, an artifact of no grade. The stranger's heart was very torn at the moment. He looked at the paid reply article on the Heaven's Destiny interactive board. The 50,000 copper coins bounty post. He really wanted to announce to the world that the one who got the Golden Dragon's ring was the player Jin, but after some careful thinking, he still forced himself to calm down and dialed Phoenix's communication. This news, informing the president, the stranger was able to reward him even more. Chairman, I've got some terrific news. What? Surprisingly, it's a player me? At this moment, even Phoenix was surprised and sat up from the bench, his pupils shrinking slightly. The shock in his heart was beyond words. This kid, he really is blessed with a heavenly gift. How what good things can let him stumble upon awe. According to the original plan, start intercepting player me. Try to see if you can pop out a divine weapon. Red-eyed? Phoenix was really red-eyed. Although he knew in his heart that divine artifacts couldn't be popped out once they were bound. But even if there was only a 1 in 100,000 probability, the Phoenix still wanted to give it a try. The temptation of this thing. And able to resist all. Right. This news. No one remembered to keep it a secret. Stranger Sword quietly nodded, and then began to contact the Phoenix Guild's good hands. Ready to intercept player me on top of the street. Decapitating player me. Blocking the player me. Earlier, the killers who took people's money had already tripped over the muddy water for the Phoenix Guild, letting everyone know that player Jin was really as if it was a florist. The only thing to pay attention to is the hidden earth. Whether the Tree of Life is beside player Jin or not. This point, the Phoenix Guild had also long since finished their investigation. Hidden earth. Tree of Life had not appeared since entering the camp. Today, player Jin will definitely die 100 times. Phoenix gritted his teeth and said this revenge. He could all still remember it. This time, must know the previous shame. Not long after, his eyes began to flash a hot light, as if he saw the artifact beckoning towards himself. This time the chance absolutely cannot miss. Chapter 281 Epic Props, Death Gaze. For so many days, the Phoenix Guild still did not have any guild quarters. The members of the guild were all like lonely souls wandering around Heaven's Destiny. This situation? It could all be brought to them by player Jin. The members within the guild's hatred towards player Jin gradually deepened. Xin Fang knew nothing about the Phoenix Guild's plans. At this moment, Qin Fang was already able to wear bronze-level equipment, and possessed the most basic self-protection power. And with the passage of time, Qin Fang's strength would become stronger and stronger until he returned to the peak. Therefore, Qin Fang fearlessly strolled through the streets of Tianyang town, pondering in his mind how to discuss with Yuzhe how to expand the scale of the 10,000 empty alley supermarket, and how to earn more bronze coins. As he was thinking this way, a stun arrow that flashed with an extreme black aura broke through the air and ruthlessly penetrated Qin Fang's body. Minus 4,511. The high amount of terrifying damage instantly caused Qin Fang's blood to bottom out. Tearing. Another arrow. Qin Fang directly died, turning into white light and resurrecting next to the resurrection point. This. Ding. Player Phoenix * Tang Hao has dealt 4,511 damage to you. Ding. You have been decimated by player Phoenix * Qiandang. These two attacks, which started almost instantly landed on Qin Fang's body. Player Phoenix * Tang Hao. Phoenix * Qiandang quickly fled from Tianyang town after decapitating player Jin. After all, once they were caught by the city guards, it wasn't a joke. Next to the Resurrection Stone, more than 10,000 players from the Phoenix Guild had been waiting for a long time. What a big battle. Who is Phoenix Guild trying to kill? Does it even need to be asked? It must be Player Me. This huge Tianyang town. Because of Player Me, it can't even accommodate the Phoenix Guild. Both sides. It's been a dead enemy for a long time. To beat up a falling dog. Such a thing must definitely be done. Earlier, Phoenix Guild, in order to prevent Player Me is fishing, also hired so many players together to behead Player Me. The president of the Phoenix Guild is really careful enough. The players by the Resurrection Stone quietly watched the action. Now, the merchants selling snacks by the Resurrection Stone were happy. Qin Fang's resurrected figure appeared, and before he could stand still, swords flashed in front of his eyes once again, with a chilling light piercing his bones and a cold aura. Qin Fang felt a stabbing pain of death. With so many players attacking, it was impossible for Qin Fang to hold up, especially since his attributes, at the moment, were still slightly low. Ding. Your attributes plus 1,000. Perhaps it was because Qin Fang's resurrection had boosted the effect of the divine purification fruit, causing his recovery speed to be greatly increased as well. Qin Fang looked at the group of Phoenix Guild players in front of him. His heart was calm, and his eyes were plain. Phoenix Guild? The hatred between it and him had long been unresolved. Qin Fang waited quietly. A hint of a smile even flowed from the corner of his mouth. Player Me, are you still waiting for the city guards? What a fool's errand. From today onwards, Phoenix Guild will see you once and kill you once. Aren't you quite mad? Why aren't you crazy now? The players of the Phoenix Guild began to hysterically taunt Qin Fang. As for the Phoenix, it was staring at Qin Fang's drops with unblinking eyes, afraid of missing any omissions. Ding. You have obtained bronze-level equipment. Ding. You have obtained. Continuously dying. The set of bronze-grade equipment on Qin Fang's body were all dropped. On the 8th death, Qin Fang stopped dropping any items. The items within Qin Fang's backpack had all been put into the Golden Dragon's ring, and could not be dropped on death. The Phoenix's heart was a little anxious. Why aren't the items dropping? The 30th death still didn't drop them. The Phoenix took out a prop that was like an imperial decree and began to write Qin Fang's name. The bottom left corner of this prop seemed to have burn marks. This was the highest grade prop that Phoenix had obtained so far. But he had opened a purple gold grade chest by chance. Prop name, Death Gaze. Prop effect, after the death of the written target, the drop is doubled. The Phoenix wrote down the name I. And in the next second the golden holy decree began to burn. And the green smoke followed the wind and wrapped around Qin Fang's body, as if it were an eye the color of pale black. 31st death. Phoenix's heart was in his throat. It must come out all. However, Qin Fang died. But there was no drop. This? Phoenix's body leaned forward. The holy decree prop cupped in his palm was clenched and twisted. He couldn't believe it. This prop? It could be called a small divine weapon. Last time? Phoenix with this prop. All of a sudden Wobatian body's extreme equipment burst 6 pieces of surprisingly to the player I useless? Phoenix looked at the hand has been burned off 1/3 of the holy props. Once again writing the name of the player Me. With a piercing sound. All of the props burned. and the green smoke formed countless black eyes that covered Qin Fang's body and watched him with a deadly gaze. Drop rate doubled. 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 In the end, the Phoenix still ended in disappointment. Although, he had known that it would be such an outcome. After all, Death Gaze was merely an epic level item, while the Golden Dragon's Ring was a divine weapon. However, being able to kill Qin Fang to vent his anger? It was also acceptable. 50th time. This time, the Phoenix spent a huge amount of money to purchase a special prop after inquiring about the Celestial Pavilion. Ding. You have obtained a special prop, Dark Boundary. Ding. Is player Qin Fang locked? Locked. Dark Boundary can forcefully bind one person and forcefully enter within the Dark Boundary with him for a 1v1 fight. The winner will get everything the loser has, including full body equipment. Bound equipment is no exception. All items in the backpack. This prop is simply terrifying. However, this prop is also a double-edged sword. Possibly? The one who failed was Phoenix. The corners of Phoenix's mouth rose. The probability of him failing? Infinitely close to zero. This time, the Phoenix deliberately slowed down the attacks of the Phoenix Guild players, so that they would not be able to decapitate Qin Fang. Whoosh! A brilliant light flashed and hit Qin Fang. A black seal instantly appeared at the center of Qin Fang's eyebrows. This one mark was like a burning dark flame, carrying a burning sensation. Ding! You have been hit by the darkness boundary. Ding! In 3 breaths, you will be forcibly dragged into the darkness boundary to fight against the player Phoenix. The winner gets everything the loser has. Ding! The Divine Purification Fruit can remove this negative effect. Does it remove it? Qin Fang rushed to stop this prompt, since the Phoenix wanted to take the initiative to send himself to his death, and was so anxious to give himself money. Then, let himself fulfill his. The attributes of the Divine Great Purification Fruit had already been absorbed by Qin Fang. The most crucial thing was, during this period, Qin Fang was able to feel the purifying effect of the Divine Great Purification Fruit on himself. This purification was able to gradually increase Qin Fang's attributes. After dying 50 times, Qin Fang's attributes were already straight ahead of what they were before beheading the God of Darkness. And he was already able to wear Essence Gold grade equipment. Surely, there was a 5-level difference between Qin Fang's equipment and the Phoenix's. But Qin Fang was confident that he would be able to behead the Phoenix. Chapter 282: The Arranged Phoenix. Outside, by the resurrection point, seeing Qin Fang, the Phoenix disappearing from their own eyes, the Phoenix Guild's players did not take it lightly, and were still guarding the surroundings, waiting for Qin Fang's appearance. To be honest, as Phoenix's beloved, Stranger Blade was also a bit puzzled at this moment, as he didn't know exactly what kind of tactics Phoenix had used. However, in this situation, everyone was able to guess that it was nothing more than a 1v1 with player me. The news of the Phoenix Guild siege of Qin Fang traveled within the Tianyang towns with extremely fast news. Batian was the first to learn of this news, and immediately led a group of people to rescue player me. It had to be said that Batian was a man who could be dealt with. And when something happened, he was really on it. When Annihilation heard the news, he silently laughed at the cowardly Phoenix, and threw himself into his next plan. In his mind, at the moment the player is really equivalent to waste. Beheading a waste? What was the use of it? Could it add to his own glorious battle record? It was already impossible. Annihilation's luck was still good. Recently, he had dug up another brand new grave in the surroundings of Tianyang town. Within the grave, Essence Gold level guards had already appeared. So it was assumed that this grave was not simple. Hidden Earth. The Tree of Life also got the news that the boss was under siege at the first opportunity. However, the identity of the two at the moment became a limitation for the two. The Tree of Life had just left the barracks earlier, and for a short period of time, had been unable to leave. And the front line of Hidden Earth suddenly sued tightly. No one is allowed to leave. Must die to defend. The Tree of Life. Tibetan Earth heart anxious. Hate as a deserter. At this moment, the only way to go to save Qin Fang is the only idea in both of their hearts. Just when Hidden Earth and Tree of Life were ready to put it into practice, Qin Fang suddenly sent a communication. There is no need to care about me. Obviously, Qin Fang also didn't want the Hidden Earth, Tree of Life to cause any losses because of him, since the boss had said that it was fine. Then, Hidden Earth, Tree of Life immediately treated it as nothing. Next to the Resurrection Stone, the 10,000 men led by Bastard Sky surrounded the members of the Phoenix Guild in reverse. Whether it was from the essence, the equipment equipped, or the discipline, the Bastard Heaven Guild's essence, equipment, and discipline were several times higher than the Phoenix Guild. The two were not on the same level at all. If the members of the Hegemony Guild were compared to trump cards, then the members of the Phoenix Guild were miscellaneous cards. Leave this place, or kill without pardon. Facing the members of the elite Hegemony Guild, the Stranger Sword could only hold his tongue, silently leading the members of the Phoenix Guild and exiting the range of the Resurrection Point. Hegemony was satisfied with Stranger Sword's understanding of the times. As for the situation between Player Jin and Phoenix, Hegemony could also guess 7 or 8 times, and was patiently waiting at the moment. Dark Boundary. Ding. You are in the Dark Boundary. Ding. Your backpack is sealed and cannot be opened. Ding. Under the current state, you are unable to use potions to restore your blood level. Ding. Under current state, unable to use pet amplitude strength. Ding. Under the current state, a series of restrictive sounds rang out beside the ears of the duo. In one simple sentence, in addition to the equipment worn on their bodies and the skills in the skill bar, they could no longer borrow strength. Phoenix eyes with a touch of cruelty to look at Player Me. Player Me, your time to die has come. Hee. The Phoenix laughed recklessly, seemingly seeing Qin Fang's death. Buzz. The Phoenix was suddenly wearing a level 30 fine gold-grade equipment. A mage's lightweight armor, with a higher defense than a normal leather armor. But it would be very slow, with a black golden light flickering all over its body. And as for its hand, it was a black mace. The staff was long and thin, as if it was a black snake wrapped around it, glittering with an oozing luster. At the top of the snake's head, there was a huge gemstone inlaid. Qin Fang subconsciously wanted to check the attributes of the Phoenix. But then, he remembered that because of Divine Craftsman Lu Long, his divine skill of checking had been destroyed, although he was unable to check. Qin Fang subconsciously frowned slightly. Phoenix's occupation? It seemed to have changed. It was hard to believe that this old boy, too, had sought out a hidden occupation. No. This occupation? Why does it feel so familiar? This set of equipment, filled with a strong aura of death. Phoenix's body was also filled with this aura of death. Phoenix, what profession have you switched to? Qin Fang had a bold guess in his heart, but it still needed to be confirmed. Player Me, thanks to your blessings, I managed to transfer into a death mage. This powerful profession can be no weaker than any hidden profession. Go to hell. Phoenix waved his staff. Countless dark mana balls fell continuously like raindrops. Qin Fang was flabbergasted, looking at the Phoenix with such a proud expression. He just couldn't help himself and laughed out loud. It really was the reincarnation of fate. This Death Mage transformation book. Qin Fang had long ago handed it over to Yuze, allowing him to run the sale. Without thinking, it went round and round, and was actually bought by Phoenix. As if to say earlier, Qin Fang still possessed a certain amount of apprehension in his heart towards killing the Phoenix. But now, he wasn't panicking in the slightest. After all, for an existence in the Divine Spirit Camp, Qin Fang was able to boost his damage by 50%. Strictly speaking, the Phoenix at this moment was already considered a Divine Spirit soldier. Qin Fang also put on a set of Essence gold-grade equipment in an instant. And the forging hammer in his hand? On the other hand, it was legendary grade. Brushing. Qin Fang's figure was like a ghost with different displacements, trying to get close to the Phoenix. But the Phoenix wasn't a fool. As a mage, the first thing that mattered was to maintain the appropriate distance from the target at all times. -1451-1465-1474. This was the damage caused by the spell ball hitting Qin Fang's body. Phoenix's eyes shrunk slightly. This kid? Surprisingly, he is still hiding this card? In the outside world, the Player Me was easily decimated, with a blood count of no more than 1,000. But why? Entering the Dark Boundary. Then the blood volume directly broke 1,000,000? Thousands of points of damage fell. And it wasn't obvious at all. Qin Fang had difficulty touching the Phoenix's coat, and immediately activated the Thunder Blacksmith's exclusive skill Thunder Punishment. Thud. This skill, which was currently still at the Black Iron level. But what about it? The power was not small. Only to see that within the entire dark crystal, a terrifying dark cloud instantly condensed. Thick and frightening, with thunder flickering within it like a flying thunder snake. Purple thunder snake swam, directly locking onto the player Phoenix. Caw! As if possessing divine intelligence, the thunder snake blasted at the Phoenix's body. Minus 3,564. This was the damage of a black iron ranked skill. Even Qin Fong couldn't help but be startled. Ding! Player Phoenix is in a stunned state. This was the terror of Thunder Punishment. Thunder Punishment effect. 3 consecutive thunderbolts can be released, and each thunderbolt will stun the target for 1.5 seconds. Click. The second thunder followed closely behind, not giving the player Phoenix the slightest time to react. If Phoenix's resistance was high enough, he would still be able to counterattack and dodge. But right now, he was in a completely frozen, stunned state. After 3 thunderbolts, the dark clouds in the sky gradually dispersed. And Qin Fong? He also appeared behind the Phoenix. Dang! Qin Fong fiercely slammed his hammer and blasted above the Phoenix's solar plexus. Minus 14,271 strike. Weakness. Continuously triggering bludgeon plus weakness plus 50% amplitude damage. The Phoenix Guild was directly blindsided. Player Jean's damage? How could it be so high? Chapter 283. Joining the God of Death's camp. Mages. Especially death mages. For resistance? For defense? It was almost zero. It was only though that Qin Fong was able to deal such a high amount of damage. The legendary grade forging hammer. Thud. Another hammer blast came down. The Phoenix was finally released from the stunned state. A flash of horror flashed in his heart, instantly casting flash and pulling away from Qin Fong at a certain distance. Phoenix tightened the staff he was holding in his hand, his eyes staring at Player Me. He couldn't figure out why Player Me's strength was able to be so strong. Is it possible? Player Me has been pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? Can it be that the player's injuries have been fake all along? Can't it be that Player Jean purposely put on this show just to trap himself? This time, the Phoenix had really screwed itself over. Almost half of the Phoenix Guild supplies were in the Phoenix's backpack, and the consequences would be unimaginable if the Phoenix was decimated. This is the Phoenix's habit. Phoenix? No one trust this batch of resources, or in their own hands is more appropriate. Phoenix quickly checked their own blood. There are still 2/3 left. In looking at Qin Fong, his blood level was still healthy, with 98% left. Ahem. Such a comparison was inappropriate. It should be said that Qin Fong's overall blood quantity was almost 10 times more than that of the Phoenix. It could be called a blood cow. As for the gap between the attack power, it was also level because the Phoenix had made a fool of itself. And even Qin Fong was higher. The Phoenix sized up Qin Fong, wanting to decapitate him? It looked like it had to make a dangerous move. Qin Fong was waiting for the thunder punishment to refresh. And in the next instant, the Phoenix began to chant an incantation. Countless black auras spread out from his weapon staff. The ground cracked, and a massive army of skeletons hugely surrounded Qin Fong. This was one of the Phoenix's bottom cards, and it was also the Phoenix's most powerful skill so far. Summon Skeleton summons an army of 300 skeletons. Each skeleton army can possess 50% of the host's attributes. This skill was terrifyingly strong. It drained all of Phoenix's blue energy in an instant. Thud. Qin Fong began to operate, transforming into a leaf that generally floated amongst this countless army of skeletons, under the terrifying enchantment of the legendary grade forging hammer. With a maximum of 3 hammers, the skeletons would die without exception. This is circular arc pace plus crippled broken pace? This was the first time Phoenix seriously saw Qin Fong's operation, and was taken aback. Circular arc pace? There were only 3 people in the rumor mill who knew it. But now, Player Jean had unexpectedly become the 4th person. Although the Stranger Sword had once reported to Phoenix back then that Player Jean mastered the circular arc pace, Phoenix didn't believe it at all. Those who can master the circular pace, which one was not a peak expert? These experts? Why would they want to go and change jobs to become blacksmiths? Wasn't this the equivalent of scrapping one's own martial arts? Phoenix didn't believe it at the time, and thought that it was because the Stranger Sword hadn't seen any knowledge and had misread it. But looking at it now, it was because he was being ratty. As for the broken pace, this was even more of a legendary pace. Rumor had it that the peak Rainy Knight had once performed it. leaving behind precious video screen data. This kind of pace was subsequently imitated and learned from by players who were unable to do so. But the end result was that the 2nd to 10th masters under Rainy Knight all thought that this was not a move that a human being could accomplish. But now? A broken and tattered pace? Surprisingly, it appeared in front of him. Although it was crippled, it had the shadow of the broken pace. The broken pace, the reason why it was called broken, was because, wherever that pace passed, not an inch of grass could grow. Player me? What is your relationship with Rainy Knight? Is it hard to believe? Is Player me i.e. Rainy Knight? Phoenix's heart couldn't help but be flooded with this thought. After all, Rainy Knight was also considered an urchin-like character, giving up the peak and switching to blacksmithing. This kind of thing. Rainy Knight did it. Xin Fang, on the other hand, was panting at the moment. Maintaining the circular arc pace was very simple for him. But for some reason, Xin Fang suddenly wanted to challenge the broken pace. This thing? It really was his limit. At his current level, it was impossible to complete it. The legendary breaking pace was divided into 9 layers. And Xin Fang should be able to complete the first layer. But it was this first layer that countless players had difficulty completing in previous generations. With this horrifying pace, Xin Fang managed to kill his way out of the skeleton group, without losing a single ounce of blood, and without losing a single ounce of essence, without ever dropping a single ounce. Essence, still at its peak. No, even higher than the peak. The Xin Fang in such a state. Phoenix thought that he could not be defeated. Now? Are you still arrogant? Xin Fang killed through the skeleton army and stood quietly in front of the Phoenix. This farce. It should be over. At this place, the mage's blue amount was also not to be replenished by devouring potions. Therefore, at this time, the Phoenix who relied on the mage's own speed of blue recovery. His blue amount? Only 3%. And at most, he was able to put up 1 skill. At this moment, he was like a lamb to the slaughter. But Phoenix? Would it really admit defeat like that? Great God of Death, I sacrifice my soul and implore you to grant me immortality. When the Phoenix chanted such an incantation, Xin Fang was instantly horrified and wanted to interrupt. However, it was already too late. A terrifying black light pierced through the dark boundary and descended onto the Phoenix's body in an instant. Phoenix? Are you really going to be obsessed? If the Phoenix was merely transferred, it could still be salvaged. But once it sacrificed its soul to the God of Death, the Phoenix was considered to have completely abandoned the human camp. The most intuitive feeling that is. Nowadays, the Phoenix can still go in and out of Tianyang town. After all, he is still a human, but once he sacrifices his soul, tainted with the breath of the God of Death. In the future, if the Phoenix comes close to Tianyang town, he will be killed. To put it simply, at this moment, the Phoenix's transmutation was not complete. Only once it sacrificed its soul would the Phoenix's transfer be complete. Regarding whether or not to join the God of Death's camp, the Phoenix had also had his considerations. What he wanted was to have his foot in both boats, swaying from side to side, and having a dry spell. But now, Playersion had pushed him to the brink, making it necessary for him to switch to become a true death mage. Playersion, I'll hack you up. Why do you always have a problem with me? The Phoenix was bathed in pure black light, quietly enjoying the changes within its body, and its hatred for Xin Fang had simply reached its deepest peak. Ding. As you are the first player to join the God of Death's camp, you are hereby rewarded with the title, Centurion of the God of Death. Phoenix as the first player from Heaven's Destiny to join the God of Death's camp? The God of Death treated him very favorably. After all, the practice of throwing in the towel? Everyone was playing 6-aw. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the exclusive Death Mage passive skill, Void State. Void State, you are in an attack state where you cannot be selected, but can attack others for 10 seconds. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the Death Mage exclusive growable equipment, Death Spirit Staff. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the Death Mage exclusive growable skill, Death Summoning. Ding. A series of system beeps made Phoenix instantly feel that switching to become a Death Mage and switching to the embrace of the God of Death didn't seem so hard to accept. After all, the God of Death gave too much. Chapter 284 Victory. When the transfer was complete, the Phoenix felt the powerful strength within its body, and a proud smile could not help but appear above its cheeks. Name, Phoenix. Profile: President of the Phoenix Guild, in name only. Centurion of Death. Profession: Death Mage. Rank: 32. Title: Centurion of the 99th Army of the Death Legion. Death Strength: 3451. Death Physique: 14782. Death Agility: 1475. Death Spirit: 7451. Death Light Value: 1478200. Death Magic Value: 74510. Death Physical Defense: 1000. Death Magic Defense: 5000. Death Skill Eye: Death Gaze. A death eye appears in the sky, staring at the target with a deadly stare, dealing 14,511 plus 7451 by 2 damage value. Death Skill 2: Death Ray. A terrifying death ray shoots out from the middle of the staff, dealing 4514 plus 7451 asterisk 3 damage value. Death Skill 3. Phoenix looked at his own attribute panel and smiled smugly in his heart. This attribute, this skill, it was several times stronger than earlier. Under such a state, Phoenix's confidence exploded since directly. Player me? Thanks to you. Otherwise, I would never be so aggressive. But this power, I like it. The Phoenix surveyed its own palm, a smile filling its brows. For this? Qin Fang, on the other hand, laughed coldly. This was the formula of the ancient deities, giving you strong power in the early stages, making you far stronger than players of the same age. But as time passed, the Phoenix would surely eat its own. At this moment, looking at the Phoenix's appearance, Qin Fang had a feeling of getting out of breath yet. Right now, the Phoenix was immersed in a powerful illusory power that was hard to pull himself out of, but thought that when he left the dark boundary, he would know what it means to be cruel. Phoenix, I sympathize with you. Qin Fang smiled faintly before continuing to speak. Do you know who put out this death mage's hidden profession? It was me. This thing. My original intention was to pig you. Or to pit annihilation. Who knew that you would actually fall for it, ah? Ha. How ridiculous. Eyeing Qin Fang's words that were so mocking, the Chuan character between Phoenix's brows wrinkled infinitely, a feeling as if he was being teased. This? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The origin of this Death Mage transformation book had caused Phoenix to waste some effort, and it was only after completing 9 consecutive quests that he acquired it. Huh. No. The NPC that issued the 9 consecutive quests seemed to be Rain. Go to hell. The Phoenix was also puzzled in his heart at the moment, and in the next second, he gathered a strong force and attacked Qin Fang. Death skills, that is, on top of each skill, there was a strong aura of death attached to it, which was very disgusting. If it was an ordinary player, they would definitely have a headache with death skills. But for Qin Fang, for the title of God Slayer on his head, this death aura was not worth mentioning at all. Qin Fang activated the skill that came with his equipment, Thunder Jump, and instantly appeared behind the Phoenix. And in the next second, countless attacks instantly fell, and the Phoenix did not feel any pain. After all, his defense had been drastically increased at the moment. The black aura condensed from his body surface was like a layer of defense barrier, constantly weakening Qin Fang's attacks. The Phoenix quickly threw out skills at its own feet again, wanting to destroy Qin Fang. Both sides were going back and forth, each with their own injuries, and as their blood levels fell to less than 1%, a hint of panic emerged in both of their hearts. Especially the Phoenix. With his current blood level, he was still 1 strike away from being decimated by Qin Fang. But what about Qin Fang? At the very least, he was still able to resist 3 strikes. Click, 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 click. Qin Fang chose to trade lives with the Phoenix. However, under 1 strike, the Phoenix did not die, but quickly activated the previously acquired passive skill, the Void State. Under the Void State, the Phoenix transformed into a 10-second super boss in an unselectable state. Qin Fang quickly began to dodge. In the Void State, all of the Phoenix's skills were refreshed. Its blue level would not drop, and its attack power dropped by 50%. For a moment, the Phoenix released all of its own skills. He was unable to dodge a single one during his jump and was directly hit, paralyzed on the ground, eroded by the death chi and unable to move. The Phoenix instantly seized the opportunity and quickly attacked Qin Fang. Enough 7 or 8 powerful attacks fell. The Phoenix's heart then breathed a sigh of relief. This time? Player, I should die. No. Not should. He definitely died. He didn't believe that Qin Fang would still be able to live in such a state. This was extinction. Divine artifact. It's mine. At this moment, the Phoenix was very excited, as if it had seen the divine weapon beckoning towards itself. Although this trip had cost a terrible price. The end result, however, was good. The Phoenix's face flushed as if it had seen itself at its peak. Huh? That's not right. Why isn't the system beep sounding? Just as the Phoenix felt something was wrong, a thunderbolt descended silently and hit the Phoenix. The Phoenix died instantly and was electrocuted to a crisp. Before he died, he still didn't understand. Qin Fang? How did he manage to dodge his kill? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Ding. Congratulations. You have won the Dark Boundary battle. Ding. Congratulations. You will receive all of Player Phoenix's gains. Ding. The entire proceeds of Player Phoenix will be sent to your mailbox in the form of an email. Ding. The Dark Boundary is about to shatter. Please prepare yourself. The system beep sounded, and Qin Fang's heart was still reeling with fear. Fortunately, in the final crunch, Qin Fang remembered that he still had a piece of equipment that was capable of being invincible for 3 seconds. Equipment with invincibility attached to it was few and far between. Almost an impossible event. But Qin Fang's system, after all, was too perverse, forging out too much equipment. So, this piece of equipment that carried invincibility became a treasured item in Qin Fang's collection. The attributes of this piece of equipment were not high, but it had become a turning point for Qin Fang this time. Luckily, Qin Fang possessed this equipment. Otherwise, it would be Qin Fang who would die. Although Qin Fang was confident that even if he died, it was unlikely that the Golden Dragon's ring would be obtained by the Phoenix. He was still afraid of the aftermath. This thing? Who could say for sure? But Qin Fang. It seemed that he had vaguely heard the Phoenix talking about the divine artifact. Who was it? Who had leaked the news? And how could the Phoenix know that he was the one who had obtained the divine artifact? This matter, Qin Fang couldn't figure out. But in a whirlwind, before Qin Fang could figure it out, he was thrown out of this space. At the same time, the Phoenix emerged from the Dark Boundary in a state of disorientation. Ding. You have failed. Ding. You have been stripped of everything. Ding. Please do not resist. The Phoenix was still trying to resist. Still trying to fight against the power of the rules. But it was in vain. The Phoenix's full set of equipment, all the items within its backpack, were all packed up and sent to Qin Fang together. In an instant, Phoenix was reduced from an exclusive God of Death outfit to a white boy with short sleeves and shorts. The wind blew, directly chilling the crotch of his trousers. With great speed, Phoenix put on another set of equipment while looking around. Chapter 285 Camp Selection opens. Kill. Surround me and behead Qin Fang. Phoenix gave this order and couldn't help but look around. This scene immediately made him freeze. This surrounding? It didn't seem to be members of his Phoenix Guild, but members of the Bastard Guild. Phoenix was instantly dumbfounded. What's going on here? Could it be that the members of the Phoenix Guild abandoned him and all ran away? This is also unlikely, Phoenix. Long time no see. Ba Tian smiled as Phoenix greeted him with a deep smile on his lips. A little chiclet that fell from the sky and landed in their encirclement. This? A good opportunity given by the heavens. This mustn't ravage the Phoenix properly? Not long after, Qin Fang's figure stepped out from the Dark Boundary. To be honest, Qin Fang was fully prepared. He even took out a life grenade and wanted to take advantage of the chaos to throw it out. After all, surrounded by members of the Phoenix Guild, it would be difficult for him to escape. But who would have thought? But when Qin Fang appeared, he was immediately stunned by the situation around him. Next to the Resurrection Stone, the players of the Phoenix Guild, surprisingly, did not know when they had all retreated. And in the same place, it was clearly the 10,000 players of the Bastardly Heavenly Guild. This favor, Qin Fang took note of it. To be honest, Batian, this person was really capable of being in the right place. And Qin Fang couldn't help but get sand in his eyes. The situation was suddenly reversed. Originally, Qin Fang thought that he would be the one under siege. But now look. The Phoenix was the one under siege. Qin Fang immediately abandoned his defensive stance and put away the thunder of life in his hand. Does old brother give a damn? Batian opened his mouth bashfully. The laughter was crisp. Powerful. Qin Fang returned the smile and continued. I also asked President Batian to plunder the battlefield for me. I still have to settle the grudge with him. For such a request, Batian must have readily agreed. Brethren, if the Phoenix Guild's players dare to attack, kill without pardon. Batian immediately gave Qin Fang a look at the Phoenix Guild on the periphery, leaving the middle area to Qin Fang Phoenix. The Phoenix wasn't a vegetarian either. It was clearly impossible for Qin Fang to behead him in a short period of time. After all, at this moment, the Phoenix's body was still wearing level 30 Essence Gold grade equipment. At this moment, Qin Fang was not pedantic, and once again arched his hand, requesting Bastard Heaven to make a move. The experts within the Batian Guild immediately began to surround the Phoenix. In a short while, the Phoenix died 7 or 8 times. Was Qin Fang relieved? Definitely not. Qin Fang was still killing. Among the Phoenix Guild members on the periphery, a sharp-eyed one opened his mouth. I wanted to see the chairman appear earlier, but I wanted to fall in the area where the Bastard Guild was located. This was a truthful person. Nonsense. How come I never saw it? This was an open-eyed blindness that didn't want to fight with the Hegemony Guild in blood. Charge. Save the president. Brothers. Critical moment or have to stranger, worthy of being the Phoenix's loyal lapdog, instantly led the beloved to start charging. The great battle was about to start. Qin Fang silently beheaded this Phoenix, while in his mind, he was counting this time. A quarter of an hour. The overall vault of heaven's destiny suddenly dimmed by 1 point, as if it was being suffused by a dense, deathly aura. Ding. Congratulations to the human race Phoenix for joining my death camp, hereby rewarded. A system prompt sounded, making one feel the luxury of the god of death. Human Phoenix. My clan's deity has specially ordered me to welcome you back. All around the Tianyang town, divine soldiers condensed out of black chi suddenly appeared, wanting to take away the Phoenix. Each one of these death deity soldiers flashed with the aura of a strong person. At the very least an aura of level 85, breaking into the hundreds. This was the purchase of 1,000 bones. This vision. It really bluffed the majority of players. Holy crap. Such a big battle? I want to join the god of death's camp too. What? Can we still choose a camp? Ancient deity camp. Human camp? How can this be chosen? But the Phoenix that joined the god of death's camp got so much. Phoenix? Am I able to join? The voices of the players kept ringing out. In the next instant, a grand sound came out from within the heavenly sun town. Drumming. A large 7-color divine hand pressed down, and the figure of this divine soldier instantly disappeared into nothingness. Wide range of players, ahem. The deity camp doesn't seem to be very powerful. At the same time, the god of death appeared. A large, terrifyingly large face that instantly enveloped the Phoenix, wanting to forcefully take him away. However, the 7-colored great hand remained unrelenting, dispelling the god of death's terrifyingly large face. This person. You can't take him away today. The void exploded with thunder, and a voice rose from the flat earth. Such a domineering voice made people guess who this place was. Qin Fang was waiting for this scene. In his previous life, the first ones to switch to become an ancient divine profession, but none of them had a good ending. Ding. The human race Phoenix has privately thrown herself into the arms of the god of death, hereby removing her name from the human race and withdrawing all the gains she has made in the human race. From today onwards, the Phoenix of the human race is not allowed to enter the major cities of the human race, and is not allowed to intermarry with the human race. Ding. Beheading a human race Phoenix will receive the same reward as beheading a boss of the same level. Ding. A series of system beeps rang out, instantly making the Phoenix a traitor to the human race and a character that everyone shouted at. Hearing this series of system beeps, Phoenix himself was dumbfounded. It was only at this moment that he realized Qin Fang's evil intentions. This was to force him back alive. From today onwards, he, the Phoenix, could even be unable to stay within the human race. This brat? What a ruthless heart. The Phoenix lifted his head, his cloaked hair, and his eyes were venomous with a deicide light, giving off the impression that he had just crawled out from hell. In the face of such a Phoenix, Qin Fang smiled faintly, expressing no concern. Old devil Tianyang. You can't stop me. The voice of the god of death rang out, carrying the aura of a broken vessel. If you want to try, I can play with you. This voice within the heavenly sun town was also full of energy, making people feel fearless. The god of death made his move. In the next instant, the endless divine springs began to boil, as if a divine spirit was being birthed. Hand over the phoenix, or else the heavenly sun will be destroyed today. The divine spirit springs rippled, and this was the god of death's bottom card. At this moment, a team of city guards had instantly taken over the centurion under the god of death's seat, the phoenix. According to the regulations, you will be imprisoned for more than 3,000 days. The moment Phoenix heard this, he was instantly pissed off. 3,000 years? Wasn't that 10 years? Doesn't this mean that he could game over early in this Heaven's Destiny game? This situation that was about to occur. This was not a seal, but it was better than a seal. At this moment, Phoenix then understood the evil intentions of Playergen. This person? Could it be that he had already anticipated this step? However, just at the moment when Phoenix was ready to resign himself to his fate, things suddenly possessed a turnaround. Release him. It was the voice of the old man within the Heavenly Sun town, with a hint of exhaustion. To be honest, right now, it wasn't the time for a total showdown. Now, it was not yet possible to completely tear the face off the ancient deity. The phoenix? Can't die. Not only could it not die, it had to be sent out unharmed for him. Chapter 286 Heart of Faith of the Human Race. The phoenix managed to escape. This kind of mood that was like being on a roller coaster was really not something that an ordinary person could withstand. The phoenix smiled happily and looked at Qin Fong, showing off. As long as he survived this calamity, in the future, he would definitely be able to fly as high as the sky and leap as high as the sea. Tianyang Town? Bah! He would never enter Tianyang Town again in the future. For a thug like Phoenix, not entering the town was really nothing. Behind him, there was still the Phoenix Guild, which was able to complete self-sufficiency even in the wilderness. Earlier, Phoenix was merely in a hurry, and was caught off guard by Tianyang Town's every move. Now that he thought about it, combined with the actions of the god of death in the outside world, Phoenix instantly understood the joints. Himself as the first player to join the god of death's embrace? How could the god of death treat himself lightly? The reasoning of buying a horse's bones with 1,000 pieces of gold. This was common in ancient and modern times. Not only would the phoenix not be able to be imprisoned by Tianyang Town, it was more likely that it would be able to make a name for itself in the god of death's territory. Therefore, at this moment, the phoenix was very calm in its heart, strutting its stuff and quietly waiting for the god of death to guide itself away. The city guards of Tianyang Town, looking at the death mage in front of them and unable to capture it, had bitterness in their hearts, and their resentment was unimaginable. Even some of the city guards wanted to directly strike and behead the phoenix, but due to military orders, they could only watch the phoenix leave. Old man? Let you go. Chicken Little? At this moment, Qin Fong's voice with infinite coldness rang out, as if it was coming from the land of the nine ghosts. To be honest, Qin Fong had been waiting for the Tianyang Town city guards, preparing for them to completely imprison the phoenix, so that he could indirectly seal his title. This was because in his previous life, Qin Fong had once seen such a case. The player had transformed into a flame warrior, and before he could be happy for 2 days, he had been captured for stepping within the town with his left foot, and was then sealed for 3,000 days. This was all traceable, and by the time he was released, he was long out of touch with the times. This was Qin Fong's plot, but it was unforeseen that the god of death would show up and forcefully intervene, causing Qin Fong's entire plot to come to naught. Seeing that the phoenix was about to leave, how could he be willing to do so? Earlier, when the phoenix kept dying, the equipment on his body had long since fallen clean, and for a while, he was unable to make up for it. The current phoenix was still wearing a white coat and white trousers, which was the most basic, merely adding the lowest attribute equipment. Qin Fong transformed into a cheetah, instantly charging forward. A forge hammer ruthlessly impacted on top of the phoenix's head, instantly decapitating him and reviving him in white light. Light-breaking boundary. This item, too, was an item sought from within the phoenix's backpack. It had to be said that the phoenix still had quite a few good things. Brightness-breaking boundary targeted, able to make those who die within the boundary have their 4-dimensional attributes permanently reduced by 200 each. Once such a boundary appeared, Phoenix's face changed drastically. This boundary, he had purposely found it in preparation for pitting Playergen. After all, last time, He had already been pitted by Qin Fang with a permanent 10% drop in his attributes. But now? Who had thought that he would be locked by the light-breaking boundary in this situation? It was hard not to. With 2 hammers, Qin Fang once again hammered the Phoenix to death. Ding! Each of your 4-dimensional attributes has permanently dropped by 200. Each item has dropped by 200. So the overall drop is 800. This was simply hard to accept for every player. After all, how much equipment would you need to make up for these attributes? Darkness breaking boundary. Qin Fang hissed out once again. It looked like he wasn't going to leave any way out for the Phoenix. The one in the Phoenix's hand was the light breaking boundary. And this dark breaking boundary? It was what Qin Fang had just purchased from Tianji Pavilion. Thought it was the same. Still, the 4-dimensional attributes had dropped by 200 each. The price of this thing? Even Qin Fang couldn't help but feel a meaty pain. Phoenix could not help but darken his face when he saw this situation. This player, is not going to force him to die out. Ding. You have been locked by the darkness breaking boundary. Dang. 2 hammers. The Phoenix died again. And its 4-dimensional attributes dropped again. Faced with such a situation, the resurrected Phoenix wanted to seek help from the god of death in the outside world. But Qin Fang? Where would he give him such an opportunity? When he was resurrected, he directly hit him with a hammer. A hammer with shock, making him unable to say a word. Seeing this scene, the surrounding city guards moved a little closer to Qin Fang, blocking this place from the outside world's inquiry path. Phoenix? They couldn't kill it. But watching Qin Fang kill it was also cool. This kind of traitor who betrayed the human race. It was not too much to kill him alive. Thus, under the inner and outer forces, the Phoenix was constantly ravaged. Outside, the silhouette of the god of death and the silhouette of the god of heavenly sun all coalesced and quietly looked at the heavenly sun town. You guys? Still want to drag it out? The god of death's shadow was enraged. He had already waited for such a long time. But the heavenly sun town still didn't release anyone. This was not putting his words in his eyes. Last 10 seconds. If you don't release the people, there will be consequences. This was the ultimatum from the god of death. On this side, Qin Fang also got the message to speed up. And incidentally threw Qin Fang a great killing weapon. The heart of faith of the human race. When he looked at this boundary, Qin Fang's entire eyes went straight. This was the big brother of Tianyang town was preparing to force the Phoenix to die. Heart of human race faith, use it on the target. If it is a human race, it will enhance 100% of their combat power for 3 years. If it is a non-human, it will reduce 199% of combat power for 3 years. This, if it was used on the Phoenix would be completely ruined. At the very least, within these 3 years, the Phoenix would be useless. Unless the god of death was willing to pay a large price to break the heart of faith of the human race for the Phoenix. But for a small character like the Phoenix, was it worth the god of death's personal effort? This time, it was a fight between the human race and the ancient gods. Although the human race gave in, they did not want to give in completely, and the human race had to show their determination, even if they had to pay the price of the human race's heart of faith for it. The Phoenix's heart palpitated as it eyed the golden heart taken out of Qin Fang's hand. This thing? It didn't feel quite right. Looking at the expressions of the surrounding city guards, all of them were surprised, shocked, and even a hint of envy. Ding. Player May is using a demigod level prop on you. The heart of human faith. Ding. Your camp has been detected as a death deity. Sealing begins. Ding. 99% of your entire attributes have been sealed for 3 years. Hearing such a system beep, the Phoenix immediately looked at Qin Fang with infinite resentment in his eyes. This was to make him completely unable to turn over awe. Player Me. Between you and me, just what kind of grudge is it that you are so vicious? Phoenix couldn't figure it out. It's just chasing you twice. Is it as bad as that? Seeing you upset? Very upset. Phoenix, shut up at once. Seeing you upset? Isn't this the true meaning of playing the game? Phoenix? What else could he say? Seeing Phoenix step out from the middle of the heavenly sun town in a state of disorientation. The corners of the mouths of the god of death and the god of heavenly sun all surfaced with smiles. Tianyang town? It had finally gone soft and didn't dare to go to war with the ancient gods. However, after the 2 gods made a closer inspection, they felt bad. How is it that there was something wrong with the state of this Phoenix as well? But this place was not suitable to stay for long, and the god of death immediately left with the Phoenix. The players of the Phoenix Guild below, looking at the president being taken away. The group was in chaos for a while. Chapter 287, Taking Stock of the Harvest. The Phoenix was taken away. The members of the Phoenix Guild instantly dissipated without a trace, quietly waiting for the return of the Phoenix. For this group of people, they couldn't escape. After all, outside of Heaven's mandate, they were still imprisoned by the Phoenix mob, or were themselves members of the Phoenix mob. Escape? Where could they escape to? The Phoenix was not there. The stranger sword naturally became the backbone of the Phoenix Guild, responsible for presiding over the matters of the Phoenix Guild. The Phoenix Guild, after a brief moment of panic, continued on track. Ding! Camp selection opened. The ancient gods welcomed the 10,000 races to join. Such two system beeps rang out, instantly causing certain waves within Heaven's destiny. This is? What? Camp selection? The camps of the ancient deities, and the current 10,000 races? Revenge of the gods? Is that the group? What is this? The vast number of players in Heaven's destiny were still clueless about the choice of camp. As a result, an article titled Phoenix Joining the Death Gods Camp instantly shot to the top, letting countless players in Celestial Destiny know what was going on. So that's how it is. The god of death actually came to fish for people himself? So fierce? I want to join the Divine Spirit Camp. How should I join? You want to join the deity camp? You'd better think carefully. With the pissiness of Heaven's destiny, do you feel that the ancient deities will be able to win this game? Isn't it just about infinite possibilities? Maybe I'll be able to succeed. You're really naive. A large number of players, for this game, still couldn't play it all. Although the camp selection was open, if one wanted to completely switch camps, they still needed a certain amount of chance and needed to complete a series of quests. As for Qin Fang, he was inside the 10,000 empty alley auction house, together with Yuze, dividing the spoils. The harvest this time was really too big. Qin Fang could not have imagined that the Phoenix's backpack would be so large, with a full 120,000 compartments, because Qin Fang had harvested 120,000 emails. At this moment, he was opening them one by one. Then the process, it was really like opening a blind box. It was kinda tiring. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining copper coins. 142475144. A full 1.4 billion copper coins. This was almost all of the Phoenix Guild's funds. In the end, all of it went to Qin Fang. This was also the reason why Phoenix was so furious and nearly lost his mind. Boss, such a large sum of money. Are all of them going to be injected into the 10,000 people auction house? Yuze was also a little heartbroken. But more than that, he was sad. It was because Yuze suddenly realized that he didn't seem to be on the same channel as Qin Fang. For the boss, the billions of dollars came when he said it would. While him, the 10,000 people auction house that he had worked so hard to create was still struggling with a few million in profits every day. This couldn't help but make Yuze begin to doubt himself. No, this batch of funds is used to purchase shops. If I remember well, in a while there will be a large number of shops for sale within Tiannong Town. Aim to purchase 100 shops. Later on, I will draw out the locations of the shops for you. The Divine Spirit Springs that had appeared around Tianyang Town were a huge challenge for the residents of Tianyang Town, especially for the merchant NPCs of Tianyang Town. The Divine Spirit Spring eyes were very terrifying, and if they moved, all of Tianyang Town could be directly destroyed. Then what about the shops opened by this group of merchants? Wouldn't it be a basket case? How can this work? Merchants were all profit-driven. And so, under this pressure, there are already individual shops nowadays that are ready to sell, ready to transfer the risk. Note that it was preparation, not already listed for sale. After all, right now, Tianyang Town was still able to stabilize itself. And when the next step was taken, it would be the moment when this group of merchants would flee in a big way. Regarding the matter of the Divine Spirit Springs, no one knew better than Qin Fang. The 9th Army in Tianyang Town could not hold on at all. Tianyang Town? It could not be defended at all either. Within Tianyang Town in the previous generation, almost 80% of the shop NPCs had fled, leaving Tianyang Town in a state of depression. What Qin Fang wanted to do was to take advantage of such an opportunity to buy the shops and land deeds of this group of people in a big way to prepare for the future. Yuzhe looked at Qin Fang in doubt. And to be honest, Yuzhe did not dare to agree with Qin Fang's words. Living peacefully now? Who would run away? Or even give up their shops? However, upon hearing Qin Fang's order, Yuzhe could only obey. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining a silver grade or neuron or asterisk 9999. Each compartment of the backpack. Sufficient to carry an equivalent or asterisk 9999. Can ignore weight. Ignore weight this function. You have to open up the grid to 10,000 grids to get the exclusive skill. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining a gold grade or magic soul stone asterisk 9999. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining a gold grade forging drawing, the sword of murder. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining. Qin Fang kept taking things out. Yuzhe and the other NPCs in the shop kept sorting them out. And in a short while, the warehouses and shelves of the 10,000 empty alley auction house were filled to the brim. With no other choice, Qin Fang had to return to his private territory and start dumping again. The whole process lasted for 3 hours. Qin Fang, Hidden Earth, together with 10 NPCs finally managed to sort out this batch of materials. The private territory's warehouse, too, was piled high. Boss, such a large batch of materials. How did you get it? Is it hard to believe that you robbed a guild of 10,000 people? Yuzhe was truly shocked. Originally, there was a huge shortage of ores, herbs, talisman paper and other items within the private territory. But now, this problem was solved. These items brought by Qin Fang were enough for the group of people in the private territory to use for more than 6 months. Boss, let me report to you the proceeds of this time. Silver ores totaling 145,414 tons. Gold ores totaling 84,741 tons. Fine gold grade ores totaling 5,441 tons. And purple gold grade ores totaling 451 tons. Qin Fang couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Phoenix, where did he get so many materials? Boss, various herbs totaling 1524, 451. Boss, various. With Yuzhe's continuous reporting, Qin Fang then learned just how big his harvest was this time. If this harvest was converted into copper coins, it was no less than 3 billion. Phoenix really is a good person. Good fortune child. Give the ores that are above the gold level to Xiao He so that he can devour them. Give me all the drawings that are at the fine gold level. And deal with the rest on your own. Qin Fang waved his hand, giving Yuzhe great autonomy. After the current harvest was dealt with, Qin Fang left. Qin Fang was just about to dial Baishan's communication to discuss with him whether or not to order a batch of Essence gold grade equipment when the voice that resounded through Heaven's Destiny rang out. Player Stranger's Blade has released an all Heaven's Destiny broadcast. The Golden Dragon's Ring artifact belongs to Tianyang Town player Wei. Hunting and killing him will have a certain chance of dropping the artifact. Player Stranger's Blade released a broadcast of the entire Heavenly Fate. The Golden Dragon's Ring artifact belongs to the town of Tianyang. Player Stranger's Blade releases an all Heaven's Destiny broadcast. Such a system tone made the entire Heaven's Destiny tremble. And countless players stopped their hands and cast their eyes towards Tianyang Town. As for the players in Tianyang Town, they were the first to look for Qin Fang, wanting to use force against him. Qin Fang had just stepped out from his private territory when he froze. At this moment, Qin Fang instantly understood why Phoenix knew that he had obtained a divine weapon. So it was the stranger's sword that was causing trouble. Immediately after the whirlwind, the stranger sword released an article with pictures. Chapter 288 title, 10,000 fans. In this article, there were only 2 pictures. Namely the picture of the Golden Dragon's Ring that was not hidden before Qin Fang stepped out of his private territory, and the picture of the Golden Dragon's Ring that was hidden. And in the picture, the vivid Golden Dragon's Ring was so lifelike that it mesmerized people at a glance. Crap. There really is a picture. This strong player me is really strong. One foot just failed a god tier quest. And the next foot directly obtained a divine artifact? This player me. How did he finish it? I want it. Please players and don't be ungrateful, and take the initiative to contact me and mail it to me. I hope you won't be ungrateful. Player me. The paragraph players began to be stubbornly terse, flirting with Qin Fang. Their eyes were filled with envy. After all, this was a divine artifact. As for the words of snatching it, There were none. After all, who didn't know? Once a divine weapon is bound, it cannot be unbound. You Phoenix said a word? Kill the player me. The divine weapon can be unbound? There is a chance to get a divine weapon. Everyone is going to believe you. Who doesn't know the grudge between you and player me? Only a fool would believe it. As for Qin Fang, in order to avoid trouble, he still posted a diagram. This picture was, of course, a partial of the Golden Dragon's ring. Once a divine weapon is bound, it cannot be dropped, discarded, or destroyed. This immediately caused countless players to boil over. I thought it was fake, but it's actually real. Player me really obtained a divine artifact? I told you. Unable to drop it. This is Phoenix's little scheme. Phoenix this person big smart no. But small tricks still really play a lot. I wonder what kind of function this artifact possesses? A ring? It's usually one that adds attack power. Right. Or else, it's one that adds defense power. Players started guessing one after another. What's more, they directly began to show off their skills. P-picture. And successfully synthesized a picture of the Golden Dragon's ring. Strength plus 1544444. Spirit plus 1544444. Physique plus 1455555. Agility plus 1454444. Conservative. Really conservative. Look at me. Strength plus 999999999. Agility plus 99999999999. Spirit plus 99999999999. Physique plus 99999999999. Life value plus 99999999999. This instantly caused infinite speculation. As for true or false, no one had nothing more to play with. It was good for everyone to have fun. In the face of such a situation, Qin Fang only sighed. That is, he no longer cared. Ding. Is it dialing Baishan's communication? Dialing. Ding. Communication is dialed. Huh? Me. What is it that you are looking for, old brother? Don't worry. I'll definitely help you, if I can help, old brother. Baishan's usual tone was very bold and overbearing. Old brother Batian, give me all the Essence Gold level drawings that you've collected within your guild for such a long time, and I'll return 100 sets of Essence Gold level equipment to you. Qin Fang opened his mouth with a slight hint of snark. Baishan's heart was first hesitant. After all, at this stage, the rank of Batian Guild's blacksmiths had also been raised to the silver level, or even the gold level, and the fine gold level drawings would be able to be used before too long. Qin Fang watched Batian hesitate. That is, he knew what Batian was thinking. If old brother Batian is embarrassed, then forget it. I have a list here. I don't know if old brother Batian has any items he needs. Qin Fang didn't want to make things difficult for Batian, so he gave a copy of Baishan's own list. After all, during the time he had disappeared, it was only natural that the other guilds were vigorously training their respective guilds' blacksmiths. I'll give you the drawings, and you'll give me a 60% discount on each piece of equipment. Batian gritted his teeth and gave such a price. Bastard Sky also understood in his heart that if he wanted the blacksmiths within the Bastard Sky Guild to forge Essence Gold grade equipment within a short period of time, it was simply impossible. Even if it was forged by a fluke, the manpower and resources spent would be an astronomical price. If that's the case, it would be better to fulfill the player me. And if it was a 60% discount, the Hegemony Guild might still make a profit. Yes. Deal. Qin Fang narrowed his eyes and agreed to this request from Bastard Heaven. Ding. Player Bastard Sky requests a deal. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining an Essence Gold grade drawing, the Heavenly Vault 1 Strike Sword. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining an Essence Gold grade drawing, the World Invincible Gun. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining an Essence Gold grade drawing. Qin Fang looked at these names and really had some bad taste in his mouth. As Qin Fang strolled through the streets of Tianyang Town, he simply stopped hiding the Golden Dragon's ring in his hand, directly allowing him to shine with a brilliant light. For a while, players coming and going turned their eyes and kept looking at Qin Fang. It even caused a road congestion. Not long after, a system beep sounded in Qin Fang's head. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the title, 10,000 fans. Title name, 10,000 fans. Title effect, none. It was a simple title. The area of the Villa of Grievances was being talked about by Yuze these days. Except that a group of NPCs seemed to be very stubborn. In the beginning, this area was unattended. After all, this place is haunted. And not one or two families are haunted, but the entire villa group is haunted. And the bosses who purchased the property here naturally avoided it. But now, it is said that the situation has been resolved and is no longer haunted. Then, the bosses who bought the property here naturally want to return, not willing to give up such a good piece of land. After all, this piece of land? They have purchased the right to use it for 70 years. And now, there were still 50 years left. Qin Fong had completed his mission. And what he had obtained was the ownership of the land. This piece of land underneath the villa complex belonged to Qin Fong. But the villas on top of it, however, belonged to these bosses. Today, Qin Fong had come here to solve this problem. Yuza had already negotiated 70% to 80% of them. And there were still 3 or 4 left, who were dead set against leaving. Those who were able to purchase property in the villa complex? Which one of them was not a titled NPC in Tianyang Town? And it was really impossible to come hard. 2 buildings and 3 households. As the actual controller of this place, Qin Fong could naturally enter at will. Ringing the doorbell, Qin Fong waited patiently. It had to be said that the decoration of this household was really luxurious. And one could tell that the owner was very attentive and paid a very large price. Who? Through the doorbell, a pale male's voice came out from within, carrying a hint of exhaustion. Qin Fong. Qin Fong was not humble. Straightening his back and standing before the cat's eye so that the person inside could see him. Who are you? The nominal owner of this land. Yuze has communicated with you before and heard that you don't agree to sell the ownership of this place? Can you tell me why? The portal of the villa opened and Qin Fong entered. Within the villa, it was filled with the slightest hint of death and decay. And no life existed. The old man sat peacefully in his wheelchair, slightly closing his eyes, as he guided Qin Fong to sit beside the tea house. I won't sell this room. I won't sell it even if you give more. The automated tea bar machine. Boiled tea, cooked tea, and poured tea, all in one go. Only when a cup of fragrant tea was placed beside Qin Fong did the old man speak. The right to use this room. I don't have to use it. The purpose of my trip is to put your mind at ease. This one villa. I am not going to purchase it. Qin Fong drank a cup of tea and left peacefully. The old man suddenly looked towards Qin Fong and silently spoke. Do me a favor. This room. I will give it to you for free. Chapter 289 Beginning of Forging. Qin Fong had long known in his heart that the reason why the owners of these villas were not prepared to sell them. They definitely possessed a hidden mission. This was also considered to be the follow-up mission of this place. And only when it was completely resolved would it be considered to have obtained the ownership of this place. This villa complex. Because the ownership had already belonged to Qin Fong. Other players were unable to enter. And this hidden mission, only Qin Fong was able to solve it. You can talk about it. Qin Fong stopped his steps, his eyes as calm as a lake looking at the old man. Ding. Earl Savasi releases a purple gold level quest to you, searching for his granddaughter's skeleton. Mission reward, ownership of 3 two-family villas. Treasure map fragment *1. With such a quest reward, Qin Fong looked very keen. Yes, but I have to give me a clear account of what happened. Qin Fong sat down peacefully, picking up the fragrant tea that he had just taken a sip of. Sitting upright as a good listener, I have consulted countless information over the years, and eventually learned that there is more than one relic of a death mage. The hidden secret of Tianyang Town. With just one sentence, it instantly made Qin Fong come to be interested and listen patiently. In the entire Tianyang Town, at the very least, the remains of 9 death soldiers exist. There were death mages, death warriors, and death, and this villa area was the first one. When the first death mage relic is opened, the rest will gradually be opened as well. Back then, the area of Tianyang Town used to belong to the god of death. And then this area was recovered by the god of pestilence. And there used to be a single death soldier soul that was depressed and didn't want to leave, and stayed in this place. The god of plague also did not care about these small ants. Let it go. And so, over time, the residents of Tianyang Town, who later migrated to this place, suffered. One after another within 1,000 years. Things went wrong. Because of the fear of discovery. This group of souls of the soldiers of death, every long time, will only strike once. and every strike, all very hidden, so know very few people. My granddaughter was also swept away in one of the actions, and her whereabouts are still unknown. Tianyang Town has the intention to kill the enemy, but the soul state of the dead soldiers simply cannot die again. In addition to the fact that ordinary Tianyang soldiers were unable to deal with this group of death soldiers, so things have been dragged out. My request is very simple: to find my granddaughter's remains. The old earl did not think that his granddaughter would still be able to survive. What he requested was simply to seek out his granddaughter's remains. The reason why the old earl didn't leave the Villa of Grievances was because he was tired, and he wanted to live out his life here. All his life, he had lived in agonizing pain. It was really too hard. How many years ago did this happen? 50 years ago. Qin Fang sucked in a breath of cool air. This time span, it was long. I'll try my best. After listening to this story, Qin Fang once again searched for another villa owner. As expected, the owners of the 4 villas in this place were all unwilling to leave because their family members had been swept away and their lives and deaths were unknown. Qin Fang collated the information and found a few things in common. The family members of these 4 families? Surprisingly, they all disappeared from the Villa of Grievances here. To be precise, many years ago, this place was not the Villa of Grievances, and their relatives disappeared here. Secondly, those who stayed here are all old people. Thirdly, the lost ones are all their granddaughters and grandsons. Fourth, the rewards for the quests issued by these 4 families all have pieces of the treasure map. These 4 families? They seem to have some kind of relationship. But this relationship? Qin Fang did not understand. When Qin Fang returned, he immediately asked Yuzhe to start checking where there was still the scent of death in the vicinity, and incidentally released the post, checking out the dead relics of Tianyang Town. Millions of copper coins seeking information. Player, I want to know about the death relics within Tianyang Town? I do. I have information. This money. Let me earn it. Death ruins? What is this? 1,000,000 copper coins. Player me is really atmospheric. The players within the Tianyang Town instantly provided information to Qin Fang, but there was still a need for Qin Fang to sift through them one by one. For this mission, there was no time limit, so Qin Fang once again entered Divine Artisan Lu Long's forging room. Ding! Because of the restriction of permissions, you can currently stay in Divine Craftsman Lu Long's forging room for another 72 hours. Hearing such a system tone, Qin Fang was speechless. This? Because he recovered early? It looked like the big brother didn't want to train himself either. This last 72 hours, Qin Fang definitely couldn't waste it. Qin Fang decisively gave up this so-called quest of exploring the deathly ruins, and quickly read the insights within this Divine Artisan Lu Long's forge, preparing to put up one last fight. Ding! Congratulations! You have gained forging experience value *1000. Ding! Congratulations on gaining 10,000 forging experience *. Ding! Congratulations on gaining forging experience value *14411. Qin Fang directly blocked all and concentrated on the so-called forging. Yuzhe couldn't contact Qin Fang, and Batian couldn't contact Qin Fang either. It was only after 3 days and 72 hours that Qin Fang withdrew from the intense study, and the whole person immediately felt dizzy. His feet were so weak that he couldn't stand at all. Ding! The system has detected that your body has been in an extreme state of loss. You have been forced to exit the game. Qin Fang immediately felt a blackness before his eyes, and was forcibly kicked out of the game. By the time he regained consciousness again, it was already daylight generous. Things within Yang City were well organized under the handling of Black Widow, Qin Linger, Wild Wolf, and the others. Medium-sized defense facilities have already been placed properly. Yangcheng at this moment can be said to be solid as gold. Gunshots could be heard in the distance from time to time. This was the sound of the reservists practicing their guns, and it was beginning to bear fruit. Outside Yang City, 7 or 8 squads were hunting other thug groups, testing their results with actual combat. Qin Fang inspected them one by one, and learned from Zhang Tu about the movements of the city guards outside of Tianyang Town. Before entering the Heavenly Destiny, the first thing Qin Fang did was to click open his own attribute panel. 72 hours of sleeplessness had directly shortened the time it took for Qin Fang to advance from a gold-grade blacksmith to an elite gold-grade blacksmith. Now, Qin Fang was only short of the last 100,000 experience points to be promoted to an elite gold-level blacksmith. In the 10,000 Empty Alley supermarket, Qin Fong started forging. Because of the divine grade purification fruit, Qin Fong's attributes had arrived at the peak. Now, he could start forging again. Xiao He was lazily lying on Qin Fong's body, comfortably allowing Qin Fong to stroke his fur, living like a general. These days, little Blackie was the one who had made the credit. Although Qin Fong never logged on to the game, Xiao He devoured ores on time every day, and then pulled out pure ores. At the moment, the gold grade and fine gold grade ores piled up in the supermarkets in the empty alleys are enough for Qin Fong to forge for months and months. Qin Fong immediately started forging the drawings of the gold grade. Qin Fong checked one glance. That is, deeply imprinted in his mind. Ding. Congratulations on your forging failure. Receive 100-fold return. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining 100 pieces of gold grade equipment. Flame archery bow. Ding. Congratulations on your forging failure. Triggering a strike return. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining fine gold grade equipment. Blazing Sun Vault Bow *10. Qin Fong started forging, and the system beeps kept ringing out. The more he forged, the more comfortable Qin Fong became. Chapter 290 Another Deadly Relic. Ding. Congratulations on your forging success. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining a gold-level equipment, the Broken Dragon's Lance. Qin Fong was still short of 100,000 experience points to be promoted to an elite gold-level blacksmith. So he also needed to. Ding. You have failed to forge, and received a 100-fold return. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining a gold-grade equipment, Broken Dragon's Lance *100. Ding. You have failed to forge. Ding. Qin Fong immersed himself in the forging, and in an extremely fast time first handed over the equipment that Batian needed to Batian. When Batian saw this batch of equipment and glanced at the group of blacksmiths within the guild, he couldn't help but let out a sigh. If he wanted the blacksmiths within the guild to reach the level of Player Zhen, at the very least, it would take many years of light. If the blacksmith's level was divided into beginner, advanced, then Qin Fong was a separate level 1. With this group of blacksmiths, it wasn't even on the same level. Ding. You have arrived at 30 million copper coins. Qin Fong leisurely held his head in his hands and lay on top of the rattan chair. Sometimes, making money was so simple. Yuze's way of making money? Qin Fong also agreed. Although it was slow to earn, it was better than steady. However, after Qin Fong purchased the shop again, the 10,000 people auction house would definitely still be open. Li Xia sensed that Qin Fong was forging in his usual method, shook his head, and comfortably laid down in his own rubbish, drinking heavily for the rest of his days. The silhouette of divine artisan Lu Long also sighed silently, and turned towards the prophet god to report. Qin Fong looked at his backpack and instantly threw the extra equipment in the All Heaven's Destiny auction house for players to bid on and buy. Crap. Did I see it wrong? So many level 30 fine gold grade equipment? The seller is even all one person. Player me? What? Isn't Player me unable to forge? What's going on? This is terrifying. The players of Heaven's Destiny were astonished and couldn't believe their eyes. So expensive. 3 million copper coins for an Essence gold level equipment? Only a fool would buy it. That's right. Let's see. Who's going to buy it? It definitely won't sell. Haha. Who are you underestimating? Are you underestimating the purchasing power of this group of players? This batch of equipment. Just as soon as it was put on the shelves, in just 10 seconds, it was sold out, with none in stock. This was Qin Fong's terrifying dominance. This batch of equipment, totaling over 1,000 pieces, 800 gold, 200 fine gold, without exception, were all purchased. Qin Fong looked at the 10% commission that Heaven's Destiny had siphoned off, and his flesh ached. This amount of money could be a lot. It was night. Qin Fong stopped forging and instead started checking the messages replied under this post, wanting to determine the next deadly ruins to see if he could complete the quest. Player me. I know a location, but you have to give me 1 million copper coins before I will tell you. Such a reply made Qin Fong laugh bitterly. Wouldn't he be a fool if he played money first? Player me. Although I know. I just don't want to tell you. Even though I'm handsome. I just want to tease you. Player Zhen. I really know. I really know. Ahem. Looking at this kind of IQ-lowering public reply, Qin Fong directly blocked it, and then started clicking on the private reply. Private replies that only Qin Fong could see. Coordinates of Tianshui Town 57484*61124. Suspected to be a death relic. Qin Fong directly deleted it. Wasn't this nonsense? He wanted a Tianyang Town. You're sending a Tianshui Town? Tianyang Town. Villa of Grievance. 3 million copper coins. Please. Streaks of black lines appeared on top of Qin Fong's head. It was hard. Tianyang Town. Southeast corner coordinates 14474*9654. Qin Fong recorded this coordinates and prepared to check them out one by one. Playersion. Recently, the Annihilation Guild seems to be attacking brand new copies that seem to carry a hint of the Death Ruins. Player me. For a full 2 hours. Qin Fong then finished reading all the private replies. This work? It could be much more tiring than forging. However, Qin Fong was finally rewarded and managed to get quite a few coordinates, and was preparing to check them out one by one. Qin Fong strolled through the night and began to check out these coordinates. For the remaining death relics, Qin Fong had only taken a few cursory glances in his previous life. He knew that Tianyang Town possessed them, but he didn't know where they were. After all, it had been too long, and he really couldn't remember them. In the end, after several hours of exploration, it was really Qin Fong who found a few clues that could possibly possess a death relic. Only, there was merely a trace of death aura that was spread out, and it had not been completely opened. In the end, Qin Fong concealed his figure and headed to the last location, which was also the area where the Annihilation Guild was located. The area where the Annihilation Guild was located was heavily guarded. It was an area that was at least 500 miles away from Tianyang Town. A dense forest that was as extensive as a huge labyrinth. Within the dense forest, snakes, insects, rats and ants were all present, and poisonous barriers were even more abundant. This place was clearly a leveling area above level 40, and ordinary players did not arrive here. However, the members of the Annihilation Guild were all heavily armed and hiding in the trees, seemingly scouting for something. Qin Fong had just approached when he was spotted and signaled. Qin Fong arrived at the area in the center, and when he took a look, he saw that the members of the Annihilation Guild were brushing the lions, and everything was very normal. Qin Fong retreated. From the looks of it, this place wasn't a death ruin either. It was 2 a.m. A busy night was tantamount to working for nothing. Qin Fong exited the game and prepared to rest. Only after Qin Fong left did the people of the Annihilation Guild breathe a sigh of relief. To be honest, annihilation towards Qin Fong? It was still really a bit scared. It wasn't that he was afraid, but the player, this guy, was a bit evil. It seemed like anything, as long as it was known to him, he would definitely want to get involved, and the one who would benefit in the end would definitely be him. For example, the Villa of Grievances from last time. Spiteful Villa. Annihilation Guild was the first to attack, and also the first to have some success. But in the end, the entire villa area became Player Jin's possession. Now, this area that the Annihilation Guild was opening up. They absolutely couldn't let Qin Fong discover the end. The Annihilation President waved his hand, and the lions were immediately put away by the summoners, and a large hole was lifted from the ground, exposing the large hole bare, and the crowd of the Annihilation Guild fished their way in. Below, it was brightly lit, just like a labyrinth. However, the labyrinth here was filled with skeleton soldiers, like statues, standing quietly in place. The people of the Annihilation Guild took up positions and fought with the skeleton soldiers here. Skeleton soldiers? All are level 40 existence. Brush up. Really a bit of trouble. However, it was a perfect place to level up. In addition to leveling, they were also able to complete the purpose of annihilation, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. This place is connected to the Villa of Grievances. In the end, if the Annihilation Guild was able to conquer this place, what he would get was the ownership of the entire dense forest. The value of this dense forest was not low. Whether it was the minerals in the ground or the monsters on the ground, they were all valuable assets. The most crucial thing was the harvest from the Death Ruins. Annihilation had an infinite suspicion in his heart that the reason why Player Jin was able to take on a god-tier quest, namely because he had conquered the Villa of Grievances. Chapter 291 Powerful Nutrient Warehouse. Qin Fong exited the game and rested at ease. On the second day, Qin Fong had just had breakfast when he was told that the nutrient warehouse that had been specially customized for him was in place, waiting to be received and opened by Qin Fong himself. In response, Qin Fong showed great interest and hurriedly followed Hidden Earth. Whether it was in his previous life or in this life, it was really the first time Qin Fong had seen a nutritional warehouse. So he could not help but be a little curious. Tianji Pavilion's home delivery service was very much on point. Outside the Hall of Government, 8 black-robed, ghost-like figures, heavily armed, stood quietly on both sides of the special vehicle. Within the special vehicle, there were also 2 human figures staring at the situation around them. Once they moved, they would start to counterattack. The equipment on these silhouettes really made people's eyes glaze over. The dark armor seemed to be forged from the hardest substance, covering the entire body of the silhouette, only leaving the eyes outside. Even the eyes were covered by a light blue light. The defensive power was extremely strong. This armor, which appeared to be thick and heavy, was extremely lightweight. At the waist of the 8 figures, all of them had extremely powerful weapons. Strong modern weapons that Qin Fong and the others didn't recognize at all. But each one of them was filled with a dangerous aura. Qin Fong and the others were all numb at the moment. This special vehicle was like a steel beast. Whether it was attack or defense, it had reached the extreme. The strength of this Tianji Pavilion was revealed in front of Qin Fong and the others, like the tip of an iceberg. It was no exaggeration to say that with the equipment of these 8 people, with these 2 steel beasts, Yang Chung could not stop them. Even if they were able to stop them, the fury of the Tianji Pavilion would instantly destroy Yang City. This kind of situation was not unheard of. In Qin Fong's memories in his previous life, there had been a mob group that wanted to fish for the Tianji Pavilion's fish. After all, the equipment of this group of silhouettes was truly eye-catching. The truth was just as they had predicted. They had managed to decapitate this group of heavily armed human figures and capture their equipment. But before this group of thugs could be happy, suddenly a nuclear bomb fell. Dang! Everything was reduced to nothingness. This is the way of revenge of Tianji Pavilion. Simple with a hint of luxury. After all, the earth has long been devastated. A little more destruction is not unacceptable. After this, no one dared to make a move against the Heavenly Chance Pavilion. Qin Fong, naturally, did not dare to make a move either. The heavily armed silhouette stepped forward and took out the iris scan from within his backpack, signaling Qin Fong to check. Qin Fong stepped forward, his eyes looking towards the iris scan. Drop. Scanning successful. Respected Sir Qin Fong, these are the supplies you purchased. Confirming that there are no errors. Please sign for them. The silhouette bowed and handed Qin Fong a crystal panel in his hand. The silhouette began to unload the goods. 10 sets of nutrient silos were put down one by one. And the one that was finally put down was Qin Fong's. Hidden Earth's customized nutrient silos. These 2 sets of nutrient silos are expensive. Please place them properly. This is the nutrient solution. Matching with the nutrient solution, the silhouette informed Qin Fong of how to install, how to use, and everything else. Before leaving, Qin Fong was itching to get out and commanded the crowd to place Qin Fong, the nutrient silo of Hidden Earth, in the most central area of Yang City. This was the area where the medium-sized defense facilities were placed, and the energy barrier naturally took shape, naturally becoming the safest place in the entire Yang City. This place could only be entered by those who had been authorized by Qin Fong. Currently, Qin Fong had merely given the authority to Hidden Earth. Even Black Widow had not been given such authority. As for the other nutrient silos, they were placed at random. Currently, Qin Fong was searching for candidates to join the game, allowing them to enter the nutrient silos and join Heaven's destiny. Qin Fong opened the energy barrier to disallow anyone to enter, and then couldn't wait to enter the nutritional silo. Ding. Please perform identity binding. Scanning the iris and analyzing Qin Fong's DNA. After some operations, this was successfully bound. Ding. Binding successful. Information, Qin Fong. Ding. This nutrient warehouse is nutrient warehouse number 1080. In order to bring you a better experience, please agree to the following permissions. Ding. Is holography granted? Ding. Do you grant deep binding? Ding. Do you grant permission for game mode? Ding. Do I have permission to activate alarm mode? Ding. Permission to open. The system beeps kept ringing out. A full 99 items. And Qin Fong agreed to them one by one. Ding. Welcome back to Heaven's Mandate. Ding. Detected that you are a nutrient warehouse login. Heaven's Destiny picture quality will be upgraded to the highest. Ding. Detected that you. Image tracking is on. Ding. You have been detected. Full frame mode is on. Another series of system beeps sounded, and a hint of anticipation flooded Qin Fang's heart. Ding. Welcome back to Heaven's Mandate. Qin Fang felt a sensation of weightlessness before his entire body crashed to the ground. Qin Fang quizzically squeezed his palms and checked himself. Then he exclaimed in shock. This? What a real feeling. This feeling was just like being in reality. The flesh, skin, pain, and sensation were all exactly the same. The only difference was that Qin Fang's strength, agility, and so on were even stronger and faster. Qin Fang tried to jump and familiarize himself with his own strength. In the past, wearing a helmet, that is, to make Qin Fang feel that he is controlling the character. Always feel that there will be a delay of a few seconds. But now, this real immersive feeling, so that Qin Fang no longer have any delay. As if the body descended into the destiny of heaven. In reality, how strong Qin Fang is. After the game total, how strong Qin Fang is. When Qin Fang looked around, he was even more startled. This surrounding air is so fresh. Even lungs can feel the wet feeling. The sound of running water, of the brook gurgling. As a piece of music. The sun's warmth, of the odor, collectively lingering out. The sense of touch, smell, hearing, and so on, all reached the peak. In the past, Qin Fang had no sense of the environment. Without any sense, subtle places, the senses could not be detected. For example, the gentle sound of the wind, the sound of small insects escaping, because it was too low. It could not be perceived. But now, these sounds were crisp and clear to the ears. In simple words, being there, truly being there. At this moment, it was as if Qin Fang had traveled to the heavenly destiny continent. Qin Fang returned within the town, carefully surveying everything around him, experiencing the local customs within the Tiannong town. Qin Fang was as if he had entered the Grandview Garden, full of curiosity about everything, and was carefully watching everything around him. In Qin Fang's eyes, the surrounding buildings were full of history. Everything was so real. And the NPCs, each one of them had become a living person. Every move, every smile, and every anger, as if they were all real. Qin Fang couldn't even help but want to go up and touch the corners of their clothes and even their skin. The players around them looked at this Qin Fang acting so strangely and were puzzled. Player me? What's going on here? Baffian, on the other hand, was the first to know the reason for Qin Fang's state at the moment. Dialing his communication and asking with a smile. Older brother, purchased a nutrient warehouse? Qin Fang was stunned, and then responded, just purchased it. It feels like everything is so real. Haha. Old brother feels the same way. You know now? Why a group of players don't want to leave Heaven's Destiny. Right. Here. For us, it really is the second world. Chapter 292 Large Death Copy. Qin Fang was so engrossed in the real world that it was difficult to extricate himself. In his heart, he even sighed at the awesomeness of Heaven's Mandate. No wonder this game was worthy of countless rich people pouring all they had into creating their own paradise. The top-notch nutrient warehouse, coupled with an environment of Heaven's Destiny that was real enough to be faked, was enough to keep the paper-drunk tycoons addicted. Elder brother Batian, I'm sorry to see you laugh. Qin Fang was slightly embarrassed, with a small sense of shame at being dismantled. It all came about like this. The first time I logged into Heaven's Destiny's nutrient warehouse, I was also taken aback. This is also the reason why I invested so much within Heaven's Destiny. This world, it's worth it. These words were the heartfelt words that Hegemony said to Qin Fang. Qin Fang now had a number in his heart. This world, it was truly extraordinary. Before Heaven's Mandate, every 5 years, that is, a brand new game would be launched. Less people become aesthetically fatigued. But according to Qin Fang's memories, in his previous life, a brand new game was not launched for a full 10 years. And the entire Blue Star, it seemed, was so immersed in Heaven's Mandate that it was difficult to extricate itself. These things simply could not withstand pondering. The more one pondered, the more one could feel the deep meaning contained within. Older brother, Recently I found out that the Annihilation Guild is attacking a brand new copy. Interested in messing around with it? Just as Qin Fong wanted to hang up his communication. Bastard Sky vocalized so. Honestly speaking, this kind of difficulty of attacking a copy, it was better to bring along Player Jin and feel more at ease. After all, who had Player Jin's experience? From the opening of the service until now? Which copy wasn't Player Jin's first to conquer? Once or twice? It might be luck. But 3 times? 4 times? Or even 7 times? 8 times? It means that Player Jin is strong. Very strong. Hearing such words, Qin Fong's brows furrowed slightly. His heart astonished and puzzled. The location where the Annihilation Guild was located, Qin Fong had carefully explored it. Not attacking the copy. Very calm. Why would Batian say that? Inside information? Absolutely reliable, Batian said mysteriously. Even his voice was smaller, but it carried an unrivaled confidence. With these words, could Qin Fong still not understand? The underlying meaning of this was reported by the spies planted in the Annihilation Guild. And it was absolutely true. Since this was the case, then there must be a problem with his own scouting. After a careful recollection, it seemed that there was a hint of something wrong in the dense forest yesterday. But he couldn't say what exactly was wrong. Dry. The hidden earth. The tree of life are unable to participate. It's just me. Can. Hegemony certainly also wanted hidden earth. Tree of life to join. But at the moment, both of them had joined the Ninth Army as much as they could. And they were busy with their affairs. Which was understandable. This operation. Is it for hire? Or cooperation? Qin Fong began to make careful calculations. Getting to the bottom of the matter. Seeking the most favorable way for himself. Batian pondered for a while, and gave Qin Fong an answer. Hire. 10 million copper coins to buy out. No matter what appears inside. It has nothing to do with you. If we cooperate, 50/70/30 split. 7 for us and 3 for you. This time, it was Qin Fong's turn to ponder. And in the end, he decided to go with a form of cooperation. Deadly relics. The corresponding harvests were each very generous. And even more so, they could obtain the right to develop an entire piece of land. Qin Fong did not want to give up such an opportunity. When Bartian heard Qin Fong's words, he let out a sigh. He knew that Player Me was not easy to fool. 10 million copper coins. The price given by Bartian was already very high. Nay. Since that's the case, then the action will begin now instantly. Batian wasn't a person who liked to be long-winded, and began to gather his men. The Annihilation Guild definitely won't give up this place. Does the Bastardly Heaven Guild have the certainty to stop them? It'll take 10 hours at the very least. Right now, there were stronger equipment boosts, but it would take that long. Otherwise, it simply wouldn't be enough. It's possible. Hegemony pondered for a while, and patted his chest to give such a guarantee. In Batian's mind, he had already had a better way. This thing of duplicates. It was better to make it public. Thus, when all the members of the Hegemony Guild had assembled, Hegemony Heaven turned on the voice of the entire Tianyang town. Annihilation Guild is eating alone. Coordinates. It's a whole piece of the lordless forest belonging to it. Who wouldn't want it? A small, sprawling essay that instantly drew the eyes of the players in the entire Tianyang town. Ordinary players? Probably didn't care yet. But the major guilds instantly moved their hearts. Clicking on the coordinates to take a look. This ownerless forest area could be a full 10 times larger than the area of the guild's residence. This? Which guild wouldn't be jealous? Now? The Annihilation Guild even wants to eat alone? Aren't you afraid of being stretched to death? Do it. We have to do it. Another death relic? This place. I'm familiar with it. Must fight. I remember. It seems like at the entrance. It's going to brush the buffs, organize the people, and attack quickly. All the major guilds wanted a piece of the pie. At one time, members of at least a dozen guilds converged on this place. The water was muddy, but it was suitable for Qin Fong and the others to fish in troubled waters. Qin Fong was speechless towards Batian. He originally thought that Batian wanted to eat alone, wanting to stop the members of the Annihilation Guild with Batian Guild's strength. However, now it was a scourge that led to the east, allowing the Annihilation Guild to deal with so many guilds at the same time. In this way, even if the Annihilation Guild was strong, it would be impossible to fight against so many guilds. Wasn't Bastard Heaven afraid that other guilds would take the lead, thus causing Bastard Heaven Guild to miss out on the opportunity of this place? This question was also anticipated by Bastard Heaven. Qin Fong? That was what Batian relied on. As long as Qin Fong was willing to step in and help Batian, then Batian would have the confidence to successfully take the copy of this place. For this small piece of composition, President Annihilation was superficially cloudy. This kind of mistake was also expected of him. After all, as long as something was done, even if the Annihilation Guild was so careful, it would still be probed by someone with a heart. Now, the Annihilation Guild had secretly attacked this copy for such a long time? It's no exaggeration to say that it's already in the Annihilation Guild's pocket. If this was the case, and it could still be intercepted by another guild, then they, Annihilation, would just die. Raise your spirits. Attack as soon as possible. Within the duplicate, President Annihilation commanded so. This copy was a large copy, with a maximum capacity of 99 people. Therefore, within the copy, it was slightly crowded. The members of the Annihilation Guild, all of them saw this piece of article, and accelerated their pace, the attacks in their hands becoming even more powerful. All of the peripheral members, all of them leave and go brush up their levels, or honor points. Since this place had already been exposed, it meant that there was no need for so many players from the Annihilation Guild to take cover. The members of the Annihilation Guild began to retreat, just in time to meet up with the major guilds that kept moving in. The player in charge of the Annihilation Guild's retreat looked at them, quietly smiled, and without putting in any harsh words, naturally left. Within this smile, anyone could see this strong confidence. This group of guild players couldn't help but quicken their pace, wanting to have one last fight. Chapter 293, The Successful and the Defeatable. Ding. You are welcome to enter the large death copy Undead Warrior Graveyard. Ding. The maximum number of entrants for this copy, 99. Copy introduction. In the past, the Centurion of the 94th Army of the God of Death did not retreat and stayed here. Over the years, hiding in the shadows, he has continuously weakened the strength of Tianyang Town and stirred up strife. The replica has a total of 12 floors. Pass all of them to obtain everything in this place. The records of the duplicates were still relatively detailed, and the 12 guilds present at once organized the strongest 99 people to choose to enter. Ding. You have entered the Undead Warrior Graveyard. Please pay attention to safety. Ding. Undead Warrior Graveyard passing speed list. Please check. Qin Fong flipped it over to look at it. The Annihilation Guild was already standing on the 9th floor, with the possibility of a complete clearance at all times. This was the Annihilation Guild's bottom line. The 99 people of the Annihilation Guild had taken 7 days of light to pass the 8 levels. Annihilation didn't believe that anyone would be able to catch up with them. As expected, the guild players who entered within the Undead Warrior Graveyard all sighed. This time, it seemed like they were going to run with them again. But there was always a glimmer of hope, wasn't there? Let's start brushing, and put up a good fight. Isn't it just a gap of 8 floors? We'll be able to keep up. Put up a fight. Give up the death penalty, and dare to pull down the Emperor. And, isn't it just a mere 9 layers? We'll definitely be able to catch up. The players from the major guilds began to cheer each other on before starting to quickly brush the monsters. The first level of the Undead Warrior Graveyard copy, Endless Skeletons. 10,000 at the very least. Within the copy where the Hegemony Guild was located, Qin Fong looked around as he saw many familiar faces, as well as faces he was seeing for the first time. Among this group, some of them smiled at Qin Fong and nodded their heads in greeting, but some of them were indifferent, and there were even some who were still hostile towards Qin Fong. In response to this situation, Qin Fong silently let out a laugh and cast his eyes towards Batian. This had hostility towards him? What was going on? As the president, Batian could only smile awkwardly and secretly send a message to Qin Fong. Within Bastard Heaven Guild, a group of people are dissatisfied with this cooperation and think that they have given you too much. Batian was a little embarrassed. After all, the 30%. It was Bastard Heaven who proposed it, not Qin Fong who requested it. In the beginning, everyone thought that this was a small copy, with a maximum of 8 people entering, and dividing 30% to Qin Fong would be acceptable. But now, this was a large copy regarding 99 people. Player Zhen's personal ability was weakened to the extreme. So giving him another 30%? Isn't that not quite right? Thus, different voices appeared within the guild. Hegemony was also in a difficult position. After all, this group of different voices were the elders within the family. Bastard Sky, the Lee family, which belonged to the Sky City, was also considered a powerful family. And in the beginning, it was merely Bashan's self-activity, joining the world of the game. And for so many years, it was also considered to have made a name for itself. But now, the power of the family saw the prospects within the game. Also want to join. Batian Guild happens to be the best entry point. Thus, this group of old men within the family joined the Hegemony Guild. In the past, Batian Guild was Bashan's Hall of Fame. As long as he decided on something, he was bound to do it, and no one could refute it. But now, in order to maintain the so-called family harmony, in order to maintain the family legacy of benevolence, righteousness, courtesy, wisdom, and faith, Batian had to bow his head and seriously listen to some of the decisions made by these clan elders, letting other people's opinions. There was always one's own opinion, which was a thing that made people very irritated. Right now, Batian was annoyed. But this fire, he couldn't vent it out unless he completely tore his face off with the clan. Older brother, if it is difficult for you, I can withdraw. These were Qin Fang's exact words. And he didn't care anyway. This copy? If he could go down, he would go down. If he could conquer it, he would conquer it. If he could not go down, he could not conquer it. It was fine for him to complete the purple gold level alone. Qin Fang, too, could see Bashan's entanglement. These days, for Hegemony's large sum of money to buy players and S equipment, this group of clan elders also had quite a few words. Thinking that this money was given very unjustly. Thinking that Hegemony was a loser. Instead of buying other people's equipment, he should train his own blacksmiths. Although it might be a bit troublesome in the early stages, the more time passed, the more one would be able to see the benefits of training one's own blacksmiths. For the clan elders, this could all be the voice of experience to Batian. On the contrary, he, Batian, not only didn't listen, but was also bent on having his own way. This, in their opinion, was a sign of disrespect on Bashan's part. Hegemony? Not only would he not be able to bring Hegemony Guild to a higher level, instead, he would bring Hegemony Guild into the abyss. Hegemony was annoying. Outsiders telling insiders what to do. If it was another guild that was like this, Hegemony Heaven would be happy to watch the show. But now, it was his guild. Batian wanted to find an opportunity to kick out this group of clan elders who knew nothing. But every time his father asked, Batian could only sigh. At this moment, in response to such an inquiry from Qin Fang, Batian could only reply indifferently. No one can change what I promised. 30% is 30%. With these words, Hegemony was speaking to all the guild members with an icy look in his eyes. In order to do so, he was also letting this group of clan elders know that they should not dwell on this matter, and were not allowed to mention it. Batian did not want to lose face. But this group of clan elders, obviously, did not want Batian to lose face. Player me, I advise you to take the initiative to withdraw. The heart is not enough for a snake to swallow an elephant. This trip to the replica is not something you can get involved in. Right. Player me, you can't get the 30% share. If you voluntarily reduce it to 1% share, it's not like you can't be taken on this copy trip. You have to know what you're resorting to now. Whose power is it? In the face of such a lofty voice, Bashan's face immediately darkened. This group of people were seriously throwing his face on the ground, stepping on it again and again. Qin Fang did not argue with him. After all, this group of people? How much of a straw man did one have to be able to say such words? It was hard to believe that this group of people still thought that this was in the Sky City. This was Heaven's mandate. This is his home ground. This group of people, they didn't seem to understand that it wasn't Qin Fang who requested Bastard Sky to take him on. It was Bastard Sky who requested Qin Fang to take him on. Now, there's no time to lose. But this group of people, this was still discussing how to deal with the player me. Isn't this a farce? Qin Fang glanced at Batian, whose face was already as gloomy as if he could drip water. President Batian? This matter? Can it be handled? Qin Fang still had a smile on his face. However, this smile At this moment, in Batian's eyes, was as if it was a mocking smile. Batian had also lost his head this time, and had agreed to this group of clan elders joining the team. Otherwise, how could this kind of shit happen now? Hegemony Heaven threw all the players who were hostile to Qin Fang out of the group at the first opportunity, before replacing a smile on his face and looking at Qin Fang. Annoying flies. Solved. Batian had already made up his mind. When this copy of the opening was finished, he would definitely kick out this group of clan elders who didn't know anything. All of them. Chapter 294. Quickly passing the first level. Ding. You have been kicked out of the team. Such a system tone rang out, ringing in the ears of these clan elders of Batian. For a moment, this group of clan elders, who had long been used to the human condition, had horribly gloomy faces. This time, Batian could be said to have disgraced their old faces. These days, this group of clan elders had long been dissatisfied with hegemony. When they first joined the Hegemony Guild, Hegemony Heaven was still considered okay and entertained them well, even taking the initiative to give up some of their rights and put them in charge, such as purchasing materials and other matters. Batian's idea is very simple. Let them get a little bit of oil and water, and incidentally, a little bit of peace and quiet. But the human heart is never satisfied all, regardless of the circumstances. You got a piece of bone, then you still want a piece of meat. If you got a piece of rotten meat, you still want a whole piece of good meat. Especially with such a huge Batian guild. Can Batian manage it alone? Can he manage it? Surely not. Can these clan elders help him manage it? Can't they? In their concepts, it was definitely possible. After all, everyone was working for a better future for the Batian guild. After all, hegemony was still young. Letting him lead the Hegemony Guild would always lead to mistakes. Older? But it possessed a very deep advantage. Such a situation. What do you guys think? One of the clan elders. His face was very ugly. When I return to the clan, I'll definitely have to tell the patriarch. And incidentally, let the patriarch comment on it. Batian this time really went overboard. Right. Preferring to trust an outsider rather than us. Huh? Batian. This little guy. His wings have hardened. As you spoke, everyone's impression of Batian was lowered to the extreme. Batian was also truly unaware of this. Otherwise, he would have been so angry that he would have directly kicked this group of white-eyed wolves out of the guild. The large-scale copy of 99 people. Because Hegemony kicked out more than 10 people. Now, there were only more than 80 people left, and the attributes were directly reduced. Although the number of people had been reduced, the difficulty of the replica would not be reduced. President Bartion. Let's begin. This time, for Qin Fang, it was just a small episode in terms of what happened. Moreover, this was an internal matter of the bastardly Heavenly Guild. What did it have to do with him? It was nothing more than having a good show to watch. Older brother, I've made you laugh. Bastard Sky looked at the players within the surrounding guilds, his eyes bringing a thick coldness with them. This was a warning. He didn't want the same thing to happen a second time. A grain of mouse droppings would spoil a pot of soup. And when this grain of mouse droppings fell into the soup, this pot of soup had already been ruined. Of all these people, there were also those who had been brainwashed and pulled in by the clan elders. Batian's warning still possessed a certain amount of power. And this group of people no longer looked at Qin Fang. As much as possible, they suppressed themselves. Old brother, do you have any good suggestions? Batian inquired in such a way that he still believed in Playersion. The first thing Qin Fang did was to take out the silver grade, gold grade life grenades from his backpack and give them out to everyone. Instrumentalist. Qin Fang's private territory possessed at least 70 to 80 life instrumentalists, and the number was not small. The matter of refining life grenades was set up by Qin Fang 3 days ago. In the light of 3 days, quite a number of them were refined. Enough for Qin Fang to pass this copy. This was Qin Fang's bottom line. When Batian saw this life grenade, his eyes lit up. This was not something that could be bought with money. After all, the life grenade drawing was now only possessed in Qin Fang's hands, and only Qin Fang was able to refine it. Batian was still rather itchy for this thing, and had revealed that he had purchased it from Qin Fang. But at that time, this kind of grenade was refined by Qiner, and Qin Fang was not in a good position to open his mouth. So it was left unsettled. The killing power of the life grenade, against the group of death skeletons in front of them, was very great. The visual impact caused by the 10,000 or so white skeleton shells was very strong. Like a small lake, capable of drowning Qin Fong and the others at all times. Dang, dang, dang. The intense green grenades filled with the breath of life fell, spreading rapidly like green algae. These skeletons' bodies were covered in green light. Their defense, resistance, and so on, all fell to the extreme. More than 80 people started the slaughter mode. At first, this group of skeletons was very scary. Level 40 silver monsters with strong attributes. But under the weakening of the life grenade, they became level 25 silver monsters. 40 level silver monsters. Even the group of elite players from the Bastard Guild. At most one person to deal with 2. But now, each person would be able to deal with 5. Or even 7 or 8 at the very least. Qin Fong glanced at Bastard Sky and smiled as he inquired. Do you want to compare? Batian was also playful at this. Yes. Bartion geared up and rushed into the pile of skeletons. Qin Fong, as usual, played the rogue as usual, displaying the air of a tycoon. Countless skills that came with the equipment were used by Qin Fong. Dang, dang, dang. Destructive heavenly thunder. Thunder descending. Breaking thunder. Qin Fong seemed to have transformed into the god of thunder. And beside him, thunder continuously descended, constantly dealing damage to the skeletons. This batch of equipment, all of them were level 30 elite gold grade. And the skills attached to each piece of equipment were extremely strong. Therefore, in 1 minute, Qin Fong's damage namely steadily occupied the first position in the attribute panel. When Batian and the others watched Qin Fong brush the monsters in such a manner, they could not help but twitch the corners of their mouths. This kind of pattern, they really couldn't imitate it. Player me. It really was another way for the originally handless blacksmith to leap to become a peak player of Heaven's Destiny. It was no exaggeration to say that there was basically no one who was able to stay alive under the thunder surrounding Qin Fong. The thoughtful people amongst the Hegemony Guild were taking a detailed inventory of how much equipment Qin Fong had used in total. The white skeletons on the first level had finished refreshing. And this player had also finished counting. Qin Fong had released his skills a full 3,000 times. What kind of concept was that? Apart from the cooldown time, Qin Fong's backpack possessed at least 1,000 pieces of level 30 equipment. When this data was reported, the players of the Bastard Heavenly Guild who were present were all shocked. More than 80 of them looked at Qin Fong with incredulous eyes. As for Qin Fong, he was silent. President Bastard Sky, you lost again. What else could Batian say about this? Why would he still want to bet with Qin Fong? Wasn't this looking for pain? For this first level, Bartion Guild had spent a total of 58 minutes. Ding. Congratulations on successfully clearing the first level. Ding. Your data has been registered. At this moment, more than 10 guilds all saw such data. Crap. Is Bastard Heaven Guild playing chicken blood? 58 minutes. It's impossible to clear the level so quickly, even if one possesses a god-ranked pet. I seem to have seen earlier that the Hegemony Guild's team had the figure of player we. The case is solved. Bastard Heaven Guild is like a tiger with wings. Hey, how come player me is teaming up with Bastard Heaven? Didn't he say? These guilds that were clearing the level were all horrified. Chapter 295, the 4th floor. More than 10,000 skeletons, in this small space, caused a high level of intimidation. The players from the other guilds that entered with the Bastardly Heavenly Guild had brushed up to 700 or 800 of them at this moment. And if they wanted to clear the level, it would take them at least 10 hours. But what about the Bastardly Heavenly Guild? They had cleared the level so quickly. Unbelievable. Simply unbelievable. 80% of this was due to Qin Fong's factors. Firstly, it was because of Qin Fong's life grenade. Secondly, it was because of the essence gold grade equipment that Qin Fong had forged during the period of time when Qin Fong had disappeared. Although Bastard Heaven and the others had gradually caught up with their levels. But then, equipment was not that easy to catch up with. Even Bastard Sky of the Bastard Sky Guild was only wearing a loose level 30 essence gold grade equipment, although it was relatively strong. But compared to Qin Fong's level 35 essence gold grade equipment, it was unbeatable. Simply a heaven and a hell. Yes, Batian's hands possessed sets, while Qin Fong was able to forge sets. At the moment, the average level of the Bastard Heaven Guild's group of players was 34. And the 9 players at the peak were all wearing the 35 level fine gold class suits that Qin Fang had forged. Therefore, their strength was naturally stronger than the strength of the players from the major guilds. When President Annihilation saw such a terrifying speed of the Hegemony Guild, he could not help but hesitate in his heart with a hint of worry. This bastard Heavenly Guild might actually be able to overtake it. Speed up. Don't skimp on the potions. Fill up all the attributes for me. President Annihilation spoke in such a manner. But the 99 people handpicked within their guild? Not even close to the Hegemony Guild's elites. Second level. As usual, Qin Fang threw out the life grenade, transformed into the God of Thunder, and rushed into the group of skeletons. In this wave, the number of skeletons was reduced to 5,000. But then, the attributes of the skeletons were raised to gold level. 5,000 gold level skeletons. The difficulty of this skyrocketed. At the same time Qin Fang released his skills. A forging hammer appeared in his hand. When this legendary grade forging hammer was equipped, Qin Fang's attributes skyrocketed all of a sudden. The power added by this forging hammer was too powerful. Thud. Even a gold level skeleton was basically unable to withstand one of Qin Fang's hammers. And under the hammer, either his bones were broken or he took several steps back. Above the attribute panel, Qin Fang's damage was rising rapidly. When the second level was passed, Qin Fang's total damage had already exceeded the sum of the damage of the last 15 people in the Hegemony Guild. This data immediately caused the people in the Hegemony Guild who were dissatisfied with Qin Fang to shut their mouths. The player, Wei, had managed to make up for the lack of people in the Hegemony Guild with his own strength. At this point, this group of players realized, on what basis, Player Me was able to share 30%. 79 minutes. This was the time used for the second level. The Hegemony Guild's players were responsible for cleaning up the battlefield. And although they couldn't explode anything good, it was better than nothing. Such a speed was comparable to the speed of light. This was 5,000 gold level skeletons. So terrifying. The corners of President Annihilation's mouth twitched straight as he remembered the tragic situation of his guild's attack on the second level. 99 people had been hunted down and scurried around, ultimately relying on the terrain and relying on the amplitude of the potion before it took 13 hours to clear the level. But now, the time used by the Hegemony Guild was only a tenth of theirs. If they continued at such a speed, wouldn't the Hegemony Guild really be able to catch up with them? Ding. Annihilation Guild has successfully cleared the 9th floor. As he was thinking so, President Annihilation finally got a little bit of good news. 10th floor. 11th floor. 12th floor. Annihilation Guild. Still missing the last 3 floors. But anyone would know that these last 3 layers were the most difficult. Within the 3rd layer, Qin Fang and the others encountered 9 level 45 gold rank bosses, as well as 500 gold rank skeletons. President Batian? How do we fight this kind of battle that required coordination? It was definitely better for President Batian to command. The 1st layer, the 2nd layer, were all melee battles. So it was natural to fight individually to be able to bring out the most powerful strength. Sword of Ling Tian. You lead the 1st squad. Shield of Destruction. You lead the 2nd squad. Light of the Vault. You lead the 3rd squad. As the captains of the squads, Sword of Ling Tian and the others were naturally the strongest within the team. Hegemony divided the 9 squads to fight against the 9 Essence Gold rank bosses, while Qin Fang, Hegemony went to lure the monsters and kill the 500 gold rank skeletons as soon as possible, and then sped to their aid. If they did so, they would also be able to maximize their strength. Although Qin Fang's group attack and single attack were both strong, it was obvious that the group attack was a little more powerful. Qin Fang and Bastard Sky impacted down at a fast pace, just like 2 nuclear bombs. Die. Bartion hissed, swallowing a potion to raise his attributes to the peak. Qin Fang was still on cloud 9 as the power of thunder was continuously released, drawing hatred to death. He didn't need to care about anything else. He just needed to keep outputting. And Hegemony felt great. Regardless of whether it was the 1st level or the 2nd level, the players who had worked with Qin Fang were all very satisfied with him. It was truly a blessing to work with such an opponent. And all of them felt great. When you were brushing monsters with Qin Fang, you didn't need to worry about hatred at all. 30 minutes later, Qin Fang and Bastard joined the Sword of Ling Tian squad in the battle. 50 minutes, Qin Fang and the others beheaded the 1st Essence Gold level boss. 70 minutes, decapitating the 2nd head. 80 minutes, decapitating the third head. 108 minutes. Decapitating the seventh head. 133 minutes. Clearing the third level. It took more than 2 hours to clear the third level. A speed that, in the eyes of Batian, was very slow. But in the eyes of other guilds, this speed? Amazing. Even 3 or 2 guilds directly gave up on attacking this copy. This copy, Annihilation Guild, Hegemony Guild, looks like it's a must. Hey, after such a long time, not even 3,000 white skeletons have been decimated. What else are we playing for? Give up. Decisively give up. The benefits of this copy, with the effort, were completely disproportionate. The price paid to decapitate a silver rank monster here was the price paid to be able to decapitate at least 7 or 8 of them in the outside world. It was as if there was a fire behind the Annihilation Guild's arse, forcing them ever forward. Ding. Congratulations on successfully completing Purple Gold level quest 1/3. This system beep sounded, and Qin Fong raised his head, looking towards the central area of the 4th floor. Within the 4th level, instead of gold, fine gold level skeletons, there was a little girl who was crying alone. This little girl, it seemed, had encountered something sad. The huge golden exclamation mark caused Qin Fong to hurriedly signal Batian and the others not to make a move. Qin Fong stepped forward and took out an item from his backpack, which was specially given to Qin Fong by the old man. A red bow. As expected, when the little girl saw this red bow, she immediately stopped crying. Confusion appeared in her eyes as she looked at Qin Fong. This is what your grandfather asked me to give you. He said that all these years, he was wrong. When Qin Fong finished speaking, the little girl suddenly whimpered and cried, not knowing what she was muttering under her breath. I know. Eventually, the little girl stopped crying and opened a pair of translucent eyes to look at Qin Fong. Chapter 296 Shield of Destruction. Grandpa once told me to not run around, the little girl said to herself, as if she did not carry any sense of danger. Her budding eyes, looking towards Qin Fong, and then towards Batian and the others. Qin Fong was suddenly creeped out, as if the ancient beast in front of him was about to awaken, his heart palpitating in an extraordinary way. Watch out! Qin Fong stepped back violently and subconsciously shouted out, causing Batian and the others to instantly step back as well. So, you guys shouldn't run around either. Stay here with me. In an instant of light, the little girl's entire body began to burn with black flames, carrying a strong evil yet deathly aura. The original little girl also began to change, her scalp cracking as if she was wearing a doll costume. Clicking, tearing, creepy sounds rang out. A snow-white body, with only a trace of flesh and blood clinging to it. An essence gold level skeleton, drilled out from amongst the human skin with great difficulty. The sound of bones rubbing together caused Qin Fong's teeth to chatter. The girls amongst Batian and the others started screaming, as if they had seen the most horrifying thriller of man. The entire scene was so bloody that it made people sick. You guys, trespassing into Lord Death's territory. Go to hell. This essence gold level skeleton. Its body was snow-white, flickering with ghostly light, with 8 hands, 8 legs, as if it was a humanoid spider, and the blue light flickering in its eyes was intimidating. The countless bones in the chest were pieced together to form a skeleton, letting people know at a glance that the defense power was not low. In each hand, they were carrying a weapon, which made Batian's eyes light up. If they killed this boss, if all of their 8 weapons fell, it would not be a bad thing. An essence gold grade skeleton boss had strong attributes. Although Qin Fong was unable to probe the attributes of this boss, he was able to feel a strong pressure. After all, everything was too real with this nutrient warehouse's enchantment. The stench, the smell of blood, and even the smell of decay in the depths could all be smelled. Qin Fong's eyes were not on the body of this monster, but on top of the human skin on the ground. Qin Fong knew that the little girl might have died a long time ago, but he didn't want to die so tragically. And then after death, there was still no peace. Qin Fong gripped the forging hammer in his hand tightly, wanting to be the first to charge forward. However, this essence gold level skeleton boss was the one who directly charged forward. Shield of Destruction. You take the lead and pull in as much hate as possible. The Shield of Destruction, the #1 shield warrior cultivated within the Bastard Guild, was covered in an essence gold grade defense set. flashing with a rich luster of the thunder attribute, and a purple light that filled the sky. Thunder attribute. This was clearly forged by Qin Fang. Thunder? It could be more than just the strongest attack. It could be the strongest shield. For example, at this moment, the shield warrior, broken shield, cast out the skill, Thunder Cage. Between heaven and earth, thunder was like a small snake, twisting and turning, then weaving itself together to form a powerful cage, wrapping the strange skeleton. The skeleton instantly went berserk, wanting to break free. However, the electric arcs around the cage were constantly causing damage to him. That wasn't all. When the strange skeleton broke through the thunder cage, the shield of destruction condensed another shield with the attribute of thunder, and deadlocked in front of it, fending off the strange skeleton's attack. Seeing this scene, Qin Fang was actually slightly too weak to look at the shield of destruction. Thunder equipment? With a defense skill attached to it. This equipment was actually considered a forging failure in Qin Fang's opinion. However, he still acted against his conscience and sold it to Batian as second best. Unbeknownst to him, the broken shield under Bastard Heaven had actually played this equipment out. Even Hegemony Heaven had taken the initiative to help him beg for this equipment that came with the Thunder Shield. Qin Fang had discovered a whole new path of wealth. This kind of chicken-ribbed equipment. Surprisingly, there were people who wanted it. Unbeknownst to Qin Fang, the Shield of Destruction also had a story that belonged to him. The Destruction Shield's Thunder attribute was straight out of the 9 stars. But then, by mistake, it chose to become a shield warrior. At the same time that the Shield of Destruction resisted the monstrous skeleton, a heavy hammer from Qin Fang's hand also ruthlessly hammered on the monstrous skeleton's head. The members of the Hegemony Guild didn't hesitate as their attacks were unleashed non-stop, erupting with a mountainous aura. This Essence Gold level boss might be able to cause a little impact on the Annihilation Guild and other guilds, but for Qin Fang and the others, it was still slightly insufficient. After all, each of the 80 or so people present, at the very least, there were 5 pieces of level 35 Essence Gold grade equipment. This? How else was it going to play? Qin Fang was the first to strike, shattering one of the monstrous skeleton's left arm. And then with unabated power, he once again shattered one of the monstrous skeleton's right leg. Batian and the others were also not willing to show weakness. Not long after, the weird skeleton became a normal skeleton. The amount of blood had also dropped from the peak to 20%. This is what you guys forced me to do. The fire in the monstrous skeleton's eyes burned continuously, as if it was about to go berserk. Bastard Sky's first reaction was to get closer to the monstrous skeleton and depress his blood level. However, Qin Fang keenly sensed a hint of something wrong and signaled the crowd to quickly retreat. With 2 orders, the members of the Hegemony Guild didn't know who they should listen to. The Sword of the Sky and the others decisively listened to Qin Fang's retreat, while the other players, on the other hand, they were disdainful of Qin Fang and remained close. Go to hell. In a flash, a small mushroom cloud flashed up. More than 30 people from the Hegemony Guild died on the spot, turning into white light and disappearing. And the rest? They were also each seriously injured, with only 10% of their blood remaining, coughing blood out of their mouths non-stop. Batian was also a determined closer, but was spared from death because of his strong attributes. When Batian saw the scene in front of him, he was dumbfounded. It seemed like he had given a silly order. Batian had heard Qin Fang's command to retreat, but during his pondering, the monstrous skeleton namely exploded. This was something he could not have imagined. Should we all die once? Save the file and start brushing again? This was the suggestion of the Sword of Ling Tian, and it was also for the present a more reliable suggestion. After all, large replicas were permitted to save files. For example, if the Hegemony Guild's group died on the 4th floor, then, waiting for the number of people to come together, the Hegemony Guild could still read the archive and directly start brushing from the 4th layer, greatly saving time. As of now, saving the archives was the most worthwhile thing to try. After all, the current players? There were only 50 or so left. A full half was missing. And the later levels, there were still a full 8 layers. Just by virtue of them, be able to complete it? One must know that the Annihilation Guild. But it was a full staff configuration. Batian was also pondering. He couldn't help but look his eyes towards player me. If right now, if the people committed suicide and died and exited, waiting for the guild members to arrive here and rebrush the 4th level would take at least 3 hours. This copy. I feel that with us, we'll be able to push through it as well. This was Qin Fang's attitude. He didn't want to never brushing a copy. This was a matter of one drum and then another. If one waited, anything could happen. Hegemony had also learned of the players' my thoughts. But he still looked at the players within the Hegemony Guild and silently asked. Chapter 297 Hidden Sword. Combat. Batian still wanted to ask the guild members for their opinions. Keep doing it. What are you afraid of? Even though there are only 53 left. We are all elites, alright. That's right. I feel like I'm able to fight one against two. Chairman. I have a small opinion. This captain. Shucks. Can this commander let the player me be? This player's voice was small, but it was still heard by the other players. Sword of the Sky. Broken Shield. And the others couldn't help but laugh out loud and told Bastard Sky to step aside and give way. Right. President. You'd better not command. My brother commands without any faults. But as soon as I follow you, people will die. Right. President. Hearing such words, President Baishan's face instantly darkened. The muscles at the corners of his mouth constantly trembled, and the sword in his cupped hand hummed, itching to directly give them 2 punches. Good. Since that's the case, then the team's captain. I'll give it to player me. Batian was not someone who craved for power, and immediately agreed with everyone's opinion, allowing Qin Fang to take command of the squad. Regarding this, Qin Fang did not have any opinions. After all, I don't know why. This copy always gave Qin Fang a familiar feeling. Moreover, I don't know if it was because of the nutrient warehouse or something else. Qin Fang's perception was further strengthened, reaching a state of being heaven-defying. Ding! You have become the captain of Bastard Sky's first team. Since President Batian believes in me, then I'll be the one to do it. Qin Fang wasn't in a hurry and started touching the corpses first. Qin Fang thought that his own luck was still pretty good. But under Qin Fang some corpse petting, he only obtained 3 pieces of essence gold-grade equipment. It was a far cry from the 8 pieces that Batian had dreamed of. After a few more touches, he was able to obtain a large pile of rags, which was better than nothing. After touching the corpse, Qin Fang picked up this human skin from the ground, which was like paper. And vaguely, he could still tell that it was a cute little girl. Qin Fang let out a sigh, took out the kerosene, and instantly lit it up. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the ashes. Ding! Congratulations on completing Purple Gold level quest 2 of 3. Qin Fang brought back this special prop, the ashes. I.e. he was considered to have completed the quest completely. Once he was done with the 4th level, Qin Fang chose to enter the 5th level as a remnant soldier. Ding! Overwhelming Heaven Guild has successfully passed the 4th level. Total time spent, 56 minutes. This system beep. President Annihilation was the most shocked. He simply didn't believe it, and didn't want to believe it. The 4th level. At first, the Annihilation Guild had gone through a lot of effort to grind this Essence Gold level boss alive in 5 hours, successfully killing it. But now, the Hegemony Guild was actually using only 50 minutes or so. This was the gap in strength between the Annihilation Guild and the Bastardly Heavenly Guild even this great? Annihilation couldn't accept it. Within the 5th level, there were still countless skeletons standing up. Only this time, they were no longer human skeletons, but skeletons of various monsters. For example, the skeletons of the Blizzard Giant Wolf, the Thunder White Tiger, with the arrival of Qin Fang and the others, at least 1,000 white skeleton beasts awoke from their slumber, transforming into the sharpest fangs, and began to tear into Qin Fang and the others. Brush monsters? Batian and the others were familiar with it. Following a fixed mindset, Bartion and the others circled around in a circle, wanting to arrive to hold the attack of these fierce beasts and skeletons. However, Qin Fang was the first to stop them. Staying put? This was the stupidest way. How could this be played like this? Wasn't this just waiting to die? Qin Fang immediately told the players of the Hegemony Guild to run, and never dare to be surrounded. The members of the Hegemony Guild immediately started running, breaking through a gap and fleeing towards the distance. While fleeing, they output at the same time. Isn't it just kiting? I'm familiar with it. The Divine Archer, hidden sword within the Hegemony Guild. A smile emerged from the corner of his mouth. The monsters on the first 4 floors didn't show how powerful he was at all, causing him to be like a fool who kept drawing his bow and shooting arrows. But now, attracting hatred, splitting monsters along the way, and luring monsters, this was his strong point. As the strongest archer within the Hegemony Guild, he had his own pride. Let me do it. Hidden Sword was just about to take action, and had just shot out his first sword when he saw that not far away, a fine gold-grade bow and arrow had appeared in the hands of the player Jin, who had no idea when. Seeing this scene, Hidden Sword immediately had the corners of his mouth rise up. As arrogant as the return of the Dragon King's flunky, player me? He was indeed strong in forge. Ergo, strong in melee. Ergo, strong in damage. Ergo, strong in skills. Ergo, the entirety of Hidden Sword was helpless. But Hidden Sword didn't believe that player Jin's bow is also very strong? In Hidden Sword's heart, he couldn't help but feel the slightest bit of eagerness to try. He wanted to compete with player Jin. He was not the one who said that as the Hegemony Guild. Before Hidden Sword could finish his mirth, Qin Fang's maneuver had instantly stunned him. Three-quarters sword. Penetrating arrow. This was the legendary arrow's skill. The 9-spirit arrow? Hidden Sword's jaw dropped as he watched this scene. The 3-point arrow. He was barely able to use it, but it was very taxing. Even for him. Every time he fought, he would release it at most 3 times. But now, the player me actually treated the 3-point arrow as if it was as simple as drinking cold water. In just 3 seconds, Hidden Sword had seen 3 3-point arrows, and player Jin was still continuing. As for penetrating arrow, it was a relatively rare skill. But what about Qin Fang? Without ever using a skill, he managed to release the penetrating arrow all by virtue of skill. This required very strong wrist strength, and very strong maneuvers. Otherwise, it was simply impossible. It was a movement that was even more taxing. But player Jin was still flowing. His movements were fast and powerful. As for the final 9-spirit arrow, it was a legendary archery move that was heard to be performed only by the pinnacle archers. It was the highest stance of an archer. The entire online game? Those who could successfully unleash it would not be more than 3 fingers. Hidden Sword doesn't belong to one of them. But now, the player me was actually able to release it so easily. Hidden Sword is scared. Really scared. Looking at the player's operation. This must be an ancient god. Only? Who is it? The other archers, who had also seen player Jin's operation, couldn't help but also widen their eyes. Their eyes filled with disbelief. This? Big Brother Ah. Proper archer Big Brother Ah. As an archer, how could they not see how strong Qin Fang was? An existence like player me? No matter what the situation was, he was an absolute god. As for the players of other professions within the Hegemony Guild, they silently felt that player Jin's archery skills were bullish. But as for the rest, they couldn't see it. After all, different professions were like mountains. Between different professions, it was even more so. Qin Fang continuously attracted monsters, counterattacked. In a short period of time, the hatred of 1,000 beast skeletons was attracted by him to death. Moreover, the order was very good. Batian and the others only needed to output. This was like Qin Fang had put a messy adventure in order. This hand directly made Hidden Sword and the other archers look dumbfounded. Chapter 298 Challenging the Limits. Qin Fang's luring of monsters was like the art of playing halls of great beauty. Every move, between every stance, was filled with dynamic beauty. Qin Fang's footsteps sometimes moved quickly. Sometimes he retreated a few steps. Sometimes he jumped towards the left and retreated. Everything was so aesthetically pleasing that one could not take their eyes off of it. However, at the same time, it also possessed a certain degree of difficulty, causing people to be puzzled, not knowing clearly what deep meaning Qin Fang's step possessed. However, it often did not take more than a second to see Qin Fang's movement. He was actually dodging. No, more accurately speaking, it was prejudging. This kind of operation was very important for archers. But those who were able to achieve this step were so rare. Hidden Sword stopped bending his bow arm, and couldn't help but start guessing Qin Fang's movements, wanting to know his next step. What exactly was he doing? It wasn't just Hidden Sword. The other archers within the team were the same. If they were able to guess Qin Fang's movements, they would celebrate in their hearts and whispers. But if they were unable to guess, they were secretly chagrined. For them, Qin Fang had already become the strongest archer. Being able to guess Qin Fang's movements and find patterns would be of great help to the growth of their careers. This was something that Bastard Heaven was also well aware of. Therefore, even if Hidden Sword and the others did not attack, like a mother and child idol, Batian did not urge them on. Dang. The damage dealt by Bastard Heaven and the others was increasing, and the hatred caused by Qin Fang's attacks was gradually becoming impossible to pull. After all, Qin Fang was only one person. In the next instant, Qin Fang directly opened the skills attached to his equipment. Thunder Extinction, Thunder Giant, Thunder Flash Extinction. Countless thunder transformed into thunder snakes and kept dealing damage to the beast's skeletons. Catching, perhaps because of the thunder flashes, Hidden Sword and the others exited from their senses, scratching their heads in embarrassment, and began to join the battle. The addition of Hidden Sword and the others instantly caused the originally balanced scales to start tilting towards Qin Fang and the others. The first beast skeleton died, emitting the sound of bones hitting each other as if it was wailing before dying. The second head, the third head, the fourth head, like dominoes collapsing. The beast skeletons kept collapsing and dying. After Qin Fang finished killing the last skeleton beast, he immediately took out a bottle of refreshing water from his backpack and gulped it down to relieve his throat that was so parched that it was about to burst into flames. The nutrient warehouse was too real and had both advantages and disadvantages. For example, right now, Qin Fang could feel the constant flow of sweat and moisture in his body, which urgently needed to be replenished, or else it could potentially affect his fighting strength. Qin Fang just wanted to go and touch the corpse, but was stopped by Batian, who coughed lightly and decided to let the other players of Batian Guild to touch the corpse. Qin Fang bristled in disdain at this. Others? Could just have his luck? It was simply a joke. However, when the players from the Hegemony Guild touched out Essence Gold level equipment from within the corpses of these silver level monsters, Qin Fang instantly closed his mouth. This? Luck. There was really no way to say it. To be able to touch fine gold level equipment? This was like going out and looking down and seeing 1,000,000 copper coins. Qin Fang silently packed up the forging hammer in his hand, moved his muscles and bones, and entered the next level. Why did so many beast skeletons exist under the banner of the Death Warrior? The 5th level was successfully cleared, taking a total of 127 minutes. From the first layer until now, it had been more than 10 hours of fighting. Within the 6th layer, Qin Fang couldn't help but look at Batian when he saw the densely packed skeletons of nearly 3,000 beast skeletons. So many beast skeletons. At the very least, we have to brush for 3 hours. Everyone, can you still hold out? A high-intensity battle, although it was only 10 hours. But then, it was more tiring than brushing monsters normally for 30 hours. After all, here, every second of your heartstrings are mobilized, not daring to have the slightest relaxation. This group of night owls can all once stayed up all night with me for 7 days and 7 nights. Batian had 100% trust in his old brothers. The most crucial thing was, a man? How could one say that he couldn't? Old brother, if you need to rest, we can wait for you. With these words, President Bastard was speaking from the bottom of his heart, rather than intentionally flirting with Qin Fang. Hidden Sword had already informed player Bastard Heaven of the terror of player We. Truthfully, Hegemony wasn't stupid. He understood that the role that player Jin had played in this brush-up was actually far more than the sum of their 50 or so people. If we were to say that Hegemony was a first-class expert, then Qin Fang's operation, that is a super first-class expert. One-on-one, Batian couldn't even take down the player. Among the team, it was also because of player Jin. So regardless of each layer, it seemed very simple, and the difficulty plummeted. In that case, let's do it. Qin Fang did not need to rest. Perhaps because of the divine purification fruit. The hint of soreness in his muscles that Qin Fang had felt earlier was gradually disappearing. Qin Fang now had quite a trace of regret. In his dealings with the time and space merchant a few days ago, he had actually forgotten to trade himself a divine-grade pet. Otherwise, at this moment, Qin Fang would no longer need to brush monsters on his own. And a god-level pet could help him complete everything. This was not Qin Fang's fault. After all, at that time, Qin Fang was already considered a waste. His attributes had been reduced to 1, and it was simply impossible for him to cultivate a god-level pet. But now, Qin Fang was different. It could only be said that what was lost was gained. Qin Fang shook his head. dismissed all distractions, and concentrated on starting the slaughter. This time, just as the crowd thought that Qin Fang would still use his bow and arrow to lure the monsters, Qin Fang suddenly appeared in his hand with an essence gold-grade dagger and rushed forward. This time, it was the turn of the 3 or 5 thieves amongst the Hegemony Guild to stare in disbelief. Is it hard? Player Jin has a deep understanding of thieves. 2? I don't believe it. Holy crap. What is this? Without using a skill, it's even able to use a shadow doppelganger? Scared the baby to death. What is this? This is... What a weird pace. Qin Fang was like a spinning gyroscope, gradually transforming into a spinning tornado. And in the end, it was like a phantom, making it impossible to see his position. This kind of operation was something that not even a few peak thieves were able to do. Player me today. Is he here to show off his skills? Looking at the powerful Qin Fang, Batian couldn't help but have a dry mouth. Thief? He had also played. But to player me, operating such a horrible thief, Tucker had never seen all. This had already left the realm of human and become a god. Player me? Who the hell is that? This motherfucker. As for the other thieves, they were even more shocked. Player me today really wasn't showing off his skills. Rather, it was the first time he used the nutrient warehouse. The first time he entered the game as if he was a real person. And Qin Fang also wanted to test whether or not the operation he couldn't perform at the beginning could be performed successfully in such a real state. To put it simply, Qin Fang wanted to challenge his own limits. He had already successfully challenged the limits of the archer's maneuver, and had a feeling of being in full swing. Now, Qin Fang wanted to challenge the thief. Chapter 299 Purple Gold Grade Props, Taunting Puppet. Qin Fang's desire to challenge the limit had scared the group of people from the Bastard Guild. Without any other reason, Qin Fang's operation at this moment was truly astounding. This? Who could play such a terrifying operation? Bastard Heaven and the others forgot to make a move for a while. Fortunately, Qin Fang sensed that something was wrong and twisted his head back to look, hating that he could not spit out a mouthful of blood. This group of people? Surprisingly, they were seriously watching the theater. Hegemony returned to his senses and hurriedly signaled the members of the Hegemony Guild to join the fight. Taking 178 minutes, the Bastard Heavenly Guild successfully passed the 6th level. Qin Fang was directly exhausted and paralyzed on the ground, not wanting to move at all. It was too mentally draining and physically exhausting. However, Qin Fang had also managed to break through his own limits. Movements that were difficult to complete in the past were now able to be completed with ease. At this moment, the eyes of the members of the Hegemony Guild changed when they looked at Qin Fang. In the past, everyone only thought of Player Jin as a forger and a smelly blacksmith. It was only because he was a bit lucky that he was able to amass a large amount of wealth. But now, everyone's thoughts had changed. Player Jin, even if he wasn't a blacksmith, he was still able to take off. Sure enough, a great god was a great god no matter where he was. Especially Hidden Sword. The admiration for Qin Fang in his heart had reached a level that was hard to attach. And he couldn't wait to directly detach himself from the Bastard Guild and follow Player Me. There was no other reason. Player Me's mastery over archers was really too strong. Rest for a while. This was Qin Fang taking the initiative to rest. Too tired. Really too tired. Okay. The members of the Bastard Guild, one by one, also exited the game. Qin Fang directly exited the game. And within the nutrient warehouse, he quietly laid down and turned on the maintenance function. The nutrient warehouse automatically detected Qin Fang's body state, and a slight electric current appeared, tingling and relieving Qin Fang of his fatigue. And the nutrient liquid within the nutrient warehouse was gradually absorbed by Qin Fang's body. 35 minutes. This process ended, and Qin Fang instantly felt refreshed. Ding. Welcome back to Heavenly Destiny. Ding. Enjoy your game. Ding. It has been detected that your person is in the midst of the replica. Will you continue to participate in the replica? Participate. Qin Fang's figure reappeared, and Batian and the others also returned at the same time. The people present were all equipped with nutrient silos. 35 minutes was enough for the crowd to recover from their state of exhaustion. This was the legendary money ability. This is also the second reason why the nutrient warehouse was praised by the bigwigs. The nutrient warehouse had more than just this function. How's the rest? It continues to continue. My condition has returned to its peak. My current state is too good to be true. Dry, dry, dry? Qin Fang, Bastard, and the others entered within the 7th floor at once. Within the Annihilation team. President. Can't hold on anymore. Do you want to rest for a while? Fighting continuously for 15 hours. And at a high intensity. Who could withstand this? These words, or the beloved of the Annihilation President said. But what they got was a glare from the Annihilation President. What is the situation now? The Hegemony Guild is chasing after you so relentlessly? You guys even want to rest? Yeah. President. It's better to rest for a while. The brothers can't take it anymore. This was another one without eyesight. But indeed, everyone had reached their limits as well. 1 or 2v1. Annihilation was still able to glare. But if 7, 8 all said so, President Annihilation could only turn his eyes and look at the crowd. Brothers, continue to do. Bastard Guild is still behind it all the time. As long as you can't die, do it to death. 300 copper coins an hour. The Annihilation President even brought a big stick with sweet dates. What else could the players of the Annihilation Guild say? There were still 53 members left in the overwhelming Heaven Guild. And the Annihilation Guild was about the same. With a maximum of 60. Ding. Congratulations to the Annihilation Guild for passing the 10th floor. The Annihilation Guild was also really desperate. 5 hours. And they had even passed the 10th floor. Urgency. The Annihilation Guild felt an endless sense of urgency. The Hegemony Guild likewise felt a hint of a tense atmosphere. After all, the Annihilation Guild only had the last 2 floors left to completely clear. On the 7th level, there were more than 10,000 beast skeletons, causing people's spirits to collapse. When the number reached a certain extreme, the damage inflicted was also very terrifying. Qin Fang couldn't help but feel a bit flinching. This, even if it was him, it was impossible to pass. At this moment, Baishan's voice rang out. I'll do it. Batian understood in his heart that with the power of 53 people, it was impossible to pass the level, unless with the help of props. It just so happened that Batian had a special prop in his hand. Ding. Is it possible to use the purple gold level prop, Taunting Puppet? Taunt Puppet effect: place a puppet with trillions of blood. And as long as the puppet doesn't die, it can constantly taunt wild monsters in a 100-meter radius. Originally, Hegemony wanted to use this prop to lure monsters and boost the overall strength of Hegemony Guild. But now, it couldn't help but use it. This puppet. Who's going to plant it? The thieves in the guild looked at me, and I looked at you. No one wanted to go. After all, once this puppet was planted and the taunt started, the player in the very center would definitely end up dead. I'll go. At this time, a mage from the Hegemony Guild volunteered. I have the skill of instantaneous movement and am able to escape in an instant. A single sentence instantly caused the thieves within the guild to turn red in the face. A group of big old men were actually inferior to a little girl. I'll go. I'll go. I'll go. The thieves opened their mouths, wanting to go. But all they got was a blank stare from Batian. What did they do earlier? It's better for me to go. Qin Fang pasted over the picture of the Thunder Instant that came on top of his equipment. And the players from Bastard Heaven Guild shut their mouths immediately. Ahem. Indeed. It was most appropriate for player me to go. Thunder Instantaneous Shift within a range of 1,000 meters. Instantaneous movement. Qin Fang took this taunt puppet and ran towards the central area. The beast skeletons awakened and immediately began to surround the surrounding players. Player Qin Fang was like a spirit monkey, jumping left and right, moving up and down, constantly escaping. In the end, Qin Fang stayed in the central area and placed this taunt puppet. Knock, knock, knock. The surrounding beast skeletons continuously impacted on Qin Fang's body, dealing damage to him. Qin Fang, on the other hand, was constantly devouring recovery potions to restore his own blood level, hardening himself against the attacks of these beast skeletons. After recovering to full value for the 5th time, Qin Fang had finally finished planting. Ding. Congratulations for successfully placing the taunt puppet. In an instant, the countless monsters' eyes suddenly turned red, as if they had seen their absolute enemies. They instantly lost their minds and continuously attacked Qin Fang, the taunt puppet next to him. Qin Fang instantly performed a thunder transcendence and disappeared, dodging the attacks. The 10,000 or so monsters instantly pouted, allowing Qin Fang, Bastard, and the others to attack. Their chrysanthemums. Qin Fang, Batian, and the others looked at each other and started attacking without stopping. Each time, all of them attacking the weak points. As for the taunting puppet in the center, the 6 priests in the team were constantly adding blood to it. Although the number of monsters was high, not many of them were able to attack the taunt puppet. Therefore, the 6 priests were able to keep the mocking puppet's blood level at its peak. Chapter 300. The bottom card is out. The 7th level. The Annihilation Guild was also able to pass the level with the help of certain props. After all, more than 10,000 skeletal beasts. This was no joke. With just 99 people? By virtue of players slashing and killing one by one, it was definitely impossible to pass. What did the Annihilation Guild use? Hegemony didn't know. But now? This prop from the Overwhelming Guild was good and very practical. Because it was a prop, Qin Fong and the others kept outputting and didn't need to worry about the hatred being lost all of a sudden. As long as the taunt puppet did not fall, the taunt status would not end. Dang. Qin Fong threw out countless light grenades, further weakening the monster's strength and attributes. Around Qin Fong, he couldn't see any players, as is Thunder, but he couldn't distinguish between friend and foe. Dang. Qin Fong cracked the head of this skeletal beast, causing the hard skull to shatter all over the place. Dang. Qin Fong once again cracked the chest of the Spirit One skeleton beast once again, making his body unsupportable. Qin Fong's movements were fierce, making it difficult for the group of beasts and skeletons to resist. This, another perfect opportunity for Qin Fong to brush his damage. 4 hours later, the moment Qin Fong and the others had brushed away all of the 10,000 or so beast skeletons above the damage panel, Qin Fong's damage alone took up half of it. Qin Fong? It was equal to the sum of the 52 players of the Hegemony Guild. The Hegemony Guild players were unwilling to believe this fact, but the fact that it was right in front of their eyes forced them to believe it. Older brother, can you not be so fierce? Give us a bit of output. Bastard Sky's face was also very embarrassed. Right now, Qin Fong's damage was already equal to theirs. It was only the 7th level, the 8th level, the 9th level. Wouldn't it be that Qin Fong's damage would surpass theirs? This Hegemony couldn't stand it. Couldn't it be true that the peak power of the Hegemony Guild wasn't as good as Qin Fong alone? If this was said and told, the Hegemony Heavenly Guild wouldn't be laughed to death. Hee. Old brother, this is also for me to pass the level faster. Qin Fong smiled with a slight hint of naivety. After all, with a 70-30th split, Qin Fong had to show his value. At this moment, the players of the Bastardly Guild immediately felt that it was the Bastardly Guild that had taken advantage of the situation by letting the player me join. Who's going to touch the corpse? The members of the Hegemony Guild quickly cleaned up the battlefield. 8th level. Ding. Congratulations to Hegemony Guild for successfully passing the 7th level. Seeing such data, President Annihilation's eyes narrowed. It looked like it wasn't just the Annihilation Guild that would be taking tricks. The Hegemony Guild, too, was taking tricks. And looking at the situation, the way the Hegemony Guild went about trickery was even better than Annihilation. Annihilation, members of the Hegemony Guild? Don't they all sleep? Annihilation Guild, although strong, although big, but within the guild, really did not have a nutritional warehouse. After all, this is something that is flashy but not real. So it would be better to go to the Heavenly Pavilion to purchase hot weapons and occupy more territory. This was Annihilation's mentality. Eyesight determined everything. Qin Fong also remembered that in his previous life, the Annihilation Guild had disappeared into thin air all of a sudden. Overnight, the Annihilation Guild disappeared and never logged into the game again. Where did the Annihilation Guild go? You don't have to say? This land? It's a mess. Bashan's speed really scared Annihilation. In that case, the Annihilation Guild couldn't hide. Annihilation used its bottom card. The level 50 fine gold boss Frost Giant immediately coalesced and assisted the Annihilation Guild in the battle. For a time, the Annihilation Guild's monster brushing speed was even faster. Within the 8th level, Hegemony clicked on the opening level leaderboard. Annihilation Guild was still ranked first, clearing the 10th floor, with 34% progress on the 11th. The Hegemony Guild was ranked second, clearing the 7th layer, with 1% progress on the 8th layer. The Ink Spirit Guild ranked third, clearing the 2nd layer, with 30% progress on the 3rd layer. The Lilan Guild ranked fourth, passing through the 2nd layer, and 10% of the progress on the 3rd layer. starting from the third. The progress of clearing the level showed a precipitous drop. If the Bastard Guild did not have Qin Fang's boost, now, their speed wouldn't be fast. As for the clan elders of the Hegemony Guild who had been kicked out of the team by Hegemony, looking at the Grudge Spirit copy progress list in front of them, they couldn't help but hate the player Me so much that they expressed their pain at Hegemony's capriciousness, his rattiness, and his blindness, and hated that they couldn't just pull him out and beat him up. In their opinion, the reason why the Grievance Spirit copy was able to pass so quickly was entirely because of Bastard Heaven Guild strength. As for player Me, he was just a follower of Bastard Heaven Guild, eating dry rice. That's it? Hegemony is giving him 30% of the proceeds. Isn't this the behavior of a loser? Even more outrageous? Hegemony actually kicked them out of the team. If they hadn't kicked them out, at this moment, perhaps the Bastard Heavenly Guild would have already passed the 8th floor, pushing straight to the 9th floor. Who the hell was the Annihilation Guild? It had long since become a stepping stone for the Hegemony Guild. The clan elders of the Hegemony Guild began to smear Hegemony, publicizing his short-sightedness and incompetence within the guild. Batian? Although he was brushing his copy, the things that happened within the guild could not be hidden from his eyes. For such a situation, Hegemony hated that his shoulders were shaking, and he was fighting to suppress his own anger. You guys know what? If it wasn't for Bastian's insistence on kicking us out, we might have already passed the barrier by now. This child, Batian. No. This guild. We still have to be the ones to lead it. Batian is always so short-sighted. Player Me? How strong can it be? Strong? It's still our Batian Guild. From this resentment copy, it can be seen that Bastard Heaven's methods don't work. Right. It would be better for this guild to be given to Bartion to lead, rather than letting us lead it. We will definitely be able to bring Bartion Guild to shape a more powerful splendor. This group of clan elders, who were constantly improving themselves, incidentally belittled Batian and disparaged player Jin. The more Hegemony looked at them, the angrier they became. In the end, Hegemony kicked this group of so-called clan elders out of the Hegemony Guild. Marred, a group of arseholes. Hegemony originally thought that it would be fine to give them a little breadcrumbs and feed them. But who would have thought that this group of arseholes even intensified their efforts, and even tried to subvert Hegemony's authority? This kind of person. Just nuts. Bastard Heaven sent such a text in the guild's channel. The old players of Hegemony Guild burst out laughing. As for the new players, they were uncertain. To be honest, all these times, the old players of Hegemony Guild had been looking at this group of people as a joke. This guild was established by Hegemony. These old men, too, had grown up with Hegemony. Outsiders are coming? It's okay if you're a little peaceful. But who knows? Not only do they want money, they also want power. The old players of the Hegemony Guild are waiting for tonight. Waiting for Hegemony to explode. Boss, you're awesome. President. Mighty. President. Hegemony. Hearing such voices, Hegemony's heart felt slightly better. The clan elders who were kicked out of the guild? They were also in a state of confusion at this moment. But they, in no way, thought it was their fault. This, not only was Hegemony small-minded, he was surprisingly so hateful towards his own people as well. Chapter 301 White Worm King. For the extremely egocentric people, Bastian's move made them lose not only their face, but also their integrity. For Hegemony's care for so many days, not only was there no gratitude in their hearts, but on the contrary, there was more resentment. If Batian was incompetent, why wouldn't he leave the guild in their care? Could it be that they could still harm Hegemony Guild? One must know that they were Batian's uncles and uncles. Since ancient times, only blood ties could sustain an entire family. The entire Sky City's Lee family. If it wasn't for them holding it together, where would Batian have all this free time? Regarding this ungrateful behavior of Batian, the clan elders kept spitting at Batian in their hearts. Thus, a letter of complaint, words, was instantly informed to Bastian's father, within the 8th layer. As soon as Qin Fang and the others stepped in, they saw countless children with broken limbs and arms, casually discarded on the ground as if they were soot. The scene was once horrifying, vomiting, and on the face of every child, a look of infinite pain appeared, fixed in place. The female priests within the Hegemony Guild knew that this was a game, but they still left tears in their hearts, not daring to look at these children who were brutally murdered. Even the nervous bastard Heaven showed deep anger. Qin Fang's eyes were red, as he saw 7 or 8 limbs that were flashing out golden light. These were all his purple gold level quests. And they were all his targets. Qin Fang wanted to collect these limbs from above the ground. However, before Qin Fang could bend down, the ground began to tremble rapidly, as if an earthquake had occurred. Qin Fang and the others were unable to stand still for a while, and shook. When the shaking stopped, a fat worm drilled out from beneath the ground. The worm was white in color, reaching a size of 10 meters. Very bloated, as if it was a giant truck parked on top of the ground. Its body surface was composed of rings and rings, as if it was a silkworm. Worms under the body. Countless sharp feet as razor blades. Densely packed. Glittering black luster. Intensive phobia patients cannot help but tremble. Worm's head. It is 7 or 8 pairs of black eyes, like the dome of the black jewels, flickering with the light of the soul, so that people do not dare to look directly. As for the mouth, it was shrunken in the eyes, seemingly invisible. But when a hissing roar was issued, the worm's mouthparts, clearly visible. Inside the mouthparts, there were still sharp teeth that made people fearful, as if they were steel, easily able to stir up everything. The attributes of the white worm were pasted on the Hegemony Guild's panel. Name, White Worm King. Profile, pet of a death warrior. Feeds on humanoids and takes pleasure in dismembering children. Rank, level 40. Rank, fine gold. Life value, 1987000. Magic value, 167363. Strength, 50,000. Agility, 2,999. Spirit, 37,688. Physical defense, 28737. Magic defense, 19998. Active skill I, Worm Flesh Bomb Blast. Active skill 2, Worm Bite. Active skill 3, Worm Mental Shock. Bastard was only able to probe a portion of the attributes. But this, for the team, was enough. Hiss hiss hiss. As if offended, the white worm roared non-stop towards Qin Fang. As if he couldn't hear it, Qin Fang collected the limbs on the ground by himself. Tear. Seeing that Qin Fang did not stop, the white worm immediately began to attack Qin Fang. Don't look at its very bloated body, but the small legs under its abdomen moved very swiftly. Qin Fang's feet flickered as he collected his target's limbs. Ding. Congratulations on completing Purple Gold Level Quest 2 of 3. Ding. Congratulations on completing a Purple Gold Level Quest. Ding. The system beep sounded and Qin Fang breathed a sigh of relief before taking out the special prop, black oil, from his backpack. Qin Fang poured it on the ground, and the black oil immediately began to spread like a river. Bared. Qin Fang struck a match and threw it on top of the black oil. The blazing flames immediately began to burn, wrapping the white worm in. The white worm seemed to have sensed an extremely dangerous aura and wanted to escape. But the blazing flames around it made it impossible to escape. No matter what kind of worm it was, all of them were afraid of flames. Qin Fang, Batian and the others retreated to the edge of the area and quietly looked at the white worm that was being burnt. The white worm's body was also stained with the black oil, and immediately began to burn. Crackling. The black oil was accompanied by the white worm's grease, a sound that instantly caused a rush of pleasure to be perceived. The white worms began to scream miserably, and quickly broke out. Qin Fang and the other archers then cast penetrating arrows and lag arrows, impacting the white worm so that it could not escape. The white worm's blood level began to drop continuously. When the flames were gradually extinguished, the white worm was already scorched black. Its bloated and obese body had shrunk by more than 50%. The white skin on the surface of the body was like black armor, fitting onto the body of the white worm. After the burning of the black oil, the white worm's blood volume was less than 50%, and its overall aura was weakened to the extreme. Qin Fang, Batian and the others immediately formed a formation and began to surround it. Qin Fang, Batian and the other warriors, shield warriors, carried at the forefront, while the assassins kept attacking the weak points in the surroundings. Archers, warlocks, mages and other long-range attacks, weakening them by the way. The priests at the end were responsible for adding blood, allowing the entire team to form a virtuous cycle. Even though the white worm only had 50% of blood, it still took Qin Fang and the others more than an hour to kill it. The attributes of this white worm were really not low. The sword of Ling Tian went up to touch the corpse. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining your pet egg, White Worm King. The Essence Gold level boss White Worm King had exploded such a piece of loot. And it was still such a disgusting piece of loot. This thing. Who wants it? Ling Tian threw it to the crowd between them. And the players of the Bastard Guild took a step back. This thing? Even though it was an Essence Gold level pet. Everyone really didn't want it. Not just because it was disgusting. But more than that, it was diabolical. This is an Essence Gold level pet. Once it hatches, it will definitely have a huge increase in strength. Even if Batian said something like this, everyone didn't want it. Let's put it this way. Whoever wants it, take it for free. And there's no need to split it with the members within the guild. The members of Hegemony Guild looked at me, and I looked at you. No one wanted it. In the end, Hegemony sighed, and could only take it itself and hatch it. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining an Essence Gold level pet, White Worm King. This pet had just hatched, and was merely the length of a thumb. With a white body. It was surprisingly somewhat cute. However, when they thought about how it would look after it grew bigger, the members of the Bastard Guild gave up at once. Qin Fang originally wanted to set up the so-called formation to help Hegemony raise the level of this pet. But after thinking about it, it was better to forget about it. After all, the level of this pet was too low. Even if it was boosted a little, it would only be a purple gold level. The 8th level was cleared. Qin Fang's 4 purple gold level quests were all completed by 2/3. And once he returned to the city, he could instantly complete them, and completely gain ownership of the Villa of Grievances. Chapter 302 Essence Gold level boss, Hummingbird. Hegemony Guild, past the 8th floor. 1% progress on the 9th floor. When President Annihilation saw such a notification, his entire body instantly froze in place. This, President Annihilation couldn't figure out why. The overwhelming guild's brush would be so fast. The Annihilation Guild had spent so many days, so much manpower and material resources. But it was still not as fast as the Bastard Heavenly Guild's speed for a day. This was impossible. President Annihilation didn't believe it. In the end, the Annihilation President could only comfort himself. The 9th layer. The difficulty of the 9th layer sword. And the Annihilation Guild had also tried for almost 3 days before and after, even resorting to the Heavenly Pavilion, before they managed to pass. His Bastard Heavenly Guild? What's the point? This time, the Hegemony Guild would definitely be stopped and would be annihilated by the group. This, Annihilation still possessed a certain amount of confidence. After all, in a completely puzzling situation, the Annihilation Guild had been annihilated 7 times. It was only then that they had searched for a certain pattern. By virtue of the law, the annihilation of the guild to pay a certain price, to buy the corresponding restraints within the Heavenly Pavilion, which succeeded in the past. To be honest, the Annihilation President's heart was also somewhat bottomless. In case, speed up and fight for your life. The Annihilation Guild could only allow its own guild members to, once again, put their lives on the line. And then itself contacted the Heavenly Pavilion to purchase even more powerful props, preparing to quickly clear the level. 9th level. It was a space like a mountainous land. Black gas that resembled a black swimming dragon, constantly drifting, filling the entire space with a sense of death, and the whimpering sound of the wind interspersed with the aura of death. As if it was a baby crying, Qin Fang and the others could not help but shiver as they surveyed their surroundings. The dangerous atmosphere that this place brought to Qin Fang was very strong. Be careful and on guard. Qin Fang let out such a voice. And before the words fell, a flash of light, black-colored light flickered, instantly killing one of the team's thief members before stealthily disappearing into the darkness. The current level was only 35 episodes. And other than the Tree of Life, other priests hadn't come into contact with the resurrection technique. As a result, this thief player could only disappear into white light as everyone watched. Such a scene immediately led Qin Fang. Let Batian adjust the strategy. Shield Warrior, Warrior and other Blood Bulls on top of the front. The rest of the brittle players is cowering in the back, lest they be decapitated again. The black shadow reappeared, and with a single strike, it immediately caused the blood level of the broken shield to drop by 70%. This time, Batian and the others had an intuitive feeling in their hearts. So the damage of the guy hidden in the shadows was so high, Batian wanted to probe the monster's information. However, it was impossible to do so because it was too fast. Be careful on guard. The priests instantly pulled the broken shield's blood level to full. But in the next second, a warrior with less blood had 90% of his blood level taken out in seconds. It was simply terrifying. Qin Fang. Bastard stared around. However, even if they couldn't take their eyes off it, they couldn't tell. What was this black shadow? What a fast speed. Older brother, do you have any ideas? Player me. We can't hold out much longer. For a while, the pressure was given to Qin Fang. Qin Fang knew that if he could not crack this problem in a short period of time, the Bastard Guild would definitely end in failure this time. Close your eyes. At the first moment, Qin Fang took out a lime-like substance from the ring of the Golden Dragon and waved it out towards the firmament. In an instant, white powder instantly covered the entire area. Qin Fang had long since put on his special glasses, and this time, he could see the black shadow in the middle of the smoke, as if it was a bird. But Qin Fang couldn't be sure because it was too fast. In the next second, the smoke dispersed, and Qin Fang once again took out dozens of props from his backpack, bird traps, and distributed them to the players around. The players mounted them on their own bodies, using themselves as bait to lure this one hummingbird. Click, click. This was the sound of the organ touching. This bird was caught. Qin Fang, Bastard, and the others instantly saw its appearance. This was no other than a very small-sized Essence Gold-level boss hummingbird undead. The speed of the hummingbird was simply insurmountable, although the birdless weapon captured it. But then, the hummingbird escaped once again under a breakaway. Older brother, how can this be solved? With such a fast speed and such a small size, our attacks can't even land on its body. Ah. Right. Ah. Crap. The player had just opened his mouth when he was instantly attacked by the hummingbird boss. His blood level almost bottoming out. This was still the case with the members of the Bastardic Heaven Guild who had very high blood levels and very good equipment. The players of the Annihilation Guild, whether they were knights or otherwise, under the hummingbird's attack, they simply couldn't sustain a single hit. This was one of the reasons why the Annihilation Guild was destroyed by the group. Now that the problem was known, then, how could it be solved? Qin Fang was pondering as the miserable screams continued. Eventually, an idea surfaced in Qin Fang's mind. Digging a pit. The priests, thieves, and others in the middle took the shovels from Qin Fang's hands and began to dig a pit. Qin Fang even possessed a shovel? Was this an excursion? Although Batian and the others didn't understand, they still began to move their hands. In a short while, a small pit large enough to accommodate more than 50 people was dug, and Qin Fang and the others jumped into it. This time, the hummingbird's attack surface was only left above. Thud, thud, thud. The hummingbird finished its attack, and as it turned, it directly dug headfirst into the wall because it was too fast. Qin Fang and the others took this opportunity to attack it. The hummingbird, which was dazed by the wall, suffered a sanction. The weakening skills of the warlocks and other professions constantly marked his body, reducing its speed. Mages and the like even left marks, allowing the crowd's damage to increase. And the brightest of all was the hidden sword. The burning arrow shot out, instantly causing the black shadow's tail to take on a fiery red-colored glow. Now, the hummingbird's trajectory was able to be seen, and everyone relaxed. Keep digging down. The height of this pit from the ground was still too shallow, and the hummingbird would still escape. By the time this small pit was dug down to 10 meters, the frequency of the hummingbird's speed of hitting the wall was significantly higher, sinking and floating, constantly attacking. Qin Fang and the others finally decapitated this one hummingbird. So hard to kill. The hummingbird's attributes weren't the strongest, but they were definitely the toughest. The sword of Ling Tian went to touch the corpse and obtained a miniature Essence Gold level equipment. The hummingbird's sword. The miniature small sword was as if it was a model, and it was not known which situation it could be used in. Batian and the others just wanted to come out from the bottom of the pit, but they were stopped by Qin Fang. A look of difficulty surfaced in Qin Fang's eyes. Although he had killed this Essence Gold level hummingbird boss. But then, the progress of the 9th level was only realistically 10%. This could hardly mean there were still 9 more hummingbirds. Just as he was thinking so, Qin Fang namely heard the sound of the hummingbird stirring its wings. Defend. Quickly defend. Qin Fang took out the thunder shield from his backpack at the first opportunity, and the shield made of thunder covered the entire bottom of the pit. Ding, ding, ding. The sound of hummingbirds crashing into the thunder shield rang out like raindrops. The hummingbird descended, bathed in thunder. Quite a different kind of beauty. Chapter 303, the 10th floor. Baishan's face was extremely ugly. Hammering one hummingbird to death had already consumed so much of their manpower and energy. But now, there were even 9 more. This was a full 9 of them. How could this succeed? For the first time, an emotion of despair arose in Baishan's heart. This was the reason why the Annihilation Guild regiment had been destroyed 7 times. Even if the Annihilation Guild was in full formation. In 10 seconds, these hummingbirds would be enough to wipe out all of the Annihilation Guild's players. Now, it was the Bastard Guild's turn. Qin Fang's Thunder Shield. Struggling to withstand the hummingbirds' first attack, the Bastard Guild was not reduced in numbers. So, what about the second wave? What about the third wave? Under the thunder, the hummingbirds retreated quickly. In the second wave, the Hegemony Guild's broken shield held up the Thunder Shield. But this? It wasn't a permanent solution. Taunt puppets? Is there any more? Qin Fang still couldn't help but ask. The mocking puppets were completely capable of solving the current problem. But what? The price of taunt puppets was high. It was simply huge. It was a bit more than worth it to brush this layer with a taunt puppet. Hearing this, Baishan's face was also a bit ugly. He had another taunt puppet, but he didn't want to use it. This is only the 9th level. This taunt puppet, Batian wants to use it when he brushes the final bow SS. Ah, taunt puppet, priced at 7 million copper coins. Said it was not expensive, but said it was cheap. But it was also really not cheap. Qin Fang understood Baishan's mind as soon as he took a look. So he contacted Tianji Pavilion with great speed and purchased the taunt puppet out of his own pocket. 7.5 million copper coins. This was the Tianji Pavilion's bidding price. And things were as expensive as they were rare. The price of the mocking puppet wasn't a constant either. Faced with such a high price, Qin Fang could only hold his nose and admit it. Deal. Ding. The transaction is complete. Ding. You have been reduced by 7.5 million copper coins. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the taunt puppet. Qin Fang obtained the taunt puppet and planted it at the first opportunity. When Hegemony saw the taunt puppet that Qin Fang had taken out, he could not help but be surprised for a minute. But it felt reasonable. With the player's status and position, it was nothing difficult to obtain this mockery puppet. This copy, which was a cooperation between both parties, Qin Fang naturally had to pay for it as well. The taunt puppet was installed, and the 9 hummingbirds were as silly and naive as they were, constantly hitting the taunt puppet. The blood level of the Mockingjay puppets was dropping extremely fast, and with no other choice, Qin Fang incarnated as the God of Thunder and stood beside the Mockingjay puppets, activating the thunder, covering the attack indiscriminately. The hummingbird's blood was dropping very quickly, and so was Qin Fang's. But Qin Fang was able to swallow potions and continuously recover. But the hummingbird couldn't recover its blood, with this canceling out the hummingbird. After spending 2 hours, the Bastard Guild managed to clear the 9th level. 64 split. Qin Fang put forward his new request. After all, Qin Fang had paid too much for this copy trip. Yes, but you still have to use a taunt puppet. This was Baishan's new condition. Okay. The two of them agreed at once. And as for the other members within the Bastardly Heaven Guild, a few thought that it should be split 50-50ths to be considered appropriate. Qin Fang once again purchased a taunt puppet, preparing to use it during the 10th floor. The members of the Annihilation Guild were annihilated on the 11th floor, and taking advantage of the gap between resurrections, the Annihilation President couldn't help but think, this time, the Hegemony Heaven shouldn't be so quick. The 9th floor. Surely, we'll be able to trap them. President Annihilation thought so. Click to open the list. When he saw the name on the list, President Annihilation nearly fell off the rock in shock. This? The Hegemony Guild had actually passed the 9th level? How long has it been? It's only been less than 4 hours. It's only been 260 minutes. The Hegemony Guild? Did they take a tonic pill? It's so strong. President Annihilation has really broken the defense. According to this speed, it won't take long for the Hegemony Guild to surpass Annihilation. President Annihilation originally didn't believe in superpowers. But now, he did. This was money power. To be able to pass so quickly? This is 1,000,000%. Absolutely charged money. This copy, without charging money? simply cannot pass. Faced with such a situation, President Annihilation dialed Bastian's communication. Bastian, who was preparing to enter the 10th floor, heard such a communication and couldn't help but freeze, choosing to connect. Bastian? 10 million copper coins to exit this deck. This was the price given by President Annihilation. 10 million copper coins. This was already a heavenly price in the eyes of a poor man like President Annihilation. It was already his limit. But 10 million copper coins, in Bastian's eyes, was undoubtedly the price of a mocking puppet, or even Bastian's pocket money for a month. Such a small amount of money? Just want to talk Bastian into it. This was clearly impossible. Haha. Do you see me? Bastian. As a beggar? This self-deprecating remark of Bastian's instantly showed his own attitude. Bastian was not prepared to give up on this trip to the replica. Since that's the case, let's see what happens underhand. The Annihilation Guild only had the last 2 floors left. The 11th floor. And the Annihilation Guild had touched the passing point, while Bastian. There were still 10 floors, 11 floors, and 12 floors. A full 3 floors. The Annihilation Guild was not without a fighting chance. Bastian hung up his communication and informed the crowd of the price given by the Annihilation President. The crowd listened as if they were listening to a joke. 10 million copper coins. President Annihilation could really afford it. Only Qin Fang felt Annihilation's helplessness. 10 million copper coins. For the players in the Sky City, it might not be a big deal, but for the players who were struggling to survive on the Earth, it was a heavenly price. Qin Fang believed that the Annihilation Guild was truly afraid, and this price was considered to be Annihilation's limit. But it was really too little. If the proceeds of clearing this copy were the ownership of the entire copy area, then 10 million copper coins. Too little. President Annihilation's teeth itched with hatred. He didn't expect that Bastard Heaven's appetite would be so big. 10 million copper coins, surprisingly, couldn't even satisfy him. In fact, this was the sense of difference created by perception. For example, the attitude towards player me. Hegemony was trying to cooperate with Qin Fang and by the weapons he had forged. After all, Hegemony had funds. A lot of them. But what about Annihilation? The first idea was to capture Qin Fang and have him forge exclusively for the Annihilation Guild. Why? Because the Annihilation Guild could not take out that much copper coins. So they chose to enslave Qin Fang. 10th level. 5,000 gold level monsters were awakening, and a dangerous aura filled the air. Each of these 5,000 gold level monsters was as strange as possible, as if they were deformed. For example, a lion with 7 or 8 legs. In example, a tiger with 7 or 8 eyes. Each and every one of them was extremely strange. Without saying a word, Qin Fang directly threw out mocking puppets. 5,000 gold level monsters attacked the mocking puppet, and Qin Fang jumped and stood on top of the countless monsters, turning on thunderous kills. As for the players of the Hegemony Guild, they attacked from the outside in. Qin Fang's damage value continued to increase. This kind of blacksmith's fighting style was really enviable. But the prerequisite was that you had to be able to forge such powerful equipment just like Qin Fang. Chapter 304 Death Warrior on the Throne. These monsters, although they were high in level, although they had high damage, it could be clearly felt that they were not very intelligent. The subsequent monsters, in order to attack the front-end monsters, kept arching the arse of the front-end monsters. And for a while, the scene was very chaotic. The light grenades in Qin Fang's hand and his calculations once again threw out more than 100 of them, lowering the attributes of this group of monsters. The attributes of these monsters were extremely high. Qin Fang and the others could only break 100 or at most 1,000 damage when their damage hit, so they could only grind and decimate slowly. The Thunder of Life fell, and was still able to boost their damage by half. Swallow the Strength Potion. Swallow the Spirit Potion. Swallow. All of the Hegemony Guild's high-level potions were mobilized by Hegemony and transported here, allowing the crowd to use them without restriction, speeding up their efficiency. And on everyone's body, at the very least, the light of 4 buffs flickered. This was the Hegemony Guild's bottom line. Dawn. The members of the Hegemony Guild had successfully cleared the 10th floor. For the 10th layer, the Hegemony Guild had used 32 hours, which was a long time. But for the number 1 ranked Annihilation Guild, this time was a drop in the ocean. The other guilds that are fighting together have long since given up. No longer with the Annihilation. With the Hegemony Guild to earn. To rob. The only way to get through the second level is to completely get through the second level, which will take a lot of time. Instead of wasting energy and manpower on this place, it would be better to go and brush the fine gold level BOSS outside of Tianyang town. Thus, for the Scramble tournament, only Bastard Heaven, Annihilation Guild was left. The Annihilation Guild had cleared the 11th level with great difficulty, without counting the cost of any battle. The Annihilation President looked around at the team of more than 10 people left. His brows locked. With such a small number of people? With such a small number of people? It was impossible to pass the 12th and final level. Death Warrior. This can be stronger and more fierce than a Death Mage. Especially this kind of large copy boss. President Annihilation suspected that the final Death Warrior BOSS might be a purple gold level existence. President Annihilation led the only remaining 12 people into the 12th floor, wanting to feel out the situation first. Ding. Welcome to the 12th floor. Ding. Welcome to the Kingdom of Death. Inside the 12th floor, luxurious palaces were constructed, made up of huge black stones, with huge gems and the light gradually set in them, glittering with a purple luster. Gold coins, necklaces and other glittering things were even more casually discarded on the ground. No one cared. President Annihilation and the others pushed open the huge portal and stepped into the great hall. The layout of the hall was even more luxurious. The surrounding walls seemed to be plastered with layers of gold foil, glittering and glittering, piercing people's eyes that they simply couldn't open their eyes. And the throne was made of gold all over, inlaid with 9 glittering gemstones. Each gemstone, which was an extreme product in Tianyang town, was the size of a fist. Underneath the throne, there was a black-robed Death Warrior, quietly sitting on top of his own throne, his eyes empty as he looked into the distance. Beside the Death Warrior, there was a huge black sword, rusty, as if it hadn't been used for a long time. Below the throne is 8 so many years. The Death Warrior carefully cultivated beloved. Each have elite gold level strength, although only elite monsters. But then, 8 elite gold level elite monsters is not so good to kill all. The elite monsters, each one of them is a human, but with a strong aura of death, making it impossible to tell what exactly they are. It seemed to be a special state between the Death Warrior and the human race. This Death Warrior boss on top of the throne had a level of 59 flashing above its head, just a hair's breadth away from breaking through to the purple gold level. A 59 level peak essence gold level boss, even without ever standing up, was able to make people feel a strong sense of oppression. Who is it? Disturbing my lord's hibernation. The 8 elite essence gold level monsters awoke from their stone statue-like state and looked menacingly at Annihilation and the others. As for the Death Warrior on top of the throne, he indifferently looked at everything in front of him. Among the 8 elite gold level humanoids, there were not only warriors, but also archers, mages, and other professions, and the weapons in their hands were all glittering with the luster of elite gold level. As for the equipment on their bodies, it was a combination of gold and essence gold grade. Ta, bending his bow and shooting an arrow. The fine gold grade archer instantly shot one of the members of the Annihilation Guild. The mage condensed huge ice spikes, only that above the ice spikes, it carried a strong aura of death. The ice spikes appeared suddenly, once again decimating the members of Annihilation. In just 10 seconds, 8 elite monsters of the essence gold level were about to decimate all of the members of the Annihilation Guild. Even the Annihilation President, who had a set of essence gold level equipment, was no exception and was killed. Within Tianyang town, the Annihilation Guild members, who had been resurrected, all had a touch of despair on their cheeks. The final level? It wasn't even humanly possible to clear it. Chairman, why don't we give up? Right. We can't even touch someone's skin. This is too terrifying. The players of the Annihilation Guild sighed. 10 seconds? They had only lasted 10 seconds. And just some elite monsters had dispatched them. How could this be possible? The Death Warrior boss, not even standing up from his throne. Give up. This is simply not something we can decimate at this stage. The elite level essence gold monsters are also over level 40. They're simply perverted. There's too much of a level difference between us and them. Chairman, don't worry. If we can't get through, the Bastard Guild definitely can't get through either. Right. Chairman, it's impossible for the Bastard Heavenly Guild to pass. Chairman, it would be better for us to hurry up and go brush up other copies to level up as fast as possible and improve our strength. The members of the Annihilation Guild, with one word from you and one from me, had really talked President Yin Mei into it. Right. Such a terrifying peak essence gold level boss that the Annihilation Guild couldn't kill. Then, would Bastard Heaven be able to kill it? The previous layers, as long as you had money and you wanted you had people, you were still able to pass quickly. But this layer? It couldn't be done. Try one last time. President Annihilation took out the special card from within his backpack and threw it to the crowd. Return to Death Warrior replica card. Use this card to follow the holder of the main card and enter the Death Warrior copy together. Ding. Warm reminder, the highest level of the main card is 12. And the secondary card can only enter the 12th level. Annihilation picked 50 shield warriors / knights within the guild. 30 outputs, archers, mages, etc. and 20 priests to enter within the 12th layer together. President Annihilation's idea was simple. As long as the front row could carry, then the back row would be able to output. However, the abacus crackled, and when they actually entered the middle of the copy, President Annihilation realized how wrong they were. 8 elite monsters of essence gold level, the shield warriors, knights in the front row, could not carry them at all, and as time passed, the Annihilation Guild forcefully held on for 5 minutes. In the eyes of the Death Warrior above the throne, a trace of annoyance, dissatisfaction surfaced. The Death Warrior stood up from above the throne, pulled up his huge sword, and a terrifying sword chi flashed out, and the hall fell silent. Annihilation Guild. Regiment destroyed. Chapter 305 12th floor. When Annihilation saw this earth-shattering sword chi, instead of being afraid in their hearts, a smile appeared at the corner of their mouths. This sword chi, the Annihilation Guild couldn't block it. So, the Hegemony Guild definitely couldn't block it either. The most crucial thing was that this was only one attack by the Death Warrior. If the Death Warrior was such a powerful attack every time, how to block it? With what? Thus, Annihilation led all the members of the guild and started brushing monsters and upgrading. The departure of the Annihilation Guild made Batian apprehensive. Although Batian wasn't waiting to hit the 12th floor, but Annihilation even gave up? To know that this Death Warrior copy, Annihilation had put in countless hours of hard work, which gave them a head start. But now, surprisingly gave up? This behavior. Batian expressed his incomprehension. Thus, Batian used some unseen means to get the video of the 12th floor, and saw this terrifying sword. This is the 12th floor. Batian sent it to Qin Fang individually for his reference. The only reason why it wasn't shared to all the players was because Bastard Heaven suspected that there were traitors in the team. Qin Fang read it carefully. This is a one-hit kill. What flashed out of the heads of the people from the Annihilation Guild was a blue light, which represented a one-hit kill. No matter how strong your attributes were, the end result was still a one-hit kill. This should be a special attack effect. I think this Death Warrior can only be used once. Batian also gave his analysis. Against a surefire hit, we can only resist it with additional invincible equipment, additional invincible props, and so on. I know. But the price of each piece of invincibility equipment and props is not low. In order to resist the boss's strike, spending such a large amount of money to buy it? Is it worth it? What if this boss is able to use such a strong skill multiple times? This was Batian's concern. It was a question. Qin Fang watched the view screen some more and found another point. At the 5th minute, the Death Warrior got up and unleashed a surefire strike. These two videos, one where the Death Warrior was as steady as a mountain, and one where it struck with a thunderous blow. Does it mean that in the 5th minute, if we hadn't been killed by the 8 elite monsters of the Essence Gold level, we would have triggered the Death Strike? But if we killed 8 elite monsters in 5 minutes, what would happen? If we don't bother with these elite monsters, and instead focus all of our energy on the Death Warrior Sin, what will happen? These were also two of Qin Fang's questions. The situation on the 11th floor was not something that Qin Fang, bastard, was very much preoccupied with anymore. The densely packed skeleton army was constantly attacking the planetaunt puppets, like silly fools. Qin Fang was even throwing out black oil, igniting it, and throwing out some other props to cause scene damage. It was only a matter of time before the Bastard Guild wanted to pass the 11th floor. Especially now, with Annihilation Guild leaving. Hegemony Heaven had no more opponents and no more pressure. The The players of the Hegemony Guild were also able to tell that Qin Fong Hegemony was also distracted. 7 hours later, the Hegemony Guild had finally cleared the 11th level. 53 people? It was also directly reduced to 31 people. Pushing a copy? How was it possible not to die? Even with the taunt puppets drawing so much firepower, it still couldn't be topped up. These people? Can you trust them? Qin Fong asked Batian seriously, as if he had some plans. Yes. These are all old brothers. Batian looked around and gave such a reply. The words were certain. This point of confidence he still had. Here. Lend it to everyone for the time being. Qin Fong hooted and hollered as he threw out more than 60 pieces of equipment. As soon as Batian looked at the scene, an unrealistic idea surfaced in his mind. When he picked up a piece of equipment and viewed it, he instantly verified this unrealistic idea of his own. Every piece of equipment here possessed an invincibility skill. The shortest invincibility was 1 second, and the longest, 3 seconds. No wonder. Batian understood at this time why he'd previously raised this question. The player we go any expression. The original was already expected. Invincible? Even if this equipment is bronze level, or even black iron level, it is still able to auction a heavenly price. At the very least, it was 3 million to hit the bottom. After all, there are some moments, some scenarios, where the invincibility effect must be used. Especially when PvP with someone. Having invincibility was undoubtedly a great advantage. This, older brother, you're so generous. These equipments, without exaggeration, were enough for Qin Fong to retire. This was part of his collection these days. President Batian. For the record, this is a loan, so don't give me an obscurity. Qin Fong decided to say the ugly words up front and sign a contract along the way. Otherwise, when the time came, it would still be unclear. Thus, Hegemony signed a contract worth 1 billion with Qin Fong. If the equipment was lost, Bastard Heaven needed to compensate Qin Fong with 1 billion copper coins. To be honest, this amount of compensation was almost 5 times higher than the price of this batch of equipment. Hegemony really had the intention of obscuring these equipments. But matter of fact, it was better to give up. Hegemony allocated this batch of invincible equipment based on the level of operation of the members within the guild. Those with strong awareness were assigned to the 1-second ones, while those with weaker awareness were assigned to the 2-second and 3-second ones. When the allocation was completed, Qin Fong Batian informed the 12th floor of the situation. Carefully, because it was only 5 minutes. So more information. Batian and the others could not analyze it. They could only take one step and see what happens. President. Here. At this time, the player responsible for cleaning up the battlefield handed a set of cards to Batian. After Batian read it, he immediately lit up. This thing. Timely rain. Qin Fong, on the other hand, after reading it, did not want Batian to gather so many players. Firstly, the situation of the 12th floor was unknown. Qin Fong simply did not have the luxury of succeeding in clearing the level in one go. Secondly, with so many invincible equipment, Qin Fong couldn't really take them out at once. Listen to you. Let's explore the path first. The news that the Bastard Guild had cleared the 11th level was first learnt by President Annihilation. It took more than 7 hours to clear the level? This speed? It's not fast either. This was Annihilation's first thought. After all, it had only taken Annihilation Guild 5 hours. 37 people left in the end? It's impossible to pass. President Annihilation expressed his high spirits and began to brush his levels and equipment. The Annihilation President really wanted to catch Qin Fong and have him forge equipment only for the Annihilation Guild. I've heard that player we have recovered in strength again and started forging equipment again. Annihilation's heart was itching for more. So he couldn't help but ask his men if they had found out anything about Qin Fong. It's not a secret that the player's real name is Qin Fong. Still probing. Speed up. Annihilation was impatient in his heart. This speed? It was simply too slow. Within the 12th layer, the crowd from the Hegemony Guild entered and also saw the bejeweled scene. Qin Fong immediately started picking up gold coins, gems, etc. on the ground. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining a gold coin temporary. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining a gemstone temporary. Qin Fong frowned and viewed the notes below. If you pass the 12th level, the gems and gold coins here can be taken away. However, if you fail, Everything picked up here will have to be left behind. Cut. Qin Fong immediately stopped picking it up, wasting his mood. Chapter 306, True Men, 3 minutes, Batian. Griffin. How dare you offend his lordship's majesty? The 8 elite monsters of the Essence Gold level. All of them awakened, with intense anger above their icy cold faces as they impacted. As we agreed. Act. The 30 people from the Hegemony Guild split into 8 groups, stopping each of these 8 elite monsters. The elite gold level suits, enhanced by the potions, allowed the members of the Hegemony Guild to barely stop them. Earth armor, cold ice shock, flame giant, appear. For a time, the chaos within the palace was extraordinary, with all sorts of skills in all sorts of colors, constantly blossoming out. As for Qin Fong, he was the first to go and arm wrestle with Death Combat. The Death Warrior sat on top of the throne, raising his eyes to survey Qin Fong without any emotion. Qin Fong wielded the forge blow in his hand, using a unique way of generating power, doubling the amplitude of his power attribute, and fiercely bombarding the body of the Death Warrior. Thud. The Death Warrior drew out his huge sword not far away at an extremely fast speed to fend off Qin Fong's forge hammer. Under the hammer, Qin Fong was recoiled back 2 steps by the Death Warrior's strong strength, while the Death Warrior, too, took a step back. The Death Warrior's pupils shrunk slightly. A small shock. The Death Warrior knew his own strength well, which was why he was shocked. The person in front of him? Obviously a mere gold-level blacksmith. Obviously not very strong. But why, -222? This was the damage that emerged from the top of the Death Warrior's head. -1022. This was the damage emerging from Qin Fong's head, although Qin Fong was wearing level 35 Essence Gold level equipment. But then, it was still a far cry from a level 59 Peak Essence Gold level boss. Qin Fong's blood level dropped by a fraction, while the Death Warrior's blood level, on the other hand, remained unchanged. 222 blood volume was really nothing to a Death Warrior. Death Warriors, by nature, had high blood and high defense. Qin Fong attacked again and fought with the Death Warrior. Qin Fong was like an agile spirit rabbit, ghostly and constantly moving, gradually bombarding the Death Warrior's skull, causing weak damage. The Death Warrior wanted to counterattack, but then, each of his attacks could not hit Qin Fong. After all, it was not an easy task for the Death Warrior to dance the huge sword in his hand. Every second, the Death Warrior was able to attack once. But this time, Qin Fong was completely able to dodge it. The Death Warrior seemed to be enraged, and a deadly black light emerged from his body, as if it was a berserker, and the speed of his attacks accelerated violently. Qin Fong was not able to adapt for a moment, and was swept by the Death Warrior. Thud. A crack appeared in the armor on Qin Fong's body, and his defense was reduced to the extreme. As for his blood, it dropped by half. This was the crushing of high-level equipment against low-level equipment. And if Qin Fong's expectations were correct, the Death Warrior's hand should be a purple gold-level giant sword. Qin Fong quickly backed away and swallowed the potion. Regardless of anything else, Qin Fong allowed his essence to be raised to the extreme and quickly rushed to the Death Warrior's side. His feet activated in a circular pace and tangled with the Death Warrior. Qin Fong's speed was faster, but his amplitude was smaller. No matter how much the Death Warrior swung the huge sword in his hand, he could no longer blast at Qin Fong's body. This was Qin Fong, the terrifying Qin Fong. As long as Qin Fong was given time, he could completely wear down this Death Warrior. As Qin Fong was prancing from left to right, the people from the Bastard Guild, who were no fools, instantly knew of Qin Fong's terror. This kind of alignment. Should it exist? What a weird alignment. Although it possesses great utility, at the same time, it's so awkward. No, this kind of alignment. I once saw it on the thief god's body. That one. I was bloodied. Batian's mind recalled the tragic history of the previous game. It was a pain he didn't want to remember. The god of thieves. Hegemony had once had a date with him. But what about the end result? It was being bloodily abused. Throughout the entire battle, Batian almost had no room to fight back, and was forced to take constant beatings. And in the end, he was killed without even touching the corners of the thief god's clothes. And what made his scalp numb was precisely this kind of positioning. It's hard to say. The player is the god of thieves? When he thought of this, Batian was chilled to the bone. God of Thievery? No way. The form style of this player me, and the God of Thievery were completely different. Hurry up and decimate these 8 elite monsters. Player Jin needs us. Qin Fang was able to entangle the Death Warrior. Then they namely had the hope of decapitating them. Faced with such a good opportunity, how could Bastard Heaven give up? Thus, Hegemony once again took out a treasured potion from his backpack, the Berserk Potion. Berserk Potion, within 3 minutes after swallowing, the attributes will increase by 3 times. The effect of this potion was so heaven-defying that the Bastard Guild's apothecaries had been refining it for such a long time. But only 10 bottles had appeared under the storm. Bastard Sky's attributes skyrocketed, and his entire body swelled up by a circle, like a tiger descending from the mountain, choosing to devour someone. Let me do it. At a glance at Baishan's situation, even the elite monsters of the Essence Gold level on the opposite side fumed. The one fighting with Batian was a warrior that was somewhere between death and the human race. Half of this warrior's body became a dark color, while the other half, a healthy bronze color, was bizarre and incomparable. A half-human, half-ghost existence. It's really sickening. Batian thumped and sparred with him. This half-dead warrior was immediately shaken back. Batian was not forgiving, and attacked even more fiercely. In terms of operation, this half-dead warrior was not a match for Batian at all. And in terms of strength, Batian, who had been boosted by 3 times, was completely able to suppress him, although it was only for 3 minutes. Within those 3 minutes, Batian was a true man. Dang. 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 Bastard Sky was wide open. And after 3 minutes, the blood quantity of this half-dead warrior was weakened to 90%. This was already very fast. Batian endured the discomfort in his body and swallowed again. This was the downside of the nutrient pod. It was too real. Baishan's body was already experiencing pain, as if it was a small stream within a small stream, filled with the water of a large river, holding on to it, and it was already starting to affect his operations. Batian once again transformed into a 3/4 true man, fighting with the half-dead warrior. This won't work. Even if all 10 bottles of this treasure berserk potion were used up, it would only be enough to decimate one elite monster. Batian, heart anxious, began to measure the access to their own backpacks, to see if there is any equipment, props, can in a short period of time, causing very high damage. Life grenade, keep throwing is still a little effect, but other hot weapons, the damage caused is not high. After all, the current gunner, the level is not too high. Thud. A violent explosion sounded. It was the sound of the gun in the hands of one of the remaining level 36 gunner of the Hegemony Guild at the moment, who was equipped with a powerful gunpowder, blasting on top of the walls of the palace. He wanted to destroy the terrain and deal damage to the elite monsters, which was another way of trying to get stuck in the bug. But the bug wasn't that good to get stuck. For example, right now, after a cannon blast, the wall did no more damage other than scorching black, without breaking or falling boulders. Qin Fang looked at it and silently shook his head. Changing the terrain was not something he did. Doing it like this would not serve any purpose at all. Even if he blew down the beams at the top, he wouldn't be able to cause damage to these elite monsters. Chapter 307 Regenerating Waves. Qin Fang quickly surveyed his surroundings, combining his earlier analysis of the entire palace with the rapid modeling in his mind. This was one of Qin Fang's abilities. In a quarter of an hour, Qin Fang threw this gunman a structural map of the palace with 9 weak points marked on it, and incidentally threw him 9 distinctive bullets. Each bullet shone with a piercingly cold light, and was 3 times larger than the usual bullets. After this gunman player, 3 quarts and 5 eyes read this structural map. His entire body instantly froze in place, as if he had suffered an electric shock, worshipping Qin Fang as a celestial being. It was hard to believe that it was the player I had seen earlier, namely, as a gunman. He saw that the gap between him and Qin Fang was simply huge. A gunman's attack power wasn't too high, so from time to time, he needed to take advantage of the terrain in order to make up for it. These 9 weak points, if operated properly, could definitely bury these 8 half-dead elite monsters. 3 quarts and 5 eyes surveyed the bullet in his hand, and his heart suddenly thumped. What kind of bullet is this? It seems like it has never appeared before. Demolition bullet deals 300% damage to buildings. This bullet, which was specially prepared for the demolition team, could not be forged by an ordinary gunslinger nowadays. This gunner quickly adjusted the size of his own gun so that it could accommodate this terrifying bullet. This was the advantage of an energy gun, not needing to change the firearm, but being able to automatically change the size as a way to accommodate the bullet. 3 Quarts and 5 Eyes waited for everything to be ready, informing Batian and the others of the order in which they would lead the monsters, allowing them to arrive at the set locations one by one. Thud, thud, thud. The 9 bullets churned one by one, firing at the fixed locations. Rumble. It was the sound of a wall breaking. Phew. The sound of breaking air rang out as tall stone pillars suddenly descended from the top. Batian's eyes were quick. The first time he used his control skill, toppling the half-dead warrior in place, making it unable to move. The boulder fell, and the half-dead warrior was instantly crushed under the boulder, leaving only its head left on the outside. One arm carrying the weapon was crushed underneath, while the other arm picked up the stone in small increments, still attacking, but the damage inflicted was, predictably, low. 9987999. Nearly 10 million damage surfaced from the top of the elite monster's head, which directly knocked out a tenth of his blood, with around 100 million left before he died. Although he was an elite monster of the elite gold level, his life value wasn't too high because he was half dead and half human. When Bastard and the others saw the scene, their mouths were tinged with a cruel smile as they frantically began to attack. This time, it was the crowd's turn to counterattack. Right? This half-dead warrior, resigned to his fate. At the same moment, the 3 Quarts and 5 Eyes, as it were, once again shot off 7 huge stone pillars, crushing the remaining 7 half-death state monsters under the pillars. The crowd from the Hegemony Guild had worked together perfectly, and not a single elite monster had escaped. The most hilarious one was the Broken Shield Squad, which managed to crush the half-dead knight's head under the huge stone pillar, dealing a terrifying 30 million damage. And with the half-dead knight's arse exposed, this instantly made the Broken Shield and the others smile with joy. Wasn't this catching a turtle in a jar? The most crucial thing was the gender of this half-death knight. It was female. So Shield of Destruction's movements were obscene. The best of the best, on the other hand, was the MO Fan Squad, which managed to crush the entire body of this half-dead gun warrior under a stone pillar, so that he couldn't move, and could only use I-Kill. But I-Killing, it was simply useless. The worst? It was the Sword of Ling Tian Squad, which had only managed to crush one of the half-dead mage's legs under the stone pillar. But that was enough. At the very least, it restricted his form and, to a certain extent, weakened his strength. Good job. Little Eyes. It's hard to see. You actually have this skill. You're the first credit for clearing the 12th floor this time. Awesome. Awesome. Now, this saves us a great deal of trouble. Quickly behead your respective opponents and go help Player Me. Facing everyone's praise, 3 Quarts and 5 Eyes couldn't help but be proud. But in the twinkling of an eye, he was jolted. In this, there was something about him. This was all Player Me's credit. 3 Quarts and 5 Eyes just wanted to explain something, but everyone completely disregarded it, each brushing monsters and immersing themselves. He could only send an apologetic look towards Qin Fang as well. Qin Fang, on the other hand, did not take it seriously. This was all trivial. Don't shoot the last shot. Listen to my command. The 3 Quarts and 5 Eyes had only fired 8 shots, and was still short of the last shot. This last shot, 3 Quarts and 5 Eyes' heart was also not bottomless. In his anticipation, this last shot, it seems to be a shot of the same death. Player Me? What is this trying to do? Qin Fang was still concentrating on fighting this death warrior, when the death warrior saw that his subordinates were all pinned down by the stone pillars. He was dissatisfied, and his eyes were filled with rage. Go to hell. This time, the death warrior was still stuck in the 5th minute of time, casting a surefire strike. Qin Fang shouted at the first opportunity, telling everyone to turn on their invincibility equipment. Ding, ding, ding. This was the sound caused by the invincible decimating strike that landed on the invincibility of the crowd. This time, the 31 people without exception all dodged and were not decimated. Humble ants. To steal the power of a god, the death warrior attacked again. And this time, the death warrior no longer had mostly flat A's, but mostly skills. Death warrior used triple chop, used breaking strike, used warrior's wrath, and used All of these skills, if they weren't directional, Qin Fang would be able to dodge them in the first place. However, when faced with pointing skills, Qin Fang could only resist them, using his body to resist them. Qin Fang's blood level saw red several times, and several times, he used perfect grade potions to pull himself up to full strength. Faced with such a situation, the Death Warrior was also a little enraged, and black smoke began to emanate from his body. After such a long time, he had not been able to kill Qin Fang, which made the Death Warrior's heart incomparably irritated. However, Qin Fang was just like half of a slippery loach. No matter how much the Death Warrior attacked him, Qin Fang was always able to escape. Death devouring. The Death Warrior finally used his big move. In an instant, the half-death knight that was pressed under the stone pillar died, turning into a black ebony light that merged into the Death Warrior's body. The Death Warrior's blood level, which rose crazily, eventually became a black blood bar. At the same time, the half-death mage, half-death warrior, half-death gun warrior, etc., all of them died, turned into a black light, and merged into the body of the Death Warrior. The Death Warrior's 4 dimensions, etc., began to rise without limit. Integration. Becoming stronger. This was also the most tempting point of the Death Warrior. Batian and the others quickly converged together, a hint of despair appearing in their eyes. A Death Warrior in such a state? How else could one fight? The speed of the thief Death Warrior, who had fused the half-death, half-human, was faster than any of the players present. Chapter 308 Potion of Truth. The Death Warrior was like a madman, the god of war descending to earth, and the huge sword in his hand was rendered into a biting black. Majestic. Qin Fang, Batian, and the others leaned together to fight against this berserk Death Warrior. This Death Warrior was invincible. The sword was invincible. The Shield of Destruction wanted to use its strong defensive power to forcefully take this blow. Even though the Shield of Destruction had already used its blocking skill, but it still died and disappeared into white light. Blocking, to the plain and simple immense power, was so pale. It was also possible that it was because the breaking shield's level of this skill was not high. Qin Fang and the others were greatly appalled. This? What was it considered? What a high damage. What a terrifying attack. All back off. Those who feel that their operations are not weak, follow me. Qin Fang let out a low roar. Finally, he felt the pressure on the Death Warrior's body. This kind of pressure was able to force out his potential to the fullest extent. Even if it was a small step further, it would be considered a surprise to Qin Fang. A phantom shadow was created under Qin Fang's feet, and when he reappeared, he was already beside the Death Warrior. The phantom shadow followed, causing the Death Warrior to be unable to distinguish, for a moment, which was Qin Fang's real body. When the members of the Hegemony Guild heard Qin Fang's words, they must have all wanted to rush over and fight side by side with Qin Fang to challenge the Death Warrior together. After all, who wanted to admit that they were inferior? But unfortunately, Hegemony stopped them with a look. Those who were not strong enough, rushing over would just be sending them to their deaths, disrupting Qin Fang's rhythm in the process. In the end, Batian, Sword of the Sky, 2 people swallowed the Berserk Potion, and Qin Fang combined into a hand, together against the Death Warriors. The other players, on the other hand, looked for opportunities to see if they could assist and help. The situation stabilized. Although Bastard Sky, Sword of Ling Tian, was a little bit worse than Qin Fang in terms of operation, but with the Berserk Potion's enhancement, the damage dealt could be higher than Qin Fang's, and it was more resistant to punching. Thunderstun. High in the sky, a thunder as thick as a silhouette approached in an instant and blasted at the Death Warrior's body. The Death Warrior instantly froze, as if it were a wooden chicken, and its already hollow eyes became even more hollow. Taking advantage of the moment when the Death Warrior was under control, Qin Fang and the others quickly attacked, causing the most damage in a very short period of time. This Thunderstun had actually dealt a full amount of control. This meant that the Death Warrior's toughness was basically 0. In that case, Qin Fang was not hiding. All of you, start your strongest attacks. Don't be stingy. From the Golden Dragon's ring, Qin Fang continuously took out equipment with controlling qualities, which he then released continuously, landing on the Death Warrior's body. With Qin Fang's operation, it was completely possible for the control to be constant. provided that Qin Fang possessed so many equipment with a control system. This did not need to be doubted. Qin Fang still really had it. The Death Warrior, like a wooden stake, did not move under the baptism of thunder control. The time Qin Fang had stuck was too good for the Death Warrior to awaken. Batian and the others were constantly greeted with attacks, but with little success. At today's speed, even if Qin Fang was able to keep controlling the Death Warrior, the crowd would have to need a minimum of 20 hours before they could grind this Death Warrior to death. At this speed, it was going to exhaust the crowd alive. Thus, in order to maximize the damage, in order to save time, Batian took out a bottle of potion with a golden glow from his backpack. Potion of Truth within 3 minutes after swallowing it. It will ignore the target's defense and deal real damage. Note: the effects of the potion can be iterated. This potion, Batian wanted to use it when the Death Warrior went berserk. But if he didn't use it now, the crowd might not last until the Death Warrior went berserk. Batian made the right decision and threw it to Qin Fang along with his potion and the berserk potion. Qin Fang watched for a moment and instantly swallowed it. The berserk potion, which made his attributes start boiling, flowed through his body like a hot stream. Very comfortable. Qin Fang's feelings weren't like Bastard and the others. He couldn't feel any pain because the amplitude? It really wasn't too strong. If you had experienced the amplitude of a deity, then you would know that the pain caused by this berserk potion was nothing more than a trifle. Not worth mentioning. Qin Fang swallowed the real potion once again. His entire body shone with a golden luster, as if he was possessed by the divine craftsman Lu Long. Thud. Qin Fang danced out the strongest hammer. Minus 82,535 weakness. Dash 1425541 strike plus weakness. This, Qin Fang's damage instantly gave hope to Batian and the others. There was no other way. Qin Fang's basic attributes were high, and especially with this legendary grade forging hammer enchantment, it was invincible. Dang. Thunder descended once again, making the Death Warrior a fool. Qin Fang kept attacking, constantly dealing high amounts of damage. Every second, Qin Fang was able to attack 5 times at the very least. Such was the speed of the Phantom. Therefore, the Death Warrior's blood level was dropping again. One small section at a time. Qin Fang and the others sort of saw the hope. The back row shooters, mages and so on, attacked even more powerfully. 3 minutes true man. Qin Fang's attacks shriveled again, once again becoming useless. Attacks fell on the body of the Death Warrior, as if they were scratching an itch. In 3 minutes, Qin Fang had dealt tons of damage, weakening the Death Warrior's damage by 5%, which was equivalent to saving an hour of light. Is there more? Qin Fang inquired out this question, and Bastard shook his head. This Goldbraid Truth Potion was still something that Bastard Heaven had been lucky enough to open a chest and open it out. He hadn't used it himself yet. I.e. he gave it to Qin Fang. Qin Fang asked Tianji Pavilion about the price of this gold-colored Truth Potion. A bottle of 5 million copper coins. There is a price for it. If you want it, I can transfer it for you. Tianji Pavilion was always so mysterious, as if it had everything. Only this price immediately made Qin Fang give up. 3 minutes? 5 million copper coins? It was better to grind slowly. It was just wasting a little more time. Batian also Tianji Pavilion was asking for the price. And after learning the price, he was also in deep thought. From the beginning until now, the Hegemony Guild had already paid nearly 20 million copper coins on this copy, plus Qin Fang's payment. It was roughly 20 million as well. In the end, if they took this copy, if it wasn't worth it, the Hegemony is really going to spit out blood. Qin, buy it. Put up a fight. Batian once again spent 10 million copper coins to purchase 2 bottles of real potion and handed them over to Qin Fang. Qin Fang took a look at the situation and demanded the remaining 5 bottles of Berserk Potion from Bastard Sky, swallowing them in 2 swallows and charging again. This time, Qin Fang's attack speed was even faster than last time. Weaknesses, and the frequency of Berserk strikes was more frequent. Hegemon breathed a sigh of relief. All members, scout this place for me to see if there are any organs. Hegemony still wanted to go off the beaten track. After all, the situation of this place was in his eyes. With Qin Fang's current attributes, the frequency, after fighting to the death, would only weaken the Death Warrior's blood by 35%. But what about the remaining 65%? How to deal with it? This was still a big project. However, The members of the Hegemony Guild searched round, but it was still fruitless. They couldn't find any problems at all. Hegemony sighed. He was still taking things too for granted. Chapter 309 Breakthrough. Essence Gold Level Blacksmithing. This death warrior was definitely the hardest boss that Qin Fang had killed so far. No matter what. High blood volume and thick defense. It was simply desperate. Qin Fang once again incarnated as a god and descended to attack for 3 minutes. This time, Qin Fang really ran out of strength. 3 berserkings in a row with additional real damage. This was a huge challenge for Qin Fang. Moreover, Qin Fang thought that it wasn't a solution to keep selling his dead strength like this all. However, if he were to give up at this moment, Qin Fang was a bit unwilling. After spending so much? To give up just like that? President Batian. Here. You control him. A bold idea surfaced in Qin Fang's mind. He wanted to break through to an Essence Gold level blacksmith here. If he did so, he would be able to forge purple gold grade equipment, which would be a huge boost for Qin Fang. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining your equipment, Thunder Spear. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining equipment, Thunder Spear. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining equipment, Thunder Shield. Bastard agreed to the transaction. And then that was when he received 3,000 pieces of special equipment, each and every one of which had the Control Thunder skill attached to it. All of these equipments, Qin Fang had picked the ones that the 30 people present were able to use. After all, unlike Qin Fang, they could use any piece of equipment. Hegemony was stunned, followed by Qin Fang throwing over a contract to him, lest Hegemony obscure so much of his equipment. Batian quickly signed this contract, and then distributed these equipments, separately informing the crowd, lining up the numbers. Whose turn is it? Whoever would use the skill of that equipment. Only in the beginning, it was Qin Fang who was controlling it single-handedly, and the possibility of mistakes was relatively low. But now, on the other hand, it was 30 people working together, and the possibility of error was high. Everyone concentrate. Don't let the players see our jokes all. Batian smiled and uttered such words to enliven the atmosphere and incidentally make the players attentive. Don't worry, boss. President. Just please be good. With this much equipment, there's no way we can make a mistake. Haha. It's all trivial. So simple. The players of the Hegemony Guild joked at once, as they took a rare moment to relax. Older brother? What do you want to do? When everything was on track, Hegemony twisted his head and looked at Qin Fang. At first glance, Batian was simply startled. What is this going to do? Only to see that Qin Fang had already taken out the huge forging table from his backpack and finally assembled it together. No big deal. I just want to advance to fine gold level blacksmithing. Qin Fang replied bashfully. However, Bastard Heaven, including the members of the Bastard Heaven Guild, all felt that their brains could not keep up with Qin Fang's brain circuits. We're all in the middle of brushing the final boss. And you're suddenly going to promote to Forge Master? Isn't this a farce? The sudden words nearly flashed the crowd. Trust me. Later on, I'll explain it to you all. After saying these words, Qin Fang namely stopped explaining and began to prepare. Batian and the others? What else could they say? At this moment, they could only choose to believe Qin Fang. After all, to kill this boss, one more Qin Fang was not much. One less him was not less. This forging table, the entire body was the color of fine gold, as if it was made of shining gold. This was a fine gold grade forging table, and it was also a detachable high grade forging table that Qin Fang had spent a huge amount of money on and purchased within the Tiannong town. The price of this forging platform had directly exceeded 5 million copper coins. The kindling is also purchased at a high price. Tianshan black sword wood. The burning temperature is high enough. The fire is strong enough. Long enough. Can be said to be the blacksmith's forging necessary superb materials. As for the forging hammer, on the other hand, it was the legendary grade forging hammer in Qin Fang's hand, which was very nice. The materials required for forging? Qin Fang had already thrown out a huge pile of them, making people stare in disbelief. Player Mi's backpack. How big it has to be. This was a heartfelt exclamation from the Sword of Ling Tian. Don't forget, Player Mi is the owner of the Golden Dragon's ring. Don't you ever notice? These things? All of them were taken out from the ring worn on Player Mi's hand. Right. The Golden Dragon's ring? I see. As if he understood something, Broken Shield informed the crowd of his guess. What do you guys say? Is it possible that the Golden Dragon's ring doesn't add any attributes? And all it has is simply infinite space? The entire Heaven's Destiny was speculating on what attributes were added to Player Jin's Golden Dragon's ring. And this speculation from Broken Shield was the one that felt the most appropriate from a different angle. Hegemony fell into deep thought. There really was this possibility. After all, after obtaining the divine weapon, Player Qin's strength didn't increase too much. Seeing that the crowd had already guessed it, Qin Fang didn't hide it, and directly posted the picture within the team. Holy shit. I actually guessed right. Broken Shield was the most excited. He had just said that earlier. But it was crooked. Haha. Broken Shield couldn't help but float. 100 million grids. My own mother, yo. This? What a strong artifact. No wonder player my backpack seems to be endless. Able to take out anything. Is this a divine weapon? It should only be better to call it a secondary artifact. The members of the Hegemony Guild kept speaking within the group channel. The members of the Hegemony Guild knew then. It wasn't far from the entire Heaven's Destiny knowing about it. After all, Qin Fang hadn't made a note. Don't spread it out. And so, the attributes of this piece of divine artifact set off. A small wave in the outside world again. This picture. Piece so fake. Right. A divine weapon? Just attaching 100 million grids? Isn't this just a walking warehouse? Such a stupid divine artifact. I don't know who forged it. So stupid. I don't believe it. Look guys. This number 1 isn't even the same font as the so-called billion characters. Countless crouching dragons and phoenixes jumped out and began to accuse this picture of being false. All in all, people were unwilling to believe that a divine artifact? Surprisingly, it had such a cockamamie function attached to it. People were only willing to believe what they imagined. Within the 12th layer, Qin Fang began forging. Once immersed in forging, Qin Fang entered an ethereal state, never minding anything else. Ding! Congratulations on your successful forging. You have gained 10,000 forging experience. Ding! Congratulations on your successful forging. You have gained 10,000 forging experience. Time kept passing. The system beeps kept ringing out. The experience value from promotion was getting less and less. This was where divine artisan Lu Long's library had helped Qin Fang a great deal. Otherwise, if Qin Fang wanted to advance to the fine gold grade, he would need at least a year of light. Ding! Congratulations on your successful forging. Ding! Congratulations on your successful promotion to Essence Gold Rank Blacksmith. Finally hearing this system beep, a smile appeared at the corner of Qin Fang's mouth. In his previous life, Qin Fang had used nearly a year of light to reach the fine gold grade blacksmith, following this large army of unified promotions. However, in this life, in less than 2 months, Qin Fang had crossed over from a black iron rank, bronze rank, silver rank, and gold rank from a blacksmith apprentice to a fine gold rank blacksmith. This was a speed that made other blacksmiths despair. To know, the rank of the large army of blacksmiths today is merely silver. Chapter 310 Purple Gold Grade Equipment introduced. 6 hours had already passed since Qin Fang forged. During these 6 hours, Bastard and the others had weakened the Death Warrior by 30%, which was considered not a low amount of blood. However, these 30 people had long since been exhausted. It wasn't a physical exhaustion, but a mental exhaustion. 6 hours. Concentrate. Who do not dare to be careless. Who do not dare to make mistakes. Such as if it is not these 30 people have been together for so many years. Has long been tacit understanding words. Really will make mistakes. Spare me. This 6 hours is also a dangerous situation. Fortunately, Batian, the Sword of the Sky and other people to save the day, which did not appear big mistakes. During these 6 hours, Batian's heart had a preliminary understanding of player Mi's forging technique. The player's forging was the pinnacle of finesse. Basically there would not be any mistakes. Each forging was at the peak level. And in the end, as Batian expected, he did not make a single mistake. Every piece of gold level equipment forging. All successful. Even if it is fine gold level equipment. There is no failure. Batian watched as the player were promoted to fine gold level blacksmith. And just wanted to call out, letting him join the battle. But in the next second, Batian saw that player Jin had once again started forging. Unable to do anything else. Hegemony could only stifle the shouts from his mouth and once again slaughter the boss. What Qin Fong was forging at the moment was no longer a gold-grade drawing, but a fine gold-grade drawing. The gold-grade forging techniques from his previous life were constantly being recalled in his mind. Qin Fong quickly started forging, selecting the material, quenching the material, thumping, and blasting the material. With each blow, Qin Fong used his full strength to quench the impurities within the material as much as possible, striving to make the forged equipment have higher attributes. The equipment that Qin Fong had forged was a level 40 essence gold-grade equipment. With the current situation, this equipment could only be worn by Qin Fong. Ding! Congratulations on your forging failure. Obtaining a 100-fold return. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining essence gold-grade equipment. Broken longsword * 100. Ding! Congratulations on your forging failure. Receive a blast return. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining purple gold level equipment. Destruction longsword * 10. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining purple gold level equipment. Destruction longsword * 10. Ding! Congratulations on your forging failure. Receive 100 times return. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining fine gold grade equipment. Hamao bronze boots. Ding! The system beeps kept ringing out, since it only required the forging progress to 50% and active failure. Qin Fong grasped it very precisely. While Batian watched, his eyes grew darker and darker. This, a blacksmith who had just been promoted to the fine gold level. Failure was inevitable. After all, who could guarantee that they would not make a mistake? Moreover, this failure rate of players was already considered very low. Bastard no longer looked at Qin Fong and concentrated on brushing the monsters. Waiting for another 3 hours. Qin Fong's forging ended and quickly cleaned up the forging table, forging materials, and other sundries in this place. In the next instant, Qin Fong put on a brand new set of equipment, all gray and purple in color, looking gray and very ancient. No one would be able to tell that this was a level 40 peak purple gold level equipment. Just after putting it on, Qin Fong felt a powerful force surging through his body, as if he was able to slay gods and destroy demons. Name: Long Sword of Destruction. Description: a fine weapon created by fine gold grade forge master I. Due to the special nature of the material, this equipment comes with special functions. Grade: suitable for level 40 to wear. Grade: purple gold. Suitable profession: warrior, knight. Strength plus 22,000. Agility plus 1,000. Physique plus 10,000. Spirit plus 500. Attack power plus 1,400. Attached active skill 1. Destruction: a destructive light shoots out from within the sword, dealing full strength * 3 damage. Active skill 2. Berserk: amplify 200% of your attributes for 3 minutes. Passive skill: armor break: each attack weakens the target's magic resistance and physical resistance by 1% for 30 iterations. This purple gold level equipment was considered to be the best of the best amongst equipment. Whether it was berserk or armor break, it was all very strong. As for why the power attribute attached to the Sword of Destruction exceeded the legendary grade Forge Hammer, there were 2 reasons. Firstly, the purple gold grade Sword of Destruction, which was a weapon specifically forged for killing, so the strength attribute was the highest, while the other attributes were instead the first point. And the legendary grade Forging Hammer, on the other hand, it was an all-round enhancement. Secondly, the legendary grade Forging Hammer, it was sealed based on Qin Fong's attributes when he was gold level. Divine Artisan Lu Long had gone through his projections, and Qin Fong could only pick up a forging hammer with such high attributes at the moment of his gold level. But now, as Qin Fong was promoted to the fine gold grade blacksmith, a brand new system tone emerged in his mind. Ding! Completing the following tasks will unseal the legendary grade forging hammer. Task 1. Promoted to fine gold level blacksmith completed. Task 2. Successfully forge an extremely fine gold grade equipment and complete. Task 3. Write the epiphany of an essence gold grade blacksmith, not submitted, not reviewed. This task was specifically written for divine blacksmith Lu Long. Task 4. Collect 4 gemstones. They are Strength Gemstone, Spirit Gemstone, Agility Gemstone, and Constitution Gemstone, not completed. When the above 4 tasks were completed, the legendary grade Forging Hammer could naturally be unsealed again. The attributes of the unsealed legendary grade Forging Hammer would be able to increase by a huge margin. Name: Heavenly Purple Gold Armor. Description: equipment carefully forged by a gold-ranked blacksmith in Tianyang Town. Type: light armor. Rank, level 40. Rank, purple gold. Suitable profession, warrior, mage, archer. Strength plus 1000. Physique plus 19,000. Agility plus 500. Spirit minus 500. Life value plus 100,000. Additional active skill. Heavenly Violet Gold Defense enhances defense by 80%. Duration 10 minutes. Toughness plus 50%. Stiffness minus 50%. This was another small extreme piece of equipment. Third piece. Name, Soul Leg Armor. Description, by the Forge Master of Tianyang Town. Type, Light Leg Armor. Grade, level 40. Rank, purple gold. Physique plus 16,000. Strength plus 2,000. Agility plus 5,000. Spirit plus 500. Life value plus 100,000. Additional skill. Shift Shadow, summon a shadow to stay in the same place. Within 10 seconds, you can perform a shadow, body switch to each other once. This skill, when used well, was no less than a divine skill. On Qin Fang's body, he was currently wearing 6 pieces of purple gold level equipment. Helmet, armor, leg armor, boots, and the long sword of destruction in his hand. Because of the time and the drawings, the 3 pieces of jewelry could not be forged for the time being. These 6 pieces pushed Qin Fang's attributes to a whole new level. At this moment, Qin Fang's eyes were firm as he charged towards the Death Warrior. Bastard Heaven sensed Qin Fang's speed and was immediately taken aback. What a fast speed. Player me. Is this taking the 10 perfection pill? Holy shit. So fast. Faster than me. A thief. Crying in the toilet. I wonder if player me's attack power. Has it increased? That's not right. Is it hard to forge? Is it still able to raise the blacksmith's strength? This? So fake. Chapter 311 The Dawn of Victory. Minus 1,451. This was the first damage that Qin Fang had dealt. Minus 1,784. 1987. The damage kept increasing only because the Death Warrior's double resistance defense was decreasing. The armor-breaking effect caused by the purple gold rank Sword of Destruction was very good. It was not just Qin Fang. The damage of the attacks of Batian, Sword of Ling Tian, and the others was also increasing. When Qin Fang's attacks iterated enough to reach the 30th level, the damage he dealt out with each hit had become minus 3,568. And for each hit, it was more than 3,000 damage. If one counted the bludgeoning and weakness damage, it could be even higher. In this way, Qin Fang and the others' efficiency in brushing monsters was 10 times higher. According to the current speed, they would be able to kill this Death Warrior in at most 2 hours. Hegemony really didn't understand. Why would the player's attributes be so high? Could it be that when a blacksmith was promoted to the next level, his attributes would be promoted along with it? This wasn't scientific. Hegemony wanted to check Qin Fang's information, but was told that he couldn't. It was also because of the time. Otherwise, Qin Fang might have forged more purple gold level equipment. Outside, a huge uproar was created within the circle of blacksmiths. It was because, from today onwards, an essence gold ranked blacksmith had appeared. Is this fine gold grade? Or is it gold level? Quite a few blacksmiths, unwilling to believe their eyes, thought this was too unbelievable. Fine gold? This can't be possible. A gold level forge master who wants to advance to fine gold requires a massive amount of experience value. Why? Player we are able to promote so quickly. This player, too, had just luckily been promoted to a gold level blacksmith a few days ago, and had become famous for a while. However, when he saw the experience value required to promote gold to fine gold, he was horrified and gave up on the idea for a short period of time. But who would have thought that it was only 2 days ago that player me was promoted to a fine gold level blacksmith? This is the destiny of heaven, which already possesses countless possibilities. This player, of sorts, understood the tenets of heaven's mandate thoroughly. You were able to find the chance to advance to a gold level blacksmith within 2 months. So, others would be able to advance to fine gold within 2 months. Here was the mandate of heaven. It's over. I won't be able to get ahead in a short period of time. The trade of blacksmithing was very cognizant of reputation. Who was the deserving number one? A clear-eyed person would be able to know at a glance who to look for to forge equipment. As long as you're not stupid, you must be looking for the first place to forge. Can't you find the second? The third? Player Jean S. blacksmith rank was number 1. This wasn't scary. What was scary was his forging technique, as if he was using molds to topographically print his equipment outwards. His speed was extremely fast, and he had almost shrouded 95% of the high-end market. Hee hee. Look guys, there seems to be a few more pieces of purple gold grade equipment above the equipment list. In terms of a few pieces of purple gold level equipment in the district. Look at the first one. Isn't it a divine artifact? That's right. What are you surprised about? You guys see? The forger of these few pieces of purple gold level equipment. After saying this, countless players fell silent for a few seconds. This player, we are actually able to forge purple gold level equipment. To know? Because the current level of the players was only around level 35. And because Qin Fong had disappeared for a period of time. The equipment that was commonly available to the players now was still level 30 bronze. Silver. But now? Players, I have actually forged a level 40 purple gold grade equipment. Isn't this a farce? How terrifying must this be? Thus, countless top guild leaders contacted Qin Fong at the first opportunity, wanting to customize their equipment. Purple gold grade equipment. Who wouldn't want it? A level 30 silver grade equipment versus a level 30 purple gold grade equipment? Could this be a concept? It was simply the difference between heaven and earth. Dragon meat and donkey meat. This thing. Qin Fong's communication was instantly blown up. In the next second, Qin Fong, who was in the middle of brushing the monsters, was disturbed by these sounds, nearly scared to the point that his hand movements were jolted. And he decisively closed his communication. This was actually the effect Qin Fong wanted. Blacksmith needed fame. It needed a great deal of fame. Otherwise, why would people look for you to forge equipment? On what basis would you earn people's money? Although Qin Fong was taking the elite route, he had to have a certain level of popularity. Baishan's so-called chief of a council. This news must have been the first to learn of it. At this moment, Batian understood that what player Jin was wearing right now was a set of purple gold level equipment. No wonder he was so tough. Older brother. This set of equipment. Give priority to older brother. Batian left such a sentence. Qin Fong instantly understood and gestured an okay gesture towards Batian. Bartian was Qin Fong's old customer. Surely he would give priority to satisfy. During this period of equipment trading, working with Bartian was the easiest and most hassle-free. When Batian saw such a gesture, he instantly felt steady. And then in his mind, he once again cursed the clan elders for their ratty behavior. To have a good relationship with the players, it was more practical than cultivating the wasteful blacksmiths within the guild. If he counted on the blacksmiths within the guild, when would he be able to wear purple gold equipment? You know, this is a cruel game world. The greater your advantage in the early stages, the greater your advantage in the later stages, the greater it could be. The attacks in Qin Fong's hands became even more powerful, activating the berserk effect attached to the Sword of Destruction. For a moment, the Sword of Destruction shone with a purple and black color, as if the two were fused together, and the sword aura filled the air. A touch of thunder clearing also appeared on the boots underneath Qin Fong's feet, reflecting Qin Fong as if he was stepping on thunder in battle. With a majestic aura, the thunder defense shield that flashed out above his armor even made Qin Fong's martial prowess extraordinary. Overall, Qin Fong was truly like a thunder god descending to earth. Minus 35,478 bludgeoning, -65474 bludgeoning weaknesses. The damage continued to increase. According to the current trend, at most 1 hour, Bastard Guild and the others, that is, they could kill this boss. The Death Warrior replica had been attacked by Qin Fong and the others without sleep for almost 2 days. Although these people had the nutrient warehouse boost, they were tired. Really tired. Brothers, one last push. Batian and the others truly saw the hope of victory. It wasn't easy. It really wasn't easy. Cheer up and work hard. After such a long time of coordination, the Bastard Guild's coordination of the Thunder Control System equipment had been error-free. 40 minutes into the battle, the Death Warrior's blood level dropped to 10%. Endless black aura emerged from the Death Warrior's body as he began to go berserk. However, under the Thunder Control System skills, the Death Warrior could only continue to stay in place, unable to counterattack. Pathetic. The Death Warrior is as dumb as a fool, being stunned by us for a full 11 hours. It's still player Jin's equipment that's terrifying. Yeah. Who would have thought? On one person's body? There would be so many invincible equipment. as well as control equipment. You're my god? YYDS. Terrifying. Awesome. In response to such praise, Qin Fong smiled faintly and accepted it openly. 16%, 13%, 10%, 9%, 7%. Seeing that the Death Warrior was about to die, Batian made a decision. Older brother, for this Death Warrior copy trip, you and I will split it 50-50ths. This was Baitian's decision after deep thought. Chapter 312, It's Better to be Broken. For this proposal from Batian, Qin Fong had no objections, and the members of Batian Guild also had no objections. After all, Qin Fong's role was in front of everyone's eyes. Not to mention a 50-50th split. Even a 60-40th split would not be excessive. After all, the role that Qin Fong played, it was great. Agreed. 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 Hidden Earth's proposal was unanimously approved, and the atmosphere within the team became even more relaxed. 5%. 3%. Qin Fong took a deep breath, wanting to quickly end the evil life of the Death Warrior boss in front of him by swallowing the Berserk potion, real potion, in one go. The Death Warrior had done a lot of evil in his life. From the 1st to the 11th floor, it was not difficult to see that there were 80,000 human lives that had died in his hands. If not 100,000, then 80,000. The crime was great. However, just as Qin Fong, Bastard Guild, and the others were preparing to strike hard, from outside the door came the sound of footsteps. Qin Fong, Hegemony, and the others stopped in their tracks. They could only see that not far away, the 99 people of the Annihilation Guild were all wearing smug expressions on their faces, with an expression of victory, as if they were watching clowns looking at Qin Fong and the others. The Annihilation President even sank his voice with a hint of a cunning smile. Thanks to the people of the Bastard Guild for helping us to finish grinding the blood of the Death Warriors. Now, you can all go die. The members of the Annihilation Guild, who had prepared for this, had their Thunderfire bombs ready and threw them over to the Hegemony Guild. For a time, the sound of explosions rose in all directions, and countless lights of thunder and fire bloomed. Bastard Heaven and the others were spitting blood under such damage, and it was difficult for them to bear it. But fortunately, there were enough potions, and they were barely able to hold on. Batian was like a furious lion, his lava-like eyes staring at Annihilation. President Annihilation, you've been here for a long time, right? It's not simple. You were able to endure until now? Batian looked down on this kind of scumbag. But often, this kind of scumbag was still considered to be living a good life. President Baitian's wise eyes. Our Annihilation Guild has just stayed outside the palace for 5 hours. I also did not expect your Batian Guild was able to make it this far. This whole day. Although the Annihilation President was brushing monsters. But then, he always felt distracted, as if something big was going to happen. In the end, the Annihilation President was still relieved to have a copy of the Death Warrior. After all, the Hegemony Guild had been around for such a long time, and still hadn't made it out of the 12th floor of the Death Warrior replica. Could it be that the Hegemony Guild was really able to pass? Thus, President Annihilation summoned the 99 people, and once again entered the 12th floor of the Death Warrior replica. Just after entering, President Annihilation sensed the battle fluctuations within the palace. President Annihilation then reacted. This 12th floor even want to pass. Regardless of which guild had reached the end, they would all meet on the 12th floor. Seeing that the Bastardly Guild was brushing the boss, and so hard, President Annihilation was not in a hurry. On the contrary, the bottom of his heart was happy. Who wouldn't want this kind of free labor? Mantis catching Cicada's yellow bird in the back. This time, first let the hegemony of the guild members brush it. Later, Annihilation will appear. A move to lay the groundwork. President Annihilation and the others kept checking the situation inside through the doorway of the palace, incidentally spending copper coins to buy powerful prop items to target Bastard Sky and the others. This first wave of Thunder Fire bombs was Annihilation's first test. Omnidirectional fire coverage. President Annihilation and the others said that it was easy. When they killed the people of Bastard Sky Guild, the first kill of this Death Warrior was still not at hand. In an instant, lightning and fire bombs that could be described as raining down descended with all-round coverage. Fire oil. Black smoke. Thunder. President Annihilation was trying to mess with the crowd of Hegemony Guild to death. Because of the terrain, there were very few places where the Hegemony Guild could hide. After all, the previous attack by the 3 Courts and 5 Eyes had almost destroyed the palace. The huge stone pillars made it impossible for the members of the Hegemony Guild to take cover. Damn it. Annihilation Guild. You want to play like this? Fine. Let's die together then. 3 Courts and 5 Eyes burst out in fury. Like a lone wolf that had been pissed off. Raising the silver gun in his hand, he fired the last bullet given by Qin Fang, accurately blasting at the last weak point. This bullet, Qin Fang's original intention was to die with the Death Warrior. With the shot, the entire palace would have to collapse. Qin Fang was able to hold on with the effect of invincibility. But the Death Warrior, presumably, was not ever so lucky. But who would have thought that this last move, instead of being used on the Death Warrior, would be used on the Annihilation Guild? The members of the Bastard Guild all had extremely strong anger in their eyes. Damn it. After spending all day hunting geese, they were actually pecked out by a goose. Since that's the case, then let's go down together. No one should want to feel better. It's better to be broken for jade than to be broken for tile. Batian would rather have these 2 days of hard work go to waste than to let the Annihilation Guild pick up the cheapness of this place so easily. Although the Annihilation President instinctively felt a hint of something wrong. But by the time he reacted, it was already too late. And this powerful bullet had already blasted into the last weak point. The palace immediately began to shake, and the huge stone pillar above it shook before collapsing. Thud. A sound as violent as a waterfall rang out, and smoke and dust that was as rough as a wave swept through. The large palace buried the Bastard Heavenly Guild, the Annihilation Guild, and also Qin Fang, the Death Warrior, next to the Resurrection Stone in Tianyang Town. The Annihilation President's face was grim, as if he was a viper. As he looked around, he had to take inventory. This time, the Annihilation Guild, the geometry of casualties. Not long after, the inventory was completed. The members of the Annihilation Guild, without exception, were all dead. Waiting for 3 seconds, only then did Bastion resurrect with a face full of bitterness. Even though Bastion had used the invincible skill effect. But how was it possible to be alive after being crushed by a boulder? Waiting for the resurrection effect to expire, Hegemony instantly died. When he saw President Annihilation, Batian immediately rushed forward regardless, wanting to kill Annihilation. 2 days of hard work had gone to waste. Who's to blame? Who wouldn't be angry? At this time, Sword of the Sky hurriedly stopped Batian. Not far away, a team of city guards were seriously patrolling and strengthening their precautions. If Batian really made a move earlier, tomorrow, Batian would have to give orders to the Batian Guild in a dark dungeon. Bartion, count yourself as ruthless this time. Hegemony would rather ruin the results of the past 2 days than pick up the slack. President Annihilation had seen it all. From today onwards, the one time I see your Annihilation Guild in the wild, I will kill it once. Hegemony suppressed the anger that filled his heart and left such a harsh sentence before leaving with the members within the guild. Annihilation smiled disdainfully. I'll be waiting for you. When the time comes, I don't know who will kill who. Annihilation led the members of this guild away. The 12th floor was destroyed. At the very least, it would take a day's light before it could be reshaped. And the Essence Gold level Death Warriors. It would also take a day's light before they could be refreshed. Whether it was Batian or Annihilation, neither of them thought that the Death Warriors on the 12th floor would still be able to survive in this situation. Hee. That's not right. Where is Player Me? Chapter 313 Passing the Death Warrior Copy. Inside the Hegemony Guild, Hidden Sword was the first to discover that something was wrong. He wanted to discuss with Player Jin about the archer's techniques of attracting monsters. However, beside the Resurrection Stone, in the Hegemony Guild, it seemed that he hadn't seen the player's figure. Ah, right. Where is Player Jin? Doesn't Player Jin possess a private territory? You guys, do you think he was resurrected in the middle of his private territory? This idea was correct, but it was obvious that the crowd was unwilling to believe it. I suddenly have a bold idea. You guys? Is the Player Me still holding on for dear life with his invincibility? This reply from the broken shield instantly made everyone freeze, and no one refuted it. For others, it was impossible. But for Player Jin, it wasn't impossible. It was certain. Player Jin was able to take out over 3,000 pieces of invincible equipment to them at his hand. Then Player Mi's hands? Is there still invincible equipment? The answer was definitely yes. Quickly, gather the menders. 98 of them. After saying these words, Batian namely dialed Player Jin's communication, wanting to know about his situation. However, the earlier incident had caused Qin Fang to close his communication. And now, no one could reach him. Bastard Sky took another route and reformed the team, pulling Qin Fang into the team. Older brother? Don't tell me that you're still holding on hard under the ruins. Batian hurriedly inquired. Pretty much. Qin Fang's tone was relaxed, and it didn't seem like he was buried alive. Hang in there. Old brother. We'll go save you right now. Batian quickly gathered the candidates and activated the card. Qin Fang, a face of innocence. Save me? Save me for what? At this moment, under the Palace of Death, Qin Fang had long been out of danger with the help of Little Black. As a little digger, Xiao He was still good at making holes. Qin Fang's invincibility only lasted for a minute, and Xiao He was about to expand the originally small space for Qin Fang to the point where it was big enough to accommodate 3 people. At this moment, Qin Fang was even able to stretch his waist. Very comfortable. But it was Little Black who suffered, having eaten a bellyful of dirt. He was dry heaving at the moment. Xiao He's eyes were grumbling, as if she was a little woman in a deep bosom. Seeing this, Qin Fang hurriedly threw over a bottle of good wine. Xiao He sniffed it and immediately smiled with joy, as if he had discovered a new continent. Gulping it down. Don't play dead here. Hurry up and work. The 12th level's pass system tone had not sounded yet, so that meant that the Death Warrior had not died yet. Qin Fang was clear in his mind that the Death Warrior might have been crushed under the rubble, but this kind of injury was not enough for an Essence Gold level boss. Xiao He reluctantly started eating dirt again under Qin Fang's coercion. In a short while, Qin Fang and Xiao He arrived at the area where the Death Warrior was located. I don't know if it was because the Death Warrior's back was against the wall or for some other reason. At the moment, there were 7 or 8 stone pillars on the body of the Death Warrior, and they were all layered on top of each other. The Death Warrior only had 1 left hand, 1 head, and 2 shoulders left outside, and the rest were all buried. Despite this, the Death Warrior was still unconvinced, still using his left hand to keep digging into the ground, wanting to get out of the trap, wanting to save himself. Death Warrior's blood level was dropping, but every second, it only dropped by -10 per second. According to the Death Warrior's blood quantity, it would take at least 70 hours for the blood quantity to drop. But after 70 hours, maybe the scene here will recover, and the dead warrior will be revived with full blood. Qin Fang would not give him this chance. Rubbing. 2 rays of light emerged from Qin Fang's body. A berserk potion, and a dash of real potion. Humble human. Let me go if you have the guts. Qin Fang first took a picture, and then began to continuously blast the Death Warrior's head. Every blow, at worst, was a bludgeon, and at the strongest, it was a triple bludgeon. After all, it was an attack to the eyes. The Death Warrior was very stifled in his heart and kept roaring. But Qin Fang took advantage of his roaring and stabbed his sword in, letting him savor the taste of the sword of destruction. Lowly mole cricket. I won't let you have it all even if I die. The Death Warrior had quite an aura that he would rather bend than break, and the black aura all over his body kept spreading, as if he wanted to destroy everything about himself, including his equipment, and the profession core in his body. This? Could Qin Fang agree? After spending 2 days of light, was it hard for Qin Fang to get nothing? Dang. Thunderstun. In the next instant, the aura that wanted to destroy everything stopped. The Death Warrior was stunned and dully chose to die. At the entrance of the Palace of Death, Batian and the others looked at the ruins of. At once, a shovel appeared in each person's hand and began to work, wanting to rescue the Player Mi. Brothers, work harder. Player Mi is down there. Hurry up and rescue him. Quickly, give me all the invincible equipment. I'll trade it to Player Mi in a unified manner so that he can hold on longer. The Hegemony Guild side was working feverishly. Annihilation Guild hurriedly arrived with their people, and the information that Bastard Heaven Guild had gathered their people was first learned by Annihilation Guild scouts. Hegemony? Hey, what are you doing underneath these ruins? The Annihilation President didn't listen to Hegemony's explanation. and directly attacked with all-round coverage. Kill this group of stinkers first. Hegemony had a gloomy face and turned his guns around. The Annihilation Guild quickly learnt the gap between Annihilation and Hegemony. In terms of equipment, it was completely crushed. In terms of operation, completely crushed. In terms of props, completely crushed. Thus, the lopsided slaughter began. Annihilation, little brat. You completely angered your bastard heavenly master. Bastard Heaven and Annihilation fought together. And with every strike, Annihilation took 2 steps back, unable to resist it all. Moreover, Batian unconsciously used some of Qin Fang's positioning and operations from before, fusing them into his own operations, which were surprisingly even more silky smooth and powerful. The battle lasted for 3 minutes. The Annihilation Guild's 99 people, all of them were killed in action, while the Bastardly Heaven Guild, on the other hand, had 36 deaths. Such a battle loss ratio made the Annihilation President furious. The most crucial thing was, because Annihilation died once, his card dropped. No, it wasn't dropped, but disappeared. This meant that if the Annihilation Guild wanted to return to the Death Warrior copies again, they could only start from the first level and fight their way up. Grass, bastard, I'm at loggerheads with you. The Annihilation President could no longer suppress his emotions and roared out with abandon, like an impotent and furious old lion. After so many days, nearly half a month of hard work, being destroyed by Batian, the Annihilation Guild's face was as black as a thick infinite black cloud. Annihilation President's mood. These 2 days as a roller coaster, constantly raised, and then fell down, and ultimately, not raised, all the way straight into the abyss. Hegemony Guild. And Annihilation between this beam is considered a complete knot. The Hegemony Guild did not think about it. The level of the Annihilation Guild, he could not see, even is not considered to be the opponents of the Hegemony Heaven. Just as the people of the Hegemony Guild turned their heads and continued to dig for players, the system beep sounded. Ding. Congratulations to Hegemony Guild for successfully passing the level 40 copy Death Warrior. Bastard Heaven and the others froze, and then stopped their movements. Chapter 314 Legend, Tattered Dragon Claw. In the midst of the ruins, the Death Warrior held his last breath, dropping all of his goodies. From the beginning to his death, the Death Warrior did not perform his powerful skills. After all, from beginning to end, it was a controlled state. Ding. Congratulations on successfully slaying the Essence Gold level boss Death Warrior. Ding. Congratulations on gaining experience value *14571011. The experience value was divided equally among the 98 people of the Hegemony Guild. And it wasn't much. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the title, Death's Little Nemesis. Qin Fang, Nemesis is just a nemesis. But also Little Nemesis is speechless. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the blessing of the undead. For a moment, after killing the Death Warrior, countless white points of light suddenly floated out from the entire 12th floor of the dungeon palace, eventually fusing uniquely and entering Qin Fang's body, forming the blessing of the undead. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the title, Undead Friend. This was the title that the countless points of light converged and coalesced for Qin Fang. Undead Friend, undead-like creature, goodwill plus 10. Never underestimate these 10 points of goodwill. Sometimes, it could save lives. Qin Fang began to touch the corpse. He didn't think he had bad luck. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the purple gold equipment level 55 Death Giant Sword. This equipment. So far, no one should be able to wear it. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the fine gold level equipment level 50 Death Leg Armor. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining gold equipment. Level 50 Death Plate Armor. The Death Warrior set of equipment, except for the ring, necklace, and earrings, were all touched out by Qin Fang. This set of equipment was matching with the Death Warrior. If any player wanted to transfer to become a Death Warrior, this set of equipment could be inherited 100%. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the transfer drawing Death Warrior. This, another pitiful thing. It's just that because of the Phoenix incident, it's not so easy to pit people now. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the item Death Annihilation. Death Annihilation. Designate a person at random, and make them have bad luck until they die. Note, can be used 10 times. Ding. Congratulations on acquiring the Death Warrior skill, Sword Breath like Rainbow. Ding. Congratulations on acquiring the Death Warrior skill. Sword Berserk. Ding. Congratulations on acquiring the Death Warrior skill. Sword Berserk. Ding. Congratulations on acquiring the Death Warrior. Ding. Congratulations. In the end, Qin Fang hollowed out the Death Warrior. After emptying it, Qin Fang, led by Xiao He, idly walked out of the collapsed ruins. Old brother. Awesome. Brother me. Mighty. Strong. Really strong. The members of the Hegemony Guild really couldn't imagine that player me was able to turn the tables under such a desperate situation. It was not an exaggeration to say that if it was them, not to mention flipping the game, they would only ask to be able to die a painful death. This is the entire harvest. Let's see how it's distributed. Qin Fang placed the entire harvest on top of the ground for Batian to distribute. The first thing that Batian's eyes were on was the prop, Death Annihilation. This thing. It was simply a great weapon for killing people. President Batian. The other things go to you. This thing goes to me. Qin Fang was quick on his feet, and was the first to pick up the prop, Death Annihilation. Could Batian disagree? Definitely not. After all these drops were what Qin Fang had fought so hard to get back. Here you go. Won't grab it from you. Batian opened his mouth, and then commanded the crowd, starting to excavate the treasures on the 12th floor. Older brother Batian. Follow me. Qin Fang mysteriously called Batian aside and handed him a very dated piece of vellum. When Batian looked at it, his eyes instantly glowed. Older brother. With this stuff as a base, these 2 days of sleeplessness are worth it. Earlier, Batian looked at this pile of rags and was thinking that it really wasn't worth it. Who would have thought that Qin Fang had taken out this crap paper? This was clearly the land deed of the nearby land within a radius of 800 miles. This land deed was something that the Death Warrior had worked very hard to get his hands on. This was also one of the reasons why he had been able to stay safe and sound for so many years. After all, this dense forest belonged to his private territory. The vellum had the exclusive Great Seal of Tianyang Town printed on it, which had the effect of law. Wait for me, brother. I'm going to change the attribution. Batian returned all of his equipment to Qin Fang before quickly going to Tianyang Town to change the attribution of the land deed. Bored, Qin Fang also wanted to follow the crowd to help clean up. However, at this time, Xiao He seemed to have suddenly smelled something and started jumping up and down joyfully, tugging at Qin Fang's trouser leg and leading him to the depths of the dense forest. There was quite a feeling that if you don't go, I won't let go. Qin Fang could only confess and follow little Blackie. Qin Fang looked at the surrounding dense forest. The more he looked, the more he felt that something was wrong. These trees were too tall, and the distance between the trees too close. Logically speaking, it was impossible for them to survive unless this piece of land under the vitality dense to the extreme. The active Xiao He ran 10 miles away and excitedly started digging towards the bottom. Qin Fang knew little Blackie should have come across something big. As expected, when little Black appeared from the ground, he was holding a crystal clear, but with a splash of bright red ore in the center, which was like the shape of a small dragon. This was an essence gold-grade mineral, dragon bloodstone. The generation of dragon bloodstone requires dragon blood to drip down on this place for 1,000 years. 10,000 years of non-stop nurturing before it can succeed. Is it possible? 1,000. 10,000 years ago, there was a war here that affected the dragon race? Not long after, Xiao He passed Qin Fang a drawing of the minerals in the ground. When Qin Fang finished reading it, the whole person was frozen and understood the original reason for the creation of the dragon blood stone. In his heart, he could not help but feel fearful that this area, fortunately, had not fallen into the hands of the Annihilation Guild. Under the ground, there was a mutilated dragon's claw buried, and the minerals formed under the ground were not only dragon bloodstone, but also purple gold level materials such as dragon bone marrow, dragon claw rock, and other precious minerals. This batch of materials was enough for Qin Fang to forge purple gold level and even epic level equipment. Just when he wanted to doze off, the Annihilation Guild sent him a pillow. One had to know that the further one went to the top, the more advanced materials would become less and less. Even with the assistance of a godly level like Xiao He, the high-level materials in Qin Fang's hands weren't too much. What made Qin Fang's heart flutter even more was the dragon claws buried in the ground. Dragon claws? This thing was at the very least a legend-ranked existence. more likely to be demigod ranked. Qin Fang looked at this mineral drawing and brewed in his mind. What should he tell Batian? Only then would he be able to pocket this piece of mineral resources. If a man does not act for himself, the heavens and the earth will be destroyed. This kind of high-end strategic resources, Qin Fang could not want to give it away. Just as this rang out, Batian called to communicate. Older brother, according to our agreement, we'll split this place 50-50. You choose your 50% of the area first. Hegemony was as brash as ever, letting Qin Fang choose first. After all, what about the 800 miles? It was bigger than 10 private territories. If they were all given to Hegemony, he wouldn't be able to arrange them. After all, right now, there were already quite a few private territories, guild residences for the Bastard Heaven Guild. Qin Fang viewed this drawing and began to divide the area. This dragon's claw. It fell in the southeast corner. Minerals were also nearly all bred in the southeast corner. So Qin Fang divided off 400 miles of the southeast region. It was equivalent to this dense forest, cut diagonally. Chapter 315, opening the diamond blind box again. Qin Fang sent the completed selected area to Batian. When Batian finished viewing it, he could not help but sigh in his heart that Player Me was really a good person. The place that Qin Fang had chosen was clearly a bird-free area, with almost no monster staying. And most crucially, the edge of the southeast corner was a plain, which was easy to attack and difficult to defend. In that case, this area chosen by Qin Fang would become the first barrier of the Bastard Guild's residents. Only by breaching Qin Fang's region would they be able to attack Bastard Heaven's region. The area left for Bastard Heaven was a leveling area around level 50. The grass and trees here were lush, and the number of monsters in the dense forest made Bastard Heaven's jaw drop a little. In particular, the northwest corner of this place was connected to a high mountain, forming a natural barrier. In other words, this area that Qin Fang had left for Batian would only need to be defended on two sides alone if he were to establish a guild residence. Good man. Really good man. Hearing this inexplicable compliment, Qin Fang was a bit puzzled. What's more, Qin Fang did not intend to build any private territories. What he wanted was merely the minerals underground. These minerals would not only be able to bring Qin Fang a large batch of forging materials, but would also be able to make Xiaohei's level rise rapidly. These days, under Li Qi's feeding, Little Black was just one step away from reaching the fine gold grade. This was still a limitation of Qin Fang's blacksmith level. Otherwise, Xiaohei would have long since achieved an essence gold level pet. Now that Qin Fang had completed his promotion, Xiaohei would naturally be able to promote with him. Qin Fang informed Yuzhe about the situation of this place and asked him to find a way to accept it. And then, that was when he bid farewell to Batian and went to busy himself. Older brother, this invincible equipment, the thunder equipment that comes with stun, can you sell a batch of it to us? This batch of equipment, Bastard Heaven Guild really needed it. Powerful equipment, as is the case with certain addictive items. As long as experienced once, used once, that is impossible to quit. As the claws of a kitten, constantly scratching the heart, liver and lungs in general. Yes, I wonder how President Batian will bid. Bardian took the initiative to send money. How could Qin Fang refuse? Invincible equipment. 1 million copper coins per piece. Bastard Heaven Guild will need at least 300 pieces. The 35 level 35 essence gold level equipment that comes with control. 800,000 copper coins per piece. Bastard Heaven Guild will need at least 100 pieces. This price, within reason, was even slightly higher than the market price. As for why the price of fine gold grade equipment was devalued, it wasn't because of Qin Fang himself. Qin Fang was already wearing purple gold grade equipment. So was it still a long time until he sold his purple gold grade equipment? The essence gold grade equipment that Bastard Heaven was asking for had become less for the same reason. It's possible. Qin Fang quickly pulled out a batch of equipment and traded it to Bartion. Happy cooperation. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining 380 million copper coins. Qin Fang, making money. It's so simple. Easy. Boring. And tedious. Qin Fang, what is money? In my eyes, money is just a number. I have no concept of money whatsoever. Qin Fang has no concept of money. But this can be Yuzhe stunned, and even still doubt itself. First of all, a set of 400 square miles of land deeds. This construction of a small fortress manor are enough. the ancient feudal titles. But also just so. Not waiting for Yuzhe to digest this information, Qin Fang called another 350 million copper coins for him to use for acquiring various attribute gems on the market. And it came with a sentence. Don't be heartbroken about the money. I can still earn. This was nothing more than the greatest insult to Yuzhe. What did Yuzhe do? His duty was to help the boss drill money. But now, his boss had actually told him, I can earn, you just need to be responsible for following my arrangements. This wasn't like any of the old earthy posers he had come into contact with before. Yuzhe's goal was to help Qin Fang earn 100 million a year. But this goal? His boss would be able to accomplish it in minutes. Now, Yuzhe couldn't help but start worrying if he would be fired. Oh yeah. I can't believe I forgot about this. The reason why Qin Fang had left 30 million copper coins behind was naturally because he wanted to open the blind box. It was true that Yuzhe was good. But then, as the scope of Qin Fang's empire grew, Qin Fang felt that with Yuzhe alone, he seemed to be a little out of his depth. Ding. Is it time to spend 5 million copper coins to purchase the diamond blind box asterisk 999? Purchase. 5 million copper coins. Not much. Ding. Do you want to spend 5 million coins to buy diamond blind box asterisk 999? Purchase. Ding. Whether to purchase. Purchase. Ding. Whether to spend 5 million. Qin Fang directly spent 30 million copper coins to purchase nearly 6,000 diamond blind boxes. Ding. Is it 100 consecutive openings? Open. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the 3-star Bargana, Luna Fragment. Ding. Collect 99 Luna Fragments to successfully synthesize Luna. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining a 4-star Stalker, Li Guang Shard. Ding. Collect 139 Li Guang Fragments. You can successfully synthesize. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the 4-star Driver, Wiping Yiling Fragment. Qin Fang was going crazy when he saw such a system tone. When was this update? Surprisingly, the character was directly shattered. This. Collecting fragments. No. How long will it take to collect them all? Qin Fang hurriedly flipped through when it was updated. With regards to the diamond blind box, Qin Fang really didn't have much contact with it. Whether it was in his previous life or in this life. Past life. It was because there was no money. In this life, it was because he was too good at making money. And opening an 8-star user was enough. Ding. The information you want has been found. Ding. The diamond blind box has been optimized due to the uncertainty of it being too large. Qin Fang clicked open the player's message below. Grass. It's all because of what rainy night. Rain lightning. Yeah. It's all because of the two of them. I heard that they only purchased 2 diamond blind boxes. And they even opened 2 9-star existences consecutively. Isn't this a farce? I've also heard that they've even helped people open blind boxes. The lowest being a 7-star one. It seriously disrupted the order of the heavenly fate. That's why the terms were temporarily changed. Grass. Originally, when I spent 1 million copper coins, I was able to get pretty much the same. But now, I've spent a full 3 million copper coins. Pit. What a pit. This heaven's destiny is trying to make up for the money lost on rainy night. Rain lightning on us. When Qin Fang finished reading the messages from these players, he instantly understood and couldn't help but also cursed. Grass. Dog thing. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the 6-star librarian, Ming Heng. Fragment. Ding. Congratulations on your acquisition. Ding. Congratulations. Qin Fang had opened it 1,000 times in a row without opening any complete star characters. All of them were fragments. The highest? On the other hand, the contact opened 3 9-star characters of fragments. 5 million copper coins? It's a loss. But it wasn't a complete loss. Qin Fang was able to combine 2 3-star characters and 1 6-star character. Qin Fang also sort of didn't believe in evil, and once again opened 5 million. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining. Ding. Congratulations on your acquisition. Ding. Congratulations on your acquisition. Chapter 316 9-star lawyer, Wang Yaching. Ding. Is the live broadcast of the interactive section opened? Ding. Please choose the name of the live broadcast room. Ding. Do you choose to change the name of the room to Heavenly Destiny First Forger me 10 million copper coins to open the diamond blind box? Change. Ding. The live broadcast has begun. Please pay attention to your words and actions. Otherwise your number will be blocked. Ding. Do you choose to spend 10,000 copper coins for a small-scale promotion? Agree to promote. This definitely has to be agreed to. Where? Can there be no shady practices? So a series of system beeps rang out, informing Qin Fong one by one, opening the live broadcast. This was also one of Qin Fong's means of getting his blood back. After all, the diamond blind box was really too pitiful. With the previous 5 million, Qin Fong was able to obtain a huge team of 999 people at the very least, even though the star ratings and whatnot were relatively low, and Qin Fong still had to restore them all. But now, after spending 5 million copper coins, he had obtained such a little bit of waste. Qin Fong was so angry in his stomach that he couldn't bear it. Hee. Has the Heaven's Destiny First Forge Master opened a live broadcast? This has to go and take a look. Heaven's Fate First Forge Master. Who has such a big mouth? I have to go and take a look. Opening a diamond blind box. I'm interested. I'll have to go and join in the fun. Interesting. Really interesting. No. I'm too interested. Within Tianyang town, almost all of the players were pushed by this information. This was the banknote ability. In an instant, the number of people in Qin Fong's live room namely reached 30,000 and continued to grow. Qin Fong did not say anything and silently opened the diamond blind box again. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the 9-star career manager, Sima Yan's. Fragment *1. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining 8-star apothecary, Juga Marafus. Fragment *1. Ding. Congratulations on your acquisition. Ding. Congratulations on your acquisition. Qin Fong's luck seemed to have been used up as he silently opened millions of diamond blind boxes alone. But the final result was that no characters above the 7 stars appeared. Open another 5 million. Qin Fong was a bit bewitched. This thing was addictive. Holy shit. Player me this luck. It's too dark. You guys see? I told you. My luck doesn't work. Haha. Laugh me to death. 10 million copper coins just opened so few waste. Not sure what you're laughing at. People are able to throw away thousands of coins and play with them as if they were $1. Can you? A sentence that instantly left everyone speechless. This blushing, shyness, Bathian, Annihilation and the others could all be watching, and smiles could not help but appear on their faces. There was no other way. Qin Fong's face was just too dark. Annihilation sends the anchor a small flower. Please anchor continue. Annihilation sends anchor a big rocket. Please anchor continue. Ahem. The total doesn't add up to more than 50 copper coins. Underneath, Batian is much more generous. Hegemony sends anchor an aircraft carrier. Please anchor. Continue. This gesture immediately stunned everyone. An aircraft carrier. Worth 100,000 copper coins. Hegemony was really rich. This was not the end, but the beginning. Hegemony once again swiped 10 or so aircraft carriers for Qin Fong, along with plus 70 or 80 space shuttles. 50,000 apiece. The players on the sidelines all looked dumbfounded. There was no need to be so hoity-toity with money. The guilds that had been favored by Qin Fong also had no qualms and started brushing ordinary players, although they brushed less. But they couldn't resist the large number of them. And in the end, they really let Qin Fong return a wave of blood. Qin Fong was just about to brush another 5 million when Hidden Earth called to communicate. Boss, I heard that you were bullied by the Annihilation Guild. Do you want me to bring people to beat the hell out of you? Qin Fong directly ignored Zong Tu's words and slapped his head. He could be really stupid. Hidden Earth's luck value was so high. Surely he should let Hidden Earth open the box. Hidden Earth. Busy? Not busy. Boss, just repel this wave of divine soldiers and granted a day off. In that case, come find me at the 10,000 Empty Alley supermarket. Not long after, Hidden Earth arrived at this place and was assigned a daunting task by Qin Fong. Help me open these remaining 3,000 diamond blind boxes. Oh! Diamond blind boxes. Zong Tu was aware of the price. Seeing so many? Unable to help but suck in a breath of cool air. How much money must this be? Ding. Congratulations on obtaining a 7-star barber, Mona *1. Hidden Earth's opening was completely different from Qin Fong's. Qin Fong directly opened 100 in a row, with a strong visual impact. But what about Hidden Earth? It was opened one by one. The first one, However, shipped directly. 7-star stockist, Mona. To know, Qin Fong had opened 15 million copper coins of chests in a row, and had only just shipped a 7-star. But now, Hidden Earth had actually come out of the first chest? Within the live broadcast room, there was also a sudden silence. This person? Who is it? So lucky? I grass 3 times in a row, showing everyone's mood. For a while, the rewarding stopped all of a sudden. Everyone came to see you spend money, and then fail to open anything. To have fun, but now you've opened it. Do I continue to brush? Do I look like a village gatekeeper to you? Qin Fong didn't believe it either. Is it that simple? Hidden Earth once again went to open it. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the 9-star career manager, Elden Shard Fragment *5. Qin Fong really wanted to curse his mother. Every time he opened it, it was 1 shard. So why was Hidden Earth able to get 5 shards once he opened it? Wasn't this bullying an honest person? Hidden Earth once again went to open it. With 300 diamond blind boxes, Hidden Earth successfully synthesized the first 9-star character, professional lawyer Wang Yaqing. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained Wang Yaqing Fragment *5. The synthesis standard has been reached. Is it synthesized? Ding. Is it possible to synthesize 199 Wang Yaqing's fragments into the character, Wang Yaqing? Synthesize. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining a 9-star character, professional lawyer Wang Yaqing. Qin Fong was completely bowled over. Hidden Earth's luck. It really was too good. Ding. Please ask if you wish to summon professional lawyer Wang Yaqing. The profession of lawyer was still very popular amongst the heavenly orders, especially since Qin Fong's business empire was getting bigger and bigger. Wang Yaqing was also able to discuss with Yu Zhe and draw up brand new contracts for different areas. In this world of Heaven's Mandate, there also existed some people who specialized in digging pits for people. For example, Qin Fong had pitted Phoenix last time, giving him a batch of defective equipment, namely because within the Phoenix Guild, there were no gold medal lawyers who could hold their own and give them a good review of the contract. Hello, boss. Glad to be of service. Wang Yaqing crossed the space-time light gate and appeared in front of Qin Fong. This was a middle-aged male in a proper suit, exuding an elegant aura that made people feel very comfortable. But his upright body and sharp eyes seemed like a sword that stabbed people raw. This contradictory aura made Qin Fong instantly recall Wang Yaqing's battle record in his previous life. Although Wang Yaqing was a character within the game, he had helped the Laudanyan Company many times, dealing with the affairs of Sky City outside the game, and had lived to leave the Laudanyan Company with $30 million a year in legal fees. This was a huge achievement. In his previous life, Qin Fong also just read a lot of interactive sections, especially this kind of news linked to money. Chapter 317 Expansion Meeting. Ding. Please note that the 9-star character is a two-way choice. Please give Wang Yaqing a suitable salary. Hello. Welcome to the 10,000 Air Lane Group. Now, the 10,000 Air Lane Group wholeheartedly hires you to be the group's chief lawyer. The reasoning of being courteous to the virtuous. Qin Fong still understood. He did not say 3 times to the 9-star Wang Yaqing, but he had to show the mentality of the 10,000 Air Lane Group that it was seeking for a virtuous person. As for the issue of salary, an annual income of 20 million copper coins after tax, with year-end benefits to be calculated separately. It had to be said that this benefit given by Qin Fong made the players watching the live broadcast drool. There was no other way. The players we gave too much. This is just a game character. Giving such a high salary? Isn't it too much? And player me still doesn't know what this character is best at. What if it's good at divorce lawsuits? Hasty. A bit hasty. 20 million This is 20 million. Inside the live broadcast room, Qin Fong felt it was fine. Wang Yaqing felt it was fine. Netizen, no. It's too much. With this money, you might as well take it out to build a nursing home. For players with such a mentality, Qin Fong didn't even bother. In his mind, Wang Yaqing was worth the price. As for Wang Yaqing himself, he was also slightly surprised by this salary. It wasn't less, but more. The expected salary in Wang Yaqing's mind was just 10 million. But the boss wanted to give so much, directly doubling it, and he couldn't refuse. In that case, when can I report? Boss. Now. Anytime. Qin Fong hurriedly arranged for Yu Zhe to communicate with him. to familiarize himself with the business before it was too late, and to integrate into this big mess more quickly. When Yuzhe heard Qin Fang's communication, he was first startled. It was hard to believe that his position, this was replaced, and then after hearing it, he reacted and rushed to receive this Wang Yiqing. To be honest, during this recent period of time, Yuzhe was also really busy with the affairs within the 10,000 empty alleys, and was somewhat unable to deal with them. Wang Yiqing's arrival was really like timely rain. Since the first 9 stars had already been opened, Qin Fang then decisively went off the air. Ding! Is the live broadcast closed? Close. Why did you close the live broadcast? I still want to watch it. This is the first 9 stars I've seen in so many days. Player me. Please open the live broadcast again. Although Qin Fang went off the air, there were still people swiping pop-ups in his live room. After closing the live broadcast, Qin Fang once again asked Hidden Earth to open the diamond blind boxes, striving to open all of these diamond blind boxes that he had purchased. Zhang Tu was also unambiguous, and ended up doing it. I'm going to rest for a while. Struggling for 2 days and 2 nights in a row. Although there was a nutrient warehouse, Qin Fang still felt a little sleepy. Qin Fang exited the game, walked out of the nutrient warehouse, gulped down a bellyful of water, and then covered himself with a thick quilt, and fell into a sweet dream in a short while. Qin Fang slept for 12 hours before he was able to regain his vitality. Qin Fang was still not too used to this nutritional warehouse. Although it allowed the body's limits to be raised, the spirit wasn't particularly sleepy, and it allowed players to stay in Heaven's Destiny for a long time without having to worry about death. It still wasn't as comfortable as a solid night's sleep. Qin Fang strolled within Yang City, casually sought out a small stall, ate a bowl of chow mein with lots of spices, and ate a sweaty, hearty meal. These days, because the medium-sized defense shield had been raised, the issue of safety was resolved. So the quality of life of the residents within Yang City had been gradually improved, and the number of stalls, too, had increased. I heard that the power station is also being repaired, and it won't take long for Yangcheng's dark night to be brightly lit. Cistern, also in the process of construction, supporting the function of the water pipe, is also one by one perfect. Small supermarkets, kiosks, etc. Also more, so that residents have more choices. Above the streets, the voice was still broadcast. Thank you, Lord Qin Fang, for leading us to the light. Thank you, Lord Qin Fang, for allowing us to live the good life we have now. Yang City is ours, but it's even more so the Lord's. We have to work hard to build it for the Lord. The slogans on the walls and the broadcasts were all proclaiming Qin Fang's power and his greatness. This was brainwashing, and it was important. Qin Fang didn't want to raise a bunch of white-eyed wolves that would attack his fortress from within. The ones that disobeyed and rebelled against Qin Fang's management were, at the moment, repairing the sewers. Qin Fang was very assured of Black Widow, Coyote, and the others. This group of people, too, had experienced life and death with him. So if he didn't trust them, who else should he trust? Qin Fang returned and held a high-level meeting. This Yang City is mine, but at the same time, it is also yours. This was the main content of the meeting. How much power you have. I don't care. I just want results. Within 3 months, take the 3 towns around Yang City. Whoever takes them first will be the city lord of that town, and will be unified in accepting Yang City's dispatches. This was the main spirit of the meeting. Lack of food. I'll give it to you. Lack of money. I'll give it to you. Lack of people? Go rob and get them yourself. This was the main record of the meeting. Guaranteed to complete the task. This was the assurance of the main person in the meeting. Overall, the content of the meeting was very simple, but the difficulty of trying to complete it was high. Qin Fang logged into Heavenly Destiny once again. Ding. Welcome back to Heaven's Destiny. Enjoy your game. Qin Fang logged into the game and inquired about the Hidden Earth harvest. When he saw the harvest of the Hidden Earth in these 12 hours, his entire being was startled, staring at his thick eyebrows in disbelief. Hidden Earth had summoned him 3 9-star characters, 9 8-star characters. The 7-star ones broke 100, and the 6-star ones even broke 1,000. This, Qin Fang didn't believe in luck at first, but had to believe it. Qin Fang opened 15 million copper coins and opened a 7-star character. While Zong Tu, on the other hand, he had opened so many characters, which were still fragments nowadays, hadn't been combined yet. Qin Fang quickly combined these characters, and then called all the NPC members of 10,000 Empty Alley for a special meeting of the members of this 9 stars. 1. That is, a professional general manager of a supermarket. 1 was a professional general manager of a 5-star Chinese restaurant. The other 9-star was a general manager of a bathing center, in conjunction with a 9-star lawyer. The 9 8-star figures were also involved in all walks of life in Heaven's mandate, and each one of them was no weaker than Yuze. All of these were Qin Fang's backbone. This team, very powerful. The content of today's meeting is very simple. I want my business territory to occupy half of the area of Tianyang town within a year. Money will not be less for you. People will not be less for you. But I need to see results. This was the main content of the meeting. Promise to complete the task. Boss. This was the guarantee of the members of the meeting. Yuza was stunned. All of a sudden, there were so many more competitors. Boss. Don't worry. This year's revenue, I guarantee to do it up to 200 million. Yuze was also ruthless, wanting to make some achievements. After all, with so many competitors squeezing, it was hard for him too. His position was about to be in jeopardy. Qin Fang arranged everything, and hadn't even gone to forge his equipment yet. He heard about 2 big events. The first big event, the Annihilation Guild took advantage of the night to attack the Bastard Guild's residence, and the 2 sides broke out into a battle that lasted for 8 hours. And in the end, the Bastard Guild's residence's walls were destroyed over a range of 500 meters, and a little bit of its internal facilities were also destroyed. In the end, the Annihilation Guild retreated. Both sides were considered to be fighting each other, with no one taking advantage of the situation. Qin Fang dialed Bastard Sky's communication. If you're going to hack Annihilation, count me in. Chapter 318 Return of the Phoenix. Old brother. Promise to take you to the hilarity. Batian agreed with a smile, recognizing Qin Fang's strength. By the way, old brother, do you have any plans for forging recently? Can you build a batch of purple gold grade equipment? The price is good? Elder brother Batian. This is the list. Just watch and place your order. As for the price, you said it. For Bartion. Qin Fang gave the pricing power directly to him. Qin Fang knew clearly in his heart that Batian would definitely not let his own people suffer. For people like them, money. It was as if it was really just a series of numbers. Batian's eyes were glowing, but he didn't dare to choose more. Purple gold grade equipment? The attributes of the equipment were at least twice as strong as those of the fine gold level. Giving 6 million apiece? It shouldn't be low. Qin Fang hung up his communication and began to listen to Zong Tu talk about the second major event in Tianyang town. The second major event, the return of the Phoenix. What? The Phoenix has returned? To be honest, this matter still caused a small surprise to Qin Fang. Taken away by the god of death? How dare it return? And what was the movement of the Heavenly Sun town? Didn't the Heavenly Sun town ever go and arrest the Phoenix? No, because the Phoenix has established a small independent village outside of Tianyang town. Qin Fang frowned. The sequence of events? It seemed to be out of place, completely detached from his previous life's perceptions. Unbeknownst to him, the Phoenix at this moment was created by Qin Fang. What is the situation? Looking at Qin Fang's puzzled eyes, Zong Tu patiently explained to Qin Fang. The Phoenix did not return alone. Following him was an 80-level Death General. As a result, these 2 people directly occupied a plane to build a Death Hamlet. Now, because of the matter of the Divine Spirit Springs, it was temporarily unable to spare any manpower to decapitate this 80th ranked Death General. So the Heavenly Sun town decided to turn a blind eye for the time being. What is their purpose? Recruiting Death soldiers. Qin Fang stood up from his seat with a rubbing sound. His eyes narrowed slightly as he began to think. Boss, I have to go. Keep yourself safe. It was not easy for Hidden Earth to take a day off, but it all went to Qin Fang to give Diamond Blind Box. Sending off Hidden Earth. Qin Fang started forging the purple gold grade equipment that Bastard Heaven needed. The forging of Essence gold level equipment was more tedious, and after Qin Fang had exhausted himself for a day, he had only been able to get 70 to 80 pieces of purple gold level equipment after failing 20 times and triggering a blitz. This efficiency was completely incomparable to before. This situation was also expected by Qin Fang. The higher the level of equipment, the longer the time required for forging, the lower the final product would definitely be. For the aboriginal NPCs of Heaven's Destiny to forge divine weapons, it would even take months, if not years of sleeplessness. Ahem. For players, it didn't take such a long time. But it definitely wasn't short either. Qin Fang couldn't manage this order from Batian for the time being, so he headed towards the area of the Grievance Villa. It was time to completely take back this piece of land. The Villa of Grievances. Qin Fang now had a lot of people under his command, but little land. This piece of land? Originally Qin Fang had wanted to place the acquired divine spirit gems, but now, it was being expropriated by these 9-star characters. After all, such a large piece of land, wouldn't it be a waste to not use it? In their words, this piece of land was somewhat remote. But then, who said that a remote place? But who says that a remote place can't become a new town? Everything was very simple. It was just a matter of operation. Outside the room, Qin Fang gently rang the doorbell. Who is it? Me. Old man. I've brought back your granddaughter. Ta bar. Qin Fang was clearly able to hear the sound of vibrations coming from within the room. Qin Fang looked through the cat's eye. A disabled old man was struggling to get off the ground and climb back on top of his wheelchair. Although he was able to tell that his movements were slow, he was working very hard, and there was a great deal of urgency in his eyes. You don't have to rush. I'll wait for you. At these words, it was as if the old man couldn't hear them. He still used his own way to express his love for his granddaughter. Ding! The door of the room opened, and Qin Fang saw the old man who had long been in tears. Qin Fang took out his granddaughter's ashes from amongst his backpack, thoughtfully affixed a photo, and handed it to the old man, incidentally telling him how his granddaughter had been killed. All these details were known to Qin Fang after he had killed the White Worm King. The old man cried uncontrollably, muttering, "It's all my fault. It's all my fault." Ding! You have triggered a new scenario. In an instant, a white light shot out from Qin Fang's body, gradually coalescing into the figure of a little girl, curled up beside the old man. Grandpa, you don't have to be sad. Xiaoya. Is that you? My Xiaoya. As the old man and the little girl played out their sad drama, Qin Fang watched and listened quietly, as if he were a spectator on the sidelines. Not long after, the little girl's figure dissipated and turned into white light, once again merging within Qin Fang's title. Thank you, young man. At this time, the old man also seemed to have unraveled his heart, no longer crying, and there was more softness in his eyes as he looked at Qin Fang. These are my payment to you. Thank you again. The old man tremblingly pressed his wheelchair and took out 2 drawings from the depths of the room. The first one was the subscription contract for this piece of villa, representing the old man as the actual user of the villa. Now, he chose to change it to Qin Fang. The second one, on the other hand, was a piece of vellum filled with traces of age, on which different lines, mountains and landscapes were curved and inscribed, but only partially, and no important areas were marked. A red line meandered, but the key areas ended abruptly, making Qin Fang itch for more. This was the second reward the old man had given Qin Fang, a mutilated treasure map. Young man, during this period of time, I'm troubling you. Give me some time and I'll move out, the old man said as he dialed the special communication device on his wheelchair, giving orders in general for them to come quickly. Thanks. Qin Fang bid farewell to the old man before going to another area once again to complete the task they had explained. The 4 families, keeping their agreement, transferred the contract for the use of the villa to Qin Fang, and incidentally handed over a mutilated treasure map to Qin Fang, thanking him profusely. 3 days at most. We will definitely move out. This was the reply Qin Fang received, and Qin Fang left, informing Yuzhe, Wang Yaqing, and the others that they could move. Inside the 10,000 empty alley supermarket, Qin Fang began to fiddle with these 4 treasure maps of the remnants of his body. Originally, Qin Fang thought that 4 would be enough to put together a complete copy of the treasure map. But no matter how he put it together, a corner was missing. In the end, Qin Fang gave up. This treasure map was indeed missing a quick piece, and it was the most important piece. Bored with idleness, Qin Fang once again went to chat with these 4 families, asking them where the treasure map was found. Treasure map, ah. This was a treasure map. Not to mention, The old man really did give Qin Fang a location. Undead Mountain Range. Qin Fang's hot eyes calmed down immediately. The Undead Spirit Mountain Range. This was the most marginal area under the jurisdiction of Tianyang Town. Bordering Tianling Town. The Undead Spirit Mountain Range could be said to straddle parts of Tianling Town and Tianshui Town. Yet it was too far away from Tianyang and Tianling. So the troops of both towns were unable to besiege this place. At this place, at the very least, the remnants left behind by 5 or 6 death soldiers were gathered, transforming into a kingdom of the undead. The most crucial thing was that this place was a leveling area of 60 or more. Going to this place at this stage to explore the treasure map of the Undead Mountain Range was really a bit impractical. Chapter 319. Working hard to make money. Regarding the Undead Mountain Range, Qin Fang was relieved for the time being. At this stage, the most important thing for Qin Fang was to forge a batch of purple gold grade equipment and make as much money as possible. Originally, Qin Fang thought that with the copper coins he had accumulated so far, it should be enough. But Again Yuze also wanted money. Wang Yaqing also wanted money. And Yi Jian also wanted money. Outside the game, Black Widow also wanted money. And Coyote also wanted money. In a nutshell, right now, Qin Fang needed money in more places. In the blink of an eye, time stepped into the month of May, and everything showed vibrant vigor. Qin Fang finished forging Beishan's batch of purple gold level equipment. The transaction was successful, and then released a statement informing the whole of Heaven's Destiny to help customize purple gold level equipment below level 40, including level 40. 7 million copper coins for each piece of weapon, 8 million copper coins for each piece of accessory, and 5 million copper coins for helmets, armor, and leg armor. Bring your own drawings can be traded at half price. Drawings can be offset against copper coins. If there are enough drawings, you can forge for free. Players who need it can add my newsletter, but need to check the capital first. At least have to have 30 million copper coins before you can pass the friend verification, which is also a guarantee for you and me. Qin Fang's article was released, and it immediately stirred up 1,000 waves. Me. Silly. It's only been 2 months since the opening of the service. Player me is able to forge purple gold level equipment. It's too fake. I don't believe it. 7 million? In exchange for a purple gold level equipment? Surprisingly, don't feel it's expensive. Hey, let me take a $10 member. I'm stingy. But I surprisingly also feel that 5 million isn't expensive. It's over. My values are distorted. If it was fine gold level equipment that was so highly valued, everyone would definitely curse the player me. But this was purple gold level equipment, So without a single player, it was definitely expensive. Nowadays, there can be a lot of people put fine gold level equipment also sold so expensive, Since this is the case, then everyone must spend the same amount of money to buy purple gold level equipment, You know, a big pit of equipment every 20 levels doesn't count as purple gold level equipment. For example, a level 25 black iron equipment was stronger than a level 20 fine gold equipment, but it was definitely not as strong as a level 20 purple gold equipment. A level 20 purple gold equipment could match the attributes of a level 25 fine gold equipment. This could be called a huge boost. Purple gold grade equipment, for the majority of players, was definitely able to rapidly increase their strength. As for something as trivial as a capital inspection, wasn't this normal? After all, in case someone mixed up the pearls with the fish eyes, it was everyone's time that was delayed. 30 million. This price was said to be high, but said not to be high. It was also really not high. After all, there were really quite a few rich people amongst the heavenly orders. For a while, the existences that added Qin Fang's communication buddies all had to go through the capital inspection process. Capital inspection. This is not just a casual glance at your copper coin screenshot, but rather, Heaven's Destiny is based on the reputation system within the game, combined with the credit situation outside of Heaven's Destiny, and ultimately estimated. In order to add this procedure to add friends to himself, Qin Fang could be spending 3 million copper coins, and every owner of the capital check had to agree to a series of disclaimers. In a short while of work, that is, 99 plus existences added Qin Fang as a friend. Qin Fang was instantly dumbfounded. He seemed to have underestimated the Heaven's Destiny's hidden rich. Qin Fang could only add his friends one by one. asking each other about their needs and what kind of equipment they wanted to forge. Fortunately, the memo system existed in Heaven's Destiny, and Qin Fong was able to record them one by one, lest he get mixed up when the time came. Grass? Hurry up. So slow. Player me, why is adding friends also so slow? Bro, have you ever thought that one day you will add friends until your hands go numb? Ding. Your number is 57. Please be patient. Ding. Your number is 138. There are 137 people lined up in front of you. Qin Fong once again spent 10,000 copper coins to add a brand new function to his add friends, to make it easier for the rich and powerful people who place follow-ups to know how many people were still in front of them. It was no exaggeration to say that this group of tycoons had never lined up even in Sky City. But in Qin Fong's case, he had to queue up. Qin Fong added a full 500 friends, understood 500 claims, recorded them one by one, and then released the statement again. Thank you for queuing up. Congratulations to the first 500 players for the opportunity to obtain purple gold level equipment. The next batch? Wait for me to finish forging. Before I take orders again, please be patient. Crap. I'm the 501. I'm the 502nd. This luck. There's really no one else. 500 pieces of purple gold level equipment. Player me will have to forge until the year of the monkey. I can't wait. Who can tell me how I'm going to get to Tianyang Town? I want to interview player me. Countless players were boiling, especially those who didn't get the chance to forge. Their hearts were literally burning like fire, and they couldn't wait a bit. As for the top 500 players, they said so SA, and instantly attracted a huge wave of anger. 500 pieces of purple gold level equipment seemed like a lot, but in the entire Heaven's Destiny, a lake like a mirror, it didn't set off any waves. There was no other reason. The base of Heaven's Destiny was large, not to mention the entire Heaven's Destiny. Even a single Heaven's Yang town would be able to digest these 500 purple gold grade equipment. Thank you player, I thought of the entire Heaven's Destiny. Luckily, I was afraid that this batch of purple gold level equipment would also be digested by player me within a Heavenly Sun town. Damn. Cool. The entire Heaven's Destiny players were cool, but the players within the Tianyang town were not. I don't know if it was deliberate on Qin Fong's part, or what was going on. This time, none of the top 500 were players from Tianyang town. This also meant that no one within Tianyang town possessed purple gold grade equipment. To be honest, this was deliberate on Qin Fong's part. This was a backdoor operation. Qin Fong also felt that there were too many guilds within Tianyang town. Too many different guilds. And it was not as practical as having only one bastard heavenly guild. Although Qin Fong knew that it was impossible, Qin Fong still hoped that the hegemony heavenly guild could become the giant of Tianyang town. The game was like this. Could it be that Qin Fong would not sell purple gold grade equipment to Bastard Heaven and turn his head to sell it to Annihilation? Besides, would the Annihilation Guild be able to afford it? The answer was whether or not. President Annihilation was also moved. But for him to take out 7 million copper coins to purchase a purple gold grade equipment, it was clearly impossible. I'll have to go find Player Jin. I'll have to talk to him face to face. We need purple gold grade equipment too. Yeah. It's not like we won't pay. Haha. That's our advantage. Being able to contact Player Jin anytime. Anywhere. As a result, a large group of people blocked Qin Fong at the entrance of the 10,000 Empty Alley supermarket, even affecting his business. Qin Fong had no choice but to show up and promise to forge them as well. But Qin Fong also informed a point. Not permitted to give Annihilation Phoenix these to his hostile forces on behalf of the purchase. Or once found. Directly pull black. The crowd also have agreed. Chapter 320 Sky City, Lee family. The crowd of Tianyang town left, smug, and even sent out posts that spoke of their own superiority. In response, the players of Heaven's Destiny could only let out a sigh of relief. There was no excuse for letting others be near the water and get the moon first. Within the Tianyang town, Qin Fong took 30 orders, all of which were pro-player me, pro-Ba Tian Guild, which, it could also be considered a prototype of an alliance, a community of interest. As for the guilds that were enemies with Qin Fong, they were too embarrassed to come begging for them. As for the players that remained neutral, Qin Fong's attitude was clear. There were too many orders in hand at the moment, and he needed to wait. This The crowd instantly understood his thoughts, but were also weighing them. Qin Fan started the forge, shielding all perception from the outside world. The entrance of the bastard Heavenly Guild. A few of Baishan's clan elders, adding fuel to the fire, compiled a story about Batian expelling them from the Batian Guild, and hired a few storytellers to tell it at the entrance of the Batian Guild without listening. At once, the players who needed to join in the fun gathered at this place, wanting to eat melon. Wow! What great news! Shocking! The #1 guild in Tianyang town has actually appeared in such a sordid matter. How can such an unfaithful and unfilial person become the head of a guild? The tempo was driven. Countless players were accusing. After all, who wouldn't want to be the Holy Mother? This thing. Whoever is confused, standing on the moral high ground and accusing others. This thing can be too cool. Baishan's face was black the whole time. He could see at a glance that these old uncles of his were played like monkeys by the people of the Annihilation Guild. And the Annihilation Guild was the driving force behind the whole thing. Expanding public opinion, hiring mercenaries, and constantly bashing. This was what the Annihilation Guild was best at. Such a good opportunity to stink up hegemony. Annihilation would so give it up. Such a rubbish president. What kind of guild did he create? This thing. It's disgusting. Batian. You piece of trash. 1 entry of 50 cents. Please delete the brackets. This. Batian instantly went offline, rushed to the rooms of these clan elders, and forcibly dragged them out of the nutrient warehouse. The real-life Batian, who was nearly 2 meters tall and weighed over 250 pounds, was truly as if he was a small giant. And these clan elders, who were cupped in his hands, were thrown in the ancestral hall. Li Tian, are you trying to turn against the Li clan? Hurry up and put us down. You reckless man. Li Tian, do you still have the family law in your sight? This was the clamor of the clan elders. Even now, they still didn't think it was their fault. Batian was not the clan leader of the Li family. His father was. That was why he couldn't directly give these old guys a punch in the face. In this matter, the patriarch still had to make the judgment. Although, the anger in Batian's heart was about to be suffocated. The Li family, also known as the first batch of families to ascend to the Sky City, had accumulated a very deep accumulation. And even in the Sky City, they also possessed a very deep voice. This matter, Batian originally wanted to trivialize the matter, although these clan elders were very excessive. But Batian still wanted to ensure that on the surface of a peace. After all, they are all a family, but these clan elders had to make a big deal out of a small matter, and also wanted to collude with outsiders. Since this is the case, let the patriarch to determine it. Knock. 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 Batian rang the bronze bell of the family's deliberation. And the sons and daughters of the Li family, who heard the bell, had to arrive within an hour to participate in the meeting. The Li family is more democratic. Any major events within the family were discussed by everyone. But the patriarch possessed the power of veto. Li Tian, do you have to make things worse? Li Tian, this matter, you don't have the upper hand. Believe it or not, we are able to make you get out of the Li family. Haha. Who do you think you are? The patriarch of the Li family was very strong. But the clan elders group was a power structure that could compete with the patriarch. These few people? It just so happened that they were the existence of the clan elder corps. They firmly believed that the members of the clan elder corps would definitely protect them. Born in a carefree place like the Li clan, where one didn't need to worry about one's future, infighting became a compulsory subject for everyone. What's the matter? Recruiting everyone in such a hurry. This was the grand elder of the clan elders group. Also Li Tian's great uncle. Speaking contemptuously, pulling out his ears as he stepped into the ancestral hall. He knew that it was Li Tian who rang the bronze bell. If it was the clan elder, he wasn't behaving like this. Yo, young patriarch. So it's you. However, I seem to remember that the young clan chief doesn't have the right to deliberate. This was the second elder of the clan elders group. Also Li Tian's second uncle. In the first half of the sentence, the second elder had a smile on his lips. But in the second half of the sentence, he was supporting his eyebrows. A picture of a businessman. A living smiling tiger. Batian was silent, bowing slightly, maintaining his own etiquette. Culmination. So that they couldn't pick a fault. What a hustle and bustle. I'll come along for the ride. Is there something big going on today? I still want to go shopping. Shout Tian Ah. I thought it was the patriarch. For Li Tian. Even though he was already in his 30s. Everyone still felt like he was still a child. When all the members arrived. The current patriarch of the Li family arrived. With a tiger's back and waist. Extremely similar to Batian. Only much older. The arrival of the patriarch immediately let the ancestral hall within the temperature drop 7 or 8 degrees. This group of clan elders instantly shut up the voice and incidentally stood up straight body, eyes full of gravity. Li Hu's might was not for nothing, but rather, it was condensed by trampling on the bones of corpses. This group of people can despise Batian, but they don't dare to despise Li Hu. Li Hu sat down and looked like Batian, wanting him to give an explanation. Li Long, Li Bu, Li Min, and the others colluded with outsiders to try to take over my hegemony guild. The moment these words came out, Great Uncle Gong, Second Uncle Gong and the others immediately opened their eyes and silently looked like Li Long and the others. Li Long and the others were also shaken in their hearts, feeling like a pot of shit had been snapped on their heads. But this matter, could they explain it clearly? It couldn't be explained. Be specific. Li Hu stopped them from speaking, letting Batian continue. And after Batian finished, he let Li Long and the others complain. Li Long just wanted to act with a sniffle and a tear, but he was calmly told by Li Hu, tell the truth. Those who conceal it are disgraced in the black prison. Li Long and the others' bodies gave a shudder and told the truth, not daring to hide anything. Stupid. Punished for 1 year. Not allowed to join the hegemony guild in the future. After hearing this, Li Hu directly gave his verdict and turned to leave. This time, Li Hu handled the matter cleanly. Because this was originally a small matter. Li Hu left, and the crowd dispersed. They thought it was something big, but they didn't think that it was such a small thing. However, after hearing Li Long's words, everyone understood that this Li Long and the others were really stupid. This was a typical example of a turtle dove that ultimately failed. What's more, you're still obsessing about outsiders? The first rule of the clan rules is, no colluding with outsiders against the clan. This alone sentenced Li Long and the others to death. Boring. The Li clan's clansmen watched a boring show. After the crowd had left, the great uncle looked at Li Long and the others with chagrin, and couldn't help but kick them twice, cursing, I was blind to send you guys on this mission. A bunch of losers.